For the preliminary round of this year's game design contest, the theme is Succubus. In the official live stream of the global game design competition, the host recited these words in a passionately modulated electronic voice. The comment barrage on the screen exploded at once. Damn, they're really going this far. The officials themselves are pushing the lewd angle. It. Got it. Black stockings, white stockings, fishnets, beast, ears, not a single one can be missing. You're thinking too small up there. He had crossed over into this world 3 months ago. The technology here was truly advanced. Full immersion VR headsets were as common as phones, and AI-assisted creation was considered basic operation. Yet the culture was genuinely barren. The recorded history stretched back only 200 years. Beyond that lay utter blankness. People's understanding of charm was for the most part equivalent to borderline indecency. Just like now, the public design forum for the contest was already flooded with all kinds of preview images. One showed a so-called mechanical succubus in a tight leather bodysuit, metallic tentacles unfurling from her back. Another depicted a beast girl succubus with cat ears and a fox tail, her eyes hazy with feigned intoxication. There was an even more outrageous one, a so-called saintly succubus dressed in a nun's habit, holding a book titled Data Gospel, its caption reading, "I shall redeem you with love, my lost lamb." Chen could not help baring his teeth in a grimace. Well then, the holy light was certainly shining on everything now. He glanced at the real-time ranking list. The top 100 entries were all seductive virtual avatars, differing only in how much skin they showed and in what poses they displayed it. His own work, Great Chen Ancestral Dragon, sat at the very bottom. Popularity 3. Comments 1. He opened the comment only to find it was an automated bot message, detected lack of standard character modeling and attractiveness elements. We recommend optimizing according to popular templates, dear user. Chen chuckled. Optimize? Optimize my ass. When he transmigrated here, he had come with a built-in civilization heritage system in his mind. The price was that he had to use this technology to participate in various creative competitions and spread civilization. This time the contest theme was Succubus, requiring designers to create the most captivating character, the one most capable of capturing hearts. Other designers were thinking about how to make people feel aroused. Chen, however, was thinking about how to make people kneel. A succubus that relies on beauty and temptation to win obedience. Far too lowly. True charm is when you willingly offer up loyalty and blood, when worship and devotion are etched into your very bones. It is power, it is faith, it is the soul-trembling oppression when a sovereign for the ages gazes down upon the world. That is the ultimate form of capturing. So for the entire week, he had not drawn a single pretty woman. Holed up in his apartment, he used the system's technology to frantically construct a scene. Color palette. Profound black as the dominant tone. Elements. Lush earth, a high platform, battle formations, black dragon banners. Characters. Only a single back view cloaked in a dark ceremonial robe standing atop the high platform. Background audio. No languid, alluring music. Only howling wind and the faint, thunderous echoes of footsteps and armor clashing. He named the work Great Chen Ancestral Dragon. The description had just one line. I have unified the 6 states, who all under heaven returns to one. He submitted it. Then he watched as his work sank like a stone to the very bottom of the ranking list, ignored by all. Chen was in no hurry. He ordered takeout, eating while scrolling through the forum. The threads were all debating whose succubus had longer legs, whose modeling was more polished, whose interactive animations were more stimulating. Occasionally someone mentioned that pitch black thing at the very bottom of the rankings, always in a mocking tone. What the hell is that at dead last? Scene modeling. The contest is about character design, man. It's just a black blur, you can't see anything. You call that a succubus. More like a pitch black demon. Probably some performance art type, just here to leech a participant slot. Slurping his noodles, Chen thought to himself, you lot don't know a damn thing. Just wait. There will be a time when you cry. To keep things fair, all submitted works were placed into a random experience pool. Several streamers invited by the organizers would draw from it and showcase the entries live. These streamers commanded massive traffic. Their evaluations often decided whether a work lived or died. This was exactly what Chen was waiting for. He glanced at the time, 8 in the evening. That was precisely the streaming slot of the top-tier broadcaster Lao Pai. Lao Pai was the superstar of the gaming section, notorious for his venomous tongue and exacting standards. A work he praised could go viral overnight. One he trashed was basically fit for burial. At that moment in Lao Pai's livestream room, he laughed. Brothers, time to roll the lottery. Let's see who's going to be the lucky one or the unlucky one. Rubbing his hands, Lao Pai tapped the random draw button. On the light screen, the list of works began to scroll at high speed. Stop. The image froze. Title, Great Chen Ancestral Dragon. Author Chen. Current rank 952795527. Question marks flooded across the livestream chat. Dead last. Lao Pai, your luck is something else today. Haha, which poor soul just got picked. Now this is content. Judging by the name, Ancestral Dragon. What is that supposed to be, a dinosaur? Lao Pai paused in surprise, then revealed his trademark, about to watch a train wreck smile. Oh ho, dead last. Interesting. Brothers, today we're going to find out exactly what kind of dragon this bottom-ranked Ancestral Dragon really is. Whether it's a mule or a horse, we'll take it out for a run. If it's truly awful, don't blame me for not holding back. He clicked on Enter Experience. Chen put down his chopsticks and sat up straight. It was time. Lao Pai's vision went dark. It was as if he had been thrown into a space of absolute darkness and silence. Then came a rush of weightlessness. The next instant, a bitterly cold wind reeking faintly of earth and blood slashed across his face like knives. Lao Pai shuddered instinctively. He opened his eyes, and then his entire body went rigid. He was standing upon a vast, boundless expanse of yellow earth plateau. The sky was leaden gray, the low-hanging clouds seeming about to crush the ground. Before him stretched an unending field of profound black. It was an army, a silent, murderous army that surged to the edge of his vision like a tide of black. They wore heavy dark armor, wielding halberds or crossbows, their faces hidden beneath helmets so their expressions could not be seen. Only now and then a pair of ice-cold eyes flashed beneath the helmet's edge. There was no sound, no warhorses neighing, no drums or horns. There was only the wailing of the wind over the loess and the suffocating pressure borne from tens of thousands standing in absolute silence. Lao Pai found his breath caught in his throat. He had played countless full-immersion games and seen CG spectacles of armies clashing, but those had always been pictures, special effects. What he saw now, he could smell the mingled iron and dust in the wind. He could feel the frozen soil beneath his feet, hard and frigid. On the armor of the nearest soldier, he could see a deep gouge that looked as though it had endured countless strikes. It was too real. So real that his scalp tingled. His gaze moved of its own accord, drifting past the silent formation of troops. At the front of the army rose a high platform built from packed yellow earth. At its summit, a massive black banner cracked furiously in the gale, a ferocious black dragon upon it seeming ready to leap into the sky. Beneath the banner stood a figure in dark ceremonial robes, back turned toward him, facing the boundless black army. It was only a back view, broad-shouldered and upright as though bearing up the entire sky. Lao Pai's heart began to pound uncontrollably. Then that figure slowly turned around. There was no close-up, no slow-motion effect, just a simple turning motion. Yet in the instant he turned, Lao Pai felt the very air around him congeal. The wind stopped. Time itself stopped. Those eyes looked at him. They were not a human's eyes. They were the gaze of something older, more authoritative, more deathly cold. That gaze had substance, crossing hundreds of meters to bear down upon him with crushing weight. There was no anger, no killing intent, only a pure, aloof scrutiny from on high, as if he were a trivial ant being observed. Every hair on Lao Pai's body stood on end in that instant. He opened his mouth, yet no sound emerged. Only one thought screamed through his mind: what in the hell is this? Lao Pai sensed a peculiar frailty in his legs. It was no mere psychological trick. His legs were indeed weak. When that penetrating gaze bore down upon him, he felt as though the haptic feedback system inside the game pod had malfunctioned, and a genuine slight numbness surged through his calves. He even instinctively drew a deep breath, only to inhale cold air tinged with an earthen smell that nearly made him cough. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments fell silent for 3 whole seconds. Then suddenly the screen exploded. Wachow! That very glance. It gave me goosebumps even through the screen. Which deity modeled the NPC's gaze? Can mere data even simulate such intensity? I didn't dare breathe for a moment. I was completely holding my breath. This oppressive aura. It is unparalleled. This is no ordinary succubus, Lao Pai. It makes you want to kneel and call out daddy. Lao Pai opened his mouth, his throat parched. He wanted to vent, a quip about how the game lacked any user interface, not even a health bar or quest prompt. It was utterly inhumane. But he held his tongue, for the mysterious jet black figure high on the platform had turned away and was once again facing the silent dark phalanx. Then Lao Pai felt the scene before him alter, not via a camera cut, but as if he were being swept along by an invisible force. The earthen mound beneath his feet receded in a blur as the view raced like a fast-forwarded film, the wind howling in his ears. Before he could react, he found himself standing at the entrance of an immense palace. The palace, entirely shrouded in jet black, towered with such majesty that it made one's neck ache. At its entrance, 2 rows of armored spear-wielding guards stood mute like stone, reminiscent of soldiers on a plaza. Lao Pai glanced down at himself. Somehow he had inexplicably donned a coarse black ancient robe with wide sleeves. It felt utterly out of place. Have I become a soldier? Or perhaps a civil official? Lao Pai murmured softly. There was no reply. Only an old man in a black robe, his hunched back visible, glanced back at him with a cold, warning look. Lao Pai immediately fell silent. Following the flowing crowd, he stepped over the high threshold and entered the grand hall. The moment he stepped inside, his breath caught in his throat. It was immense, so deep that one could not see its end. Along both sides, people clad in black official uniforms were packed in rows stretching to the farthest recesses. Everyone kept their heads bowed and bodies stooped, as if they dared not even breathe audibly. The air carried a peculiar scent, a blend of burning wood and a cold metallic tang. What sent shivers down Lao Pai's spine was not the noise, but its near absence. Hundreds stood there with only the occasional rustle of fabric and the faintest breaths disturbing the silence. The silence was so profound that one could hear a heartbeat. Lao Pai furtively looked upward toward the front where at the far end of the hall upon towering steps stood a massive black seat. A solitary figure sat there still clad in dark ceremonial robes. Though too far to discern his features, Lao Pai could feel that the gaze from above was slowly sweeping over everyone in the hall. Where that gaze fell, everyone bent lower in deference. Lao Pai quickly followed suit, lowering his head. In his mind, he ranted furiously, what sort of absurd game is this? Where are the quests, the instructions, not even a hint of a prompt? Am I to stand idly by? This experience is far too hardcore. He silently tried recalling words like menu exit settings. But he cautiously raised his hand, and immediately 2 icy stares bore into him from officials standing diagonally ahead, their eyes screaming, "Do you want to die?" Lao Pai quickly lowered his hand and stood rigidly. It was as if he had been transported to an ancient court session, a fully immersive experience where any misstep might cost him his head. At that moment, from the front of the hall, a sharp, elongated voice resonated, proclaim, "Yin Gua Envoy Jing Ku, ascend the hall." The sound echoed through the chamber with an unmistakably unsettling timbre. Lao Pai's spirits lifted. The plot is unfolding. Even the live chat burst into activity. Yin Guo Envoy. Is this a diplomatic storyline? Perhaps it is a gift-bearing mission. After all, isn't it customary in ancient times to send envoys bearing local specialties as tokens of submission? The plot is dragging. Hurry up to the battle. I want to see the Emperor strike. That look. His skills must be breathtaking. And what is that box the envoy cradles? An offering? Food? No, it's a map. And that attendant behind, holding a map with exquisite detail that captures the full texture of parchment. Lao Pai noticed it too. 2 individuals entered the hall. The one ahead dressed in attire distinct from the rest, and with a calm demeanor cradled a wooden box in his hands. The one following, noticeably younger with a pale countenance and an unsteady gait, carried a large rolled map. As a seasoned player, Lao Pai instinctively sensed that something was amiss. It was unnervingly quiet. Earlier silence had been oppressive, but now it was a taut, strained quiet. It was as if a string were being slowly tightened. The cold aura of murderous intent grew so potent that the hairs on his neck stood on end. The envoy holding the wooden box, presumably Jing Ku, stepped forward steadily, his footsteps echoing distinctly throughout the hall. Thud, thud, thud. Every step seemed to pound upon the collective heartbeat, and Lao Pai noticed that the young attendant trailing behind trembled noticeably. The rolled map in his grasp trembled slightly at its edges. Jing Ku reached the foot of the steps. He knelt and raised the wooden box above his head, his voice steady. Yin Gua Envoy Jing Ku, in obedience to the orders of Yin Taizi Dan, presents the severed head of the traitorous General Fan Yuqi, along with the map of Yin Gua's Dukong territory, as a token of submission and the forging of an eternal alliance. At the steps, the dark figure seemed to shift ever so slightly. A low, emotionless voice intoned approved. Jing Ku rose and began to slowly unroll the enormous map. The parchment unfurled gradually, its depiction of mountains, rivers, and landscapes rendered with exquisite detail. The live chat continued scrolling. This map is well drawn. Props to the art team. So it's just a formality, present a map, then once the Emperor is pleased, rewards will be granted. So dull. Hurry up to the battle phase. Lao Pai fixed his gaze intently on Jing Ku's hand. His heartbeat quickened. Something was amiss. Something was wrong. The act of unrolling the map was unbearably slow, almost deliberately so. Moreover, Jing Ku's gaze, seen beneath lowered eyelids, was as placid as a stagnant pond. Yet from the depths of that still stagnant gaze something seemed to coalesce, gradually growing ever sharper. The map was nearly fully unrolled. Lao Pai held his breath. In the very next moment, a flash of chilling light appeared. The instant the map was completely unfurled, a short dagger gleaming with ghostly blue light shot forth from the center of the scroll. Jing Ku moved. One moment he had been the respectful envoy, the next he sprang forth like a taut bow released, lunging forward with impeccable precision. His speed was so immense that afterimages trailed behind him. With one hand, he seized the leaping dagger, while his other hand reached out to clutch the sleeve of the dark figure on the steps. Target, throat. Wachow. Lao Pai's mind buzzed with the unspoken expletive lodged in his throat. The dagger's cold gleam even illuminated his wide, astonished eyes. He longed to move, to retreat, just slightly, yet he was utterly unable. It wasn't that he lacked the courage to move. It was that he literally couldn't. An icy, bone-chilling, murderous intent, like a tangible shackle, pinned him immovably in place. Not even a finger budged. This was a system-imposed rigidity, a bodily freeze simulated by the physics engine when faced with mortal peril. He was doomed. The Emperor was doomed. The game was about to end. Lao Pai, overwhelmed with despair, nearly closed his eyes, just when all the viewers, and even Lao Pai himself, thought the venomous dagger would unimpededly pierce the throat of the dark-robed Emperor. A resounding zhong rang out. A metallic, tremulous note erupted suddenly, a sound so fierce it seemed capable of shattering eardrums and souls. This was no ordinary clanging of a sword. Within that sound resonated an ancient, awe-inspiring, overwhelmingly dominant dragon's roar. Lao Pai was startled as his eyes snapped wide open. Then he witnessed an indelible scene. High in the hall, the ghostly blue dagger hung suspended. hovering less than half an inch from the throat of the dark-robed figure. It remained utterly motionless. It wasn't that Jing Ke had ceased his assault. His face twisted grimly, and his arm muscles bulged as he summoned every ounce of strength to thrust forward. Yet the dagger could not advance an inch further, as if an invisible, insurmountable wall barred its path. The invisible wall was a sword. A long sword entirely jet black, with a broad blade. The blade firmly held the poisoned dagger in place, unmoving. Only then did Lao Pai and all the spectators clearly see that the sword had appeared in the hands of the ancestral dragon, without them noticing. His speed in drawing the sword was too fast, surpassing the limits of the naked eye, leaving only a deafening dragon's roar echoing. Jing Ke's face contorted from the effort, the veins on his arms bulging. He desperately tried to press down the dagger, his tiger's mouth splitting open, blood flowing down the handle of the dagger. But it was in vain. The man on the throne merely held the sword with one hand, not even changing his sitting posture in the slightest. He was like a mountain, an unshakable Taishan. Protect His Majesty. The dead silent hall erupted in an instant. The officials and guards of the Qin state, who had just been as stiff as clay, suddenly sprang to life. The roar almost lifted the roof off, countless long spears pointing at Jing Ke in the hall with a flash of cold. The attendant named Qin Wuyang directly collapsed to the ground with a thud, wetting his pants, trembling like a sieve. The ancestral dragon did not even glance at the rushing guards. His wrist merely moved with an extremely slight motion. An irresistible, immense force erupted violently along the blade. Boom. Jing Ke was sent flying as if struck by a battering ram, crashing hard against a stout bronze pillar in the hall, emitting a muffled sound before sliding down to the ground. The dagger in his hand clattered as it fell to the bluestone floor. The ancestral dragon slowly stood up. He walked down the steps, the crown on his head, swaying gently. Each step felt as if he were treading on everyone's heartbeat. He approached Jing Ke, looking down from a height. There was no panic, no rage in his eyes. Only a deep-seated contempt. The anger of a commoner spills blood within 5 steps. His voice was not loud, yet it resonated like a great bell, each word striking into everyone's ears. Young Yin Dan, is this all you can do, using such unworthy tricks? He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the dome of the Xianyang Palace, looking further beyond. What I desire is to sweep across the 6 directions. Wherever the sun and moon shine, it shall all belong to the great Qin. His voice suddenly rose, carrying an overwhelming force that seemed capable of crushing everything. You ants dare to think of blocking the rolling wheels of history with a poisoned piece of scrap metal. He abruptly turned, the wide, jet-black sleeves slicing through the air like a fierce arc. Convey my decree. Wang Jian, assemble the troops. Flatten the Yin state. Yes. On both sides of the hall, all the armored guards and generals roared in unison, their voices shaking the dust from the beams above. The concentrated killing intent erupted violently. Lao Pi's physical rigidity effect was finally lifted, but he couldn't steady himself. His legs went weak, and he thudded down onto the cold, hard bluestone floor. He gasped for air, his heart racing as if it would leap from his throat. His vision darkened intermittently, and a buzzing filled his ears. He felt as if his holographic pod was overheating, the indicator lights on the side, flashing red, likely a high heart rate warning. But he couldn't pay attention to that anymore. His mind was blank, only the scene from earlier remaining. The image of that man standing up and declaring flatten the Yin state. In the live stream, the bullet screen was empty for about half a second. Then it exploded. Completely exploded. The dense barrage of comments overwhelmed the entire screen like a tsunami, so much so that the visuals began to lag and drop frames. Holy shit. I was watching the live stream on my knees. I really did. My knees hurt. The moment he stood up, my phone nearly dropped. What kind of aura is this? Who says this is a garbage game? Come out, you. This is what a true charm demon looks like. I'm a steel straight man, and right now I want to fight for him. I'm crying, really. I don't even know why tears just flowed out. Compared to this, those cyber charm demons twisting around, this is what can conquer souls. Isn't this better than Bo Ran? Flatten the Yin state. Damn it, I want to sign up to be a Qin soldier right now. What is this game called? The Qin Ancestral Dragon. Author Su Chen. I'm going to search for it now. Donations. Must donate. Lao Pai, move aside. I want to donate to this king. The golden donation effects began to flood the screen, all sorts of rockets and spaceships floating up as if they were free. The popularity value in the live stream soared like a rocket, instantly reaching the top of the platform's real-time rankings. Meanwhile, on the official competition's work rankings, the work The Qin Ancestral Dragon, which was originally at the very bottom, ranked 9527 with a popularity of only 3. The data began to move. First, it jumped, slowly changing its rank to 9526. Then, as if it had activated a cheat, it started to soar wildly. 9500, 9000, 8000, 5000, 1000, 500, breaking into the top 100. The data monitoring curve in the back end almost turned into a straight vertical line. In the apartment, Su Chun stared at the crazily fluctuating ranking and popularity of his work on the screen, a smile slowly spreading across his face. Here it comes. He rubbed his teeth and felt pleased. This is more like it. On the screen, Lao Pi's live broad. Lao Pai slumped on the floor of the hall, still recovering from the shock. A black-armored Qin soldier approached him. The Qin soldier was tall, clad in armor, revealing only a pair of cold, unfeeling eyes. He glanced down at Lao Pai, then threw a bronze sword still in its sheath with a clang onto the bluestone floor in front of him. Dust rose. At the same time, a cold, emotionless, synthetic voice rang out directly in Lao Pai's consciousness. Ding. The great Qin sharp soldier faction has been activated. Do you wish to follow the first emperor and flatten the Yin state? Lao Pai stared at the bronze sword on the ground. The bullet screen in the live stream erupted once again. Choose Lao Pai. Quickly choose. Does this even need thinking? Charge. Follow the ancestral dragon. Does this game actually have a faction system? Can participate in nation wars. Awesome. Lao Pai swallowed hard. He extended his hand, trembling slightly, and gripped the hilt of the bronze sword. The cold sensation came through. He raised his head to look towards the end of the hall. The dark figure had already returned to the throne as if nothing that had just happened had ever occurred. Yet the murderous aura permeating the air was 10 times more intense than before. Lao Pai took a deep breath. In his heart, he silently chose yes. As Lao Pai's hand brushed against the cold handle of the bronze sword, the icy sensation had yet to spread throughout his body when the system notification sound vanished. He raised his head and saw several black-armored warriors dragging a person towards the side door of the hall. It was Jing Ku. Uncertain whether he was alive or dead, he lay motionless, leaving a long trail of blood on the ground. The dagger he had dropped along with the blood-stained map of Duxiang lay on the nearby bluestone slab. The barrage in the live stream finally regained its momentum. Incredible. The Ancestor Dragon is invincible. Such combat power, such reaction speed, the modeling team deserves praise. So how exactly did he block that earlier blow? Did any brothers record it in slow motion? Soon a tech-savvy viewer shared the slow motion recording. Brothers, I slowed it down by 100 times and saw it clearly. Jing Ku struck violently, the dagger thrusting out in 0.3 seconds. The Ancestor Dragon drew his sword, blocking it horizontally, the blade precisely intercepting the dagger's edge in less than 0.01 seconds. What does this mean? This NPC's reaction speed and strength parameters had already reached astronomical levels. According to the game's combat power algorithm, he alone could defeat 100 of those assassins. The data enthusiasts are also chiming in. Based on the number of guards inside the hall, approximately 200, the Emperor's combat power parameters, the assassin's combat power parameters, distance, and environmental factors combined. The success rate of Jing Ke's assassination attempt is 0.00001, infinitely close to 0. The tone of the barrage began to shift. Wait, then what is Jing Ku trying to achieve? Knowing he's walking to his death, why come here? Is this NPC's AI logic fundamentally flawed? This doesn't comply with the Absolute Rationality Act. Anyone should prioritize avoiding certain death. Indeed, an investment with no chance of success, why pursue it? This is unreasonable. I don't understand this. Lao Pai observed these barges in silence. He too did not know why. By some strange twist of fate, he did not follow those black-armored warriors, but instead stepped towards the blood-stained map of Duxiang. The map was partially unfurled, detailed mountains and rivers drawn on the parchment, but most of it was covered in dark red bloodstains. Lao Pai crouched down, extending his hand to touch the cold edge of the parchment. Ding! A crisp, entirely different system notification chimed in his ear. Detected player contact with a key historical relic. Triggered hidden character biography, the coldness of Yishui. Lao Pai was taken aback. What? Before he could react, the surrounding scene suddenly shattered like a broken mirror. The majestic Xianyang Palace, the solemn black-armored guards the lofty throne. Everything transformed into gray light spots, dissipating into the air. Lao Pai felt himself pulled by a force descending rapidly. In the live stream, all the viewers' screens simultaneously changed. No longer was it Xianyang Palace. Instead, it was a river. A wide river, the water appearing grayish-white and icy cold. The wind blew across the surface, producing a haunting sound like crying. The sky was overcast, the clouds hanging low. Many people stood by the riverbank, all dressed in white garments and hats, their faces solemn. Lao Pai, along with all the viewers, floated like ghosts in midair, gazing below. Where is this? Lao Pai murmured. No one answered him. His gaze was drawn to several people standing at the front by the riverbank. A young noble in white, wearing a tall crown, was tightly grasping a man's hand. The man Lao Pai recognized. It was Jing Ku. But at this moment, Jing Ke's face bore no calmness of the court, nor the ferocity of assassination. Only a complicated expression remained. A hint of sorrow, a touch of grandeur, and a sense of resoluteness. A musician sat nearby with an instrument resembling a zither before him, plucking its strings, producing a sound that was sharp and far from cheerful. At that moment, a voice echoed. It felt like Jing Ke's own heart's voice, resonating directly in the minds of all the viewers. I know that going to Xianyang means certain death. I also know that the tyrant wears black armor and possesses godly swordsmanship. In his grand hall, there are hundreds of fierce warriors. The barrage flowed exactly. You know and still go? Isn't this just throwing away your life? I can't comprehend, truly incomprehensible. The inner voice continued. The scene abruptly shifted, no longer by the Yishui River, but instead to a splendid palace. The young crown prince of Yandan bowed deeply to Jing Ku, his posture exceedingly low. They shared a carriage and dined at the same table. Whatever Jing Ku desired, whether it be a steed or a beauty, Prince Dan would immediately send someone to procure it. Prince Dan honored Jing Ku as his top minister, providing him with the best treatment and utmost respect. The scene flashed back. By the Yishui River, the wind grew more intense. Jing Ku looked at Prince Dan's grief-stricken face and suddenly smiled. He released the prince's hand and walked to the riverbank. Someone offered him a bowl of wine. Jing Ku took it without even glancing, tilted his head back, and gulped it down in one go. Then he forcefully smashed the wine bowl against the stones on the riverbank. Crack! A crisp sound. The bowl shattered into pieces. Simultaneously, the musician beside him, Gao Jinli, struck the instrument, and the sound suddenly rose, becoming high-pitched and mournful. Jing Ku turned around, facing the cold Yishui, facing the crowd that had come to see him off, and opened his mouth, using all his strength to sing. The wind is howling. Yishui is cold. A hero departs, never to return. His voice was hoarse, desolate, carrying a resolute finality that echoed far into the cold wind. All the white-clad figures weeping as they bid farewell. Lao Pai, suspended in midair, felt his heart clench tightly, as if gripped by something. Jing Ke's inner voice rang out one last time, crystal clear, striking in every ear. The world laughs at me for striking a stone with an egg, foolish as an ox. They do not understand. You treated me with the honor of a national hero. I shall repay you as a national hero. Even if my body is shattered into pieces, I must tear open a bloody wound on that iron curtain of Qin. With those words, the gray-white illusion receded like a tide. Lao Pai's vision blurred. He found himself once again in the cold hall of Xianying Palace. In his hand, he still held the bronze sword. The handle was icy, but his grip on the sword was steady. He raised his head and gazed towards the distant end of the hall at the towering dark figure. It turned out, this was the true essence of the Qin ancestor dragon. Not only was there the domineering majesty of an emperor, but beneath this cold iron curtain, there was also the noble spirit of scholars singing their lament. In the apartment, Su Chun watched the screen, which had completely boiled over with collective emotional outbursts in the barrage and the data of the work jumping wildly once again. Yishui is cold. He picked up the cup beside him and took a sip. Looks like this dose was just right. How do you feel, cyber psychopaths? How's the taste of this charmed demon? Lao Pai gripped the cool bronze sword tightly and followed the dense surging crowd out of the suffocating grand. A gust of cold wind outside sharpened his senses. Yet the scorching, constricting heat lodged in his chest by the Yishui cold had not yet fully dissipated. Meanwhile, the livestream chat slowly emerged from its collective emotional haze. Phew. That hidden scene just now hit harder than expected. Yu Province stands with Hongqi Canal. Gan Province stands with Jinxing. Xiang Province stands with Baisha. Yeah, my hands are still trembling. So what's next? Are we really going to war? War? With them? A skeptical comment scrolled past. Sure, the emotion landed. But warfare is an entirely different matter. Exactly. Sentiment stays sentiment. Oh, reality remains reality. Look at what they're wearing, leather armor. And wielding bronze swords. What era are these weapons even from? Their productive capacity is archaic. In our cybernetic age, mechs are 3D printed, built with nanomaterials, and armed with fully automated firearms. Theirs must have been forged hammerstrike by hammerstrike in a blacksmith's forge. I'd wager they don't even adhere to standardized specifications. Think about it. Every blacksmith has unique skill, so each sword's length, weight, and center of gravity inevitably differ. How could such inconsistency ever yield effective combat power? This is a primitive army, relying solely on sheer numbers and brute force. It bears no resemblance to our intelligent, standardized war machines. A rational analysis confirms that the Qin army would suffer catastrophic dimensional suppression against any mechanized unit from our era. So this game is best enjoyed for its narrative alone. In actual combat, likely unremarkable, a mere clash of human waves. Lao Pai watched these comments scroll silently. He followed the column deeper and deeper through gate after heavily guarded camp entrance, the surrounding architecture growing ever taller and ever quieter. There was no imagined clanging of hammers on iron, no clamor of shouting men or neighing horses. Only the crisp, synchronized rhythm of marching feet and a low, resonant hum, as if the earth itself were breathing. At last they halted before a warehouse of staggering scale. Its entrance, two massive wooden doors studded with bronze nails, now wide open. Lao Pai tilted his head upward. His neck ached. He stepped forward behind the others, crossing the threshold. The moment he entered, he froze. The livestream chat instantly thinned by half. Everyone, including Lao Pai, had envisioned an ancient armory, chaotic and cluttered, strewn with half-forged weapons, bare-chested smiths sweating under flying sparks. But what lay before them was utterly different. No smiths. No sparks. Only towering shelves stretching endlessly into shadow, each lined with bronze swords arranged with flawless uniformity. Every blade appeared cast from the same mold, identical in length, width, and even the precise winding pattern of the hilt bindings. They rested in solemn silence, catching the dim ambient light like a forest of bronze, still austere and profoundly mute. To the other side stood ranks of Ji, Mao, and Ji, likewise aligned with geometric precision. In the corners, bundles of arrows lay stacked, tightly bound with leather cords. Lao Pai's sharp eyes caught it instantly. The fletching on every arrow's tail was trimmed at exactly the same angle and length. The warehouse was immense, deep, and eerily silent. Only gray-clad figures, nimble and efficient, moved like phantoms among the shelves, lifting, shifting, counting, without uttering a word. Their movements were swift, dazzling, and perfectly coordinated, as though each were a gear within a single, exquisitely calibrated machine. This is the armory. Lao Pai murmured softly. Whoa, this level of uniformity. A blessing for obsessive compulsives. Where's the promised artisan workshop? This management system, this warehousing discipline. It would meet modern standards even in our time. But these are still cold weapons. What good is neatness? A quartermaster in black leather armor, face as unyielding as stone, approached, distributing gear one by one to those ahead of Lao Pai. His turn came. Without glancing up, the quartermaster reached into a wooden crate behind him, seized a crossbow, then plucked a quiver of arrows from another basket, and thrust both into Lao Pai's arms. Next, his voice was dry, devoid of inflection. Cradling the heavy Chen crossbow, Lao Pai curiously began to examine it. Its stock was wood, but critical components were cast in bronze, suggesting intricate engineering. He mimicked the motions of those before him, attempting to string the bow. Yet the mechanism proved far more finicky than anticipated. His fingers slipped, and the crossbow's bronze trigger component, the xiandao, clattered onto the floor with a metallic ping. Lao Pai's heart lurched. Disaster. Instantly the live chat reawakened. Haha. Clumsy hands. Primitive weaponry, fragile as glass. Barely touched, and it falls apart. Now what? Off to the blacksmith for repairs. Melt it down and recast. Inefficient. Probably take days. By then the war will be over. Flustered, Lao Pai bent to retrieve the fallen piece. But the stone-faced quartermaster moved first, bending, picking up the xiandao. Lao Pai hurriedly apologized, sorry, before the words left his lips. Without looking at the dropped part, or at Lao Pai, the quartermaster turned, strode to a nearby crate marked with the character, air, lifted its lid, and withdrew a replacement xiandao from a full box of identical bronze components. He returned, aligned the vacant socket on Lao Pai's crossbow, and pressed the new part into place. Click. A clean, precise, seamless fit. No filing. No adjustment. As if it had always belonged there. Lao Pai stared, bewildered. Instinctively he lowered his gaze, to inspect the mounting point on the crossbow's mechanism, then glanced between it and the discarded original part. The live chat exploded. The quartermaster, expressionless, had already moved on to equip the next soldier. Lao Pai suddenly snapped alert. He leaned in, scrutinizing the bronze components closely. Etched in inconspicuous corners were rows of minuscule, densely packed characters, too fine to read, too archaic to decipher. At that very instant, the familiar IC system interface flickered into view before his eyes, marked by craftsman. This crossbow's xiandao was cast by the artisan Chen, supervised by the overseer Shi, and commissioned under the overarching administration of Chancellor Liu Bei. Standard model type, 3 serial no. 7. Quality tolerance deviation, less than 0.2 mm. Quality control protocol failure triggers collective accountability. Punishment cascades upward from craftsman to supervisor. Lao Pai's hand went rigid. 0.2 mm. Standardized parts. A dedicated spare parts crate. Tolerance thresholds. The terms collided violently in his mind. The live chat, moments earlier mocking primitive craftsmanship and inefficiency, descended into utter pandemonium. 0.2 mm. Are you kidding me? 2,000 years ago. No vernier calipers. No CNC lathes. No laser. How did they measure 0.2 mm with their eyes? Standardized components. Assembly line production. A dedicated spare parts inventory. Is this really the Chen dynasty? This management philosophy, this quality control system, this chain of responsibility, accountability. My mind is shattered. The standardization and assembly lines we proudly claim as modern triumphs. They mastered them flawlessly 2 millennia ago. So that quartermaster didn't even glance at the part, because all identical components deviate so little they're fully interchangeable. This isn't an army. It's an ancient killing machine of terrifying precision, driven not by zeal, but by draconian law and absolute organizational rigor. Lao Pai looked down at the Chen crossbow in his hands. Its parts truly swappable, then raised his eyes across the vast, silent, impeccably ordered armory. He finally began to understand. The man upon that throne, his magnetism extended far beyond commanding men like Jing Ku to march willingly toward death. It lay deeper, in his ability to bind an entire nation from chancellor to artisan into a single unyielding entity, forged with chilling impersonality into a war machine whose parts interchanged flawlessly, whose tolerances measured less than 0.2 mm. Those who've received equipment, form up here. Don armor. Prepare for deployment. A hoarse commanding shout echoed through the vaulted space. Lao Pai drew a deep breath, gathered the crossbow and quiver, and sprinted toward the assembly point. When he donned the coarse yet sturdy leather armor and gripped the crossbow, its tolerance under 0.2 mm, and re-entered the endless black formation, a thunderous cry erupted, more ferocious, more unified than any heard before outside Xianyang Palace. Foam. Foam. To foam. This time, the oppressive weight of the black tide was no longer merely visual or atmospheric. It was tangible, a fusion of bronze's glacial chill mechanical precision and the implacable machine-like will of absolute command. Main campaign conquest of Yin, imminent. Objective G-City. Lao Pai tightened his grip on the crossbow, his finger resting upon the interchangeable bronze Xuandao, and stepped forward. The black tide began to advance. The black torrent had been flowing for an unknown duration. Lao Pai felt as if his legs were no longer his own. The fatigue brought about by the 100 realism was no different from running a marathon in reality, perhaps even worse, as he was still wearing leather armor and carrying a crossbow and quiver. Stop. Rest in place. 15 minutes. The command echoed from the front. Lao Pai plopped down on the ground, gasping for breath. He glanced at the surrounding Chen soldiers. They too were tired, faces glistening with sweat, leaning against supply carts or sitting directly on the ground. But Lao Pai sensed something was off. These people's eyes during their rest were not vacant or numb. Instead, they held a green glint akin to hungry wolves fixing their gaze on prey. They occasionally looked up towards the distant border of Yin, licking their lips, their expressions resembling those eager to seize treasure rather than those preparing for battle. What are you looking at? A voice sounded beside him. Lao Pai turned his head to see his squad leader, a scarred, dark-faced. Nothing. Nothing at all, Lao Pai panted. I just feel like everyone seems different. The squad leader squatted down, pulling out a hard piece of dry food from his pocket, breaking it in half, and handing it to Lao Pai. Lao Pai took it, bit down, and nearly broke a tooth. As he struggled to chew, he gestured with his eyes towards those soldiers with green glints in their gaze. Aren't they afraid? We're about to go to war, and people might die. At this moment, the barrage of comments in the live stream also passed by. Yeah, mercenaries in our era get paid to work, and when they encounter tough opponents, they run as survival comes first. Why do these NPCs seem like they've been injected with adrenaline? This doesn't fit the assumption of rational beings. The squad leader looked at Lao Pai as if he were a fool, then grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. He pointed to a small wooden plaque hanging from his waist, and then to the scar on his face. Afraid of death. It's fear of poverty that matters. Lao Pai didn't understand, huh? A veteran sharpening his knife nearby leaned in. He looked to be of considerable age with deep wrinkles on his face. He took over the conversation, using the bronze short sword in his hand to point towards the unseen Yin people in the distance. Kid, you're new here, right? Lao Pai nodded. The veteran chuckled, a somewhat sinister grin. Do you see over there? That's not Yin country. Lao Pai asked. The veteran licked his lips, the green glint in his eyes intensifying. That is farmland. 100 acres of prime land. And that's a residence. A residence with a 9-acre courtyard. That includes servants, women, and the capital for your son to stand tall. Lao Pai was even more confused. What do you mean? The veteran leaned in closer, lowering his voice, but each word struck Lao Pai's ears like a hammer. Cut off an enemy soldier's head and you will be awarded a rank, becoming a Gongshi public official. For every acre of land granted, that's 100 acres. A 9-acre residence. Plus a servant. Do you understand? One head for all this. Lao Pai's mind bust. Instinctively he repeated, one head. In exchange for 100 acres. A big residence. And a servant. Exactly. The veteran slapped his thigh. Even if I die in battle due to bad luck, my title and the land I earn will still be inherited by my son. The government recognizes it in black and white. The veteran grew more animated, nearly spitting on Lao Pai's face with his fervor. I used to be just a horse handler. A lowly status. I had to kneel when I saw nobles. But now, he patted the sword in his hand. As long as I can kill enough, gain a high rank, I can also become an official. I can even be granted a noble title. In this great Chen, whether you're a dragon or a worm, it doesn't matter who your father is, it matters how many enemy heads you have. This is what we call fairness. Truly damn fair. Lao Pai was stunned. His mind began to race with calculation. One had 100 acres of villa land in a first-tier city, Xianyang 9 acres of courtyard, one lifetime, made a promotion in social status, inheritance rights for descendants. Holy crap. He unconsciously blurted out. At this moment, the comments in the live stream suddenly went silent. Completely silent. It felt as if the internet had been disconnected. But Lao Pai knew it wasn't a disconnection. Everyone was like him, stunned by this simple, brutal, bloody, yet utterly fair rule. Then the barrage exploded. It was not cheering, but a frenzied breakdown. What the hell? 100 acres. One head. I worked 16 hours a day in a tycoon's factory for 10 years. I can't even afford a 2 square meter sleep pod. I was optimized out at 35. Optimized out. I stayed up all night coding. My hair fell out. My boss used my bonus to buy the latest floating sports car. What did I get? A damn electronic certificate. Outstanding cattle and horses. In this cyber age, where is the upward mobility? The path has long been welded shut by the tycoons. Born as cattle and horses, die as cattle and horses. Hard work. What good does it do? But in Great Chen, one head truly buys land. Truly buys a house. Truly lets you cross classes. Is this the ancient era? Is this hell? This is clearly paradise. The ultimate dream of laborers. Flesh and blood suffer, military merit ascends. I've realized. Now when I look at those Yin soldiers, why do I feel like golden light is radiating from their heads? It reads moving property certificate. They've gone mad. All gone mad. But I really want to join them. Lao Pai gazed at the undisguised desire for heads and titles in the eyes of the veteran and squad leader while listening to the frenzied roars in his mind. All of his previous misunderstandings, all his rational analyses were shattered in that instant. This was not an army forced into service. This was a group that had caught the scent of blood, seen the ladder to heaven, willingly transforming into beasts. The king of the competition, using the most primal violence to carve out a bloody path. Whoa! The low, deep sound of a horn suddenly rang out. The rest period was over. Everyone immediately got up, their movements astonishingly swift. Lao Pai hurriedly got up as well. At that moment, he saw not far away an old man with somewhat graying hair, dressed in ordinary leather armor, squatting beside a supply cart, touching the axle. Several soldiers were gathered around him, and the old man was talking to them while touching the cart. He did not look like a general, but rather like an old craftsman. Who is that? Lao Pai whispered to the squad leader. The squad leader glanced at him, his eyes immediately filled with awe, and lowered his voice. Show. That is the great General Wang Jian. Lao Pai was taken aback. Wang Jian, the one who commanded 600,000 troops to annihilate Chu. This is the old man squatting down, touching the cart axle. Before he could think too deeply, Wang Jian had already stood up. He did not ascend to any high platform, nor was there any grand spectacle. He simply walked to the front of the line and mounted an equally ordinary war horse. With a swish, he drew his sword. The tip of the sword pointed towards the blurry outline of a city that had just appeared on the distant horizon. All the Qin soldiers, including Lao Pai, instantly held their breath. The green light in their eyes was nearly bursting forth. Wang Jian spoke, his voice not loud, but carried clearly to everyone's ears with the wind. There was no mention of for the great Qin, no glorious dream. Only one sentence. Ahead lies the city. In that city are gold, silk, and women. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the countless faces below, filled with twisted desire. Also your ranks, your land, your residences. They're all inside. If you want. He suddenly swung his sword forward. Then go take it. Kill. 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 The silent black torrent transformed in that instant into a boiling, roaring volcano. A burly man next to Lao Pai ripped off his leather armor from the waist up, bare-chested, raised his spear, and charged forward. My 100 acres of land. Charge. More people followed suit, shedding their cumbersome armor, eyes bloodshot, howling as they sprinted forward. This was a heist. A heist for money. A heist for houses. A heist for the future. Lao Pai felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, his ears filled with the pounding of his heart and the surrounding frenzied battle cries. He looked at the 0.2mm Qin crossbow in his hands, and then glanced at the comments in the live stream, those still breaking down, lamenting, and envious. To hell with the 996. To hell with the capitalists. To hell with the sleep pods. Lao Pai raised his crossbow towards the live stream, using all his strength to roar, brothers, watch closely. Today, I, Lao Pai, will seize my 100 acres of flat land in Xianyang. Kill. He followed that bare-chested, frenzied black tide and charged towards the distant city. In the apartment, Su Chun watched the barrage on the screen, which had gone completely mad. Values collapsed and rebuilt due to the military merit and rank system, and saw Lao Pai leading the charge with red eyes. He picked up his cup and took a leisurely sip. Heads in exchange for ranks, heads in exchange for land. Do you understand now, cyber folks? This is the ultimate succubus. Not talking to you about feelings, but doing business with you. Exchanging lives for a tangible future. Kill. Lao Pai surged forward with the bare-chested black tide, his ears filled only with the thunderous pounding of his own heart and the frenzied battle cries of madmen around him. 100 mu of a penthouse-level residence. Charge. This thought burned fiercely in his mind. Then he plunged headlong into the true battlefield. All around him were only sickening sounds. The wet thwip of flesh parting, the sharp crack of bone breaking, and instantly something warm and metallic, thick with the scent of rust, splattered across his face. To his left, a burly, bare-chested man who had just been roaring moments before suddenly slumped sideways, a shaft of arrow piercing his throat. He collapsed like a sack of grain. To his right, a Yin soldier's abdomen was ripped open by a dagger axe, his entrails spilled onto the ground. He was not yet dead. His hands scrabbled blindly at the earth, emitting guttural, choking gasps. Lao Pai's legs turned to water. The feverish rush of blood ignited by thoughts of military merit vanished in an instant, chilled, extinguished. This was no game. This was a meat grinder. What are you staring at? Do you want to die? A hoarse, explosive roar erupted beside him. Before Lao Pai could react, he was violently yanked sideways. Fwoosh! An arrow whistled past his ear and buried itself deep in the chest of some unlucky soul behind him. His rescuer was a Qin soldier, his face streaked with soot and blood, features indiscernible, yet his eyes blazed with terrifying intensity. Without even glancing at Lao Pai, the soldier wheeled and lunged at a Yin armored warrior who had just felled a comrade. The Yin warrior wore leather armor and wielded a sword, an imposing, dangerous figure. Yet the Qin soldier charged as though death held no meaning. He ignored the sword slashing toward him and instead took the blow squarely on his shoulder. Clang! Leather armor split open, blood gushed forth. He didn't even grunt. With the momentum of his charge, his bronze short sword drove deep into the Yin warrior's throat and then wrenched sideways with brutal force. A head frozen in disbelief rolled onto the blood-soaked earth. The soldier bent low, seized it by the hair, and moved with practiced efficiency to tie it to the knotted rope at his waist. Moments earlier, the livestream chat had erupted in panic over Lao Pai's peril. Now it exploded anew. Brilliant. First blood. Did you see that? 100 mu secured. This brother is ruthless. Traded his shoulder for a head. No loss here, pure profit. Lao Pai stood utterly transfixed. At that very moment, thud, a spear thrust from the flank pierced the soldier's chest without warning. Its tip burst forth from his sternum, dripping crimson down the shaft. The soldier froze mid-motion. He looked down, first at the spearhead protruding from his chest, then at the severed head still dangling limply in his hand unsecured. Then slowly he turned his gaze toward Lao Pai. His lips parted, as if to speak, but only froth and blood welled up. Staggering, he collapsed forward into Lao Pai's arms. Instinctively, Lao Pai reached out and caught him. The soldier was heavy, dragging Lao Pai down with him onto the ground. The Yin warrior's head tumbled, rolling noisily to rest at Lao Pai's feet. The soldier slumped against Lao Pai's chest, his fingers digging deep into Lao Pai's arm, nails nearly breaking skin. With his other hand trembling, he fumbled inside his own tunic as though searching for something. After long desperate groping, what emerged was neither coin nor weapon, but a pair of shoes, hand-stitched from scraps of cloth, various hues, uneven thicknesses, its sole absurdly thick. The stitching was crooked, crude, yet undeniably sturdy. Gazing at them, the soldier's eyes grew distant, unfocused. Then those blood-caked, mud-streaked hands went slack. The shoes dropped onto the muddy ground, soaked with blood and rainwater. Ding! A cold mechanical system chime resonated, not only in Lao Pai's ears, but in the ears of every viewer watching the live stream. Contact with relic of a Chen soldier. Triggering memory fragment. Hifu's letter home. Lao Pai's vision. The Xianyang palace, the battlefield, the clamor of war, the stench of blood, all dissolved. He stood now in a courtyard of yellow loam, so dilapidated it defied description. The house was built of thatch and mud, its walls fissured by deep cracks through which the wind howled mournfully. The sky hung low and leaden heavy with impending rain. A woman, gaunt to the point her cheekbones jutted sharply, sat upon the threshold, needle and thread in hand, staring helplessly at the last ragged scrap of fabric. Beside her crouched two children. Their heads appeared oversized, their limbs thin as reeds. Their eyes followed ants crawling across the dirt floor, swallowing dryly again and again. From within the house came the ragged coughs of an elder. The woman lifted her gaze toward a man standing in the courtyard. His back was turned to Lao Pai. He was sharpening a state-issued bronze sword. He did it with solemn concentration. Lao Pai recognized him instantly, the soldier. His name was Hifu. Hifu. The woman began, her voice raw and hushed. War is merciless. Please stay out of harm's way. Our home cannot survive without you. Hifu paused his sharpening. He did not turn. Stay out. His voice was low, grave. If I do, next year's taxes remain unpaid, and you and your 3 children will be dragged to the market square and sold as slaves. The woman fell silent, lowering her head once more to her mending, tears falling steadily onto the coarse fabric. Hifu set aside the whetstone, rose, and walked to his eldest son, placing a gentle hand upon the boy's head. The child looked up, eyes wide, bewildered. Hifu's own eyes glistened. Abruptly, he spun around, gripping the bronze sword with such force his knuckles whitened. This time, I will not hide. He faced his wife, each word carved like stone. I must kill. 1 armored warrior means 100 mu of land, for our family. 9 mu for our courtyard. Even should I fall. His voice cracked, but he pressed on fiercer still. That land belongs to my eldest son. He shall wed, raise children. Never suffer as I have, never live as a despised commoner. The woman could hold back no longer. She sobbed aloud, thrusting the shoes into his arms. Take them. Wear them on the road. Hefting them, Hifu stared for a long moment, then tucked them deep into his tunic, pressing them firmly against his chest. Without another glance back, he strode from the crumbling courtyard. The vision shattered. Lao Pai returned, jarringly, to the carnage of the battlefield. Hifu still lay in his arms, his blood soaking both their garments. As if sensing something, his glazed eyes struggled to focus, locking onto Lao Pai's. Then, summoning his final strength, he seized Lao Pai's arm and shoved him hard toward the Yin warrior's head lying motionless on the ground. Carry it, bring it back. Blood bubbled from his mouth, his voice was barely a whisper. Count it as mine. For my eldest son, to buy land. With that final word, the light in his eyes faded, utterly extinguished. Yet his eyes remained wide open, fixed unblinking toward Xianyang. Lao Pai sat frozen in the pool of blood, ice flooding his veins, unable to move. In the live stream, 3 million viewers. Just 1 minute earlier, the chat had scrolled endlessly with pure profit. Unbelievable. 100 mu. Now, not a single line of text. Silence, absolute suffocating. Deeper than the silence that followed the Ishui cold incident. More profound, more hollow. After a long, unbearable pause, a single message trembled onto the screen. I thought they were monsters. Turns out, they were simply fathers, trying to feed their families. That sentence opened the floodgates. Even in death, he clung to those 100 mu. Is this the military merit rank system? A father's life traded for his son's land. Cyber-era oligarchs condemn us to slow death on assembly lines, while the Chen system demands instant violent sacrifice on the battlefield. Which cruelty runs deeper? I'm crying, truly weeping. And just moments ago I envied him. Those shoes, damn it, those ragged, crooked shoes. With trembling hands, Lao Pai slowly reached out and gently closed Hifu's eyes. His fingers brushed Hifu's face, cold as stone. He looked down at the mud-smeared, blood-drenched, lopsided cloth shoes lying on the ground. Then at the Yin warrior's severed head beside them, its expression locked in frozen shock. 100 mu of land. 9 mu for a dwelling. 1 servant. Was this the price? In his apartment, Su Chun watched the live feed. Its chat now heavy, somber, collectively introspective. He watched Lao Pai sitting dazed in the blood-soaked earth. He watched Hifu's body growing steadily colder. He raised his cup, took a sip of water, and spoke softly to the empty room. Do you understand now? This is the true succubus. She offers no lofty ideals. She draws no grand promises. She simply seizes the softest, most tender place in your heart, your family, your poverty. Then she dangles before you a prize you can see, but must pay for with your life. And you, willingly, desperately, offer yourself up. That temptation is ultimate. Old Pai sat beside the cold holographic pod, his helmet thrown on the ground. His face was wet with tears, and he was unaware of it. In his mind, he still saw Hei Fu's unblinking eyes and the pair of tattered shoes stained with mud and blood on the ground. Take it back. Count it as mine. For my family's dewa. To exchange for land. This phrase buzzed in his ears. The indicator light of the holographic pod slowly changed from red back to standby blue, while the screen displayed a line of small text. Detected user heart rate too high, emotional fluctuations exceeded safety threshold, forcibly disconnected. The live stream screen was black, but the comments were going wild. Old Pai, are you okay? Damn, I felt suffocated just watching that through the screen. Hey Fu, I cried like a dog. Those shoes. Those shoes. If you treat me like a national hero, I must repay you as a national hero. Did Hei Fu think the same? So who is the true blood-sucking demon? Is it the Chaebol or the Qin dynasty that explicitly prices your life? The game de Qin has almost cured my mental illness, but now I feel suffocated, both sour and swollen. Don't say anymore. I've already started a thread on the cyberspace forum titled "De Qin Expose the Chaebol's Underbelly on the Ultimate Forms of Exploitation." I'm going to. This topic has to trend today. Old Pai ignored the comments. He slowly got up and walked. Outside, the city was perpetually illuminated by neon lights. Silent streams of hovering vehicles glided by, and on a massive holographic billboard, a sexy virtual songstress was twisting her waist, promoting the latest sensory immersion package. Cold and dazzling, it felt like two completely unrelated worlds compared to the yellow earth courtyard he had just been in, that blood-soaked battlefield. He looked down at his hands. There was nothing on them, no blood, no dirt. But they felt heavy. Almost at the same moment Old Pai went offline, the entire internet exploded. Not in some corner, but a full-scale explosion. On the cyberspace forum, 8 out of the top 10 trending posts contained words like De Qin Zulong, Hei Fu, and meritorious nobility. E-Dimension video site clips of Old Peace live broadcast were skyrocketing in views at a rate of 1 million per minute. The most exaggerated was the Weiguang social platform. Trending first, Hei Fu's tattered shoes. Trending second, if you treat me as a national hero. Trending third, why design a demoness when you could design Zulong? Trending fifth is trading your head for a house. Ultimate fairness or ultimate cruelty. Trending 8, cyber workers breaking down real records. Clicking in it was all screenshots, discussions, and essays. I used to think demoness was just about long legs and black stockings making your heart race. Now I understand that a true demoness can grasp the softest part of your heart, making you willingly give your life away. The Chaebols boil frogs in warm water with consumerism, painting a beautiful picture, making you work overtime, and ultimately optimizing you. Zulong is more direct. 100 acres of good land, 9 acres of houses, a servant clearly priced, buying your life. Which one do you choose? I choose Zulong. At least I know why I die and what I can gain. Unlike now where I die without knowing why. So De Qin Zulong is the true demoness work right. The way it captivates people's hearts is through dimensional. This storm instantly reached the official page of the global game design competition. The real-time popularity. This list refreshes every minute, combining dozens of metrics, including views, discussion levels, reward amounts, and experience duration. Previously, the top 20 were all stable, featuring covers in various shades of pink and purple, shimmering with neon. Catgirls, mechanical, maid, cyber, nuns, elf, princesses. Each one either biting their lip, winking, or wearing pitifully scant clothing. The tags were uniform, ultimate, heartfelt, sweet interaction, delicate, and charming healing system. Then just after this minute's refresh, everyone following the leaderboard paused for a moment. In the 20th position, something with a completely different style had forcibly squeezed in. The cover was a stark, grim black. The background featured a tattered, flying black dragon flag. A figure dressed in a dark black robe with their back to the screen sat on a high throne, leaving only a cold, arrogant silhouette that seemed to overlook all beings. The tag had only one word written in an ancient font: unity of the world. Titled De Qin Zulong. Above it in 19th place was a pink-haired Bijid cat girl who was winking tag cuteness is justice. Below it in 21st place was a mechanical maid wearing tight leather showcasing her curves tagged master's dog. It itself was stuck in the middle like a black guillotine cleaving through a sea of pink cotton candy. Forums and social platforms instantly added new entertainment. Ha ha ha, what am I seeing? Leaderboard a timeless emperor mixed in among 19 peripheral girls. This contrast is too absurd. How did the art style change like this? Look at Zulong's back, it's as if saying, how did so many flashy tramps sneak into my kingdom? Those cat girls are shaking their butts for rewards while Zulong is issuing orders to conquer the 6 kingdoms. Can they be compared? I can't stop laughing at this ranking, must be a joke. Don't you understand? This is the true demoness. Those borderline characters can only deceive the lower half of Zulong, can make you willingly offer your upper half head and your whole life. Now looking at the top-ranked demoness Lilith, I suddenly find it flavorless like drinking plain water. Same here after seeing Zulong looking at these feels like watching children play house. Lilith my sweet, how would you like me to accompany you today? A magnetic male voice echoed in the luxurious hologram. This was the experience space of demoness Lilith decorated in extreme romantic luxury with a sweet scent lingering in the air. The popular streamer Phantom Thorn was lying on a velvet bed dressed in an exquisite silk nightgown, her beauty dazzling, currently smiling charmingly at the air. Before her was an unrealistically beautiful virtual demoness Lilith wearing almost transparent gauze, her gaze captivating, delicately tracing her collarbone with her slender fingers. In the live stream room, her fans were in a frenzy. Sister Phantom Thorn is stunning. Lilith is my wife. This is the true demoness. That Chen is eerie, it scares people to death. Exactly, a demoness should look like a demoness. Oh, what's the point of all those historical gimmicks? Support Phantom Thorn, the goddess of the beauty zone forever. Phantom Thorn enjoyed this atmosphere, preparing to have Lilith perform an even hotter dance. Suddenly the tone of the comments in the live stream changed. And it changed drastically. A wave of completely unfamiliar IDs flooded in the comments, scrolling rapidly. Stop looking at your electronic trash. Hurry and watch Chen Zulong. What's the point of watching borderline content? Better to go kill someone in Chen in exchange for a house. Laughing to death, this thing compared to Zulong is simply the weakest of the weak. Streamer quickly experienced what true charm is: dimensional suppression. Phantom Thorn wouldn't dare go with she, afraid to be scared to tears by Zulong's glance. Is this the beauty zone? Has the aesthetic level dropped to this extent? Phantom Thorn's smile froze on her face. She looked at those comments that were scrolling by, clearly filled with sarcasm, her brows furrowing little by little. Room manager, clear the screen. Her tone turned cold. Where did these haters come from? The room manager began to mute users, but there were too many people to control. The comments kept coming, and more of them. Phantom Thorn's fans began to fight back, and both sides started arguing in the live stream. What a Chen, I've never even heard of it, just a hype dog. A pitch-black broken game, how can it be called a demoness? Our Lilith could take out your so-called Zulong with just one glance. Exactly, can our Lilith understand men? Phantom Thorn grew more and more angry. As a top-tier beauty streamer, she had evaluated countless romance and beauty-oriented works and was known for her picky taste. She firmly believed that the core of a demoness is sensory stimulation and emotional comfort. Those who focus on history, warfare, and depth were all misguided, completely misunderstanding the market. Now a broken game with a depressing art style that emerged from nowhere actually dared to invade her live stream and spoke of dimensional suppression. Heh. Phantom Thorn sneered, looking at the camera with a tone full of disdain. Chen Zulong, right? I've heard of it. It seems to be about some historical gimmicks. A bunch of inexperienced people just seeing a dark and grim style gets them all excited. She flicked her hair, her demeanor arrogant. A demoness should make people's hearts race, make them addicted, let them feel extreme pleasure and allure. A dark and violent NPC, can it understand men like my Lilith? Can it make hearts race like my Lilith? She looked at those comments, still urging her to go watch Zulong, deciding to open the eyes of these country bumpkins. Fine, since you guys are blowing it up, I will personally go experience Chen Zulong. Let me see what capabilities it has to dare call itself a demoness, if it's not as good as it claims. Her eyes turned cold. Then don't blame Phantom Thorn for being ruthless with my words. After saying that, she directly exited the experience of demoness Lilith. In the competition library, she found the work ranked 20th with a cover of deep black Chen Zulong. Click, entering. In the apartment, a massive screen in front of Chen was divided into several sections. One displayed the trending list. One showed the real-time competition leaderboard. One was a real-time scrolling feed of various forum posts. And another was the back-end data of Chen Zulong. The data curve shot up like a rocket. The number of users experiencing it exploded. The discussion heat exploded. The reward amount, although not much, was also on the rise. Chen leaned against the chair's back, slowly sipping energy drink. He looked at the trending topics: hey fuss, tattered shoes, and if you treat me as a national hero, at the incongruous deep black cover on the leaderboard, at those posts in the forums that ranged from ha 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 to philosophical discussions. Especially seeing the streamer named Phantom Thorn furiously clicking into her game screen. He smiled. Is this what breaks the defense? This is just the beginning. The meritorious nobility system, hey fuss family letters, is just an appetizer. The moment Huan Ci clicked to enter the Great Qin, the first sovereign one thought flashed through her mind, pitch black, just cheap theatrics. Her vision blurred, and when she opened her eyes again, she stood in an unfamiliar place. She stood inside a palace, vast beyond measure. Its ceiling soared into shadow, its pillars were colossal, thick enough to dwarf giants. The floor was paved with dark blue stone polished to a mirror-like sheen. The air carried a faint, indescribable scent. Earthy and metallic like damp soil mingled with aged bronze overlaid with the barest trace of incense. It bore none of the cloying sweetness of modern perfume. She glanced down at herself. She wore coarse, unbleached hemp cloth, dull gray archaic in cut with a wide, low neckline that exposed pale shoulders and a delicate clavicle. TCH. So this is my spawn point identity, courtesan or concubine. Huan Ci muttered inwardly. Fine. At least it fits the proximity to the sovereign premise. Now it was time for her performance. She adjusted her expression. Innocent yet alluring eyes laced with subtle, irresistible hooks. Then she lifted her gaze toward the front of the hall and froze. Rows of officials lined both sides, civil ministers in defewed robes, military officers in lacquered leather armor. Rigid as carved statues, heads bowed, breath held in reverent silence. At the highest dais sat a man clad in black robes embroidered with golden motifs, his back turned toward her, seated upon an immense throne-like chair. Even from behind, his presence pressed down like a mountain. Huan Ci curled her lip. Back view charisma. Just empty mystique. Wait till I make him turn. Then watch me bewitch him utterly. She drew a slow, steadying breath, recalling 100 iterations of the tyrannical sovereign falls for me script. Step 1, seize attention. Huan Ci swayed forward, hips tracing deliberate arcs. She feigned unsteadiness, as if overwhelmed by the hall's solemn gravity, then summoned her most practiced voice, a breathy, trembling falsetto honed to melt even the stoniest heart. Master. Her voice echoed, lingering in the vaulted silence. Triumph flared in her chest. It was settled. According to the script, the sovereign would now pivot in curiosity, stunned by her legendary beauty, his gaze igniting with raw, possessive hunger. But he did not turn. Only silence answered her, a deeper, more suffocating silence than before. Puzzled, Huan Ci wrist aside. She saw it then. The rigid ministers and generals, who moments ago had stared blankly ahead, had all raised their heads. Not in awe, not in desire. They stared as one might stare at a lunatic who'd crashed a funeral and begun stripping mid-eulogy, eyes wide not with lust, but with bone-deep, paralyzing terror. A white-bearded elder near her had gone deathly pale, his beard trembled visibly. A scarred general in gleaming armor had already drawn his hand to his sword hilt, his glare feral, ready to tear her limb from limb. The temperature in the hall plummeted as if winter itself had breached its walls. Huan Ci's pulse stuttered. Something was wrong. Terribly wrong. This NPC's response defied every behavioral parameter. Shouldn't his reaction tags read awe, curiosity, interest? Why terror? Why lethal intent? Panic flickered, but defiance burned hotter. It must be insufficient intensity. Yes, men of such supreme authority craved boldness. She clenched her jaw and committed. Pretending her foot slipped, she let out a soft, startled cry, ah, and launched herself forward in a calculated fall toward the dais. Her trajectory was flawless. She would land precisely at the foot of the steps leading to the throne, perhaps even graze the sovereign's boot in the process, then lifting a tear-glistened face. Perfect. As her body tilted forward, on the very brink of impact, the figure on the throne moved. He did not turn. Merely tilted his head, just enough to reveal a single sharp. Then his voice rang out, low level, devoid of inflection. Yet each syllable struck the flagstones like frozen hail, piercing Huan Ci's ears with glacial clarity. A witless creature ignorant of propriety, righteousness, integrity, and shame. Huan Ci froze midair, her mind roaring with static. What? His voice continued, utterly emotionless. Only pure, unadulterated revulsion and cold. Remove her. Execute. The final word fell like a gavel striking judgment. Before Huan Ci could grasp the meaning of execute, 2 iron-hard arms seized her upper arms from either side. The twin black-armored guards, towering implacable, dragged her backward without mercy, hauling her still-crouched form like livestock bound for slaughter. Why wait? Huan Ci shrieked, panic shattering her composure. Sovereign. I am. She meant to shout, I'm here to enchant you. Was her face not exquisite? Her voice not entrancing? But the guards ignored her completely. Her sandals scraped violently against the stone, shrieking in protest. She twisted her neck, desperate for one last look at the man on the throne. All she saw was that black silhouette, already turned fully away as though he'd merely brushed aside a buzzing fly. Not even a second's regard. No, let go. You can't. She was dragged from the hall out into the blinding expanse of the outer plaza. Sunlight stabbed her eyes. One guard forced her knees to the ground with brutal force. The other unsheathed a long bronze sword with a sharp ringing hiss. Its blade caught the sun, flashing with merciless icy light. Huan Ci's pupils contracted to pinpricks. Full sensory immersion registered with absolute fidelity. The cold steel kissed the nape of her neck, then sliced forward in one swift, decisive motion. Shill. Warm liquid sprayed, thick and sudden. Her vision spun wildly. For a fractured instant, she glimpsed her own headless body still kneeling there. Then, blackness swallowed her whole. You have been executed. Connection severed. Huan Ci jolted upright from her holopod, gasping like a drowning woman. Her face was ashen, her hands clutched her throat, where phantom cold and searing pain still lingered. Her entire body trembled. Meanwhile, her live stream, after 3 seconds of vacuum-like silence, it exploded, not just loudly but with volcanic apocalyptic force dwarfing even the most legendary past meltdowns. Ha ha ha. Help. I laughed so hard my neighbor called the cops. Master. Execute. Ha ha ha, just one word. Clean. Brutal. The first sovereign reigns supreme. This woman is absolutely fearless. Trying seduction on Qin Shi Huang. Did her brain get pickled in cyber butter? The look on the first sovereign's face. Let me describe it like spotting a slab of greasy pork dust-covered and dropped onto the imperial kitchen floor. Disgust incarnate. She fancied herself Su Daji, the ultimate femme fatale, while to the first sovereign, she wasn't even worthy of wiping his boots. And that fall, she didn't fall. She fell straight into immediate decapitation. Pure uncut I never believed it until now. To the first sovereign beauty. What garbage is that? Does it unify the warring states? Does it administer prefectures? If not, get out. Huan Ci's fans, where are you? Step forward. Does your ultimate succubus Lilith really stir men's hearts? Stir them right into losing their heads. This, brothers, is true masculine allure. No games, no illusions. Only absolute loyalty. Absolute reverence. Absolute surrender of your life and your soul. Deceit and subterfuge are mere jokes before absolute power. Huan Ci'll expose the fraud. The first sovereign fraud. What fraud? Decapitated, and truth is confirmed. Hilarious. Huan Ci stared at the flood of ha-ha-ha and merciless mockery, watching her fans' feeble defenses vanish beneath the tide. Her face flushed crimson, then drained to sickly green. She recalled her pre-entry boast. Does anyone truly understand men better than my Lilith? If she fails to deliver, don't blame me for speaking plainly. Now, whose plain speech had struck hardest? Hers. She had been publicly unmasked, not by rival streamers, but by a single unblinking NPC, stripped of dignity, credibility, and broadcast authority in one brutal, humiliating stroke. Beauty as justice. Sensation as supremacy. Before such transcendent authority, such utter indifference to ornament and allure, they were nothing. Less than nothing. The aesthetic framework and value system she had built her entire identity upon shattered in that single monosyllabic command execute. In his apartment, Su Chun watched the riotous stream of comments flooding Huan Ci's feed, the ecstatic chaos the image of her ashen hollowed face. He drained the last of his energy drink and tossed the can, perfect arc, into the bin. That's it. He shook his head mildly bored. Thought she'd last a few minutes longer. Looks like this cyberage succubus specialist has no inkling, none whatsoever, of what true charisma actually is. The screen of the Huan Ci live stream was still flooded with ha-ha-ha, but the scene had already shifted to Lao Pai. Lao Pai was unaware that the outside world was going crazy over Wance's social death. He was trudging along a yellow dirt road following the Black Army. Time seemed to accelerate. A small tag appeared in the upper right corner of the live stream, time acceleration warp. The bullet comments were still savoring the humor from Wance's earlier antics. I can't stop laughing, folks. It only took 3 seconds from Big King to slay. Zulong Succubus. What succubus? Anyone who hinders my unification of the 6 nations is trash. Now the beauty of the aesthetic district has become a joke. I wonder who still dares to say Zulong lacks charm. However, soon the laughter in the comments ceased. Because the battle had truly begun. It wasn't a village skirmish, it was a nation's annihilation. The first target, the state of Wei Daliang. Lao Pai arrived at the city gates with the troops. He had a new scar on his face, his leather armor replaced by heavier iron armor, and hanging from his waist were not human heads, but wooden plaques inscribed with his military rank. Gongshi Shangzhao. He was really climbing the ranks step by step. The bullet comments read, Lao Pai is doing well, he's made it into the ranks. Looks like he's done a lot of killing. A villa is just around the corner. Then they saw that the Qin army did not directly attack the city. They were digging a canal. Digging a massive canal leading to the Yellow River not far away. The cyber audience was bewildered. What are they doing? Surrounding the city to cut off supplies. This efficiency is too low. Is this the ancient engineering capability? How long will it take to dig? Lao Pai was also digging, his hands covered in blisters. Days later the canal was completed. Wang Jian stood atop a high point waving his command flag. Break the dam. Boom. The waters of the Yellow River surged like a released yellow beast, roaring into the artificial canal and crashing violently against the towering city walls of Daliang. The flood overflowed the city walls and poured into the city. From afar, Lao Pai and all the viewers could hear the despairing cries from within the city, drowned by the sound of rushing water. The live stream fell silent. After a long while, a bullet comment floated by. I thought a war was just lining up. This is altering the map. They directly diverted the Yellow River. This engineering capability. This cruelty. I have goosebumps. Lao Pai looked at the vast expanse of Daliang's city, transformed into a sea. He remained silent, touching the wooden plaque at his waist. This title, this land, was earned this way. Time continued to accelerate. The second stopped the state of Chu. This time there were no shortcuts. Lao Pai stood on a hillside looking down. He was already 100 generals, commanding 100 men. Before him lay an endless expanse of black flags, black armor like a sea of darkness silently covering the land. 600,000 troops. Wang Jin stood in the center, an old man with graying hair like a black reef. Again, there was no pre-battle mobilization, no nonsense. The horn sounded. The sea of black stirred, slowly pressing against the equally massive formation of the Chu army. Then they collided. The most primal, brutal clash, tearing and death, was visible. Lao Pai, along with his 100 men, merged into the black torrent. He swung his sword, parried, hacked, sustaining new injuries. He watched as a newly replenished soldier next to him was pierced through by a spear in his first battle. He personally beheaded a Chu army officer, tying the head to his waist. His rank on the wooden plaque could rise another level. The bullet comments were too busy to joke. 600,000. How did they manage the logistics? What do they eat? What do they drink? This organization is even more ridiculous than our company's multinational project coordination. Are they really just here to grab land and money? Why do I feel like a bulldozer flattening everything different? The war dragged on for year after year. On the map, the colors representing Han, Zhao Wei, Chu, and Yin gradually turned black one by one. The youthful innocence had long faded from Lao Pi's face. His eyes now mirrored those of the old soldiers around him, somewhat wooden, but also somewhat fierce. The wooden plaque at his waist had been replaced with a more refined bronze plaque, Bujian Daifu. He even obtained a land deed for 100 acres near Xianyang, though he had no time to return and inspect it. The focus of the comments had shifted. I think I understand a bit. They aren't robbing, they are establishing an unprecedented unified order, taking a pile of chaotic jigsaw pieces and forcibly melting them down, recasting them into a whole. This vision is far beyond what my boss thinks about how to extract more surplus value from us every day. Finally, at the border of Qi, Lao Pai followed the army, once more forming ranks. The sea of black spread out once again, boundless. But this time there were no soldiers waiting in formation on the walls of Qi. The city gates slowly opened. King Jian of Qi, dressed in white, holding a jade seal and a map, walked out alone, knelt before the Qin army, and surrendered. The last banner that did not belong to the black flag slowly descended. Lao Pai stood in the ranks watching this scene. A scar ran from his brow to his chin, left over from the extermination of Chu. His armor was covered in scratches and indelible black-red stains. The sword he held had been replaced several times. The bronze plaque at his waist read, Official Daifu. Behind him stood the silent mountain-like black formation. Everyone watched as that flag fell. There were no cheers, no celebrations. Only a heavy, suffocating feeling permeated the air. It was the long-cherished wish of generations of Qin people finally fulfilled. Suddenly, all players experiencing Qin Zulong, all live streams. The screen simultaneously darkened. It was not a disconnection. Within the game, the entire world darkened, as if night had fallen. Then a deep, mournful horn sound, seemingly echoing from the end of time, rang in everyone's ears. In the darkness, lines of ancient, twisted text slowly emerged, emitting a golden glow. The translation followed. Main campaign ended. Han, Zhao Wei, Chu, Yin, Qi, all have been vanquished. The 6 kings have perished, the 4 seas united. The 6 kings have perished, the 4 seas united. Lao Pai murmured once. In the live stream, the comments went completely crazy. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. It's like being electrocuted. What a feeling. The world is unified. Just like that. Unified. It's all black. Completely black. Is this 4 seas united? I never thought this term would carry such weight. Tears are welling up, brothers, who I don't know why, but I just want to cry. This is better than watching any passionate anime. This is the ultimate romance. The screen lit up again. Lao Pai followed the triumphant army back to Xianyang. Once again, he stood in the vast square in front of the Xianyang palace. A sea of people. Black flags like a forest. He stood in the ranks looking up at the high steps. That dark figure appeared there once more, facing away from the masses. But this time Lao Pai felt no fear. Only an indescribable calmness and a hint of pride. He stood in this army. He was a drop of water in this black torrent. This empire had his blood, the heads he had severed, the titles and lands he had earned. No one mocked. This NPC is so pretentious. Everyone looked at that figure, holding their breath instinctively. Emperor. Someone whispered. I am the first emperor. A voice not loud, but clearly resonated throughout the square, echoing in every place. Future generations will count from the 2nd generation to the 3rd, and even to the 10,000th, passed down endlessly. Wow. The black dragon flag danced wildly in the wind. The black crowd, like black waves, slowly bowed their heads in that direction. Lao Pai also lowered his head. In the live stream, the last bullet comment slowly floated by, receiving countless likes. I used to think they were locusts. Now I see they are the road roller of history, flattening all the chaotic old world smooth as can be. Then on top of that, they built a straight road named Huaxia. This is getting more interesting. What will happen next? Is it time to enjoy it now? The golden characters the six kings have perished, the four seas are united, slowly faded away before all the players' eyes. Lao Pai stood in the victorious ranks, touching the bronze plaque of official on his waist, the feeling of sharing glory still lingering in his heart. Then the system prompt popped up. Detected that the players' accumulated military achievements have reached the standard. Granting title County Lieutenant of Anlu County, Nanjun. Immediate assumption of office. Lao Pai was taken aback, and the live chat room burst into laughter. Holy crap, Lao Pai really became an official. County Lieutenant. Responsible for public safety. Equivalent to the head of a police station. 100 acres of land hasn't even warmed up, and I'm being assigned a job already. The Qin dynasty's civil service system is so efficient. Hurry up. Let me see what it feels like to be a local emperor. Lao Pai, remember to live stream when you collect rent. I want to see how you enjoy it. Lao Pai himself was amused. After fighting for so many years and taking so many heads, wasn't it all for this? He happily changed into a brand new official robe with some patterns which, although primarily black, looked much more impressive than military armor. The system assigned him 2 attendants, both wooden-faced NPCs. He led them on horseback, leaving the army and heading towards Anlu County in Nanjun. Along the way, he was already imagining thousands of households under his management, waking up in the morning listening to some tunes, going out for inspections, and the common folk would respectfully greet him as my Lord County Lieutenant. The taxes collected well. Although he couldn't pocket them all, there should be some benefits, right? This life is 1,000 times better than being a beast of burden in the real world. Brothers, good days are coming. Lao Pai grinned at the live stream. The chat exploded with envy, jealousy, anger. They arrived at Anlu County. Lao Pai rode in wearing his official robe, chest out and head held high. Then he sensed something was off. There were people in the city, but their gazes towards him were strange. It wasn't reverence, it was more like wariness and unfamiliarity. There were vendors selling goods by the street. Lao Pai felt a bit hungry and thought to grab something to eat, while also experiencing the feeling of being warmly received as a parent official. He walked up to a stall selling pancakes. The vendor was an old man dressed in coarse cloth typical of the Chu region. 1 pancake, please. Lao Pai said casually, pulling out a few half-2 coins issued during the Qin dynasty from his pocket round and with a square hole in the center. The old man looked at the coins, then at Lao Pai's Qin official attire, squeezed out a smile, waved his hand, and fished out a piece of golden pancake that was yellow, square, and stamped. My lord, I'm sorry, but your money. This old man here can't use it. We only accept this. The old man pointed at the Lao Pai. The chat, what's going on? Currency not accepted. That's normal, just conquered. They must still be using the Lao Pai, take out the gold. Don't you have gold from your military rewards? Lao Pai indeed had awarded gold, but it wasn't on him. He felt a bit embarrassed, rubbed his nose, and said then, Can I owe you? The old man's smile became even more forced, and he said nothing. Lao Pai left feeling disheartened without having eaten the pancake. He then walked to a liquor shop. This time he was smarter and asked first, what kind of money do you accept here? The shopkeeper took out several copper pieces that looked like small knives, knife currency. Lao Pai. The chat, goodness, another version. Did we just enter an old server that hasn't merged yet? The payment system is not compatible, Lao Pai. Lao Pai completely lost interest in shopping and returned to the county office, where it was even livelier. Several junior officials rushed over carrying a pile of bamboo slips. My Lord County Lieutenant, here are this county's household registrations and tax ledgers for this year. Please take a look. Lao Pai picked up a scroll and opened it. His eyes widened. The characters on the bamboo slips were twisted and curved. Some looked like birds, some like insects, and when connected they resembled chaotic symbols. As a person from the Qin state, how could he read the bird insect script of the Chu state? What was the difference between this and reading a celestial book? What is this saying? Lao Pai pointed at a section and asked. A junior official leaned over to take a look, stammering to explain in heavily accented official language. This is Dongxiang Sanlu. Population. Fields. Lao Pai felt overwhelmed. The chat was already laughing hysterically. Haha. The script is not compatible. Lao Pai, who am I? Where am I? What is this saying? This is like asking someone who only understands Chinese to suddenly read an Arabic ledger. The first hurdle in a multinational merger language system, incompatibility. But it didn't end there. Soon a noisy crowd burst in from outside. On one side were local merchants using the Chu state's measurement tools. On the other side were the Qin army logistics officers who came with Lao Pai using the Qin state's measurement tools. Both sides argued heatedly. Merchants, 1 stone weighs this much. Why do you say we are short on weight? Logistics officer, nonsense. According to my great Qin's standards, your stone is lacking by 30%. In another corner, a cloth seller was also arguing. Our 1 foot is this long. Nonsense. It's 1 finger shorter than the Qin foot. The county office instantly turned into a marketplace. Lao Pai sat in the hall watching the chaos below as the two sides clashed, listening to the incomprehensible local dialects of Chu and the awkward Qin accent, and staring at the ledger that looked like a celestial book. He felt his temples throb. Stop. Everyone stop. Lao Pai slammed the table. The scene quieted for a moment. Lao Pai pointed below, looking at the live stream, his expression nearly breaking down. Brothers, I thought I was here to be a local emperor. Instead, I'm here to be a multinational customer service representative. And I'm on the job without any training. Buying a pancake, currency not accepted. Looking at a ledger script not compatible. Collecting taxes measurement standards not compatible. What is this, county lieutenant? This is simply mediating international disputes. The cyber audience resonated instantly. The chat exploded. So real. Isn't this our current ecosystem? As charging cable won't charge BS device. CS documents open as garbled text in DS software. Each major conglomerate has its own set of standards. It's us users who suffer. Lao Pai, do you now understand the pain we face every day with system incompatibility? It turns out that coloring the map the same color doesn't mean unification. If this can't be resolved over time, everyone will play their own game, and this great unity will collapse in an instant. The ancestor dragon must be in pain now, right? Conquering the world is easy, but ruling it is hard. Lao Pai looked at the chat, then at the two groups below, now glaring at each other, preparing for a new round of arguments. He leaned back in despair. Can I not be an official anymore? I want to return to the battlefield and kill people. At least the rules there are simple. Just as Lao Pai was being tormented by this mess, really wanting to draw his sword and slash tap 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 tap. The sound of urgent hoofbeats came like a storm, suddenly stopping outside the county office. Imperial edict has arrived. A loud shout drowned out all the arguments. Everyone froze. A group of weather-beaten black-armored envoys from the royal city barged in with the leader, holding a scroll of black and gold edict, his expression stern. Lao Pai hurriedly stood up, and everyone in the hall whooshed and knelt down. The envoy unfolded the edict, his voice devoid of emotion, as if reading a cold system command. The emperor decrees the world is determined and laws are unified. Unified script. Abolish anything that does not conform with Chen script. Unified vehicle tracks. Unify measurements. Abolish the old coins of the 6 states and use Chen's half-2. The decree takes effect immediately. Anyone who disobeys shall be punished according to the law. So be it. The edict was short, just these few sentences. At the same time, a golden announcement forcibly popped up before all players with identical content. Inside the county office, there was a deathly silence. Lao Pai knelt, their mouth agape, his mind buzzing. The chaotic issues of currency incompatibility, script incompatibility, and measurement incompatibility that had just been swirling in his mind were just shattered by these few light words. Unified script. All characters can only be written in Chen seal script from now on. Unified vehicle tracks. All road axles must be rebuilt according to Chen standards. Unified measurements. All weights and measures that do not conform will be destroyed. Abolish the old coins of the 6 states. Only Chen's half-2 can be used. Lao Pai slowly raised his head, looking at the local junior officials and merchants who had just held Chu measurement tools, knife currency, and bamboo slips, inscribed with bird insect script. They turned pale, the things in their hands dropping to the ground with a thud. The Chen army logistics officers instantly straightened their backs. In the live stream, after a brief moment of vacuum, the chat exploded. Holy crap. Forced formatting. Full system reinstallation. I was wondering how to solve this. Ancestor dragon solve. Just delete the old and replace it with mine. So domineering. So brutal. But I really like it. Not satisfied. Then smash your weights. Melt your knife currency. Burn your bird insects. This is true great unification. Twisting you from the roots. Ancestor dragon is not a conqueror at all. He is the ultimate system architect. He is installing the same underlying operating system for the entire Huaxia civilization. This pattern. Cyber tycoons who engage in monopolies and closed ecosystems should take note. This is what it means to establish an ecosystem. Swift resolution, the aesthetics of administrative violence. Lao Pai slowly stood up, accepting the copy of the edict handed to him by the envoy. The cold touch made him shiver. Looking towards the confused former Chu nationals below, he suddenly understood. The man sitting in the Xianyang palace had long seen all this. Fighting was just the first step, called physical occupation. Now this step is called system coverage. Simple, brutal, and indisputable. But it's really damn effective. Lao Pai took a deep breath, feeling that the frustration and annoyance from before were swept away cleanly by this edict. What replaced it was an indescribable shock and a hint of excitement. It felt like he was participating in something far more impressive than fighting. Major forums and social media exploded. A topic like a virus instantly climbed to the top of all trends. If Qin Shi Huang were our ancestor, clicking in reveals a treasure trove of amusement. Brothers, I've realized, if the dragon ancestor is my ancestor, do I not need to memorize those damned 8 foreign languages? English, French, German, Japanese. Memorizing them has left me bald. The dragon ancestor would simply say those who do not adhere to Qin's script shall not be recognized. The whole world would have to take exams in classical Chinese. Below a comment follows, laughing to death, true cultural export, and it's the examination outline from 2,000 years ago. Today I crossed 3 financial conglomerate jurisdictions to work and spent 3.5 hours queuing for a visa. My legs went numb from standing. If the dragon ancestor were here, wouldn't all the land under heaven be his? Where would be the need for a visa? My ID card would be the toughest pass in the world. True. Last time I visited from company as jurisdiction to company BS, the border checks were stricter than anti-smuggling inspections. The most absurd part is this. In my left hand, I held a Type-C charging cable from Super Energy Technology, and in my right, a lightning connector from Phantom Electronics, with a magnetic charging head from Universal Group in front of me. 3 devices, 3 cables. It nearly drove me to flip the table. If the Dragon Ancestor were here, he would issue a decree in an instant unified charging ports. Anyone who dares to create exclusive interfaces or technological barriers would be dragged out and executed. Let's see who still dares to sell charging heads for more than the phones. Haha, unified charging port sounds good. Dragon Ancestor, what agreement? My agreement is the agreement. And those apps. Every financial conglomerate has its own ecosystem. Data is not interoperable. Switching devices feels like being reborn. Dragon Ancestor unified script. Unified tracks for vehicles. Unified data formats. Everyone shall use the same system. Thinking this way, the Dragon Ancestor is truly the savior of cyber workers. Savior? Clearly the ultimate client. But this client is giving way too much. The topic became more and more absurd and humorous. If the Dragon Ancestor were here, would the concept of school district housing even exist? Nationally unified textbooks, unified exams, and rigorous evaluations all would be imposed on us. But at least they would be clear and transparent. Traffic laws should be unified too, right? Now every jurisdiction has different speed limits and traffic regulations. One misstep, and you get fined. The most urgent unification should be taxes. Damn it, I pay 20 income tax in jurisdiction A, 15 consumption tax in jurisdiction B, and in jurisdiction C there's some digital space usage fee. It feels like half my income goes to various fees. Dragon Ancestor abolished the old currencies of the 6 states, implement Chen's half-tail. Simple and direct, I will only accept one form. Chen scrolled through the screen laughing heartily at the hilarious comments laced with strong realities. This is hitting the mark, brothers, let's keep the music playing. But soon under the amusement some different things began to appear. Some highly upvoted long articles were pushed to the top. The poster's ID carried tags like sociological observation and lover of historical philosophy. Titled The Great Chen, the ultimate sociological experiment against cyber civilization, the content roughly goes like this. We are all laughing, all playing with memes. But has anyone ever thought about why the Great Chen can make us so excited? Because it strikes at the deepest root of our cyber age's ailment, disconnection. The financial conglomerates, in a bid to monopolize profits, desperately create barriers. Technological barriers, language barriers, data barriers, class barriers. They have turned the world into isolated islands, and we are trapped in these islands, caught in a spiral, suffocating. Yet over 2,000 years ago, Chen Shi Huang, in the most iron-fisted, tyrannical, and even brutal way, did the opposite, shattered all barriers. Unified script is shattering the barriers of cultural identity. Unified tracks for vehicles is shattering the barriers of physical circulation. Unified measurements and currency is shattering the barriers of economic activity. With swords and laws, he forcibly inscribed a common underlying code into all the chaotic fragments of civilization on this land. This code is called Great Unity. He left a most profound and tyrannical gift for future generations. This gift is no matter how chaotic and fragmented the world becomes in the future, the people living on this land at the cultural roots and in their spiritual depths will have an indelible consensus. We are one family, we should be a whole. The game The Great Chen, the Dragon Ancestor, is the most shocking way to smash this gift we have long forgotten right in the faces of us spiritual wanderers. It asks us, when you complain about ecological barriers, the difficulty of obtaining visas, and incompatible interfaces, have you ever considered that someone once tried to solve all these problems in a more violent manner? It shows us that besides the island life nurtured by financial conglomerates, there is another way to live called unity. Under this long article, the comments fell silent for a long time. Then an explosion occurred. I cried, really. I always felt suffocated in life, but couldn't articulate why. Turns out it's this pervasive sense of disconnection. We have advanced in technology, but human hearts and the world are even more fractured than 2,000 years ago. The Dragon Ancestor is not an ancestor. He is the ruthless one trying to forcibly piece together the shadow. Although his methods are crude and can cut, at least he is trying to piece it together. Chen looked at these comments and his smile gradually faded. He took a sip of water. Interesting, from humorous anecdotes to cultural reflection, this generation of netizens has. He switched the screen, looking at the official backend data of the competition. The heat map for the Great Chen, the Dragon Ancestor, can no longer be described as soaring. It was a line almost vertical upwards. Discussion levels, player online durations, and content creation volumes. All data crushed the sum of the 2nd to the 19th place. Those 19 works relying on black stockings, red lips, and cat ears had their comment sections utterly invaded. Clicking in the scene was like this. Under the latest update of the work Succubus Lilith player, a Lilith updated the summer swimwear DLC today. So white. So big. Player BO. I just learned large-scale troop deployment and logistical support from Lord Wang Jian in the Great Chen and thought about how standardization enhances administrative efficiency in ancient empires. What use is your swimwear? Player. Under the work Mechanical Maid's Heartwarming Cafe. Player C. New plot. The maid sister told me, Master, you've worked hard. Please enjoy my special coffee sweetness, full points. Player D. I just got nearly whipped by Chen law for collecting taxes using the old measurements of the state of Chu. Can coffee help me unify the 6 states? If not, just shut up. Player C. A downward crushing blow. Truly a comprehensive crushing from body to soul. In other competitors' chat groups, despair was everywhere. What are we even competing for? Players are discussing the rise and fall of civilizations and social systems, while our players are discussing the lace edges of maid skirts. The heat has been drained. No one comes to see our works anymore. This completely strays from the theme. Is Succubus defined this way? But players are eating this up. Look at those comments. They are almost worshipping the dragon ancestor. What about the judges? Aren't they going to intervene? This severely disrupts the balance of the competition. The official judges panel was indeed in a meeting at that moment. In the enormous circular conference room, the screen displayed the terrifying data and public sentiment surrounding the great Chen, the dragon ancestor. One judge wiped his sweat, saying, This has gone beyond the realm of gaming. He is sparking social thought. Another judge's face was solemn, great unity. This concept is too sensitive in our era, which emphasizes diverse freedom and autonomy of financial conglomerates. This is challenging the existing order. But his technical prowess, immersive experience, and this depth of cultural excavation are impeccable. Player feedback is real, the heat is real. No matter how real the direction is wrong. The theme of the competition is Succubus, it's about allure. What is this? Mental brainwashing. But the players have indeed been brainwashed by him, and they are willing. Doesn't this count as another form of allure? The judges were in a heated argument. Chen couldn't hear their quarrels. He turned off the back-end data, leaned back in his chair, and stretched. On the screen, the last page displayed was that trending topic. A new comment that had been pushed to the top with few words, but an alarmingly high number of likes. No more nonsense. I just want to ask, is it still possible to serve the dragon ancestor as a dog? Below, rows of replies. 1. Take me with you. Old ancestor, look at me. I am more obedient than a dog. Chen looked at these comments, the corners of his mouth slowly curling up. In that smile, there was a hint of playfulness and anticipation. Be a dog, he murmured to himself, lightly tapping the screen with his finger. System formatting and reinstallation can be quite exhilarating. But have you ever considered, what is the cost of reinstalling a massive imperial system? Inside the game, Lao Pai sat contentedly upon the magistrate's dais in Anlu County's Yamen. Before him stood 2 rows of clerks. Though some still wore reluctant expressions, all now wore standardized Chen-style bureaucratic robes, and their bamboo slips bore properly inscribed Chen seal script. The imperial edict mandating uniform script and standardized axle width struck like a colossal hammer, shattering the prior chaos of incompatible payment systems and erroneous language packs. At last, Anlu County truly resembled a county of the great Chen. Lao Pai patted the land deed for 100 mu tucked inside his robe, feeling as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. The livestream chat erupted in jubilation, so satisfying. Everything looks perfectly aligned. Lao Pai's reign as a local emperor is impressively authentic. What comes next? A visit to the pleasure quarters for music and song. Day 1, serving the ancestral sovereign. I feel remarkably good. Lao Pai cleared his throat and struck the judge's gavel. Court is now in session. W-E-I-W. The bailiffs intoned in drawn-out cadence. Lao Pai swelled with pride. The first case was simple. An elderly local was brought forward trembling. He claimed his neighbor's dog had urinated upon the newly painted lane markings, established to enforce standardized axle widths, and left muddy paw prints across them. Is that all? Lao Pai sighed inwardly. In the cyber age, such an incident would merit little more than 2 angry forum posts. Yet the old man grew animated. Your Honor, this is an imperial roadway, a track ordained by decree. That beast has defied the sovereign law itself. Chat ha ha ha. The elder's political awareness is astonishing. Is it really necessary? Does a dog even comprehend sovereign law? Lao Pai just issue a perfunctory ruling. Make the neighbor repaint the lines. Lao Pai nodded in agreement and waved dismissively. Very well. Let the neighbor repaint the markings and compensate you. 10 banalion coins. Done. Just as he prepared to conclude the matter, a Chen official clad in black bureaucratic robes stepped forward, silent until now, expressionless, unyielding. He was no subordinate of Lao Pai's. He was an imperial inspector dispatched directly from the capital. Without glancing at Lao Pai, he opened the thick bamboo scroll he had held reverently all along, the Chen code. His voice was cold as icy sea of Anlu County, having permitted his animal to trample official road markings, is per statute to be branded upon the face. Lao Pai blinked. What? Branding? Chat, what is facial branding? The inspector continued, voice unwavering. His neighborhood woohead having failed in oversight and neglected timely intervention or reporting shall per the system of collective punishment suffer nasal amputation. Lao Pai's eyes widened. Wait. Urine on a line. Paw prints. Collective punishment. Nasal amputation. The old man and the man beside him, identified as the woohead, turned ashen, collapsing to their knees and kowtowing frantically. Your Honor, spare our lives. Your Honor, have mercy. The inspector closed the scroll and fixed Lao Pai with a gaze devoid of compromise. Magistrate, please proceed with execution. Lao Pai froze. So did the livestream chat. The earlier flurry of feeling remarkably good vanished into stunned silence. After several long seconds, chaos erupted. What the hell? Urinating on a line and facial branding. Nasal amputation for the neighbor. What kind of demonic legal code is this? Are you insane? The punishment bears no proportion to the offense. Lao Pai, say something. You cannot allow this judgment. Lao Pai's throat went dry. He looked down at the two men kowtowing so violently their foreheads bled, and then at the inspector beside him impassive as a machine. He opened his mouth. Might the law be somewhat severe? Could we perhaps exercise leniency? First offense. Just impose a fine, require repainting of the lines, and close the matter. The inspector remained impassive. Magistrate, the Chen code stands immovable as a mountain. No concession is permissible. Tolerate 1 deviation today, and 10 transgressions will follow tomorrow. Once legal discipline crumbles, chaos engulfs the realm. Please execute the sentence. He paused, then added, eyes locking onto Lao Pai, or, if you deem this unjust, you may petition Xian Yang. But here within this jurisdiction the law stands thus. Sweat soaked Lao Pai's palms. He sensed that if he uttered a single no, the inspector's next words would likely be magistrate guilty of judicial dereliction. Punishment prescribed accordingly. The chat had descended into frenzy. I take back my wish to serve as a dog. This isn't servitude. It's being a screw. Replaced instantly the moment it loosens. Zero tolerance. Absolute zero tolerance. Mistakes under corporate oligarchs mean fines or dismissal, but here they mean bodily mutilation. This system operates with terrifying efficiency, but it treats human beings not as people, but as expendable components. Lao Pai met the inspector's glacial stare, then looked again at the two men before him, faces drained of all color, hollow with despair. He knew he had no choice. His throat tightened, and with immense difficulty, he forced out 2 words: proceed with execution. A scream tore through the hall moments later. Lao Pai turned his face aside, refusing to watch. No more ha-ha flooded the live stream. Silence reigned, absolute suffocating. Only the grating sounds of punishment, stifled cries, and muffled sobs lingered. Lao Pai felt the magistrate's chair beneath him not as wood and lacquer, but as a bed of needles. Being a local emperor was anything but glorious. Before he could fully absorb the shock of Chen jurisprudence, a harsher blow arrived. Days later, another contingent of black-armored envoys stormed the Yamen, not bearing an edict, but a conscription order. Defend the northern frontier against the Xiongnu, construct the Great Wall, link Xian Yang to all corners, build the Imperial Straight Road, adorn the emperor's residence, raise the Apang Palace and the Lishan Mausoleum. Having recited the order, the envoy fixed Lao Pai with a steady gaze on. Lu County must supply 500 conscripted laborers. Lao Pai's mind reeled. 500. How many households does our county even hold? The envoy cut him off. Conscription follows household quotas. 2 sons yield 1 conscript, 3 yield 2. Even sole heirs must serve. Concealment or evasion incurs collective punishment. Execution of the entire family. Execution. Again, that word. Lao Pai's hand trembled. Chat, here it is. The classic spectacle, corvée labor. The Great Wall. I read about it in history texts. It was horrific. Household quotas. Tuferon. Sole heirs conscripted too. This isn't recruitment. It's forced conscription. Lao Pai, you've officially become the man who takes people away. Lao Pai, accompanied by bailiffs and armed with rosters, went door to door to collect conscripts. He saw a newlywed youth clinging desperately to his tear-drenched bride. He saw a veteran, gray-haired, missing a leg from the conquest of Chu, silently packing worn, threadbare and in a dilapidated thatched hut he saw a slender boy barely 15 or 16, eyes wide, with timid Beside him, an elderly woman wept. Before Lao Pai, your honor. He is her only child. His father Heifu died on the campaign against Chu. Please spare him. Heifu. A sharp pang pierced Lao Pai's chest. He recalled the soldier on the battlefield who had thrust an enemy's severed head into his hands, saying, trade this for farmland for my eldest son. The chat instantly remembered Heifu. Is this Heifu's son? Oh God. Father slain on the field. Son dragged off to build the Great Wall. This is... Lao Pai looked at the boy, then down at the roster. Beside the family name, a crimson circle marked the entry. There was no escape. He clenched his jaw, steeling his heart. Take him. The boy neither cried nor resisted. Silently, he shouldered a tattered sack larger than himself and followed. Lao Pai dared not meet the old woman's eyes. 3 days later, outside on Lu County's walls, 500 conscripts stood in ragged formation. Among them were youths, half-grown boys, and veterans limping on crippled legs, every face etched with numbness, terror, or grim resignation. Lao Pai rode atop a horse in official garb, whip in hand. He felt less like a magistrate and more like a jailer escorting convicts. Depart, he commanded, voice parched and hollow. The column began its slow, shuffling march northward. Along the way, live stream viewers witnessed scenes beyond their wildest imagination, countless such levied contingents converging from counties like Onlu, merging into gray rivers of humanity, flowing relentlessly northward. They halted at designated sites, and what unfolded next silenced every viewer. They watched the ragged masses lift massive stone blocks upon their shoulders, upon their backs. Ropes bit deep into flesh, blood mingled with sweat as it streamed down. Some walked only a few steps before collapsing, never rising again. Nearby, Chen soldiers supervised impassively. With a wave of a hand, 2 laborers would drag the corpse to the foundation trench of the rising wall and bury it beneath fresh earth and stone, then resume hauling. Thus the Great Wall advanced, a monstrous serpent inching forward over the blood and bones of thousands. The Imperial Straight Road was built no differently. Men chanted rhythmic work songs wielding primitive tools to cleave mountains and fill ravines. They perished from exhaustion disease crushed by falling stones, their bodies interred beside the road they built. For minutes the livestream remained utterly silent. No chat, no commentary. All viewers stood paralyzed by the raw, visceral truth of miracles erected upon human sacrifice. The earlier fervor, "I want to be a dog, I embrace the grind," evaporated like mist under icy water. Finally, a single message drifted slowly across the screen, amassing countless likes. "I retract my wish to be a dog. Under corporate oligarchs, I am a draft animal slowly bled dry. In the great Chen, I am disposable consumable material. The glory of the first emperor, the eternal sovereign, rests upon the bones of 10,000 heiresses and their sons." In the real world, Su Chen's holographic display simultaneously showed two images. On one side, Lao Pai's livestream, oppressive, harrowing scenes of forced labor punctuated by absolute silence in the chat. On the other, a newly arrived encrypted message bearing the official emblem of the competition. Its title blazed prominently, "Warning Notice regarding contest entry, Great Chen, the First Sovereign." Su Chen opened it and skimmed swiftly. Its contents matched his expectations precisely. The work is deemed to excessively glorify ancient torture, authoritarian oppression, and anti-humanistic themes. It severely deviates from the mandated succubus theme and may inflict adverse psychological effects upon players. Immediate revision or removal of specified content is required, otherwise the competition committee reserves the right to restrict visibility or delist the work. Signed by the competition judging panel. Su Chen read the notice, not with alarm, but with quiet amusement. He closed the warning and glanced once more at the livestream chat, where the phrase, "I am disposable consumable material" still floated. Consumable material, that's an apt term. He stretched, languidly flexing his fingers. Already overwhelmed. You haven't seen even the beginning. This is merely the first step. Su Chen looked at the official warning letter on the screen, amused. Are they in such a hurry? Just as he finished speaking, an announcement popped up on the screen bearing the golden emblem of the competition's organizers, particularly eye-catching. Title: announcement on the serious deviations from theme and potential negative impacts of certain contest entries. Upon opening it, the content was as grandiloquent as expected. After review by the competition's judging panel, the entry to Chen Ancestor Dragon No. 9527 has the following issues. 1. Excessive depiction of ancient totalitarian oppression and bloody violence, which may adversely affect players' mental health. 2. Serious deviation from this competition's theme of succubus, failing to reflect the core requirements of attractiveness and captivating hearts. 3. Some content incites irrational emotions, contradicting the values of diversity, freedom, and rationality advocated by the cyber era. From this day forward, this work will receive a content warning label and may be subject to traffic restrictions as creators are required to submit a modification plan within 24 hours, or further actions may be taken, including, but not limited to, network disconnection and removal from the platform. Below the announcement, several positive examples were attached. All were game covers featuring catgirls, mechanical maids, and cyber nuns tagged, with recommended thematic compliance, and healthy and uplifting. The officials also specifically boosted the traffic for these games. The meaning was clear: don't look at the dark Chen anymore, come see these correct succubi. Su Chen looked at the announcement, smiling even wider. He switched to the back end of his own work. Sure enough, the views and online count began to drop. The officials limited the traffic. In the bullet screen, comments began to emerge following a certain trend. The officials have spoken of this game indeed has some issues. It's too oppressive, watching it for too long can easily lead to depression. Let's go watch Lilith instead, at least it's uplifting. Su Chen was not worried at all. He leisurely took a sip of water, tapping a few times on the screen. He directly updated a patch for the Chen Ancestor. The patch name was Simple Listen To. Then he opened his social media account, quickly typed a line, and hit send. The dynamic content was just one sentence: "How can a sparrow know the ambition of a true dragon? Find it oppressive? Then let me show you what top-level romance across 2,000 years looks like." Listen To is now open. After sending, he turned off the screen and leaned back in his chair. Done. Old Pai was leading a labor team of 500 trudging through the icy wilderness. Their destination: Listen. The bullet screen in the live stream was sparse, as many had been discouraged by the official announcement, and those remaining were complaining. Is this game never-ending? After fighting, we become officials. After being officials, we arrest people, and after arresting people, we repair graves. It's too depressing. I want to quit the game. The officials said this game has problems. Old Pai, are you still playing? Isn't it more appealing to check out Lilith's new skin? Old Pai remained silent. He glanced at the small figure at the It was the son of the black laborer. The child was carrying a huge burden, staggering, with purple lips from the cold. Old Pai felt a tightness in his heart. But he had no choice. He was the county lieutenant. He had to ensure that all 500 people arrived at Listen safely. Upon arrival, Old Pai realized what hell on earth truly meant. The mountains were filled with people, densely packed like ants. Those carrying stones, digging earth, and lifting wood. The overseers' Chen soldiers patrolled expressionlessly with whips. If someone collapsed from exhaustion, the overseers would lash them with whips. If they couldn't move, they would be dragged aside. The dead were either buried on the spot, or directly thrown into the foundation. The cold wind cut like a knife across his face. Old P's stamina had long been depleted, barely sustained by his official status. The black laborer's son was even worse off. He was young and weak, needing to rest several times to move a single stone. Once his foot slipped and he rolled down the slope along with the stone. Old P's heart tightened and he hurried over. The child was lying on the ground with a gash on his forehead, blood mixing with mud. He struggled to get up, but after several attempts he failed. Old Pi reached out to pull him up. The child looked up at Old Pi, tears in his eyes, but not crying. "Sir, did my father really get a field?" Old P's hand froze in midair. The bullet screen fell silent. After several seconds, a comment finally appeared. "This game is so damn real it makes me want to cry. The officials say this game has problems. The problem is this cannibalistic era. But I still want to quit the game. It's too oppressive. I can't stand it." Old Pi gritted his teeth and pulled the black laborer's son up. "He's been moved to a field," he said, his voice slightly hoarse. 100 mu good land." The child forced a smile, but it looked worse than crying. He bent down to try to lift the stone. Just as his hand touched it, he swayed and nearly fell again. Old Pi watched him, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration and helplessness. Just then a dull roar, as if coming from deep within the earth, suddenly erupted. Boom! The entire construction site shook. All the laborers stopped their work, fearfully looking towards the direction from which the sound came. The overseers, however, seemed to have known this would happen. They swung their whips and shouted loudly, "What are you stopping for? The underground palace has opened. All laborers enter the underground tomb, in order. Hurry!" The crowd began to stir. Old P's heart sank. The underground tomb. Wasn't that inside a grave? Once you went in, could you still come out? But the overseer's whips did not wait for anyone. Old Pi could only follow the crowd towards a huge pitch-black opening. The entrance led down steep, long steps. The light from the torches was dim, barely illuminating a little path beneath their feet. The further down they went, the colder it became. There was a damp smell of mixed earth and stone in the air. The bullet screen began to curse again. "Are we walking toward? I'm not playing anymore. Oh, I really can't play. It's too scary. The officials did well to ban this. This kind of game shouldn't exist." Old Pi had no mind to watch the bullet screen. He closely followed the person in front, his hand resting on the cold stone wall. He didn't know how long they had walked. Suddenly the path ahead opened up. Then the laborers in front suddenly gasped in shock. Old Pi looked up. Then he froze. The torchlight lit up, illuminating a world he could not describe in words. Underground, vast and boundless. There were no treasures of gold and silver as he had imagined, no mountains of corpses. Only people. Thousands upon thousands of people standing in orderly rows silently. But they were not real people. Terracotta warriors. Old P's mouth fell open as he stepped forward, reaching the front row where a clay general stood. The torchlight illuminated that clay face. Old P's eyes widened. His breath stopped. That face looked exactly like his. Even the scar he had from the battle against Chu was clearly carved. The bullet screen was dead silent. A full 10 seconds passed before a trembling comment appeared. What the hell? Old Pi. Is that Old Pi? Is there a bug in the game? The model repeated. Old Pi reached out, trembling, to touch the clay general's face. Cold and hard. But every detail was exactly the same. Just then a heart-wrenching scream came from beside him. "Father!" Old Pi turned sharply. It was the black laborer's son. The child was kneeling in front of an ordinary clay soldier, crying violently. The face of that clay soldier was the black laborer. It was the laborer who had pushed the enemy's head to Old Pi on the battlefield, saying, "Change my family's kid's field." Old Pi felt a jolt of electricity surge from his feet to his head. He ran madly through those clay formations, checking. Then he saw more familiar faces. There was the sergeant who charged alongside him. There was the quartermaster who handed him crossbows in the armory. There was the scout who argued with him in the barracks. Everyone who had appeared on the battlefield of Dachin, everyone who had bled and been wounded, was here. Each had their own terracotta figurine. Boom. Old P's mind exploded. In the live stream, the bullet screen detonated. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? We are not expendables. We have been engraved. We have been remembered. The cyber tycoon treats us as data, deletes us when used up. The ancestor dragon used clay and fire to give us immortality. This is real romance. Top-level romance. The judges say this game is depressing. Depression, my ass. This can make me passionate until dawn. Hear me, old Chen. Let us face the national crisis together. Be a dog for the ancestors. No, I want to be a soldier. The kind that gets carved into the earth. The bullet screen completely went wild. Gifts and tips flooded the screen like a volcanic eruption. The data, which had originally dropped due to official traffic restrictions, instantly rebounded to an unprecedented height. At that moment, a voice echoed through the entire underground space. It was the voice everyone was familiar with. The voice of the ancestor dragon. It came from the direction of the Xianyang Palace, penetrating through thick layers of earth, ringing clearly in everyone's ears. The voice remained aloof, but now carried a hint of something indescribable. Time flew by in the game. The prompt for time acceleration in the upper right corner flickered once and then again. Lao Pai stared at his hands, calloused and scarred, and touched the new line of hardship etched on his face. He was still in Anlu County, but he was no longer the county lieutenant. Due to a project on the direct road that achieved efficiency standards with controllable errors, he was promoted one rank higher, now a moderately ranked official at the county level. The bullet comments in the live stream were calm. Seeing Lao Pai transform from a naive youth into this old cadre, look, I'm surprisingly moved. Me too, it feels like I've walked through half a lifetime alongside a character. Now looking at the Great Wall and the direct roads, it doesn't feel oppressive, in fact it's somewhat prideful. Of course, think about those foundations. There might be clay figurines referring to the player character buried underneath to keep this wall is partly ours. Lao Pai rode his horse patrolling the newly completed Chen direct road that connected Xian directly to the northern frontier. The road was smooth, wide, and stretched straight towards the horizon. He knew that along this road, countless grain soldiers and orders would be swiftly transported to the Empire's borders like blood rushing through veins. He also understood that to build this road, countless expendables like the son of the black worker had been sacrificed. Yet the fire ignited in his heart at Lishan Mausoleum had not been extinguished. He even began to comprehend the coldness of those supervising clerks of Chen. This machine named Great Chen must keep running and cannot pause to observe the falling gears. He, along with millions of viewers in the live stream, had willingly become a cog within this machine. Report, my lord. Good news from Lingnan. The region has been completely pacified. Report, my lord. The Great Wall is finally completed. Report, my lord. Messages came in one after another. The Empire's territory on the rear screen was dyed a complete, unblemished jet black, achieving an unprecedented height of prosperity. Bullet comments floated by. Awesome. Ancestor Dragon is amazing. Great Chen is amazing. Though I know it's a game, the feeling of conquering it myself is just exhilarating. Wait, don't you all feel? This empire is stretched too tightly, like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Lao Pai, when he dealt with government affairs, he found himself flipping through the Chen laws more frequently. It wasn't that he wanted to, he had to. Any minor deviation could trigger severe punishments. The empire was efficient, yet everyone was holding their breath. At that moment, a new order came down. It wasn't for forced labor or war. It was for a tour. The emperor would once again embark on an eastern tour to inspect this land he unified by his own hand. Lao Pai was chosen to join the escorting officials due to his clean record and reliable merits. The bullet comments suddenly became excited. Whoa, are we going to see the Ancestor Dragon in person again? It's been a long time since I saw the Ancestor Dragon appear. I've missed it so much. What's the storyline this time? Is he going to exude majesty again, scaring the remnants of the Six Nations to the point of wetting themselves? My expectations are sky high. Lao Pai donned his brand new armor, his heart a mix of emotions, and merged into the massive, grand, and solemn Eastern touring entourage. Flags obscured the sun, and the carriages were like dragons. At the center of the procession was the enormous royal carriage adorned with patterns of the mysterious bird pulled by 6 pure black steeds, the Wan chariot. All accompanying personnel, including Lao Pai, could only watch the back of that carriage from afar. Bullet comment still the same flavor. Majestic. Just looking at this grandeur makes my legs weak. The Ancestor Dragon must be inside, right? Is he still reviewing bamboo slips 120 pounds a day? The procession continued. The weather seemed to worsen as the wind picked up. The strong wind rustled the flags and stirred the heavy curtain of the Wan chariot. In that moment, a corner of the curtain was lifted by the wind. Lao Pai was positioned just right, and his gaze instinctively darted over. Then he froze on his horse as if struck by lightning. In the live stream, all the excited bullet comments halted simultaneously, a deathly silence. In the frame within that luxurious carriage, the figure that once stood high on the dais of Xian Palace overlooking the world, a single sleigh made the 6 nations tremble, was slightly hunched. That iconic jet black ceremonial robe remained, but it seemed no longer as full as before. The most glaring detail was beneath the crown at the temples a few strands of white hair. Pale glaring. Just as Lao Pai and millions of viewers were left in a daze, a suppressed muffled cough came through. Cough, The sound wasn't loud and was quickly drowned out by the wind and the sound of the wheels. Yet to Lao Pai and all the viewers it was akin to a thunderclap. 5 or 6 seconds passed. The bullet comments erupted, but this time it was no longer excitement. It was mixed with shock, helplessness, and even panic. White hair. Am I seeing things? The Ancestor Dragon has white hair. Did he just cough? That's the Ancestor Dragon, the Eternal Emperor. A god. How could a god grow old? How could he cough? I thought he was immortal. The defense has been breached, really breached. So gods can age too. Lao Pai gripped the reins tightly, his knuckles turning white. The towering, unshakable idol in his heart seemed to have quietly cracked a fissure with those few strands of white hair and that cough. An unprecedented icy sensation seeped in. The touring procession continued, but the atmosphere seemed to have... Lao Pai was assigned to take turns guarding near the royal carriage. He caught a whiff of a strange odor. It wasn't the scent of earth nor the stench of blood, but rather a pungent smell somewhat like sulfur mixed with a... This smell emanated from several tightly covered vehicles behind the royal carriage. Bullet comment, what's that smell? Is it that strong? It's like a chemistry lab. What ancient chemistry lab could there be? Lao Pai took advantage of a shift change to pretend to patrol and move closer. He saw several individuals in oversized robes exuding an eerie aura busy around a smoking furnace. Those people were completely out of place compared to the surrounding armored soldiers and stern officials. Alchemist, one of the old soldiers beside Lao Pai, whispered, his tone laced with disdain and a hint of fear. His Majesty has been placing great trust in these people lately. They say they can refine an elixir for immortality. The furnace roared. Lao Pai saw an alchemist mix some shiny liquid resembling mercury with some red powder similar to cinnabar into the furnace. Another person carefully extracted a few golden thumb-sized pills from the furnace. The pungent odor was emanating from both the furnace and the pills. Then Lao Pai saw a eunuch holding a jade plate carrying those freshly made golden pills still emitting faint steam, respectfully approaching the royal carriage. A corner of the curtain was lifted. A somewhat emaciated yet still steady hand reached out, plucking a golden pill without hesitation and sending it behind the curtain. Lao Pai even vaguely heard a slight swallowing sound. This time the bullet comments were not silent. They went completely berserk. What the hell is he eating? That thing looks golden. Is it an elixir? Elixir my ass. That's mercury. That's lead. It's a heavy metal. Highly toxic. Don't eat it, ancestor dragon. That thing is deadly. I'm going crazy. Lao Pai, hurry up and knock that. It's useless. Lao Pai stood rooted to the spot, his feet seemingly glued to the ground. He watched the curtain being lowered again, his throat dry. That person who unified the 6 nations, standardized the writing and the roads, built the Great Wall, and repaired the direct roads, as if by sheer force of will to regulate the entire world, was now resorting to such absurd and nearly self-destructive means to combat something inevitable. Time. Death. The emotions in the bullet comments transitioned from initial shock and anxiety to a complex silence. Then a bullet comment slowly floated by. It's like skyrocketing. I suddenly understand. The tycoons of the cyber financial empire spend billions on consciousness uploading, trading for mechanical bodies, seeking to live for 500 years. The ancestor dragon swallows mercury to refine pills, seeking immortality. The technology tree has been developed for 2,000 years, from swallowing heavy metals to plugging in data cables. The way we fight against death has been equally awkward and laughable throughout history. This tragic contrast is the most soul-stirring. In the game, the Eastern touring team temporarily camped. Lao Pai patrolled the night heavy-hearted. As he passed a remote tent, he heard low voices. He instinctively quieted his steps and peered into the shadow. It was Zhao Gao, the chancellor of the Central Chariot Bureau, and Prince Hu Hai. Zhao Gao wore a smile that Lao Pai had never seen before, one bordering on flattery, slightly bending at the waist as he spoke to Hu Hai. Hu Hai nodded repeatedly, his expression one of being doted upon mixed with a hint of eagerness. Lao Pai felt an inexplicable tension in his heart. Just as he intended to quietly slip away, a voice came from another direction. It was the alchemist from before, named Su. He was passionately addressing a close minister beside the emperor, his voice sounding somewhat agitated in the night. There truly are divine mountains overseas. Punlai Fangzhong Yingzhou. Immortals reside there, and there are elixirs of immortality. We only need 100 giant ships, 3,000 young boys and girls, grains, crafts, gold, silver, and jewels. I will certainly obtain the elixir for your majesty, ensuring your everlasting life. The close minister pondered. The resources required are immense. Su Fu urged, compared to immortality, what is a little wealth to speak of? Your majesty. Lao Pai didn't catch the latter part of the conversation. In the game, time marches inexorably forward. Lao Pai received an urgent imperial summons, abruptly reassigned from his post as a local magistrate to the Langya Terrace. His sole mission, ensure the security of a massive fleet preparing to set sail. When Lao Pai arrived at the coast with his men, he stood utterly dumbfounded. So too did the livestream chat, frozen in disbelief. What in the world is this spectacle? Upon the sea floated over 100 colossal multi-decked ships, their sails stretching seamlessly across the horizon, nearly blotting out the sky. On shore, a vast, teeming multitude surged like a living tide. 3,000 boys and girls clad in identical garments stood in rigid formation, wailing so fiercely their cries shook the air. Qin soldiers herded them onto the ships like livestock. That was not all. Lao Pai watched squad after squad of laborers hauling heavy chests from cargo vessels docked at the wharf, then transferring them onto the towering seafaring ships. When the chests were pried open, golden light nearly blinded him. Ingots of pure gold, bales of shimmering silk, and sacks brimming with grain seeds. These surely come from the imperial treasury. Lao Pai grabbed a scribe responsible for inventory and asked. Without looking up, the scribe continued recording as he spoke. Master Su Fu decreed that the immortal mountains beyond the sea are inhabited by celestial beings, and that a land of rights demands offerings of extraordinary magnificence. These treasures, gold, jade, pearls, silks, and grains, were personally sanctioned by His Majesty. A faint twitch tugged at Lao Pai's lips. The chat erupted. Magnificent offerings. He's practically emptied the entire Qin treasury. Su Fu, the same alchemist who claimed during the Eastern inspection that he'd seek the elixir of immortality. Good heavens, I'm utterly speechless. This display dwarfs even the grandest corporate IPO bell-ringing ceremony. Brothers, I have a dreadful feeling. Lao Pai's heart lurched inward. He climbed to a vantage point on the wharf, and there, surrounded by reverent attendants, stood the figure himself. Clad in flowing white robes that billowed in the sea wind, he held a ceremonial whisk in one hand and stood atop the prow of the largest ship, bowing deeply toward a distant point on shore. Lao Pai followed his gaze. Upon a raised platform along the coast beneath fluttering banners stood a figure draped in profound somber black. The first emperor. The distance was great, Lao Pai could not discern the emperor's expression, but he saw how gaunt the sovereign had grown since the eastern inspection, how the wind caused his ceremonial robe to hang loosely upon his frame. Su Fu summoned his full breath, and his voice carried far across the water, resonant, sincere, and steeped in transcendent grace. Your Majesty, this journey eastward shall lead me to the three immortal mountains, Penglai, Fangzhong, and Yingzhou, where I shall secure the elixir of eternal life for your Majesty. You honor me as a national pillar, so I shall serve you as one. Though 10,000 perils await, I shall never forget your Majesty's boundless grace. With those words he bowed again, deeply solemnly. From the platform the emperor appeared to raise his hand slightly. Su Fu straightened, turned, and with a sweeping motion of his whisk commanded, "Raise the sails." Set sail. A resonant horn sounded. Gigantic sails rose slowly, majestically into the wind. Over 100 multi-decked ships, bearing 3,000 sobbing children, immeasurable riches, master artisans, and sacks of grain seeds, began their stately departure from the coastline, vanishing into the boundless expanse of the open sea. Lao Pai stood rooted at the edge of the wharf, watching helplessly. His hand gripped the hilt of his sword, knuckles whitening. One thought burned in his mind: this isn't a voyage. It's an outright embezzlement and flight. The chat exploded, flooding the screen. Holy hell! Holy hell! Live broadcast of history's greatest scam. First sovereign, awaken. He's a fraud. A transnational telecom swindle. Polished presentation, compelling narrative. Secured full funding, then fled overseas with core technology and startup capital. Su Fu is truly gifted. In our era, he'd be a top-tier venture capitalist, raising Series A and vanishing abroad before the ink dried. Lao Pai, draw your sword. Cut down that charlatan now. It's not too late to pursue him. Pursue what? The ships are already far beyond reach. This was premeditated escape, nothing less. Lao Pai longed to draw his blade, but glancing once more at the black-robed figure upon the platform, he loosened his grip. He was merely a minor official entrusted with security. The fleet dwindled to a line of tiny black specks upon the horizon, then utterly vanished. Only the ceaseless rhythm of the waves remained. Lao Pai sighed, preparing to withdraw his men. Just then a violent gust swept in from the sea. From the direction of the platform came a muffled, agonizing cough, raw, desperate, tearing from deep within the chest. Cough, cough, cough. Lao Pai whirled around. There upon the platform the black-robed figure bent sharply at the waist, hand clamped over his mouth, shoulders convulsing with each shuddering spasm. Eunuchs rushed forward, supporting him with trembling hands. Only after a long, strained silence did the coughing subside. The first emperor straightened, still gazing toward the vanished fleet, the sea wind stirring the stark white strands at his temples. Lao Pai saw it clearly in those eyes, once fearsome enough to command heaven and earth. There now blazed no imperial might, only a stubborn, aching, unyielding light of hope. He was waiting for a deceiver who would never return, carrying a myth that did not exist. The livestream chat fell silent, suddenly profoundly still. After several seconds, a single message drifted across the screen. Damn, my chest feels tight. Even the greatest of titans fears death. This isn't the first sovereign of 1,000 years, just a frightened, frail, old man. Time in the game accelerated once more. 1 year later, 2 years later, 3 years later. The sea lay calm, unruffled. Not a single piece of driftwood returned. Su Fu and his immense fleet had vanished, as if erased from existence. Within the Xianyang Palace, the atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating. Lao Pai was recalled to Xianyang, appointed as a minor commander of the Imperial Palace Guard. Frequently, he caught the sharp, acrid scent of sulfur and metallic tang, familiar, unsettling. It was the smell of alchemy. Though Su Fu had fled, other court alchemists remained, Lu Sheng, Ho Sheng among them, still refining the emperor's immortal elixirs. Once while on night watch, Lao Pai passed the alchemical chamber and overheard Lu Sheng and Ho Sheng conversing. Brother Lu, His Majesty's cough grows ever more severe. Should we increase the dosage of the elixir? Ho Sheng asked. Increase it. With mercury and cinnabar already so toxic, any further addition may well end his life tomorrow. Lu Sheng replied in a hushed, impatient whisper. In any case, prolonged ingestion leads inevitably to this state. Let him endure one more day, that's all we can do. But if His Majesty, what then becomes of us? What is there to fear? We've already reaped our rewards. I hear His Majesty's temper has grown volatile. He executes without warning. We must prepare our exit. Now. Prepare. Nonsense. Xianyang is no longer safe. At the first sign of trouble, we vanish. Lao Pai's blood boiled, but he dared not utter a word. Days later, rumors began circulating through the palace. Lu Sheng and Ho Sheng, and several others, had vanished overnight, their lodgings stripped bare of valuables. Gone too were the so-called immortal elixirs they had brewed, and stacks of bamboo slips inscribed with cryptic, indecipherable scripts. A trembling eunuch reported that while clearing Lu Sheng's quarters, fragments of half-burnt silk had been discovered, bearing passages of treasonous slander. The fragments were painstakingly pieced together and delivered directly to the first emperor. Lao Pai stood guard outside the hall. First came absolute, suffocating silence. Then, a thunderous crash, as if the entire imperial desk had been overturned. Bamboo slips, inkstones, and brush stands shattered upon the floor in a cacophony of splintering wood and clattering stone. Immediately afterward, a voice, hoarse yet vibrating with apocalyptic fury, shook the very pillars of the hall. I bestowed upon them the wealth of the entire realm. I treated them with utmost sincerity. Yet these vagabonds of the marketplace deceived me for gold and poisoned my very life, then dared slander me behind my back, arrogant and self-willed. Excellent, excellent indeed. Such palpable murderous intent sent a collective shiver down the spines of every guard, including Lao Pai, standing outside the hall. The tyrant who once made the 6 warring states tremble had returned. Issue my decree. The first emperor's voice cut like ice. Within Xianyang city, every alchemist, sorcerer, and disciple thereof shall be eradicated without exception. Seize them. Bring them all to justice. Before Lao Pai could react, a royal aide rushed up and slapped a black iron token into his palm. By imperial command, the palace guard shall assist the imperial censorate in a citywide manhunt for all alchemists. Resistance is punishable by death. Lao Pai stared at the token in his hand and listened to the emperor's labored, wheezing breaths punctuated by suppressed coughs. He drew a slow, steady breath and tightened his grip upon his sword hilt. Men, Lao Pai roared, not just to his troops, but to the livestream audience. Arm yourselves. The time to apprehend the frauds has come. The chat surged into euphoric frenzy. Here it is, the cathartic climax. Mass burial. It must be mass burial. Let these swindlers learn that Qin law is no mere ornament. Lao Pai charge. Smash their alchemical furnaces to rubble. Lao Pai led his men like unleashed tigers surging through Xianyang's alleys and thoroughfares. Those very alchemists who days earlier had held forth in taverns boasting of imperial favor were now dragged whimpering from beds and hidden chambers like strays. Wails, pleas, and curses filled the air. Lao Pai himself seized an alchemist attempting to scale a wall, yanked him down, then drove a boot hard into his chest, sending him sprawling. The man lay sobbing, face streaked with snot and tears. Sir, spare me. I too was deceived by Lu Sheng and the others. Lao Pai sneered, deceived. When you fed the emperor poison, did you call that deception? Take him away. Within days, 460 individuals were apprehended across Xianyang and its environs. All were marched to a vast pre-dug pit on the outskirts of Xianyang. Lao Pai stood at its rim surveying the alchemists below, pale as ash, trembling uncontrollably. He recalled the wailing of 3,000 children at Langia Terrace, the emptied imperial coffers, the crimson flecks staining the emperor's cough. He raised his hand, then slashed it downward with brutal finality. Fill the pit. Qin soldiers moved without hesitation, shoveling earth steadily into the chasm. Screams and curses were swiftly smothered beneath the weight of soil. The chat erupted in jubilant approval. Satisfying. Cathartic. They deserved it, for their deceit. This is the fate awaiting all fraudsters. The first sovereign reigns supreme, brilliantly executed. Meanwhile, on another vacant plot of ground, mountains of bamboo slips and silk scrolls were set ablaze. These were the texts of portents and omens, used by alchemists to feign divine insight, as well as surviving philosophical works from the fallen 6 warring states. Flames soared skyward, bathing Xianyang's night in an eerie, ruddy glow. The firelight danced across Lao Pai's face, flickering, uncertain. He exhaled deeply, the bitter pent-up resentment of years finally vented, at least in part. After the initial euphoria, the chat settled into quiet reflection. One message appeared. It felt righteous. Yet this fire also consumed the last desperate hope of an aging man. He is the first sovereign, yet succumbed utterly to such crude deception. In truth, all mortals fear death, even emperors. Lao Pai read the message and said nothing. He turned and walked back toward the palace to report. The great hall, the alchemical furnace had long been removed, but the faint, disquieting odor lingered in the air. The first emperor sat upon his throne, his back turned to the doorway, gazing intently at the vast map of Qin territory mounted upon the wall. His silhouette, cast by candlelight, appeared unervingly thin. Your Majesty, Lao Pai knelt on one knee, voice low and firm. The alchemists have been brought to justice. The texts of portents have been consigned to flame. The emperor did not turn. He merely murmured a soft, weary Then came a stifled, guttural retch, barely contained. Ugh, cough, cough. The emperor doubled over, hand clamped tightly over his mouth. Yet dark red viscous fluid seeped between his fingers. Black blood. 1 drop. 2 drops. Falling onto the polished obsidian floor, grotesquely vivid. Lao Pai's pupils contracted sharply. The livestream chat froze, utterly still. At that moment, from behind a screen at the side of the hall, candlelight stretched a single shadow, long, distorted, undulating. Like a venomous serpent, coiled and patient, waiting for its prey to breathe its last. Lao Pai recognized that shadow. Zhao Gao? Time in the game leapt forward. Year 37 of Qin Shi Huang. Lao Pai, clad in the armor of a Forbidden Guard officer, set out again with the vast procession. The 5th Eastern Inspection. The livestream chat was sparse. Another tour is Zulong's health holding up. Last time he coughed blood, it is wrenching to watch. A pang tightened in Lao Pi's chest. He could see the Wenlu carriage moving more slowly than before. The mood in the ranks was so heavy it seemed one could wring water from it. No one dared raise their voice. July's sky baked like a steaming oven. The procession halted upon a sand dune plateau. Lao Pai was posted outside the main hall of the traveling palace. The sun heated his armor until it burned as sweat ran down his neck. Inside the hall there was an oppressive silence, too silent. Lao Pai strained his ears and heard only his own labored breathing and the ceaseless cries of cicadas in the distance. Then a muffled thud, as if something very heavy had struck the floor. Lao Pai jolted, and his hand went to the... He looked toward the hall doors. They were closed. No sound came from within. A deathly stillness settled. The livestream chat went quiet as well. After a few seconds, a trembling message scrolled by. What was that sound? No one answered. Lao Pi's throat was dry. He wanted to call out to ask, but his legs felt nailed to the ground. Time crawled. The doors finally opened. Zhao Gao emerged, his face terrifyingly composed. He whispered a few words to the court officials at the threshold. The officials' faces changed. They spread out quickly and surrounded the main hall. Zhao Gao's gaze swept over to Lao Pai, cold as ice. His Majesty is fatigued and must rest, Zhao Gao said in a low voice, but loud enough for all to hear. No one is to disturb or make noise. Lao Pi's heart dropped. Fatigued. That muffled thud. He stared at the hall doors, now closed again. A dreadful thought poured over him like ice-cold water. The chat finally reacted wholly. Could it be? No. Zulong. Was that the sound of him falling? Why is there not a single sound? There was no answer. The man who had once made the world hold its breath seemed just like that to be gone in silence. For the first time, the livestream chat fell into a long blank. No spam, no jokes. A hollow, immense sense of loss poured through the screen. An emperor for the ages, gone just like that. No final words. It is so unjust, I cannot bear it. Lao Pai stood beneath the blazing sun, yet felt chilled to the bone. The next day, the procession resumed. The Wenlu carriage moved again. But Lao Pai soon noticed something wrong. The meals brought into the carriage each day were carried back untouched. The shadow of the emperor within sat reviewing memorials with movements stiff as a marionette. There was a smell, a growing, nauseating stench. At first it was faint, then it became so strong it burned the eyes. It was the odor of decay mixed with a sharper, fishy reek. Lao Pai saw Zhao Gao summon dozens of large carts covered with mats, but the overpowering briny stench would not be masked. There were salted fish carts upon carts of it. These reeking fish carts were woven into the procession, trailing the sovereign's carriage. The corpse stench fused with the fish's domineering brine, fermenting and rising in the July heat. Lao Pai breathed that smell and looked at the ornate Wenlu carriage, his eyes filled with tears. He clenched his teeth so hard his gums began to bleed. The chat erupted. Damn Zhao Gao. He covers the corpse's smell with salted fish. Zulong, that is Zulong. Has the man who swept the 6 states in life been destined to lie among rotten salted fish in death? Curses on Zhao Gao. I am going mad. Lao Pai, draw your sword. Kill him. Now. At once. I cannot bear it. This hurts worse than death. Lao Pai gripped the hilt until his knuckles cracked. But he did not move. Around Zhao Gao more unfamiliar guards had appeared, their gazes chilling and hands resting. That night on patrol, Lao Pai skirted to a remote part of the camp. A tent glowed with a lamp and low voices. He held his breath and crept closer. It was Zhao Gao and Li Si speaking. The edict must be altered, Zhao Gao said in a thin, sharp voice. Fusu is out there and Meng Tian commands the troops. If they return, will there be room for you and me? Li Si trembled, but His Majesty's dying decree. His Majesty, Zhao Gao sneered. His Majesty, from now on whoever we name him to be he will be. Young master Hu Hai is immature and easy to control, Zhao Gao hissed like a viper. I have drafted the edict to accuse Fusu of impiety and force him to take his own life. Meng Tian will share the same guilt and be imprisoned. You only need to affix the Chancellor's seal and everything will be flawless. Lao Pi's head buzzed. Blood rushed to his face. He drew his sword and lunged for the tent. The flap was thrown aside and 7 or 8 shadows slipped out without a sound, short, swords in hand, eyes void, clearly trained killers. Lao Pai swung, but how could one man hold off so many? A short blade plunged into his flank and another ripped. He groaned and fell to his knees. He watched helplessly as an official seized the sealed edict, vaulted onto his horse and galloped north. Hooves soon faded into the night. Lao Pai lay on the ground, his face smeared with blood. He reached out and closed his hand on nothing but dirt. No, this cannot be, he wheezed. The scene cut sharply. At the Chongqing worksite, Fusu received the edict. After reading it, his face went pale. He faced Xian Yang, wept, and struck his head on the ground 3 times. Then he drew his sword and killed himself. Blood spattered the rough stones of the Chongqing. Meng Tian was disarmed and hauled into a prison cart. All the laborers nearby, including Haifa's son, stood stunned. It felt as if the sky had collapsed. Haifa's son's tools fell from his hands. He gaped at Fuse's fallen body, and then at the sullen northern sky. Tears slid silently down his face, but he made no sound. The small light in his eyes had been extinguished. The livestream chat was deathly silent. Long after someone posted, "I understand now. I finally see why this game is called Daqin Zhu Long." With Zhu Long at the center, Daqin is a precise machine, oppressive but orderly with channels for advancement. The moment Zhu Long dies, that machine becomes a meat grinder. All those Qin laws, military merits and titles, worthless. Zhao Gao and Li Si call you a criminal, and so you are. Is this not exactly our society now? The rules set by the magnates change at will. If they want you dead, you are dead. No matter how perfect the underlying code, if the administrators are corrupt, the whole system becomes hell. Time in the game leapt on. Hu Hai ascended the throne. Lao Pai, judged too badly wounded for military service, was stripped bare, his rank and lands confiscated. Then a single edict sentenced him to forced labor. He was shackled and marched with Haifa's son. The two trudged along the muddy road. Rain began and grew heavier. The column moved in a deathly silence, only the squelch of boots in mud. Haifa's son kept his head down and whispered, "Uncle Pai, the 100 acres my father bought with his life, they are gone too, right?" Lao Pai said nothing. Rain soaked his face. He could not tell where the rain ended and something else began. Rain lashed against his face, stinging with sharp, brutal force. Lao Pai, He Hua, and nearly 900 other conscripted soldiers were crammed into the wretched hamlet of Days Township. The road had long since dissolved into a quagmire of mud. Each step swallowed the leg up to the calf. Days bled into one another. The rain never ceased. "This downpour lasts longer than my boss's empty promises. We're doomed. The path is impassable. Will we be late? Did ancient civil servants get dock pay for tardiness?" Lao Pai did not glance at the stream of commentary. He sat beneath a leaky thatched shelter, gazing out at the ashen leaden sky, his own face grayer still. He Hua edged closer, voice trembling. "Uncle Pai, are we going to miss the deadline?" Lao Pai remained silent. He knew all too well. He had once served as county magistrate and personally adjudicated cases of missed deadlines. The Qin Code stated it plainly: failure to arrive on schedule, execution for all. No exceptions for rain. No leniency for extenuating circumstances. No second chances. Fail to appear by the appointed day, and your head would roll. Once he had admired this law, efficient, ruthless, the cold precision of a well-oiled machine. Now that blade hung poised above his own throat. Someone in the live feed looked up the phrase, translated it, and posted it across the public screen. Instantly, the live stream fell utterly silent. Then after several seconds, the commentary erupted. Failure to arrive. Execution for all. Just for missing a deadline, they'll all die. What kind of absurd, monstrous decree is this? Wait, brothers, I'm choking. Isn't this just like our missed the project deadline, no matter the reason, and the entire team gets laid off? Worse still, the conglomerate's KPIs demand absolute compliance. Oh, fall short, and you're fired instantly. No regard for illness or family crisis. Unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. I thought time traveling to antiquity might grant some respite, only to find myself trapped in an inescapable death sentence. Despair. A familiar icy despair seeped from the game world outward, beyond the screen. Under the conglomerate's, error meant dismissal, loss of livelihood. In Qin, error meant immediate decapitation, no reprieve, no buffer. Lao Pai wiped rainwater from his face and murmured to He Hua, "Boy, do you fear?" He Hua's eyes reddened. "I fear. Uncle Pai, my father gave his life for our land, and now even my life is forfeit. I cannot accept this." Lao Pai placed a hand on his shoulder, silent. Accept it. Who could? Yet what choice remained? Rebellion. The thought barely surfaced, and Lao Pai recoiled, inwardly startled by its audacity. He had served the Qin state, as an official. At that very moment, he noticed two squad leaders whispering intently together within the ranks. One was named Chen Sheng, the other Wu Guang. Their gaze held none of the numbness or terror that blanketed the other conscripts awaiting certain death. It burned, fierce and feral like wolves starved for meat spotting prey. Lao Pai's heart lurched. That night the rain softened, but did not cease. Lao Pai rose to relieve himself and passed a wind-sheltered earthen slope when faint voices reached him. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang. Without thinking, he melted into the shadows. Chen Sheng's voice was hushed, yet each word struck the sodden earth like a stone. "Brother, if we continue like this, we'll all die on arrival. Fleeing means death too. If caught, we'll suffer a far crueler end. Fleeing brings death, rebellion brings death. Since both paths end in death, why not choose a death that echoes through history?" Wu Guang paused, then whispered, "Shall we die for a cause?" Chen Sheng replied, fierce and certain, "Yes. To wait passively for death, or to die for a righteous cause." He had served in office. He knew full well the fate of rebels' extermination of 9 kinship lines. Dismemberment by chariots. 1,000-fold worse than execution for missing a deadline. Yet Chen Sheng's words coiled around his mind like a specter. Now, whether we flee or rise, death awaits. If we must perish, why not perish for a noble cause? Either way, death. So why not choose a death that sounds glorious? Lao Pai crept back to the thatched shelter, limbs frozen, heart pounding like war drums. In the live stream, some sharp-eared viewers caught fragments of the exchange. I think I heard rebellion. Wait, shall we die for a cause? This is the logic of desperate men. But it makes terrifying sense. We're doomed either way. I'm breathing faster, brothers. By dawn the rain intensified, torrential, unrelenting, as if heaven itself had ruptured. The two Chen officers escorting them grew drunk inside their tent, cursing the accursed weather for delaying their mission. Chen Sheng and Wu Guang exchanged a glance. Moments later, shouts erupted from the tent, then a blood-curdling scream. They burst forth drenched in crimson, each gripping a severed head. Chen Sheng leapt onto a crumbling earthen platform, the rain streaming down his grim, contorted face. He raised the Chen sword he'd seized and roared toward the 900 conscripts below, stunned, hollow-eyed faces ashen with dread. You have been caught in the rain. You have all missed the deadline. Missing the deadline warrants execution. Even if you somehow escape death, frontier garrison duty claims 6 or 7 out of every 10. A true man dies only once. If he must perish, let it be for glory. He paused, his gaze sweeping over each despairing face, then thrust the blade skyward, cleaving the storm-laden air with thunderous command. Are kings nobles and generals born to rule? Are they truly of divine bloodline? A jolt surged through Lao Pai, from soles to crown, scalp prickling, every hair standing erect. The rusted iron shard in his hand suddenly weighed 1,000 jin. That phrase, those 8 simple words, like a white-hot chisel, they drove deep. Into him, into the 900 conscripts, into the minds of hundreds of millions watching beyond the screen. The live stream, the commentary, empty, utterly, profoundly blank. 3 full seconds. Not a single line appeared. Every viewer, whether a laborer reclining in a capsule pod or a coder hunched in a squalid rented room, sat motionless before their screens, mouths agape. They had grown accustomed to being branded inferiors, genetically degraded disposable resources by the conglomerates. Accustomed to being assigned caste at birth, with every ladder to ascent welded shut. Such a notion had never entered their minds. Never. Are they truly of divine bloodline? Why? Why is he born heir to a conglomerate while I am born beast of burden? Why must I obey rules he decrees, where error means death? Why? Boom. After that brief, suffocating silence, the commentary detonated, nuclear in scale, overloading servers worldwide. Are kings nobles and generals born to rule? Are conglomerate magnates born to rule? Holy hell. Holy hell. Holy hell. This phrase, it's screaming from my DNA. I'm sobbing. I'm truly sobbing. We never believed in fate, not deep in our bones. Su Chun, I understand now. Your succubus isn't the first emperor. It's this unbroken spirit, the will to overturn everything, shatter everything. Lao Pai, what are you waiting for? Fight back. Rise up. Rise up. Within the game, the despair in the 900 conscripts' eyes slowly ignited into flame. Chen Sheng wiped blood and rain from his face and bellowed, "We shall proclaim ourselves loyal to Prince Fu Su and General Xiang Yan, to fulfill the people's longing. Bare the right arm. Declare allegiance to the great Chu. Cut bamboo poles. Raise cloth banners. No swords. No spears. Use hoes and sickles. Against this devouring world. We fight. We fight." 900 throats unleashed a roar, long suppressed, volcanic, furious. Lao Pai stared at the rusted iron shard in his palm, then at Hei Hua beside him, eyes blazing crimson. With sudden violence, he tore off the tattered ochre prisoner's robe and bared his right arm, then plunged the rusted shard deep into the muddy earth before him. To the live stream, and to himself, he growled, "To hell with the Qin dynasty. To hell with military merit. Today, I will smash this pot. To hell with the great Qin." Lao Pai roared, then wrenched the rusted iron shard from the mud. Suddenly his whole body felt lighter. Hei Hua's eyes burned red. Mimicking him, he drove his sharpened bamboo spear deep into the earth. All 900 conscripted garrison soldiers had gone mad. Chen Sheng stood atop a rammed earth platform drenched to the bone, yet his voice thundered louder than lightning. "Brothers, Qixin lies ahead. Take it, and you shall eat. You shall wear warm clothes. Take Qixin." The crowd roared in unison. Lao Pai watched these men, who moments earlier had resigned themselves to death, now blazing with fire in their eyes. He moistened his lips and addressed the live stream. "Brothers, did you see that? This is what we call survival against all odds." Comments erupted instantly. "It's electrifying. Damn it. 10,000 times more thrilling than watching some tycoon's annual banquet where the CEO spins empty promises." "Charge. Charge." Lao Pai leads the charge. "I want rivers of blood. No, wait. I want that tyrant dragged from his throne." Then the column moved. They carried hoes, sickles, sharpened wooden staves, and 2 bronze swords seized from a slain Qin officer. Thus this ragged host marched onward toward Qixin beneath rain that still fell without pause. Lao Pai expected resistance along the way, but instead, Qin troops ahead. A scout sprinted back breathless. Chen Sheng raised a hand. The column halted and formed a loose, uneven battle line. Lao Pai gripped his rusted iron shard, palms slick with sweat. About 100 Qin soldiers approached, leather-armored, bearing long halberds. Their platoon commander rode on horseback. At the sight of this tattered beggar-like host, he froze, astonished. Then he did something neither Lao Pai nor any viewer could have foreseen. He slammed his halberd into the ground and "Do not fight. We surrender." Lao Pai. Comments. Approaching Chun Sheng, the commander clasped his fists in salute. Commander Chen, we too were driven to the brink of extinction. That dog Emperor Hu Hai. He is no human being. Behind him, the 100 Qin soldiers dropped their weapons in unison. Chun Sheng asked what had transpired. With bloodshot eyes, the commander recounted they were garrison troops from a nearby county originally ordered to labor on the Apang Palace, but their families could not pay the newly imposed taxes. When they failed, the magistrate seized their parents' wives and children, threatening to amputate their hands if payment remained outstanding. We are doomed either way, so better to join you, the commander shouted. Chun Sheng clapped his shoulder. Your brothers now. Instantly the host swelled by 100 men and gained proper arms. Lao Pai muttered inwardly, this rebellion is going far too smoothly. Comments gleefully echoed. Whoa, enemy troops surrendering outright. What do we call this? The people's suffering under Qin has lasted too long. This is the irresistible tide of popular will. Yet this was only the beginning. Over the next few days the force grew like rolling snow. At every step it gathered strength. Starving peasants abandoned their host to join. Disgruntled, unpaid deserters arrived with weapons. Even several literate clerks, nearly executed for criticizing court policy, fled to join their ranks. When nearing their first village, Lao Pai turned to look behind him. He stood atop a small earthen mound. The sky behind him stretched an unbroken sea of torches, countless vanishing into the distance. A fiery dragon wound through the night. From Day's village had come 900 souls. Now there were at least 3,000 or 4,000. Firelight danced across each grimy face. Yet in every pair of eyes shone fierce, unwavering light. Lao Pai's throat tightened. He faced the live stream voice hoarse. Brothers, do you see it? For one silent second, comments paused, then exploded. Holy hell! Holy hell! It's everywhere. Mountains and valleys ablaze. The visual impact, absolutely staggering. The boundless ocean of people's war. Our ancestors spoke true. Tears well up. Truly. Is this the power born of being driven to absolute despair? Heiwa stood beside Lao Pai and whispered, Uncle Pai, so many people. Lao Pai stroked his head. Yes. So many people. The lingering unease within him, the residue of his former role as a Qin official, dissolved utterly upon beholding that vast seething sea of flame. But soon he would have no time for reflection. For the host entered its first village, and there Lao Pai and every viewer witnessed true hell on earth. At the village entrance stood an ancient locust tree. Hanging from its boughs were countless shapes. At first Lao Pai mistook them for ragged sacks. Drawing nearer, torchlight revealed the truth. Corpses, dense dangling, swaying gently in the wind. Men, women, elders, children. Comments detonated. What's going on? A massacre. Are they hanging cured sausages? Lao Pai's stomach churned violently. Gritting his teeth, he led his men inside. There were survivors, but could they still be called human? Lao Pai saw a middle-aged man seated on his own threshold, noseless, only two black hollows where his face should be staring blankly at them. Beside him sat an old woman whose wrists ended in stumps wrapped in blood-soaked cloth. Deeper into the village, hardly a soul remained whole. Some missing noses, others feet, still others ears. The entire village lay silent as a graveyard. Only muffled animal-like whimpers breaking the stillness. An elderly man lying half-dead in a pile of straw caught sight of Lao Pai and his men. His clouded eyes flickered with sudden light. His mouth opened. A voice like a broken bellows rasped forth. Hu Hai said, officials who levy heavy taxes are wise, those who execute many are loyal. Fail to pay taxes, and hands shall be severed, feet, entire families. Then the light in his eyes guttered out and died. Lao Pai stood frozen, chilled to the marrow. Comments raged. Wise officials levy heavy taxes. Loyal ministers kill many. What kind of demonic KPI is this? The more you tax, the higher your rank. The more you slaughter, the more loyal you are. Hu Hai, you deranged monster. This makes corporate force-ranking look tame. Tycoons demand money. This fiend demands lives. Lao Pai strode grim-faced from the village. A suffocating silence settled over the host. The earlier surge of fervor had been doused, half extinguished, by the horror before them. Yet soon, even more shattering news arrived. Several deserters fleeing from Xianyang were absorbed into the rebel ranks. That evening, as campfires crackled, one deserter squatted beside the flames, eyes locked on the dancing embers, and suddenly spoke. Do you know what Xianyang looks like now, eh? No one answered. He continued, voice hollow. After Hu Hai ascended the throne, incited by that eunuch Zhao Gao, he slaughtered all his brothers and sisters. Lao Pai's heart clenched. All of them. 12 princes. The deserter's voice trembled. Executed publicly in Xianyang's market square, by Zhisheng. Do you know what Zhisheng means? It is slow dismemberment, slice by slice, until life finally ebbs away. 10 princesses, bound behind chariots in Du County, trampled alive. The deserter lifted his gaze, bloodshot burning. The blood in Xianyang's market square flowed for 3 days and nights, never washing clean. The stray dogs in the city, for those weeks, grew sleek and fat, glossy-furred, thick-bellied. They feasted on royal flesh. Boom! The livestream comments detonated, more violently than ever. I curse Hu Hai to eternal damnation. He murdered his own siblings and tortured them to death. This is no longer tyranny. It is inhumanity. It is madness. Zhao Gao and Zhao Gao both must die. I once thought the Qin system cruel but coherent. Now I see it as nothing but a lunatic asylum. Lao Pai's fists clenched until bones cracked. He recalled that night at Shake Yu, the shadow of Zhao Gao behind the screen. He recalled the forged edict sent north. He recalled Fusu's suicide, blood staining the earth, that he realized had only been the beginning. And it was not over yet. Next day on the road, the host encountered a long chain of civilians, bound like livestock dragged forward by Qin officers. Elders, women, children, all weeping, faces ashen with despair. The Qin officers strutted arrogantly, until spotting the rebels, then fled, abandoning their captives. Lao Pai freed them and asked their crime. A woman clutching an infant collapsed to her knees, sobbing uncontrollably. We committed no crime, truly none. It was just a few days ago when the emperor's imperial procession passed near our village. My child was playing in the field and looked up, just once. The next day soldiers came accusing us of gazing directly upon the Son of Heaven, an act of supreme disrespect. Then, they arrested everyone in the village, saying we'd be sent north to build the Great Wall, until we died. The infant in her arms wailed piercingly. Lao Pai gazed at the infant's tender, unblemished face, then at the surrounding sea of numb, shattered expressions. A deafening roar filled his skull. Comments boiled over. One glance, and they massacre the whole village. What utter nonsense is this? This isn't law. It's arbitrary, capricious slaughter. Hu Hai, Zhao Gao, may both of you rot in eternal torment. Lao Pai, don't hesitate. Advance. Accelerate. I demand to see those monsters minced to paste. Lao Pai drew a deep breath and helped the woman rise. Then he turned, facing the swelling rebel host, now nearly 10,000 strong, and bellowed with all his might. Have you seen it? This is the regime we must overthrow. This is the work of that rabid dog emperor cooped up in Xianyang Palace. Serving the first emperor meant cutting heads to earn homes. Brutal, yes, but governed by rules. Now serving Hu Hai means you never know when a single fart may cost your entire family their lives. A thunderous roar erupted from the rebels. Topple the tyrannical Qin. Kill Hu Hai. Kill Zhao Gao. Lao Pai's own eyes blazed crimson. Before, his rebellion had been born of desperation, of having nowhere left to run. Now a furnace raged in it. This dynasty must fall. This rabid dog must die. Days later, the rebels seized their first county seat. Lao Pai stood atop the city wall, gripping a captured bronze sword, his body streaked with blood. Townsmen poured out, bearing food and wine to welcome them. Lao Pai gazed down at the dense, surging crowd below. Just as he began to catch his breath, suddenly dust rose in great clouds beyond the city walls. More forces approached, larger than theirs, banners fluttering wildly, each distinct. Lao Pai's heart tightened. Reinforcements. Or another Qin army. A scout scrambled up the wall, breathless, voice trembling with exhilaration. General Pai, not Qin troops, our own people. Rebellion has broken out everywhere. Liu Bang, a local magistrate from Pei County, has risen with convicts. Xiang Yu, a general from Jiangdong, unbelievably fierce. Ingbu Pengyu, uprisings flare across the land. Gasping, the scout's eyes shone with awe. The entire realm has risen. Lao Pai stood atop the wall, watching the converging columns draw nearer, each flying its own banner. Wind swept in, carrying the metallic tang of blood and the acrid, spreading scent of wildfire. At that moment, the game system's chime rang clearly in every player's ears. Ding. Main quest updated. From Qin's elite warriors to topple the tyrannical Qin, seize the central plains. Su Chun leaned back in his chair, gazing at the holographic screen divided into a dozen small windows, each streaming a live broadcast of players immersed in his game, the Great Qin Ancestor Dragon. Yet the gameplay had long diverged from faithfully reenacting the Ancestor Dragon's southern and northern campaigns. In these windows, some followed Liu Bang, others rallied under Xiang Yu, still more carved out their own mountain strongholds as self-proclaimed warlords. But the majority had pledged allegiance to Chen Shang. High viewership, Su Chun murmured, taking a sip of water and smiling faintly. At the center of the screen, dominating the display, was Lao Pai's point of view feed. On screen, Lao Pai and He Hua stood atop the newly captured county city wall. Below stretched a vast, surging crowd, thousands strong, waving banners of every shape and description. The chat scrolled frenetically. The realm has suffered under Qin for too long. This uprising embodies the will of the people. Charge forward. March straight on Xianyang. Capture Hu Hai and Zhao Gao alive. Lao Pai's defection from the Qin bureaucracy is nothing short of casting off darkness for light. I can't wait to see Hu Hai's head severed. Within the game, Lao Pai addressed his livestream audience. Brothers, see this. This is the irresistible tide of destiny. He wiped blood from his face, breath ragged. That mad dog Hu Hai has driven the entire realm to rebellion. Where now? His sentence hung unfinished. Suddenly, a crimson full-server alert erupted in the upper right corner. Urgent military dispatch. Zhang Han, director of the Shaofu Ministry of the Great Qin, has mobilized 200,000 convicts and enslaved laborers from Lishan and has already marched out of Hanga Pass. Lao Pai froze. So did the chat. Zhang Han. Who is he? Isn't the Shaofu just in charge of granaries? How can he command troops? Convicts from Lishan. The ones who built the Imperial Mausoleum. 200,000. A hastily assembled penal legion. That's just cannon fodder. Lao Pai stared at the announcement, and his heart lurched. As a former Qin official, he knew precisely what kind of men were imprisoned at Lishan. Desperate outlaws. Prisoners of war from the 6 vanquished states. Men who had labored for over a decade on the tomb, their hearts seething with bottomless resentment. Once clad in armor and armed with weapons, these men. Lao Pai dared not imagine what they might become. Days later, Lao Pai joined Chen Sheng's main force on an open plain, and there they encountered Zhang Han's Lishan Legion. The two armies faced each other across the field. The rebel army outnumbered its opponent by at least 2 to 1. Yet Lao Pai, standing at the front line, felt his palms slick with sweat. Across the field, silence, darkness, black banners, black armor, black spears, 200,000 men, utterly still. No war cries, no drumbeats. Only a suffocating, deathly silence, a palpable oppressive solemnity. That feeling was all too familiar to Lao Pai. It was the same chilling atmosphere that had hung over Wang Jian's 60,000-strong army during the conquest of Chu. Damn it, Lao Pai muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, the chat remained buoyant. More men means more courage. Everyone's ready to fight. Charge Lao Pai. Cut down these tomb builders. Let them taste the boundless ocean of people's warfare. On his war chariot, Chen Sheng drew his sword and pointed it forward. Kill. The rebels surged forward, like a tidal wave, dark and unrelenting. Lao Pai charged with them. Yet with every step his heart grew colder. The black formation across the field remained motionless, until the rebels closed to within 100 paces. Then from deep within the ranks, a low guttural shout rang out. Foam. Foam. 200,000 voices answered in unison, not loud, but heavy as stone rising from the earth's depths. Every hair on Lao Pai's body stood on end. De foam. The third cry shattered the air, and the black formation moved, not in chaotic rush, but a wall of black iron, slow, inexorable, advancing. Loose arrows. Someone shouted among the rebels. A scattered volley arced skyward. Most were deflected by Qin shields. Those few that struck home found no reaction. The black-armored convicts neither flinched nor cried out. They simply wrenched the shafts free and pressed onward. 50 paces. 30 paces. Raise spears. Came the command from the black formation. Schwa. 1,000 blades scraped steel on steel. Tens of thousands of spears snapped level in perfect unison. Their bronze tips glinted coldly in the sun. Staring at that forest of lethal points, Lao Pai's mind held only one thought: it's over. Crash. The order fell. The black wall slammed into the colorful tide. Whip. Ah. My leg. Help me. Screams erupted instantly. The rebel front line collapsed like wheat before the sun. Spears pierced flesh. War chariots crushed bodies. The black formation advanced like a colossal meat grinder, slow, relentless grinding all before it into crimson ruin. Lao Pai swung his sword with desperate fury, felling a Qin soldier who lunged at him. As the man crumpled, the tattoo on his face made Lao Pai pause. Qingmian, the branded mark of Lishan convicts. Staring at that twisted, scarred visage, Lao Pai suddenly remembered something. As county magistrate, he had personally escorted several batches of prisoners to Lishan. One batch had attempted escape en route, and he himself had beheaded 3 of them. Now, those very men's kinsmen or comrades might be the ones shattering his world. Shit. Lao Pai spat, unsure whom he cursed. The battlefield had dissolved into chaos. Though vastly outnumbered, the rebels could muster no coherent resistance. Chen Sheng's ornate war chariot was surrounded by dozens of Qin soldiers. Protect the king. Someone cried, but no one could break through. Lao Pai watched as Chen Sheng's banner swayed, then snapped with a sharp crack as it crashed to the ground. The banner has fallen. The king is dead. Run. Collapse came in an instant. Moments ago roaring forward, the rebels now stampeded backward like headless flies, trampling one another, turning blades upon their own. Swept along by the panicked current, Lao Pai bellowed, Heiwa, Heiwa, but no answer came. He and Heiwa had been torn apart. Gritting his teeth, Lao Pai fought against the tide, pushing forward, not fleeing. He'd spotted a Qin detachment pursuing dozens of fleeing rebels. Among them were boys barely past adolescence. Lao Pai charged, his blade piercing a Qin soldier's back from behind. The remaining soldiers turned, fixing him with cold, unwavering stares. Breathing hard, Lao Pai tightened his grip on the sword. Come on, he roared. 3 Qin soldiers closed in. With a final surge of strength, he struck again, felling a second. But 2 spearheads punched through his ribs, left and right. Lao Pai grunted, dropping to his knees. Blood flooded his mouth. He looked down, at the twin spear points jutting from his chest. His vision blurred. In the live stream, the chat had gone berserk. Lao Pai. No. Shit. 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 Is there truly no turning back? The foundations of the Great Qin run too deep. Ordinary people simply cannot overturn them. Hopeless. Utterly hopeless. Kneeling in his own blood, Lao Pai felt his strength ebb away. He lifted his head. Black-clad Qin soldiers harvested the fleeing rebels like reapers. Rebel corpses carpeted the field. Far away Chen Shang's overturned chariot still burned. It's over, Lao Pai thought. His life, from the conquest of Chu to building the Great Wall to leading this rebellion, had circled endlessly. In the end, he returned his life to the Great Qin. How bitterly ironic. He tried to smile, but coughed up a fresh gout of blood. Just before his vision faded to black on the horizon, a horse's shriek tore the sky, so thunderous it seemed to rip the heavens asunder. With his last ounce of strength, Lao Pai raised his head. He saw a banner, a tattered yet vividly crimson banner, bearing a single character Chu. Though Chu may number but 3 households, Lao Pai whispered. Before he could finish, a black warhorse exploded from the horizon like a bolt of obsidian lightning. Upon its back sat a warrior clad in heavy armor. In his hands he bore a weapon unlike any standard Ji, vast, monstrous, dwarfing ordinary polearms. Alone, unaided, he charged the Qin detachment, over 100 strong, still hunting fugitives. Suicidal, flashed through Lao Pai's mind. Then, in the next heartbeat, he witnessed the most awe-inspiring sight of his life. The black-armored general crashed into the Qin ranks. His massive Ji swept sideways. 3 soldiers' armor, and all were hurled bodily into the air, as if struck by a siege ram. Another swing, 4 or 5 more sent flying. Qin spears struck his armor, ringing like bronze bells, yet not a single plate cracked. Each swing of his weapon reduced Qin soldiers to pulp. 100-man detachment, shattered like paper before him. Less than a minute passed. Total annihilation. The black-armored general reined in his mount, flicking blood from his weapon. Then he lifted his gaze toward Zhang Han's central command banner far in the distance. His eyes held no fear, no hesitation, only raw, unvarnished contempt. Watching that solitary back, Lao Pai smiled. Blood filled his mouth, yet his laughter was pure, unrestrained joy. Good, he whispered. Good. At last, someone has arrived to shatter this cauldron. Lao Pai closed. His hand went slack. The sword, forged in Day's village, wielded through countless battles, clattered into the pool of his blood. On the live stream, silence reigned for 3 seconds. Then, nuclear detonation. Holy shit. Who is that? Who is that? One man. Chasing down 100 Qin soldiers? Is he even human? He's a walking Gundam. The Chu banner. Chu may number but 3 households, but Qin's doom shall come by Chu. It's igniting, exploding with fire. A new hope, a new god. Old Pai took off the VR helmet, his hands still trembling. He touched his chest where the phantom pain of being pierced by a spear still lingered. But in the next moment, he let out a loud cry and jumped out of the holographic pod. Wow, wow, did you? That black-armored warrior. He single-handedly chased down 100 Qin soldiers and slashed them like cutting grass. He rushed to the screen. Although the live stream was dark, the comments were still rolling frantically. I saw it. I recorded the whole thing. That must be Xiangyu, right? It has to be Xiangyu. Though Chu has fallen, Qin must fall to Chu. This is explosive. It really is explosive. Old Pai, your death was worth it. You exchanged your life for the appearance of the Overlord. From today on, my new husband is Xiangyu. What ancestral dragons or black silk succubi are all just trash in the face of absolute power. Wake up upstairs, your husband just smashed 3 Qin soldiers to a pulp with 1 strike. That makes him even cooler. Violent aesthetics. The ultimate sense of power. This is a man's romance. Old Pai looked at the comments and grinned. He was dead, but he felt it was particularly worth it. Just as he thought before closing his eyes, that broken pot called overbearing Qin finally had someone to smash it to smithereens. While his blood was still boiling, countless notifications popped up on the screen. All trending topics. What right do nobles and generals have? Explosive. Who is that monster who single-handedly breaks through 100 armors in Qin? Explosive. Su Chen, the true succubus designer. Explosive. Old Pai died in battle, smiling in the 9 springs. Hot Xiangyu humanoid Gundam hot. The forum was in uproar. Rational discussion. What is Xiangyu's combat power level in Great Qin? Upstairs, don't be rational. This thing can't be rational. He clearly cheated. The profile of Su Chen clearly states Xiangyu's bravery is unparalleled in history. Do you understand? This is clearly a superhero designed by Su Chen. So what if it's a superhero? Aren't the mechs of the tycoons even more exaggerated? I love watching this. It's refreshing. Overnight, the entire internet was discussing Great Qin ancestral dragon. From the majesty of the ancestral dragon to Hu Hai's perversion to Chen Shang's roar and finally to Xiangyu's descent. This game has become more than just a game. It has become an outlet for the working class to vent their emotions, a sociological sample discussing class and power, and now it has turned into a carnival stage celebrating individual heroism. Su Chen leaned back in the chair of the studio, watching the data curve that pierced through the ceiling in the background as he leisurely sipped water. In one corner of the screen, the countdown for the competition reached 0. Ding. The preliminary round of the global game design competition theme Succubus has officially ended. Calculating data. All contestants' work pages dimmed. Only a leaderboard remained, refreshing rapidly. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on it. The designers who created cat-eared girls, cyber nuns, and mechanical maids were sweating in their palms. They looked at the pitiful number of online users and the mediocre emotional fluctuation values below their works, feeling half defeated already. Then they saw the top of the leaderboard. Work Great Chen Ancestral Dragon Designer Su Chen Online, peak 987 million, overwhelming first place, average emotional fluctuation value 9. 5 off the charts, comprehensive score 99. 8. Silence. Then there were wails erupting in the designer group chat. 987 million. This data must be fake. Did the server get hacked? Emotional fluctuation value 9. 5. The sweetest moment of my dating game only reached 7. 2. Why can he do it with a head-chopping game? Because he can make 900 million people curse while crying for their ancestors. Because he can make a 10 million follower streamer seduce an NPC and get chopped in one strike. Because he can come up with a nuclear-level line like what right do nobles and generals have in the game. Don't say anymore. In breaking down. On the judging panel, several judges dressed in expensive suits representing major sponsor tycoons also wore grim. They looked at Su Chen's absurdly exaggerated data, then glanced at the mediocre rankings of the few borderline works they secretly supported. This Su Chen is seriously off-theme. A balding judge banged the table. The succubus should showcase allure, beauty, and pleasure. What he created is violence, oppression, rebellion. But his data cannot be fake. Another female judge coldly stated, the audience votes with their feet. They love watching this. That's because the audience has been incited. They have been incited by a dangerous collective emotion. The balding judge raised his voice. We must maintain the purity of the competition. How do we maintain it? The female judge retorted. The whole internet is watching. Are you going to pull him off first place? Do you believe that in the next second your company's official website will be flooded with what right do nobles and generals have? The balding judge fell silent, his face turning red. Eventually, the official competition page refreshed. The list of candidates advancing to the semifinals was announced. Su Chen's name was prominently listed in the first position, bolded, highlighted in gold. The entire internet erupted once again. Well deserved. Su Chen is amazing. Let those who play Borderline see what true skill is. What true succubus is. I'm already looking forward to the semifinals. What will Su Chen come up with? At the peak of this carnival, the official competition page refreshed once again. A line of new words glowing softly in pink slowly appeared. The theme for the semifinals of the global game design competition has been announced. Theme: White Moonlight. The entire audience online, including the newly promoted designers, was stunned. Old Pi had just taken a sip of water and sprayed it all over the screen. White Moonlight. He wiped his mouth, looking bewildered. The comments were also confused. White Moonlight. What does that mean? Is it going for pure love? First love? Unfulfilled desires? No. This shift in tone is too abrupt, right? Just crawled out of a sea of corpses and blood, and now I'm being asked to look at something fresh. Oi. Is the competition official trying to mess with Su Chen? Knowing he excels at hardcore, they deliberately threw out a soft and fluffy topic. In the designer chat group, it instantly came alive. White Moonlight. Heaven helps me. This is my professional field. Pure love, healing, Su Chen is done for. He can't possibly create a white moonlight of Qin Shi Huang, right? Wouldn't that scare the girls? Maybe he really can create something like that, like burning down the Apang Palace to commemorate his first love. Is that even called white moonlight? That's called blood-colored twilight. Everyone turned their gaze to Su Chen, wanting to see his reaction. He looked at the 3 tender words on the screen. White moonlight. He repeated it, then smiled. He leaned back, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest. White moonlight. Countless images flashed through his mind in an instant. Some were as bright as water, some were blood-colored twilight, some illuminated an era, and some were hidden in palaces. For this world with historical gaps, white moonlight might just be a vague notion by the window. But for him, in the long river of 5,000 years of Chinese history, what it lacks the most is that kind of white moonlight that illuminated a certain era and even shone for 1,000 years afterward. They could be a person, a thing, or a spirit. They may not be gentle, and they could even be cold and cruel. But they must be bright enough. Bright enough to pierce through the darkness, bright enough to make countless people look up, bright enough to become a belief. The curve of Su Chen's lips grew wider. He seemed to have already seen the expressions of the people in this cyber world when he brought out those white moonlight. It must be particularly interesting. On the screen, his personal account automatically updated a status. Just 3 words. Interesting. Su Chen looked at the 3 delicate characters on the screen. Interesting. He tapped his fingers on the armrest and then opened the system interface. Ding. Detected that the host has advanced to the semifinal. System functions upgrading. Upgrade complete. New feature unlocked. Experience life. Feature description: players will no longer be mere spectators or extras in historical events, but will truly be born into the era, possessing independent identities, interpersonal relationships, and growth trajectories, forming deep, fateful ties and emotional resonance with historical figures. Note this feature is custom designed for the semi-final theme, White Moonlight. Please utilize it well to bring a small touch of Huaxia shock to this cold world. Su Chen was delighted. An immersive life. That sounds good. He rubbed his hands together and countless classic scenes from the Three Kingdoms era flashed through his mind. Which of those scenes, if picked out, wouldn't be 1,000 times more explosive than anything about first love or pure love? He opened the creation interface, his fingers flying over the virtual keyboard. The code flowed like a waterfall, constructing scene after scene. Peach blossoms, heavy snow palaces, thatched huts, flickering candlelight. After a while, Chen stretched and looked at the rendered preview CG in front of him, nodding in satisfaction. Then he clicked. Almost at the same time, all players who followed Chen's account and the official page of the competition received a Chen's semifinal piece, Three Kingdoms, preview CG released. Click to watch. Old Pie had just brewed a bowl of synthetic nutrient noodles and was about to slurp it down when the screen popped up with it. What the heck so fast? Old Pie put down the noodle bowl and hurriedly clicked to open it. The live stream room instantly filled with tens of thousands of people. Here it comes, here it comes. The new work of Chen. White Moonlight. I want to see White Moonlight. It must be that kind of gentle, unattainable. I'm already ready with tissues, let me cry. The screen lit up. There were no soft filters, no sweet BGM. The opening was a flurry of pink peach blossoms flying everywhere. 3 men stood in the peach orchard. One was wearing tattered straw sandals selling mats. One had a red face and a long beard looking like a security guard. The last one had a dark face with circular eyes appearing fierce as if he had just finished serving time in prison. The 3 men raised their wine bowls to the sky. Heaven and earth above. I am Liu Bei. I am Wan Yu. I am Zhang Fei. Today we become brothers. Not asking to be born on the same year, month, and day, but hoping to die on the same year, month, and day. Their voices were coarse and bold, making people's ears buzz. The scene shifted. In a dimly lit great hall, a man as thin as a skeleton, but with crazed green light in his eyes, held tightly onto a jade seal with a missing corner. He tilted his head back, laughing madly at the empty great hall. Ha ha ha, the Imperial Jade Seal. I have the Imperial Jade Seal. I am the Emperor. I am the Emperor of the Zhong family. As he laughed, he coughed up blood, collapsing to the ground, extending his hand toward the air, his voice hoarse. Honey water. Bring me. Honey water. The scene shifted again. In the bleak wind and bitter rain beneath a city tower, a man in a red robe with sharp eyes like an eagle looked at another scholar bound to a wooden post. His eyes reddened. Gong Tai. The man in the red robe spoke with a trembling voice. You are dead. What will happen to your mother, wife, and children? The scholar raised his head, showing no fear, only determination. I have made up my mind. Please do as you wish. The man in the red robe closed his eyes and waved his hand. As he turned away, a tear slipped from the corner of his eye. The scene changed again. Heavy snow blanketed the mountains. A man with graying temples, but still with gentle, steadfast eyes, stood outside a simple thatched cottage with 2 brothers. Snow piled up on their shoulders. They rubbed their frozen hands, breathing out white mist, and waited quietly. Inside, a young man in a crane cloak was sleeping soundly. Finally, under the flickering candlelight, a frail old man, barely clinging to life, held tightly onto the hand of a middle-aged scholar. The old man, tears streaming down his face, choked out, You are 10 times better than Xiao Pai. You will surely stabilize the nation and accomplish great things. If a son could assist, then assist him. If he is unworthy. The old man stared deeply into the scholar's eyes, enunciating each word, You may take it for yourself. The scholar fell to the ground with a loud thud, knocking his head on the ground, crying uncontrollably, I dare to dedicate my strength and loyalty to follow with my life. CG ended. A line of text gradually appeared on the black screen. 3 Kingdoms. Coming soon. Old Pie. The live stream's bullet comments. Silence. 5 full seconds passed. The bullet comments erupted like a volcano. What is this? 3 big men swearing brotherhood. White Moonlight. That crazy old man claimed to be emperor after grabbing a broken stone. How is this related to waiting in the heavy snow for a young man who sleeps in? What was that old man after? The last one. The dying old man let another man cripple his son to become emperor. What the heck is this ethical drama? Old Pie was also confused. He scratched his head and said to the live stream brothers, I don't really understand. The bullet comments immediately followed. Not understanding is correct. How does this have anything to do with White Moonlight? Does Chen have some misunderstanding about White Moonlight? This is clearly about brotherly affection, power struggle, elderly, and trusting their legacy. It's over. Chen's got this completely off topic. The judges are probably laughing their heads off. Can this pass the semifinals? White Moonlight, my brother. It's supposed to be that vague, beautiful, unattainable first love. Not this kind of fighting and crying male drama. 3 visits to the thatched cottage in a heavy snow day. This plot could be put in a dating game, definitely a dog licking the house. That old man entrusting his legacy is even more heavyweight, dying while passing the country and son to his brothers. What kind of trust must that be? But how does this have any relation to the romance of White Moonlight? Questions, sir. Almost everyone felt that Chen had messed up this time. In the judges' chat group, several judges were laughing heartily. I said this kid wouldn't work. Once he stepped away from the heavy historical context, he revealed his true colors. White Moonlight. What he made is black history. This time we don't need to step in the audience's spittle can drown him. It's settled. The champion of this semifinal will definitely be one of the pure love masterpieces we support. In Chen's studio, he leaned back in his chair, watching the screen filled with off-topic, don't understand, and Chen's talent is exhausted, and instead of getting angry, he chuckled. It's like talking to a duck. He shook his head. This was exactly the effect he wanted. The imaginations of people in this era about white moonlight have already been stereotyped by the cultural products of the tycoons. It's nothing more than a perfect virtual idol simulated by data, a tragic romance destined to be fruitless, or a youthful illusion that can never return. Shallow and tedious. What he wanted to show them was the white moonlight that could truly illuminate a person's life, even shine across an era in Huaxia civilization. It might be a promise. It might be an ideal. It might be a gratitude for recognition. It might be a determination to martyr for a belief. These weights, these illuminations, these romances that span a millennium, this world of historical disjunction knows nothing at all. Chen opened the server-wide announcement board and typed a line, then clicked send. In the next second, all players who were discussing, questioning, and mocking saw an announcement from the official Three Kingdoms game. The announcement contained only one sentence. There is a kind of white moonlight called gratitude for recognition. There is a kind of white moonlight called martyrdom for ideals. This sentence was like a stone thrown into a boiling oil pan. The bullet comments and forum erupted again. Gratitude for recognition. Martyrdom for ideals. Can this also be considered white moonlight? I don't understand, but I'm greatly shocked. Is Chen playing a big game? Brothers, I'm a bit curious. What exactly is hidden in this game? Old Pai looked at that announcement, stroking his chin. He recalled the sentence from Jingku in the Great Qin, "You treat me as a national hero, and I will repay you as a national hero." He remembered how He Fu before his death still thought of using his head to exchange for land for his son. He thought of Chun Sheng standing in the pouring rain shouting, "Do nobles and commoners have any distinctions?" These seemed to have nothing to do with romantic feelings between men and women. But each time they made his scalp tingle, his blood boil, and even brought tears to his eyes. Maybe, Old Pai said to the live stream, the white moonlight that Chen is referring to is really different from what he took a deep breath and picked up the newly arrived upgraded holographic VR headset from the side. Brothers, Old Pai put the headset on his head. Let's see what it's all about. What exactly is this Three Kingdoms? The indicator light on the headset lit up. Old Pai's vision plunged into darkness. The darkness faded away. Lao Pai opened his eyes, realizing he was neither on a battlefield nor in a grand hall. He was floating in midair. In front of him lay an interminably long corridor. On either side of the corridor stood towering, imposing. Some of those shadows were riding horses with eyes glowing red. Others wielded absurdly long weapons that shimmered with golden light. Some were fanning themselves, surrounded by star-like special effects. Above each shadow floated a line of text not unlocked. What the hell? Lao Pai's mouth dropped open. The barrage of comments exploded. What is this? A card drawing interface. SSR. All SSRs. That one on the red horse. Definitely a big shot. The one with the big sword. So imposing. The one fanning himself. The brains of the operation. Lao Pai was nearly drooling as he tried to float towards those shadows. But halfway there he was blocked by an invisible wall. A cold mechanical voice from the system announced, "Ding. First-time player experience detected in Three Kingdoms. Only the novice character pool is available." A flash before his eyes. Lao Pai was forcibly pulled back to the beginning of the corridor. The cool shadows had vanished, leaving only 5 disheveled figures in tattered leather armor standing there. Above the 5 heads were names: Zhu Mao, General of Sun Jin, Pan Feng, General under Han Fu, Governor of Jizhou; Yushi, Valiant, General of Yuan Shu; Bao Zhong, Brother of Bao Xian, Prefect of Jibei; Feng Yu, Famous General of Heniai. Lao Pai. The comments. This is it. Lao Pai shouted to the Air Master Chen, "Are you kidding me? What happened to those SSRs?" The system ignored him. The comments began to professionally analyze. Zhu Mao. That name sounds like an old farmer, no way. Yushi. Looks like a mere extra. Bao Zhong. This name is too ordinary, lax style. Feng Yu. Sounds like a civil official. All eyes gradually focused on Pan Feng. Lao Pai stared at that name. Pan Feng. He read aloud. The comments suddenly became lively. Pan Feng. Phoenix. Dragon and Phoenix in harmony. This name just screams power. A hidden big shot. And look at the title. General under Han Fu, Governor of Jizhou. General. In the army of a financial magnate, a general is equivalent to a commander. It's settled. It's definitely a hidden Easter egg planted by Chen. Lao Pai's eyes lit up. He recalled how in the Great Qin, he started as a lowly soldier struggling to earn kills. This time was different. This time he started as a general. Brothers, Lao Pai rubbed his hands together, his voice filled with excitement. Did you see that? This is a godly start. Without hesitation, he pointed directly at Pan Feng's avatar. The moment his finger made contact, the disheveled figure of the man brightened instantly. His tattered leather armor transformed into shining iron armor, and he held a hefty-looking axe. A brief introduction flashed by. You were gifted from a young age, unbeatable among your peers. Later you joined. Then a deep, confident, and somewhat pretentious voice exploded in the corridor. I am the unparalleled General Pan Feng, who dares to battle me. Lao Pai was stunned by this voice, then burst into laughter. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? He shouted at the live stream. Unparalleled general. And who dares to battle me? This style? It's off the charts. And this introduction, gifted from a young age, unbeatable. Look at this, brothers. The comments also peaked. This is solid. Lao Pai is about to take off. Look at this dialogue. Look at this moment. Absolutely a hidden SSR. Master Su Chen truly does not disappoint. Lao Pai took a deep breath and heavily tapped Pan Feng's avatar. It's you. A flash of white light engulfed everything. In the camp of Xuanzhao, when Lao Pai opened his eyes, he found himself seated at a low table. Before him lay food and drink. The wine was murky and the meat was boiled to a mushy state of unknown origin. A circle of people sat around him, all dressed in luxurious attire and wielding swords, clearly big shots. Lao Pai looked down at himself. While he was clad in shining iron armor with a hefty axe leaning against the ground beside him, he touched his face, his beard unkempt and rough. Right, I am now Pan Feng. Lao Pai muttered to himself, General Pan Feng. He straightened his back, preparing to greet the big shots around him as a general and show off. Before he could speak, a small soldier suddenly rushed and tumbling into the tent. The soldier's face was pale as he fell to the ground, his voice trembling like a sieve. Report, generals. Hua Xiong is challenging us outside the camp. General Yu, she went out to battle. In less than 3 rounds he was killed. The tent fell silent in an instant. Lao Pi's heart sank. Yu Shi. That name sounds familiar. The comments also reacted. Yu Shi. Was that the one from the novice pool? What the hell? He got killed instantly. Who is Hua Xiong? So fierce. A middle-aged man sitting beside the head of the table stood up abruptly. This man looked somewhat pudgy, dressed in the official robes of a governor with an expression that exuded confidence, as if to say, with my fierce generals who do I fear. He cleared his throat and spoke in a booming voice. Everyone do not panic. I have General Pan Feng who can slay Hua Xiong. With a whoosh, all eyes in the tent turned toward Lao Pai. Lao Pai was dumbfounded. He glanced at the speaker, it should be Han Fu, then at the expectant gazes of the surrounding lord. Then he heard the system's notification sound. Main quest triggered. Engage Hua Xiong. Quest objective: slay Hua Xiong and uphold our military's prestige. Lao Pai blinked. The excitement from the godly start surged up again. Brothers, he addressed the live stream, lowering his voice, but unable to contain his pride. Did you see that? Right off the bat, it's a main quest. Slay Hua Xiong. What do you call this? This is called protagonist treatment. He stood up with a clang, the sound of iron armor clashing ringing out. Imitating the line he had heard in the corridor, he gathered his breath and shouted, I am the unparalleled General Pan Feng. Hua Xiong, you little brat, come here for a duel. I will take your head as easily as picking fruit from a tree. The tent fell silent for a second. Then it erupted into enthusiastic cheers. Good. General Pan is so imposing. With General Pan leading, Hua Xiong is surely doomed. Quick, pour wine for General Pan. Let's celebrate after he slays Hua Xiong. Lao Pai took the wine bowl and downed it in one gulp. He smashed the bowl onto the ground. Crash. Shards flew everywhere. He hefted the hefty axe onto his shoulder and, cupping his fist towards Han Fu and the other lords, declared, Please wait a moment. I shall return shortly. With that, he turned and strode out of the tent. The sound of iron armor clattering behind him was nothing short of dashing. The comments were going wild. It's ignited. Lao Pi's performance here gets a perfect score. The general heads to battle. Not a blade of grass will grow. Hua Xiong is finished. He has no idea what he's up against. Lao Pai stepped out of the grand tent. The sunlight outside was blinding. The camp gates were wide open and the thunderous sounds of drums and shouts echoed. He took a deep breath, gripping the axe handle tightly. In his heart, he thought happily, the white moonlight. Master Su Chen, your way of opening white moonlight is just too satisfying. Lao Pai hoisted the heavy battle axe onto his shoulder and strode out of the main camp with an unyielding, defiant gait. Behind him, the camp gate creaked shut. Blinding sunlight flooded the open field. The wind howled fiercely. War drums thundered, boom, 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 shaking the heavens and surging Lao Pai's pulse with exhilaration. Not a blade of grass shall survive. Lao Pai's got this. First blood for the general. Let Hua Xiong feel the awe of true supreme command. Pan Feng. My God. Lao Pai grinned broadly. He drew a deep breath and gazed ahead, then froze, his smile rigid upon his face. 100 paces beyond the camp gate, atop a towering warhorse, sat a figure. The figure stood 9 shi tall, broad-shouldered, thick-limbed, with a ruddy black face and eyes bulging like bronze bells. Coarse steel-like whiskers bristled across his jaw. In his grip hung a colossal broadsword wide as a door panel, its tip dripping fresh blood. Sunlight glinted off the blade, so sharp, so blinding, that it seared Lao Pai's eyes. Damn, Lao Pai muttered inwardly. This modeling is too realistic. Hua Xiong sat astride his horse, watching Lao Pai with a cruel, twisted grin curling at the corners of his mouth. Another fool rushing to death. Hua Xiong's voice rasped like a broken gong. State your name. I do not slay nameless ghosts. Lao Pai steadied his nerves. He recalled the line he'd overheard in the corridor moments before. Gathering his qi into the dantian, he roared, I am Pan Feng, the unrivaled supreme general. Hua Xiong, you whelp. You wear your head like a price tag. I shall sever it as easily as reaching into a sack. His voice boomed, resonant and commanding. Magnificent. What vocal mastery. Did Hua Xiong just wet himself? Hua Xiong paused, then burst. His shoulders shook with mirth. Wiping tears from his eyes, he sneered, the unrivaled supreme general. You. A cold knot tightened in Lao Pai's chest. Something was wrong. This NPC's reaction deviated entirely from expectation. Before he could ponder further, Hua Xiong's laughter vanished, replaced in an instant by glacial lethal stillness. "Ya!" A shrill whinny pierced the air. The warhorse launched forward, hooves cleaving skyward. Hua Xiong became a streak of black lightning, hurtling straight toward him. His great sword carved a searing arc of frost-white light through the air. Lao Pai's pupils contracted sharply. Instinctively, he raised the axe to block, but the weapon was impossibly heavy. He managed only to lift it halfway when that blinding light filled his vision. Shua! A chilling numbness swept across his throat. His field of view spun violently. He glimpsed azure sky, drifting clouds, and horrifyingly his own headless body, standing motionless, blood gushing from its severed neck. Thud! His skull struck mud and water, splattering dark droplets. Darkness swallowed him whole. You have fallen in battle. Two stark, icy options materialized. Restart the scenario, abandon the body, and continue observing the narrative. Inside the live stream, silence. 5 full seconds passed. Then slowly a line of text drifted across the screen. What did I blink? Was Lao Pai really slain? In one strike. Just one. Where is this unrivaled Supreme General we were promised? Lao Pai lay inside the holopod, his head buzzing. He removed his helmet and stared at the screen, where his own headless corpse bled silently. His face turned ashen green. Brothers. He swallowed hard. An accident. Purely accidental. Instantly the comment feed exploded. Accident. You couldn't even raise that axe. Hua Xiong moved like teleportation. Is this pan phone even real? An SS attire character. And this is all he's got. Did you pick the wrong character, Lao Pai? His face flushed crimson. Nonsense. He bellowed at the stream. I simply hadn't adjusted to the axe's weight yet. It's too heavy. It threw off my timing. And I grew careless. I didn't dodge. Don't you understand? In Master's duels, victory or defeat hangs on a single fleeting instant. Comment scrolled. You call that a master duel? Hua Xiong, I hadn't even exerted myself, and you collapsed. Lao Pai admitted, you're just weak. Fury clenched his jaw. He snatched up his helmet and slammed it back on. Watch closely, brothers. That last round. A tutorial. This time, I'm serious. Watch me subdue Hua Xiong. He selected restart the scenario without hesitation. A flash of white light engulfed him. Lao Pai reappeared inside the grand tent. Han Fu rose once more, declaring with unwavering confidence, I possess the Supreme General Pan Feng. He shall slay Hua Xiong. All eyes snapped toward him again. This time Lao Pai made no grandiose gestures. He rose, lifted the axe, and gave Han Fu a curt nod. I shall return shortly. Without another word, he turned and strode out, past the tent, past the camp gate. Hua Xiong remained mounted where he had been, watching Lao Pai with a faint mocking smile. Another fool seeking death. Hua Xiong asked. I do not slay the nameless. Lao Pai said nothing. He drew a slow, deliberate breath and gripped the axe handle with both hands. This time he'd learned his lesson. No posturing. No reciting lines. He attacked first. Huh. With a thunderous roar, he swung the massive axe. Not at Hua Xiong, but at the warhorse's forelegs. First, cripple your mount. A contemptuous curl twisted Hua Xiong's lips. Trivial trickery. With a flick of his wrist, he brought the great sword down in a crushing arc. Clang. The deafening clang of metal and metal vibrated through Lao Pai's ears. A jarring force surged up the axe handle, numbing his palms, nearly wrenching the weapon from his grasp. Before he could react, Hua Xiong's wrist twisted, his blade sweeping upward in a fluid, lethal arc. Shua. Once more Lao Pai saw sky and cloud. Once more he beheld his own headless body spurting crimson. Once more his skull plunged into muddy water. You have fallen in battle. Lao Pai. Comments. Second time. Still a one-strike kill. Lao Pai, just surrender. This Pan Feng is nothing but an XP fodder. Lao Pai's eyes burned red. I refuse to believe it. Again. Third restart. Tent. Han Fu. Recommendation. Eyes fixed upon him. Gritting his teeth, Lao Pai marched forth, axe in hand. This time he wouldn't even step outside the gate. He stood just within the threshold, gripping the wooden palisade, glaring at Hua Xiong. Dare you enter here? He shouted. Hua Xiong chuckled. Coward. He nudged his horse forward a few paces. Lao Pai instinctively retreated, only to realize his body no longer obeyed him. The system seized control, forcing his limbs to move step by step beyond the gate. Damn it, forced narrative. Panic seized him. He fought desperately to reverse course, but his legs moved against his will. Helplessly, he watched himself stride straight toward Hua Xiong, who didn't even deign to glance at him directly. With a casual, effortless slash, Shua. Lao Pai and his axe split cleanly in two. Blood sprayed across the earth. You have fallen in battle. Lao Pai lay motionless inside the holopod, staring blankly at the ceiling. 3 times. Exactly 3. Each time, one strike. Every time, one strike. He hadn't even brushed Hua Xiong's hem. The stream's comment feed erupted in his Ha! The 3-second hero. Supreme. More like supremely expendable. Hua Xiong. Thanks, bro. 3 free kills. Su Chen's such a troll. This Pan Feng is pure bait. Lao Pai slowly sat up. He set his helmet aside with deliberate calm. Then he drew a deep, shuddering breath and bellowed at the screen, Su Chen. You old bastard. What kind of unrivaled Supreme General is this? This isn't a general. It's an unrivaled XP bag. Refund my money. I demand a character swap. He collapsed back into his chair, breathing heavily. His face burned crimson. Comments kept flowing. Lao Pai has fully broken. Understandable, I'd snap too. Getting killed 3 times the exact same way by the same NPC. Anyone would lose their mind. So, just how formidable is Huaxiong? Lao Pai cursed under his breath as he returned to the dark Star General corridor. Staring at the holographic screen, he glared at the bisected corpse of his avatar Pan Feng. His face is black as a charcoal pot. Su Chen, you tricked me. Lao Pai roared into the void. This Pan Feng is utter trash, a pure trap card. The live comment stream scrolled mercilessly. Lao Pai's breakdown captured in real time. 3-second heroism, truly legendary. Huaxiong, thanks bro for the triple kill. I'm already godlike. So what is the correct way to play this game? Pick Pan Feng and gift your head. Fuming, Lao Pai clenched his teeth, but refused to yield. Brothers, that last round was pure showmanship, he insisted stubbornly. Now, I'm serious. I refuse to believe there isn't a single viable fighter in this beginner pool. He scrolled through the grimy, unimpressive roster. Zhu Mao, Yushi Bao, Zhong Fengyu. One by one their names grew increasingly obscure, mere background extras. The live comments offered dubious advice. Pick Zhu Mao. His name contains the character Zhu ancestor. Maybe he's a hidden powerhouse. Go with Fengyu. The character Yu Joy sounds auspicious. Or, try Pan Feng again. Maybe it really was just your own lack of skill. Shut up. Lao Pai snapped. If I pick Pan Feng again, I'll be dog. Just as he raised his finger to select randomly, his gaze flickered toward the corridor's distant depths. There were only shadowed locked territory had existed before a silhouette now glowed, alive and The figure stood colossal, broad-shouldered, thick-limbed, dwarfing Pan Feng by a full measure. In his grip rested a massive saber broad as a door panel. Even motionless, he radiated an aura of raw, chilling ferocity. Above the silhouette floated 2 blazing characters. Huaxiong, commander of Dongzhuo's army. Lao Pai froze. The live comment stream fell utterly silent. Huaxiong. Lao Pai rubbed his eyes in disbelief. He's selectable now. He reached out, and the moment his fingertip brushed the silhouette, a brief profile appeared. A fierce Western Liang general commander under Dongzhuo. Slew multiple allied commanders in succession. His might struck terror into the hearts of feudal lords. Lao Pai stared at the words, then at the saber gleaming in the silhouette's hand. And then, ha 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 ha. A wild villainous laugh burst from him, so unrestrained it made the entire holocabin vibrate. Brothers, look, do you see it? He jabbed a trembling finger at Huaxiong's silhouette, voice cracking with manic glee. Fortune turns like a wheel, and this year it lands on me. How did he cut me down before? One slash, another, and another. Now it's my turn. The live comments surged back to life. No way, Huaxiong is actually selectable. Can't beat him. Join him. Is Lao Pai turning villain? I never saw this plot twist coming. Tears streamed down Lao Pai's cheeks as he laughed. Villain, don't call it that. He wiped his face with a grin. It's called wisdom, the mark of the truly discerning. What kind of garbage SSR was that Pan Feng? This is the true hidden SSR. A Bostier experience pass. Don't you know the oldest truth? The enemy's strongest skill is always the best one to borrow. Without hesitation, he slammed his finger onto Huaxiong's icon. It's you. Brother Huaxiong, I'll borrow your... and that debt. I'll settle it myself. White light swallowed his vision. Meanwhile, Su Chen leaned back in his studio chair, slurping instant noodles while monitoring back-end analytics on the holographic display. The data stream flashed. Player Lao Pai had just exited the Pan Feng avatar and selected Huaxiong. Su Chen grinned so hard, he nearly choked on his noodles. Not bad, Lao Pai, he said to the screen. You caught on fast, didn't you? Can't win. Then join. The logic is... He set aside the noodle cup and wiped his mouth. But, do you really think choosing Huaxiong makes you invincible? Kid, you're still far too young. The true meta solution hasn't even stepped onto the stage yet. Lao Pai opened his eyes. Wind howled in his ears. A warhorse snorted beside him. He sat astride a towering steed, gripping a heavy saber in his hand. Glancing down, he whistled low. Armor forged of tempered iron gleamed fiercely beneath the sun, infinitely more imposing than Pan Feng's crude plate. He hefted the blade and blinked. It felt absurdly light, like plastic. Lao Pai chuckled. Brothers, do you feel it? He addressed the livestream directly. This stat sheet. This sheer physicality. With Pan Feng, that axe weighed like a barbell. Now, I could probably dance the Komu-san with it. He stretched his arms. The joints cracked like snapping twigs. Every sinew thrumming with explosive coil. Exhilarating. Absolutely intoxicating. This was how a true boss was meant to feel. He lifted his gaze forward. Behind him stretched ranks of Western Liang cavalry, black as storm clouds, eyes sharp with lethal intent. Before him rose the allied camp, banners fluttering proudly, yet gates tightly sealed. Lao Pai ran his tongue over dry lips. Time for the story to begin right. The moment the words left his mouth, the enemy gate groaned open. A male general charged forth on horseback, spear, shouting as he galloped. Huaxiong, cease your arrogance. Yushi challenges you. Lao Pai grinned. Yushi, the nameless extra from the beginner pool. Just moments ago, he had been cleaved by Huaxiong, prompting Han Fu to recommend Pan Feng. Oh, a familiar face, Lao Pai snarled. Without another word, he spurred his mount. and the warhorse screamed into a thunderous charge. Their horses crossed in a blur. Lao Pai swung casually. Shua, Yu Shi, man and spear alike, split cleanly in two. Blood sprayed across Lao Pai's face. Warm. Metallic. He flinched, then erupted with exhilaration. Whoa, this fragile. The live comments exploded. One slash. Again, one slash. But this time, he's the one swinging. Pure euphoria. Turns out, the villain is me. Wiping blood from his brow, Lao Pai bellowed toward the allied camp. Anyone else? The gate creaked open once more. This time emerged a bulkier warrior hefting a massive battle axe. Bao Zhong stands ready. Hua Xiong, meet your end. Lao Pai smirked again. Bao Zhong, the other nameless extra from the beginner pool. Come on, come on. Lao Pai spurred forward. Another effortless slash. Bao Zhong's axe hadn't even risen when his head flew clean off. Next, Lao Pai sat tall atop his mount, saber pointed defiantly at the allied encampment. Arrogance incarnate. He felt chosen, divine, the sole sovereign of this world. The livestream flooded with praise. Lao Pai is #1 in the world. Invincibility is such lonely bliss. The Hua Xiong experience pass, straight out of a wish fulfillment novel. Lao Pai swelled with hubris. He hurled taunts at the allied camp, 18 coalition lords, a flock of clay chickens and tile dogs. Any real fighters left? Send 1, I'll cut him down. Send 2, I'll carve them both. Silence descended upon the allied camp. No drums, no shouts, not even a whisper from the soldiers who'd roared moments before. Lao Pai swelled further. Then it seems no one remains, he declared to the stream. Brothers, this game's difficulty is embarrassingly low, isn't it? I thought it would be harder. Is that all? Hardly had the words escaped him when the enemy gate groaned open once. No war drums. No curses. Only steady, unhurried hoofbeats. Clip, clip, clip. A lone rider emerged from the gate. Lao Pai squinted. The man wore faded green robes, a ruddy face, and a long beard. Over his shoulder hung a long, unassuming blade, dragging lazily behind him. His attire resembled that of a lowly mounted archer. Unremarkable, forgettable. Lao Pai almost sneered, then paused. Something was wrong. The wind had stilled. The warhorses, still shrieking moments before, now stamped nervously. Even the ferocious Western Liang cavalry behind him fell utterly mute, tense, watchful, unnerved. Lao Pai stared at the red-faced man. The man stared back, calm, unblinking. And in that instant, every hair on Lao Pai's body stood rigid, electrified. An oppressive force descended, not merely equal to but a millionfold greater than the dread he'd felt as Pan Feng facing Hua Xiong. Like a mountain, slow, inevitable crushing. Lao Pai sat astride his horse, the broadsword in his hand, still dripping blood. His gaze locked onto the ruddy-faced man across from him, and an unsettling premonition tightened like a noose around his chest. This ruddy-faced fellow was dressed far too shabbily, wearing only a threadbare green robe with no iron armor whatsoever. His blade was long, yes, but bore no aura of divine craftsmanship. Is this it? Is this what makes my hair stand on end? Lao Pai shook his head, sharply suppressing the creeping unease. Brothers, he addressed the live stream, see for yourselves. The coalition has run out of warriors, so they've sent a mere gatekeeper to die. Instantly the chat erupted. A gatekeeper. Ha ha ha, perfect. A pauper who can't even afford armor. Lao Pai, go in. Let him feel the overwhelming might of a max-level character. Has the game run out of monsters? One strike. Lao Pai cleave him down in one blow. Reading the flood of comments, his confidence surged anew. Of course, he was now Hua Xiong, a boss whose stat panel utterly dwarfed all others. He had just slaughtered Yu Shi and Bao Zhong as effortlessly as chopping vegetables. How much stronger could this ruddy-faced gatekeeper possibly be? Lao Pai drew a deep breath, raised his blood-dripping broadsword high, and bellowed toward Guan Yu, state your name, warrior. I do not slay nameless men beneath my commander's blade. His voice boomed with robust vigor, precisely echoing the very words Hua Xiong had roared moments earlier when beheading him. Pan Feng. Exhilarating. Utterly exhilarating. This was karma's perfect reversal. Guan Yu sat motionless upon his steed, his phoenix eyes slightly narrowed, not even deigning to grant Lao Pai a proper glance. His lips parted just slightly, uttering two words, Guan Yu. Soft-spoken, uninflected, yet saturated with the chilling detachment of one gazing upon a corpse already laid to rest. Upon hearing the name, Lao Pai chuckled. Guan Yu. Never heard of him. Clearly just another disposable extra. So, you're Guan Yu, he sneered, his grin sharpening into something feral. Remember well, the one who slays you is Hua Xiong of Shiliang. Without another word, he spurred his mount forward. The warhorse reared and charged with a thunderous cry. His broadsword whirled in a full arc, carrying the murderous aura of 2 recent decapitations, aimed straight at Guan Yu's skull. Lao Pai poured every ounce of strength into that strike. He could already envision the ruddy-faced gatekeeper splitting cleanly in two. The chat scrolled feverishly, annihilated. Lao Pai is invincible. The Hua Xiong trial card is pure bliss. The blade's arc reached Guan Yu's crown, and then Guan Yu moved. With one hand, he lifted the green dragon crescent blade and casually raised it upward. Clang! A deafening crash reverberated, so loud Lao Pai's ears rang violently. It felt less like striking steel and more like hacking at an immovable mountain. An immense force surged up the hilt, Lao Pai's palms burned with searing pain, then split wide open. Blood spurted from his torn flesh in a crimson gush. His sword nearly flew from his grip. His entire body lurched backward, nearly toppling from the saddle. Damn it! His heart plummeted. What kind of power was this? The chat fell utterly silent. Guan Yu flicked his wrist. His green dragon crescent blade flashed like azure lightning howling through the air as it swept sideways. Lao Pai's pupils contracted to pinpricks. He threw his sword up in desperate defense. Clang! Another earth-shaking impact. His arms felt as though crushed beneath a runaway locomotive. His bones screamed in protest. He couldn't hold it. That force was monstrous, unfathomable. His blade was wrenched aside with brutal finality, leaving him completely exposed. His mind went blank. It's over. The thought barely formed. Then came the third strike. Swift. So swift he couldn't trace its path. All he saw was a streak of azure light flashing before his eyes. Then, coldness at his throat. His vision spun. He was airborne again. Suspended midair, he beheld the azure sky, the drifting white clouds, and his own headless body still upright upon the horse blood geysering from its severed neck. He also saw Guan Yu, already turning his mount toward camp, posture relaxed, as if he'd merely stepped out to take not even a backward glance at the corpse. Thud. His head struck mud and water. Darkness swallowed him whole. You have fallen in battle. The live stream descended into absolute silence, true suffocating silence. The dense torrent of comments vanished entirely. 5 seconds passed, motionless, hollow, suspended. Then the first comment drifted slowly across the screen, followed by the second, what just happened? The third, 3 strikes. The fourth, Lao Pai, got annihilated again. The fifth, Hua Xiong, then the floodgates burst. What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? 3 strikes, only 3. Hua Xiong. That was Hua Xiong. The same Hua Xiong who'd cut down Yu Shi and Bao Zhong like stalks of wheat. Slain in 3 blows by a green-robed gatekeeper. Who is this ruddy-faced man? Guan Yu. Who is Guan Yu? He's cheating, absolutely cheating. Statistical collapse. Report him, immediately. Lao Pai lay motionless inside the holopod, staring blankly at the ceiling. His mind replayed those 3 strikes, over and over. The first shattered his palms. The second blasted his guard wide open. The third sent him soaring into oblivion. Clean, precise, irrevocable. Effortless as flowing water. He could even recall the utter indifference in Guan Yu's gaze. Not disdain, but the complete absence of recognition. As if a man walking would never pause to consider the ants crushed beneath his soul. Slowly Lao Pai sat up. He removed his helmet and placed it gently on his lap, then lowered his gaze to his own. They trembled, not from fear, but from sheer unbearable frustration. The first time he'd chosen Pan Feng and been cleaved down in one stroke by Hua Xiong. He'd accepted it, the character was simply too weak. The second time, he'd taken Hua Xiong, whose stats dominated all others, cutting down enemies like weeds. Yet he'd been obliterated in 3 blows by a green-robed gatekeeper. What did that mean? Su Chun. Lao Pai lifted his head, staring at the holographic feed, showing his own headless corpse. His eyes reddened. Su Chun. His voice cracked raw as he roared, come out here, now. Are you mocking me, eh? Does this game even have balance anymore? Hua Xiong. That was Hua Xiong. Slain in 3 blows by a gate. I'm reporting you for cheating. Who is that ruddy-faced man? HHH. His fury peaked. He seized the helmet beside him and hurled it violently to the floor. Clang. It bounced twice before rolling into the corner. Lao Pai gasped for breath, chest heaving. Tears of pure exasperation welled at the edges of his eyes. It was humiliating. Profoundly, excruciatingly humiliating. Yet the chat had calmed. Now observing with quiet empathy, Lao Pai's truly broken down. Totally understandable. I'd snapped too. From Pan Feng to Hua Xiong. From being slain to slaying others to being slain again. What a dizzying roller coaster. So who is this Guan Yu really? A mounted archer. Don't insult our intelligence. Who mounts an archer capable of slaying Hua Xiong in 3 strikes? Su Chen's game runs deeper than we imagined. Su Chen reclined in his chair, finishing the last bite of instant noodles. Watching Lao Pai's meltdown, the helmet smashing the ragged screams, he slapped his thigh in delight. Oh my, Su Chen wiped his mouth, chuckling. Lao Pai, you'll need to toughen up your mental resilience. He switched to the back-end dashboard. Concurrent players in Romance of the 3 Kingdoms were surging wildly. The chat overflowed with variations of the same question, who is Guan Yu? Su Chen smiled, faintly typed a line into the system console, and broadcast it. As an official notice, the list of renowned generals has been updated. Guan Yu styled Yun Chang's sworn brother of Liu Bei. He plucks the heads of enemy generals from the heart of 10,000 troops, as easily as reaching into a sack. Upon release, the chat detonated anew, plucks enemy generals' heads from 10,000 troops. As easily as reaching into a sack. That description, it's downright audacious. So that wasn't cheating, it's just who he is. Who is Liu Bei, his sworn brother? How many such titans does this game conceal? Su Chen closed the back-end window and stretched languidly. We've barely begun. He glanced at the clock. Warming wine to behead Hua Xiong. The real spectacle has only just commenced. Lao Pai stared at the helmet in the corner, breathing hard. Head smashed it a little too fiercely moments ago. A small dent marred its surface. The live chat scrolled on Lao Pai. Calm down. The stats are broken. Report him. That Guan Yu is definitely cheating. 3 strikes to kill Hua Xiong. This game is unplayable. Lao Pai ignored the chat. He stared at the helmet, his mind replaying those 3 cuts. The first cut split the webbing of his hand. The second cut opened him wide. The third cut sent him to heaven. Clean and decisive like water flowing from cloud to stream. Damn. Lao Pai cursed, stood up, walked to the corner, and picked up the helmet. The chat burst. Lao Pai, what are you doing? Weren't you going to ask for a refund? The hedonic reversal law finally arrived. Lao Pai dusted the helmet with his hand. Brothers, he said to the live stream, I just figured it out. This game has a problem. A big problem. The chat shot back, no kidding. If it had no problem, you wouldn't get one-shotted. Balanced team come out and take a beating. Lao Pai shook his head. It's not a numbers problem. It's a logic problem. He put the helmet on, laid back in the holographic pod. A white light flashed. He was back in that dark corridor of martial stars. Pan Feng's avatar was grayed out. Hua Xiong's avatar was grayed out too. Yet new black silhouettes glimmered ahead along the corridor. Lao Pai scanned down the line. Zhu Mao Yushi Bao Zhong Feng Yu. The same old acquaintances. But further ahead, there was one more. The silhouette stood like a black iron tower, broad-shouldered and barrel-chested, a full beard on his face and a cleaver in his hand. 4 characters hovered above Zhang, Fei Zhuiju, Butcher. The description was simpler: sells pork for a living. Lao Pai stared at the silhouette, his eyes brightening. The chat panicked. Lao Pai, don't. A pig seller. That's worse than Pan Feng. Pan Feng was at least a general. This is a livelihood entry. This must be a trap by Su Chun. Don't jump. Lao Pai laughed. Brothers, you are still too young. He pointed at Zhang Fei's avatar. See. Sells pork for a living. What was that red-faced, overpowered player's description before? The chat mounted. Lao Pai slapped his thigh. Right? Mounted archer. And the result. 3 strikes to kill Hua Xiong. He wore an expression of having seen through everything. I've deciphered Su Chen's game's rules. The lower the position, the deadlier the strike. If a mounted archer counts as a god, then a pig butcher. Lao Pai licked his lips. Wouldn't that make him a hidden war god? The chat erupted. What kind of logic is that? Has your brain been hacked, Lao Pai? Deriving a war god from a mounted archer. I admire the leap. Lao Pai paid no heed to the chat. With a grand gesture, he clicked Zhang Fei's avatar. It's you. This time it absolutely will not be wrong. White light swallowed his view. In the studio, Su Chun slurped his instant noodles and watched the monitor grin widening. The screen displayed Lao Pi's backend data. Character chosen Zhang Fei. Entering scene Zhuiju Market. Su Chun chuckled to his noodle cup. Not bad, Lao Pai, he said to the noodle bucket. You actually guessed that. But, can you handle the daily life of selling pork? Lao Pai opened his eyes. A strong metallic smell of blood slammed into his nose. He frowned and looked down. A heavy cleaver sat in his hand. The blade still bore fresh blood. In front of him lay a wooden chopping board, half a slab of pork arranged on it, fat and lean, alternating and gleaming. Around him the market roared with voices. Fresh greens. 2 in a bunch. Flatbreads. Hot from the oven. Sharpening shears. Cutting knives. Lao Pai blinked and looked around. It was a bustling market. Bluish stone slabs underfoot, stalls on both sides selling vegetables, cloth sundries. People flowed by shouting and bargaining. Sunlight warmed the head above. The chat, this tone shift sudden. From battlefield to vegetable market. Where's the war we were promised? How is this a management sim now? Lao Pai, your butcher look is kind of unique. Lao Pai ignored the chat. He hefted the cleaver in his hand. It was light, absurdly light. He eyed the pig bone on the board, swung the blade down with one chop. Crack. The bone snapped cleanly, the cut neat. Lao Pi's eyes lit up. Brothers, feel that. The arm strength. The knife work. What did I say? Hidden war. The chat scoffed. So chopping a bone makes you a war god. Lao Pai, are your standards for war gods too low? My granny chops bones like that. Lao Pai was about to retort when a heavy sigh drifted from beside him. Sigh. It was laden with a sorrow that seemed to grieve the nation. Lao Pai turned. Beside him was a Strasandal stall. The vendor sat on a short stool weaving sandals. His appearance was odd, ears so large they nearly hung to his shoulders, arms long enough that his hands almost touched the ground when resting on his knees. The chat joked this NPC modeling went rogue. Those ears could be fans. With hands that long, he must be great at pickpocketing. As a veteran RPG player, Lao Pi's alarm bells rang immediately. Where there is a sigh, there is a quest. He lifted the cleaver and approached the Strasandal stall. Hey, you selling sandals? Lao Pai called in Zhang Fei's coarse voice. Sir, why the sigh? The man raised his head and glanced at Lao Pai. His eyes were filled with an inexplicable sorrow. You brave one may not know. The man set down his sandals and sighed again. Now the yellow turbans run rampant. The world is in chaos. The people are displaced. He paused and looked toward Lao Pai. I bear the desire to slay bandits, yet lack the power to restore the world, so I weave and sell sandals, wasting my days, hence my sigh. Lao Pai grinned inwardly. A quest as predicted. Yellow turbans. Slay bandits. He knew this plot well. The chat went wild. Here it comes. Quest storyline. The sandal seller has ambition. Lao Pai accept the quest. Kill the yellow turbans. Loot gear. Lao Pai was about to accept when his gaze unintentionally slid past the sandal seller's shoulder to another stall near. On that stall sat baskets of green mung beans, fresh and plump. The seller perched on a large stone wearing a faded green robe, eyes closed as if napping. A red face, a beard 2 feet long. Lao Pai's smile froze. The cleaver in his hand clanged to the ground. The chat. Lao Pai, you dropped your knife. What did you see that's so shocking? Lao Pai made no move to retrieve the cleaver. He stared at the red-faced man, his pupils trembled. His brain buzzed like a struck bell, a phantom pain in his neck, as if severed by a blade. The sensation was the kind of terror one imagines from a single stroke. A sharp-eyed viewer in chat recognized him. Holy shit. That red-faced monster. Guan Yu. It's Guan Yu. How is he selling mung beans here? Run, Lao Pai. He one-shotted Hua Xiong, head slice a butcher in the blink of an eye. Lao Pai's legs wobbled. He wanted to flee, but his legs would not obey. The sandal seller Liu Bei continued his lament. If only men of ambition would aid me, the Han could be restored and the world brought peace. Lao Pai heard none of it. He stared fixedly at the red-faced mung bean seller. Guan Yu seemed to sense the gaze and slowly opened his eyes. Phoenix-shaped eyes. Prominent worm-like eyebrows. His look swept across the market with calm precision. Lao Pai shuddered and instinctively stepped back. He trod on the cleaver that had fallen moments before. Clang. Liu Bei paused mid-speech, glanced at Lao Pai, then followed Lao Pai's gaze to Guan Yu. That mung bean seller is also a man of sentiment, Liu Bei said. Liu Bei rose and walked toward Guan Yu. Lao Pai wanted to shout, don't go near him. He's OP. But his throat was dry and no sound came out. Liu Bei reached the mung bean stall and cupped his hands in a respectful greeting. Brave one, you carry an extraordinary bearing. Why are you selling beans here? Guan Yu looked at Liu Bei and spoke calmly, fleeing disaster. I currently make my living here. His voice was quiet, yet full of presence. Liu Bai's eyes brightened. I see in you no ordinary pond fish. He then turned to the still stiff Lao Pai. You who sell meat are also a man of heroism. Our meeting today is fated. Liu Bei paused, his voice rising. Now that the world is plunged into chaos, corrupt ministers run rampant, and the people suffer. Though I lack great talent, I would join you brave ones to undertake a great cause and restore the Han. He looked toward Lao Pai. What say you, brave one? Lao Pai opened his mouth, but no sound came. He looked at Liu Bei, then at Guan Yu. Guan Yu's gaze was calm, yet the oppressive force it exuded could be felt even from several meters away. Lao Pai swallowed. Only one thought rang in his head: have I wandered into a den of monsters? Lao Pai's legs trembled slightly. He stared at the ruddy-faced man selling mung beans, and a phantom pain flared in his neck once more. The live comment feed erupted. Run, Lao Pai. What's with this mung bean vendor's murderous aura? Is Su Chen trolling us? Dropping a boss in the starter village. Liu Bei, oblivious to Lao Pai's distress, approached Guan Yu's stall and offered a respectful bow. Esteemed warrior, your bearing is extraordinary. Why do you sell beans here? Guan Yu opened his eyes, glanced briefly at Liu Bei, and replied calmly. I fled calamity and now eke out a living here. His voice was soft yet resonant with unwavering vigor. Liu Bai's eyes sparkled with recognition. I perceive, sir, that you are no ordinary man, certainly not one destined to linger in obscurity. He then turned toward Lao Pai, still frozen in place. And this meat seller too bears the stature of a hero. Our meeting today is no mere coincidence, it is fate. Liu Bei paused, then raised his voice. The realm is plunged into chaos, treacherous ministers rule unchecked, and the common people suffer grievously. Though I am but humble, I wish to join forces with you both in a great undertaking, to restore the Han dynasty. He looked directly at Lao Pai. What say you, brother? Lao Pai parted his lips. Two conflicting thoughts warred within his mind. One screamed, run. This red-faced man is overpowered. He'll get you killed. The other whispered, wait. If this overpowered red-faced warrior forms a party, could I truly stride unchallenged through this world? His veteran player instincts blared in alarm. Lao Pai glanced at Liu Bei, then at Guan Yu. Guan Yu returned his gaze, calm, silent, yet radiating such palpable pressure that it struck Lao Pai even from several meters away. Lao Pai swallowed hard. Then, his fear vanished, instantly replaced by an exuberant, almost fawning smile. Slapping his thigh, he snatched up his cleaver and boomed in a gruff voice, brother speaks true. In 3 strides, he wedged himself between Liu Bei and Guan Yu, clapping each on the shoulder, one hand trembling as it landed on Guan Yu's, yet refusing to recoil. I'm a butcher, no grand talents, just raw strength and plenty of meat. Grinning broadly at the two men, he declared, you two are clearly no common folk. So, this great undertaking. Count me in. The live comment feed exploded. Lao Pai, your face changes faster than a turning page. Weren't your legs shaking just now? Already groveling for protection. When you can't win, you swear brotherhood. Lao Pai, you truly understand how to play. Liu Bei laughed, a man of decisive spirit. Guan Yu gave a slight nod. Agreed. Lao Pai's heart soared. He'd secured their patronage. An overpowered red-faced warrior, now his ally. This victory was assured. Come. Lao Pai tugged eagerly at Liu Bei and Guan Yu. This isn't the place for talk. Let's go to my manor. I've wine and meat aplenty. Liu Bei and Guan Yu exchanged a glance, and neither objected. Lao Pai swiftly packed up his meat stall, simply tucking his cleaver into his belt and abandoning the cuts still lying on the chopping block. The trio left the marketplace, heading beyond the city walls. The live comment feed kept buzzing. Lao Pai, you're abandoning your pork. What a profligate fool. Leaving business behind just to latch on a powerful allies. As they walked, Lao Pai boasted to Liu Bei, behind my manor lies a peach orchard, blossoms blooming now perfect for drinking wine beneath their boughs. After roughly half an hour they arrived at Zhang Fei's manor. Though modest in scale, it was immaculately kept. Lao Pai led them across the grounds to the rear garden. The moment they entered the garden, the live comment feed fell silent. Everywhere, peach trees in full bloom. Pink petals drifted like snow swirling through the air. The ground was carpeted in blossoms, soft underfoot. A breeze carried the sweet, heady fragrance of spring. Even Lao Pai paused stunned. This scene was breathtakingly beautiful. Too beautiful for a war-torn game. Liu Bei stood beneath a peach tree, gazing upward at the falling blossoms, his expression distant, such splendor, yet born into an age of turmoil. How tragic. How deeply tragic. Guan Yu said nothing, but his gaze softened just a fraction. Lao Pai snapped back to himself and hurriedly gestured, sit. I'll fetch the wine. He dashed inside, returning with 3 earthenware jars of wine and a large platter of cooked meat. Its origin indeterminate, perhaps pork or something else entirely. There beneath the blossoming trees the 3 settled cross-legged upon the earth. Lao Pai broke the clay seal on a jar and poured generous bowls for each here. We drink first. Liu Bei raised his bowl, to our fellowship. Guan Yu lifted his in turn. They clinked bowls and drank deep. The wine burned fiercely down their throats. Yet as Lao Pai swallowed, warmth flooded his limbs. 3 bowls in, the 3 men were already fast friends. Liu Bei's eyes glistened with unshed tears as he sighed. I am a descendant of Prince Jing of Zhongshan, great-great-grandson of Emperor Jing of Han. Now the yellow turban rebels stir chaos across the land, and unrest surges like floodwaters. I yearn to crush these traitors and bring peace to the people, yet lack the strength. Hence my sorrowful sigh. Guan Yu slammed his fist upon the table, his phoenix eyes blazing. A true man born between heaven and earth wields his 3-foot sword to achieve immortal glory. If Lord Xuanda harbors such noble ambition, then Guan Yu pledges his life in service. Lao Pai listened, struggling with archaic phrasing, but the fierce pride and solemn pathos pierced straight to his soul, amplified by the system's life immersion function. A fire ignited in his chest. A blaze no cyberage dweller had ever known, the unquenchable ancestral fervor of Chinese suns. He longed to speak, to give voice to this swelling emotion. But he was an unlettered streamer. Phrases like, wield a 3-foot sword to achieve immortal glory, were far beyond his tongue. He strained in silence, his face flushing crimson. Liu Bei watched him with genuine warmth. Brother Zhang, what is your will? Lao Pai shot upright, slapped his thigh, and bellowed, me too. Guan Yu stroked his beard and laughed heartily. We 3 may hail from humble origins, but all share the same resolve to serve our nation and safeguard its people. If you hold no disdain for us, let us swear brotherhood, united in purpose, bound in destiny. Tears streamed down Liu Bei's cheeks. With the aid of my 2 brothers, the Han dynasty shall rise anew, and peace shall settle upon the realm. Lao Pai, aflame with passion, raised his bowl once more and roared, me too. The live comment feed burst into laughter, yet soon laughter gave way to quiet, profound emotion. Ha ha ha, me too. That's legendary. Lao Pai, I'm an illiterate butcher. Whatever you say, I follow. Why does it make me laugh, and yet stir something deep inside me? Though Lao Pai utters only me too, I feel, truly, that his heart is sincere. Liu Bei took Guan Yu's and Lao Pai's hands and led them to the center of the orchard. The system seized partial control of their movements. At that instant, the background score surged, not with tenderness but with desolate grandeur, solemn majesty, and soaring sky-rending valor. They lit incense and candles, faced heaven and earth, and knelt as one. Liu Bei stood at the center, Guan Yu to his left, Lao Pai to his right. Liu Bei spoke first, voice steady and commanding. Let Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei, though of different surnames, swear brotherhood, henceforth united in purpose, aiding the helpless, rescuing the imperiled. Guan Yu continued, upholding our sovereign above, securing peace for the people below. Lao Pai joined in, voice booming loudest. We ask not to be born on the same day, in the same month, in the same year. All 3 thundered as one. But we vow to die on the same day, in the same month, in the same year. May heaven and earth bear witness to this oath. Should any betray this bond or forget this grace, may heaven and man unite to strike him down. Upon finishing the vow, they bowed 3 times deeply to the heavens and the earth. Then they rose and smiled eye to eye. Inside his holochamber, Lao Pai shivered, skin prickling with goose flesh. His eyes stung with unexpected heat. He did not know why. For several seconds, the live comment feed fell utterly still, then detonated. Holy, goosebumps everywhere. Not born together, but to die as one. This is what brotherhood truly is. 3 men who've known each other less than half a day, binding their lives together like this. I don't comprehend it, yet I am utterly awestruck. In his studio, Su Chan watched the holographic feed and smiled faintly. He sipped water and murmured softly, Have you grasped it yet, cyber natives? This bond, transcending blood forged for an intangible ideal binding life and death itself. This is the hardest, purest moonlight buried deep in every man's heart. Amidst the falling peach blossoms, Liu Bei clasped Lao Pai's and Guan Yu's hands. Now that we are sworn brothers, let us address one another as elder and younger brothers. As I am the eldest, I shall be your elder brother. Guan Yu bowed respectfully, elder brother. Lao Pai grinned broadly, elder brother. Liu Bei gazed at them, both eyes resolute. From this day forward, the three of us shall stand as one, united in purpose, inseparable in fate. Life and death together, never depart. Lao Pai nodded firmly. Suddenly he sensed it. The game was no longer the same. Suddenly a line of text flashed before Lao Pai's eyes. System notification, time acceleration mode activated. Immediately the surrounding peach orchard scenery began to blur and elongate. It was as if the fast-forward button had been pressed. Lao Pai felt like he was sitting on a high-speed train and the scenes in front of him flew by. He saw Liu Bei using that money to recruit people in Zhou County. He saw Guan Yu in a blacksmith shop staring intently as the blacksmith forged a blade. The sword grew longer and heavier, eventually taking the form of the green dragon crescent blade. He saw 300 ragtag rural warriors lining up in the estate to receive weapons. He saw Liu Bei, the eldest brother, standing in front, giving a speech about restoring the Han dynasty, while the eyes of the rural warriors lit up. Then came the battle. The Yellow Turban Army. A sea of yellow cloth on their heads, wielding hoes and sickles, charging in with loud cries. Lao Pai was a little flustered at first, but the next moment he was filled with joy. Brothers, watch closely. Lao Pai shouted in the live stream, holding a newly forged spear. He thrust the spear at a rushing yellow turban soldier. PFF. It was like poking tofu. The soldier. Lao Pai was stunned. What the hell? So fragile. The bullet comments flew by. Lao Pai, are you cheating? That damage can't be right. Wow. Lao Pai was puzzled, but he quickly noticed a pattern. For ordinary soldiers, he could take them down with one thrust. For those slightly sturdier, it might take two. But that was fine. Whenever an elite-looking mini-boss charged at him, a green shadow would flash by him. Guan Yu. He didn't even need to ride a horse. With a single slash, just one slash, the elite soldier and his weapon were cleaved in half. Clean and swift. Lao Pai watched in astonishment, then erupted with joy. Brothers, did you see that? This is the joy of riding someone else's coattails. He hoisted his spear and followed closely behind, Guan Yu specifically targeting the easy prey. Liu Bei was directing from behind, pointing to where there were more enemies. Second brother. Over there. Guan Yu went over and cleared the screen with one slash. Lao Pai followed along to pick up the spoils, finishing off enemies for assists. It was exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. This feeling of riding on the coattails was even more satisfying than when he played as Hua Xiong and chopped down soldiers himself. Because he didn't need to use his brain, nor did he have to fear a sudden appearance of a red-faced enemy. He was now the brother of one battle after another. The fame of the three brothers gradually spread. Liu Bei is benevolent, Guan Yu is a warrior against thousands, Zhang Fei is brave. Lao Pai listened to these rumors, feeling delighted inside. Although he spent most of his time slacking off, he couldn't help but be amazed by the prowess of the second brother and the operational skills of the eldest brother. Achievements floated in like snowflakes. Finally the screen froze. Cao Cao issues a decree summoning all lords to join forces against Dongjua. Lord Gongsun commands, ordering Lu County Magistrate to assemble troops immediately and proceed to the meeting at Xuanzhou. Liu Bei took the decree, glanced at it, and his expression turned serious. Dongjua disrupts the court, the world unites to strike against him. He looked at Guan Yu and Lao Pai, second brother, third brother, this is our chance to make a name for ourselves. Guan Yu narrowed his phoenix eyes, I am willing to follow my elder brother. Lao Pai instinctively nodded, me too. Wait a minute. Xuanzhou. The meeting. Lao Pai's mind went ding as if something had connected. He followed Liu Bei and Guan Yu out of the county office, gathering the troops. There were only a few hundred people, departing with Gongsun main force. Along the way, Lao Pai's uneasy feeling grew stronger, until he followed Liu Bei and Guan Yu into the enormous central military tent. The tent was already filled with people. Everyone was dressed lavishly with an extraordinary aura. At the main seat sat a dignified middle-aged man whose name was Yuan Shao. Beside him sat a prosperous-looking fellow whose name was Han Fu. Liu Bei and the others stood behind Gongsun completely unnoticed. But Lao Pai's eyes widened as he scanned the room. This setting, this NPC, so familiar. Then his gaze landed on the row of generals behind Han Fu. A rugged man in shiny iron armor wielding a large axe stood tall with a scruffy beard. His name gleamed above him, Pan Feng. Lao Pai nearly spat out his drink. He quickly covered his mouth, his shoulders shaking like a sieve. The bullet comments, Lao Pai, what are you laughing at? What did you see that made you so happy? Who's that big guy? Quite a unique look. Lao Pai screamed in his heart, brothers. Look at that fool with the axe over there. Doesn't he look familiar? The bullet comments went silent for a second, then exploded, no way. Pan Feng, the unmatched general. Why is he here? Wait, this scene. Xuanzhou camp. The coalition against Dongjua. Lao Pai, are you now Zhang Fei? Did you come with Liu Bei? Does that mean next? Before the bullet comments finished, a soldier suddenly rolled in from outside the tent. Report. The soldier's face was pale, his voice trembling. Hua Xiong is challenging us outside the camp. General Yu Shi went out to fight. In less than 3 exchanges he was beheaded. The tent fell silent in an instant. The faces of all the lords changed. Lao Pi's eyes lit up. Here it comes. It's really coming. The bullet comments went wild. What the hell? It's coming. I've seen this scene before. Yu Shi. It's Yu Shi. So that's how it is. The timeline has converged. Lao Pi, you used pan foam before, and he died here. Is it time for Bao Zhong next? Lao Pi stifled his laughter watching the panicked expressions of the NPC. Sure enough, another lord stood up shouting in grief and anger, my general Bao Zhong has also been slain by Hua Xiong. The atmosphere in the tent grew even heavier. Then Lao Pi saw the familiar NPC, Han Fu, suddenly stand up. With a confident expression and a loud voice, everyone do not worry. I have the General Pan Foam, who can slay Hua Xiong. All eyes instantly focused on the fool with the axe. The Pan Foam NPC strode out of the tent with his head held high. His demeanor, his aura was exactly the same as when Lao Pi had chosen him. Lao Pi could no longer hold back, lowering his head as his shoulders shook violently. He felt ecstatic inside. God's perspective. Omniscient perspective. He knew just how terrifying the Hua Xiong outside was. He had personally experienced the feeling of being one-shotted. He was even more aware of how unbelievable his second brother, dressed in green, blushing and ignored by others as a horse archer, truly was. He had also experienced the feeling of being one-shotted. This feeling of I know everything, and you are all fools surged to the heavens. The bullet comments were also laughing wildly. Ha ha ha, Pan Foam is going up again. He's an old actor. Who's controlling him this time? It can't be that unfortunate soul who chose him again, right? Waiting to be one-shotted. A couple of minutes later, a scout rolled in, his voice tinged with tears. Report. General Pan Foam, in a battle with Hua Xiong, was beheaded in one strike. The tent was dead silent. The lords turned pale. Someone sighed. Hua Xiong is fierce, unmatched in the world. He has already slain 4 of my generals. This. Lao Pi watched the NPCs sighing and lamenting, and he was overjoyed inside. He stole a glance at Guan Yu beside him. Guan Yu kept his eyes closed as if everything in the tent was irrelevant to him. But Lao Pi knew the CPU of the second brother had already started to work. Sure enough, just when the atmosphere in the big tent reached a freezing point and all the lords were at a loss, Guan Yu slowly opened his eyes. A glint of cold light flashed in his phoenix eyes. He took a step forward, entering the tent. His voice was not loud, but it was exceptionally clear, carrying an uncontainable pride. This young general is willing to go forth and slay Hua Xiong, presenting his head at your feet. All eyes in the tent instantly focused on this red-faced man in an old green robe who didn't even wear armor. Then there was an uproar. Who are you? A mere horse archer dares to speak such arrogance. General Pan Foam has already been slain. Are you seeking death? Step back. Lao Pi watched the expressions of these NPCs and nearly burst out laughing. He said in his heart to the live stream brothers, get ready. The famous scene is about to arrive. As Guan Yu declared, this humble warrior volunteers to slay Hua Xiong and present his head before this assembly, the grand tent erupted in chaos. Yuan Shu leapt to his feet, first pointing at Guan Yu. You, a mere horse archer, dare boast so recklessly here. Do you know how many men Hua Xiong has just slain? Get out. Other lords joined the clamor indeed. Even General Pan Foam fell. Do you seek only death? A gatekeeper dares speak in such company. Drag him out and flog him. Lao Pi stood behind Gong Sun Zan, watching the lords' disdainful faces, and stifled laughter surged within him. He spoke into his live stream, brothers, behold these clowns. The comment feed scrolled furiously, they're flustered already. Blind as bats. Wait, and watch how second brother shames you all. Liu Bei stepped forward at once, bowing respectfully to Yuan Shao. The alliance Marshal, my elder brother has volunteered. Surely he possesses both courage and certainty. Should he fail, behead all 3 of us, brothers. Before Yuan Shao could reply, a low chuckle sounded from the side. Cao Cao rose, approached Guan Yu, and appraised him from head to toe. Phoenix eyes, silkworm-like brows, a face like polished crimson jujube. His bearing was extraordinary. Cao Cao nodded approvingly. This man's bearing is noble indeed. How could Hua Xiong possibly know he is no hero? Turning to Yuan Shu, he added, Brother Lu Gong, since he serves under your command, why not let him try? If he fails, punishment may follow then. Yuan Shu snorted silent. Cao Cao ordered a cup of hot wine brought forth and handed it to Guan Yu. Brave warrior. Drink this to fortify your spirit. Guan Yu glanced at the cup, but did not take it. Bowing deeply to Cao Cao, he said, pour the wine. I shall return shortly. Then gripping his green dragon crescent blade, he turned and strode resolutely from the tent. His retreating figure exuded effortless grace. Comments flooded the stream. Holy heavens, he's doing it. Pour the wine. I shall return shortly. That swagger deserves full marks. Second brother is unmatched. Lao Pi silently roared inwardly, here it comes. The legendary moment. Cao Cao, still holding the cup, paused, then broke into a broad smile. What a man. Guan Yunzhong. Silence descended upon the tent. Lords exchanged uneasy glances. Some sneered, others shook their heads, certain the red-faced warrior had marched to his doom. Only Lao Pi strained forward, ears pricked, waiting for the sounds beyond the tent flap. Within seconds, A thunderous drumbeat shook the heavens. Boom, boom, boom. Then came a tidal roar of battle cries. Kill. As if heaven had cracked, earth split, mountains crumbled, and oceans surged. The lords in the tent recoiled in unison. Several, trembling with fright, dropped their wine cups. Han Fu's face paled like rice paper, his lips quivered, thighs commotion. Even Yuan Shu could no longer sit still. He craned his neck toward the entrance. Lao Pai nearly burst into laughter at their cowering. Inwardly he scoffed, why tremble? Standard procedure, no need to panic. Comments flashed, haha, look how terrified they are. This is merely the beginning. Wait, it will grow even more thrilling. The drumbeats and war cries arrived with explosive force and vanished just as swiftly. Within 2 or 3 minutes, sudden silence. A tomb-like hush. Inside the tent, even breaths were off. Then, clear, delicate chimes of horse bells drew nearer, tinkling, tinkling. The curtain parted. His green robe bore only faint dust. No wound marred his frame. In his hand, he held something which he cast down with a thud. Thump, thump, thump. A severed head rolled to the center of the tent. Its eyes bulged wide in disbelief. The face of Hua Xiong. Utter stillness gripped the tent. Every lord stared, pupils dilated like bronze bells transfixed upon that head. Then slowly they turned their gaze to Guan Yu, who stood unruffled, neither flushed nor winded. Bowing once to Yuan Shao, he announced calmly, Hua Xiong is slain. Cao Cao suddenly remembered the wine cup and reached for it. It remained warm to the touch. His hand trembled. He cried aloud, the wine is still warm. Those 4 words struck the tent like a thunderclap. The wine still warm. From departure to return, less time than for a cup to cool. How can this be? The lord stood utterly dumbfounded. Lao Pai, witnessing the scene, felt pure exhilaration flood his being. Unable to contain himself, he leapt from behind Gongsun Zan and bellowed, my elder brother has slain Hua Xiong. Why delay? Press forward now and capture Dong Zhuo alive. What are we waiting for? His shout startled the dazed lords. Only then did they truly observe the speaker. A swarthy, fierce-looking man with blazing eyes and formidable presence. Their eyes shifted to the red-faced warrior beside him, and then to the broad-eared Liu Bei. These 3 figures, once dismissed as insignificant, now seemed unmistakably different. Cao Cao was the first to recover, bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly excellent. Lord Xianda, you have 2 peerless tiger generals among your brothers. He stepped forward and bowed deeply to Liu Bei. To meet such heroes today is my greatest fortune. Liu Bei hurriedly returned the bow, his heart finally settling after its long suspension. The other lords too snapped back to awareness and quickly donned cordial smiles. County Magistrate Liu truly harbors dragons and tigers in his ranks. General Guan's valor is unmatched. General Zhang is likewise a paragon of heroism. Their demeanor had reversed entirely. Lao Pai watched these lords shift allegiances faster than turning pages. Cold amusement flickered in his heart, though his expression remained rugged and bold. I'm but a pig slaughterer. My elder brother is the true hero. Comments exploded across the stream. Warm wine decapitation of Hua Xiong. Magnificent. 1 cup of wine, and the boss is gone. Second brother. Eternal God. Lao Pai, you've chosen the right patron. From this day forth, I am second brother's loyal hound. News spread swiftly to Luoyang. In the chancellor's residence, Dong Zhuo reclined sipping wine, while an imperial concubine nestled in his arms. When Li Ru burst in, stumbling and breathless, Chancellor. Disaster strikes. Hua Xiong, he is slain. The wine cup slipped from Dong Zhuo's grasp and shattered on the floor. What? Hua Xiong slain? By whom? By a horse archer named Guan Yu, Liu Bei's sworn brother. Dong Zhuo's face turned ashen. Hua Xiong ranked among his fiercest commanders, yet fell to a mere archer. Were there such warriors among the coalition? Li Ru leaned close. Chancellor, with Hua Xiong newly defeated, the coalition's morale surges. Our only recourse is to dispatch a true supreme general to garrison Hulao Pass, to halt their advance. Dong Zhuo glared. A supreme general? Whom do I have left? Li Ru lowered his voice. Lu Bu, Lu Fengxian. Dong Zhuo's eyes lit up. Of course. His adopted son, the monstrous warrior from Bingzhou, undefeated in every contest across the army. Quickly, summon Lu Bu to my presence. Days later, at Hulao Pass, the coalition's vast host advanced beneath its ramparts. Lao Pai marched alongside Liu Bei and Guan Yu, now walking with unmistakable swagger. After all, his second brother had just slain Hua Xiong, making him by association the younger brother of the man who slew Hua Xiong. Comments buzzed with anticipation. Next, Hulao Pass. Word says Dong Zhuo sent someone even fiercer than second brother, waiting for second brother to claim another head. The coalition deployed its battle array beneath the pass. Suddenly, a massive banner unfurled atop the wall, bearing a single character Lu. The gate groaned open. A lone rider emerged. Lao Pai narrowed his eyes and gasped. For a heartbeat, the comment feed went blank. The rider wore a triple-pronged purple gold crown, a crimson brocade robe embroidered with blossoms from western Sichuan, and over it gleamed a beast-faced linked armor cuirass, cinched with a lion head belt studded with jade. In his hands rested a heaven-defying halberd. Beneath him stood a steed, fiery red from mane to hoof, not a single stray hair marring its perfection. As it stepped forth from the gate, it reared and unleashed a piercing dragon-like whinny. Wee-I. So resonant it numbed the ears. Lao Pai's mind raced. What level of refinement does this physique require? And that mount? How much must one invest to acquire it? Comments detonated. Holy hell, the modeling. This is unquestionably an SS steer character. That steed, that halberd, that armor. A true magnate, absolutely elite. Mounted on the red hare, Lu Bu advanced slowly toward the front lines of both armies. With a thunderous thud, he planted his heaven-defying halberd into the earth, sending dust spiraling upward. His gaze swept across the coalition forces, cold and different, as if surveying insects. I am Lu Bu, Lu Fengxian. His voice, though quiet, carried across the entire battlefield. Who dares challenge me? A beat of silence followed among the coalition ranks. Then Feng Yue, a famed general of Henei, spurred his horse forward. Lu Bu, cease your arrogance. I shall cut you down. Lu Bu didn't even glance his way. When Feng Yue closed in and thrust his spear, Lu Bu casually deflected it, then countered with a single lethal lunge. Shhhk. A gaping wound opened in Feng Yue's chest. He toppled lifeless from his mount, dead, in fewer than 5 exchanges. A wave of shock rippled through the coalition. Another general, Mu Shun, charged forth. Lu Bu swung once. Mu Shun fell dead. Third came Wu Ongwu wielding a colossal hammer. After 10 exchanges, Lu Bu struck again. Wu Ongwu screamed, his wrist severed clean, dragging his maimed arm as he fled back to safety. Lu Bu circled twice before the coalition lines on his red hare. His heaven-defying halberd pointed directly at the coalition. Any others? Silence, absolute and suffocating. The lords' faces drained of color. This Lu Bu surpassed even Hua Xiong in terror. At least Hua Xiong had fought several rounds, but Lu Bu slaughtered men as effortlessly as cleaving vegetables. Lao Pai stood stunned. Comments panicked. We can't possibly win this. Can we? Second brother, go forth and strike him down. Yes, warm wine decapitation of Lu Bu. Lao Pai, urge your second brother forward now. All eyes converged upon Guan Yu. Guan Yu's phoenix eyes narrowed as he fixed his gaze upon Lu Bu. His hand tightened around the haft of his green dragon crescent blade. Lao Pai watched him silently, urging second brother, advance. Teach him humility. At that very instant, a thunderous roar erupted from the coalition ranks. Traitorous dog, born of 3 cease your arrogance. Zhang Fei of Yin stands here. Lao Pai froze. That voice, familiar beyond belief. Wait, Zhang Fei, that means me. Before he could process it, his body surged forward uncontrollably, his hands gripping a serpent spear of 8 chi. A black steed materialized beneath him. A system prompt chimed in his ear. Historical event, 3 heroes battle. Lu Bu triggered. Mandatory narrative mode activated. Lao Pai stared at the rapidly approaching Lu Bu and the frost-glittering heaven-defying halberd. Only one thought burned in his mind. Su Chun, I curse your ancestors. Old Peace Mind echoed with the phrase Su Chun, I curse you, but his body had already charged forward uncontrollably. The 8-foot serpent spear in his hand lifted itself, aimed at Lu Bu, and lunged. Traitor of the 3 surnames. Take this spear. Old Pai heard himself roar these words, feeling a surge of panic within. The barrage of comments exploded. Old Pai has charged in. He really charged in. What the hell? The pig butcher dares to fight Lu Bu. The end of the show. Safe travels, Old Pai. Lu Bu gazed at the black-faced brute rushing towards him, a smirk curling his lips, as if he were watching a moth drawn to the flame. With a casual flick of the Fangdianyu, a halberd, a resounding bang echoed. The sound shook Old Peace's ears. He felt as if both his arms were hit by a truck of fierce pain radiating from his palms, nearly losing grip on his spear. But he was not dead. The spear was unbroken. He was still on his horse. Old Pai stood dumbfounded. Lu Bu also let out a surprised hum, a hint of astonishment flashing in his phoenix-like eyes. The barrage of comments instantly cleared, then exploded. What the hell? He caught it. The pig butcher caught Lu Bus. How high is Zhang Fei's panel data? So the pig butcher is indeed a hidden war god. Before Old Pai could recover from his shock, Lu Bus' second strike was already upon him. This time it wasn't just a casual swing. It came with a whistling sound heading straight for his head. Old Pai was terrified, his spirit nearly fleeing, but his body moved on its own, lifting the 8-foot serpent spear defensively. Clang! Another thunderous roar erupted. Old Pai felt his blood surge, a sweet taste filling his mouth, yet he somehow blocked it again. Brothers! Old Pai shouted in the live stream, I think I have something. The comments exploded. Old Pai, you've leveled up. The pig butcher is going head-to-head with Lu Bu. These stats. This defense. Su Chen didn't deceive us. The lower the rank, the dirtier the play. He no longer held back, the Fangdianyu, a halberd swirling into a silver blur, launching a fierce assault on Old Pai. Old Pai struggled to defend himself in chaos. Block, shake, dodge, bear. 50 exchanges. Old Pai was drenched in sweat, his arms felt too sore to lift, and several times he nearly got pierced through. Lu Bu was too fierce. Each strike was as heavy as a mountain and as swift as lightning. Old Pai relied entirely on Zhang Fei's brute strength and the system's forced actions to endure, but he was already at his limit. Second brother. Eldest brother. Old Pai wailed in his heart, if you don't come soon, our brotherhood will turn into a banquet of peach garden. I'm about to meet my end here. Just when Old Pi thought he couldn't block the next strike, a horse's neigh sounded from the coalition's ranks. Like a dragon's roar. Third brother, don't panic. Second brother has arrived. A green shadow swift as lightning. The Qinglong Yinyuan knife glimmered with azure light, aiming for Lu Bu's nape. Lu Bu reacted swiftly, blocking with his halberd. Clang. This sound was even louder than before. Guan Yu had arrived. His phoenix eyes widened, eyebrows raised, and his red face radiated killing intent. Lu Bu, don't harm my third brother. Old Pi saw Guan Yu and nearly burst into tears. Second brother, you finally made it. The comments surged. Second brother has arrived. The green-robed war god. A duel of the two gods. Let the battle commence. Lu Bu looked at Guan Yu, his expression turning serious. Another one comes to die? Guan Yu said nothing, raising the Qinglong knife. He struck at Lu Bu. Old Pi quickly coordinated, thrusting the 8-foot serpent spear from the other side. The two attacked Lu Bu from the left and right. Blades gleamed, halberds shadowed, and spears whirled. 30 exchanges. Lu Bu was surprisingly suppressed. Guan Yu's swordplay was domineering while Old Pi's spear technique was ferocious. Together, they managed to match Lu Bu evenly. The coalition's ranks stood dumbfounded. Cao Cao's eyes sparkled. These two truly are fierce generals. Yuan Shao gaped. This red-faced one is so powerful. Yuan Shu turned pale. The comments had gone wild. What the hell? 2 against 1. Suppressing Lu Bu. Second brother is awesome. Third brother is awesome. So the pig butcher is actually a big shot. This coordination. This synergy. The more Lu Bu fought, the more alarmed he became. The red-faced man's sword was absurdly heavy. The black-faced brute's spear was ruthlessly fierce. The two seemed to have a tacit understanding, attacking and defending in turns, trapping him in the middle. But after all, he was Lu Bu. The Fang Dianyua halberd danced like a fortress, though suppressed, his defense was impenetrable. For a while, neither side could gain the upper hand. At that moment, another rider burst forth from the coalition ranks. Twin swords in hand, large ears flapping in the wind. Second brother, third brother. Eldest brother has come to assist you. Liu Bei charged in. Old Pi felt warmth seeing Liu Bei, but then panicked again. Eldest brother, don't come. Your power level is the lowest. The comments grew frantic. Uncle Liu, don't go. Are you sending yourself to your death? Seeing Liu Bei charging over, Lu Bu's eyes lit up. He chose the soft target. The Fang Dianyua halberd feigned a strike, deflecting Guan Yu's sword and Old Pi's spear, then lunged at Liu Bei. As quick as lightning, Liu Bei's face turned pale with fright, yet instinctively raised his twin swords. Clang. He actually blocked it. Though his arms numbed from the impact, he was still alive. Liu Bu was stunned. Liu Bei was also stunned. Old Pi and Guan Yu seized the opportunity, launching simultaneous attacks with spear and sword. Liu Bu hastily switched to defense. The three surrounded Liu Bu, engaging in a relentless melee. Liu Bei's power level was indeed the weakest, but with him joining, Liu Bu had to divide his focus, increasing the pressure instantly. The sound of the 4 weapons clashing rang out like a blacksmith's hammer. Clang, 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 echoed continuously. Dust rose and warhorses neighed. Everyone in the coalition stood gaping. The comments had transitioned from shock to fervor. The 3 heroes battle Liu Bu. What a classic scene. Grass shoes, green bean vendor, pig butcher fiercely beating the rich and powerful. This is the romance of men. Not seeking to live together, but to die together. They truly did it. After more than 50 exchanges, Liu Bu felt increasingly suffocated. Individually, he wouldn't fear any of these 3, but together their coordination was too effective. The red-faced man's swordplay was exquisite. The black-faced man's spearplay was violent. And though the large-eared man's swordplay was weak, he always disrupted Liu Bu's counterattacks. If this continued, he would suffer losses. Liu Bu thought, quickly thrusting the Fang Dianyua halberd fiercely at the weakest Liu Bei. Liu Bei hurriedly dodged. Liu Bu seized the opportunity to sweep aside the formation, dragging the halberd backward, striking the red hair. Charge! The red hair transformed into a streak of red light, turning and running. In the blink of an eye, they dashed back to Hulaguan. The gate slammed shut with a loud bang. In the center of the battlefield, only Lu Guan and Zhang remained. Old Pi slumped on his horse, gasping for breath, unable to lift his arms. Guan Yu was also panting, but his phoenix eye sparkled. Liu Bei wiped his sweat, looking at his 2 brothers, and smiled. Then the 3 exchanged hearty laughter. Ha ha! Laughter echoed across the battlefield. The coalition ranks fell silent for a few seconds. Then a thunderous cheer erupted. We won. Liu Bu ran away. Lu Guanzhong. Lu Guanzhong. All the warlords stood up, gazing at the 3 figures in the center of the battlefield, their expressions complex. There was admiration, jealousy, and shock. Cao Cao gazed at Guan Yu with appreciation. At this moment, the comments were completely ignited. I cried. 3 people who have known each other for less than half a year truly bound their lives together. This is brotherhood. The oath of the Peach Garden is not just talk. From today on, I am the dog of the Peach Garden brothers. Su Chen sat in the studio watching the barrage of comments flood the screen, taking a sip of water. Did you all understand, cyber comrades? A man's white moonlight can also be brothers who share life and death and the blood and sweat of fighting side by side. Under Hulaguan, the sunset was like blood. Lu Guan and Zhang stood side by side on their horses, their shadows stretching long. Their names from this moment on were officially engraved in the hearts of all players in this cyber world. Meanwhile, old Pai sat in the holographic pod, watching his trembling hands suddenly feeling. Being a pig butcher didn't seem so bad after all. After the fight at Hulao Pass, Lao Pai felt as if his arms were no longer his own. But he felt elated inside. Following his older brother and second brother, he traveled with the main force of the coalition towards Luoyang. On the way, Lao Pai boasted in the live stream, "Brothers, did you see that? The three heroes fought Lu Bu. Now tell me, am I impressive, or what?" The bullet comments were filled with praises like Lao Pai is awesome and the pig killer stands up. But this boasting didn't last long as they arrived in Luoyang. Or rather, what was left of Luoyang arrived. Lao Pai rode on his horse, gazing at the charred remains ahead. The city walls had collapsed, houses burned down to their frames, and the streets were littered with burnt wood and charred corpses indistinguishable between human and beast. When the wind blew, a stench mixed with the smell of charred flesh invaded his nostrils. What the hell? Lao Pai instinctively covered his nose. The bullet comments in the live stream fell silent. Is this Luoyang? Did Dongzhuo set it on fire? That's too cruel. Liu Bei walked ahead, sighing. Dongzhuo the traitor has burned the imperial capital to this extent. Guan Yu squinted with his phoenix eyes, saying nothing, but his grip on the Qinglong's saber tightened. The coalition entered the city and the ranks dispersed. Lao Pai followed Liu Bei and Guan Yu through the ruins, stepping on shards of tiles and ash. What's the point of looking for Dongzhuo? He's long gone. Lao Pai grumbled. Just then a commotion erupted ahead. A group of soldiers surrounded a well, shouting and clamoring. There's something. There's light in the well. Lao Pai's player radar beeped. Brothers, something's happening. He lowered his voice to the live stream. This scene, this atmosphere, it definitely triggered a hidden plot. He hurried over. It was Sun Jian's men. Several soldiers pulled a brocade box from the well. The box was dirty, but a strange white light leaked through the seams. General, we found it. The soldiers presented the box to Sun Jian. Sun Jian, the man, known as the Tiger of Jiangdong, took the box, his hands trembling slightly. He opened it. Inside was a piece of jade, missing one corner, and inlaid with gold. 8 characters were engraved on the jade. Lao Pai didn't recognize the seal script, but the system kindly displayed a translation for him, receiving the mandate of heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure. At the same time, an extremely bizarre light emanated from the jade, casting half light and half shadow on Sun Jian's face. Lao Pai's eyes widened. What the hell? The only hidden god-level drop in the entire server. He almost shouted, this light effect. This texture. The bullet comments exploded. Equipment drop. Golden legend. What is this? A jade seal. It doesn't look like a mundane item. Lao Pai rubbed his hands together, feeling an itch like being scratched by a cat. Having played so many games, he knew that items of this caliber typically drop from ultimate bosses or were rewards for epic quests, the kind that boosts attributes to the max. But strangely, as he stared at the jade, no numerical panel popped up before his eyes. No attack 999, no health 10,000. Only those 8 characters and that unsettling, what's going on? A bug. Lao Pai was puzzled. At that moment, he noticed Sun Jian's expression change. Sun Jian stared at the jade, and the light in his eyes shone brighter than the light from the jade. He reached out, slowly touching it. The instant his fingers grazed the jade, Lao Pai saw Sun Jian shudder. Then Sun Jian's expression shifted from shock to greed. No, not just greed. It was a madness. A madness of I can also be emperor. Sun Jian suddenly snapped the brocade box shut, cradling it in his arms, looking left and right, and whispered to his trusted soldier, "Keep this safe. Don't let anyone say a word." The trusted soldier nodded, wrapping the box tightly against his chest. Lao Pai was stunned. Wait. Did he just swallow it? Lao Pai said to the live stream. Wasn't this guy just shouting about restoring the Han dynasty? Now he sees a piece of jade and changes his face. Bullet comments, it's just a broken stone, does it matter? Exactly, there's not even an attribute panel. Did this NPC lose his mind? Maybe it's just a decorative item. Lao Pai also found it strange. He leaned closer to Guan Yu and whispered, "Second brother, what's the deal with that jade? Why did General Sun look like he saw a ghost?" Guan Yu glanced at him, a trace of complexity flashing in his phoenix eyes. "Third brother, that is not an ordinary jade." Guan Yu's voice was low. "That is the imperial seal of the nation." The imperial seal of the nation? Lao Pai didn't understand. Liu Bei turned his head side and explained, "In ancient times, Emperor Shi Huang unified the world and ordered Li Si to engrave this seal with the 8 characters, receiving the mandate of heaven, may longevity and prosperity endure. This is a symbol of the mandate of heaven. Whoever possesses it becomes the ruler of the world." Lao Pai blinked, digesting this for 2 seconds. Then a loud bang echoed in his mind. What the hell? Lao Pai's voice changed. So it means whoever obtains this thing becomes. Liu Bei nodded. Exactly. Guan Yu added, it's equivalent to possessing the highest authority over the entire world. Lao Pai's mouth hung open, unable to close it for a long time. The bullet comments fell silent for a few seconds, then went wild. What the hell? Server's highest management authority. This isn't equipment. This is a GM account. No wonder there are no attributes. This thing itself is a cheat. Sun Jian wants to open a server and be the administrator himself. Lao Pai finally understood. He looked at Sun Jian sneaking away with the box, feeling a mix of emotions. Just moments ago he had thought this jade was a powerful attribute-boosting artifact. Now he understood. This thing didn't boost attack power. It boosted ambition. Days later in the coalition's camp within the main tent. The atmosphere was off. When Lao Pai followed Liu Bei and Guan Yu inside, he felt as if the tent was as cold as an ice cellar. Yuan Shao sat at the main seat, his face as dark as the bottom of a pot. Sun Jian stood below, his expression also grim. Other warlords sat on either side, their eyes shifting nervously. One Tai Yuan Shao spoke, his voice icy. I heard you obtained a treasure in Luoyang. Sun Jian stiffened. What do you mean, alliance leader? Someone saw your soldiers pull a brocade box from the well. You hid it for yourself. Yuan Shao fixed his gaze on him. Is it the imperial seal of the nation? The tent fell silent instantly. Lao Pi's heart sank. It was true. Sure enough, someone disguised as a trusted soldier of Sun Jian subtly moved toward Yuan Shao. Sun Jian's face turned pale, then flushed. He gritted his teeth. Absolutely not. Alliance leader, do not listen to the slander of petty people. If that's the case, Yuan Shao sneered, do you dare let me search? Sun Jian broke out in a sweat. Lao Pai watched the scene unfold, thinking to himself how outrageous it was. Just a few days ago they had been drinking together, now they were tearing each other apart over a piece of stone. Is this what a coalition is? Even plastic brotherhood isn't this fragile. Sun Jian, seeing that he couldn't keep it a secret, suddenly raised his head, his eyes red. He knelt down with a thud, raising his right hand. He swore to the heavens. I, Sun Wentai, swear here. If I truly possess this treasure and hide it, I will not end well, and will die by the sword or arrow. His voice was resolute. Everyone in the tent froze. Lao Pai was also stunned. This toxic vow was quite harsh. Bullet comments, he swore a toxic oath. If he really hid it, wouldn't that mean? Damn, a flag has been raised. I poke. Yuan Shao stared at Sun Jian for a long time, finally waved his hand. In that case, let it go. Sun Jian got up, wiped his sweat, and shot a fierce glare at the informant. But Lao Pai noticed that as Sun Jian left the main tent, his hands were still trembling. Not from fear, but from excitement. His eyes clearly expressed, the seal belongs to me, the emperor belongs to me, just wait and see. In the tent the other warlords exchanged glances, no one spoke. But Lao Pai could sense that the air was thick with suspicion and calculation. The coalition, it had become a mere name. On the way back, Lao Pai said nothing. Liu Bei and Guan Yu also remained silent. It wasn't until they returned to their own tent that Lao Pai sat down, heavily exhaling a long breath. Elder brother, second brother, Lao Pai looked at the two. Do you think that jade seal is really that important? Liu Bei was silent for a while before slowly responding, important yet not important. What do you mean? The jade seal symbolizes the mandate of heaven. Whoever possesses it can command the world, Liu Bei said. But if one lacks virtue to match the position, possessing the jade seal will only bring calamity. Guan Yu nodded. Like Dong Zhuo, even with his strong army, he disrupted the court and was universally attacked by all. Lao Pai listened, recalling the greedy face of Sun Jian, then the suspicious gazes of the warlords in the tent. He looked at the ones beside him. His elder brother Liu Bei, although currently just a small county officer, had clear eyes and held the ideal of restoring the Han dynasty in his heart. His second brother Guan Yu, skilled in martial arts, willingly followed his elder brother, selling straw shoes solely for the sake of loyalty. And he himself. Lao Pai touched his chest. Inside the body of Zhang Fei, it was his own consciousness. But he fought alongside these two, swore brotherhood, and risked his life not because of the jade seal nor for power, but because it was exhilarating. It was the feeling of fighting side by side, sharing life and death. I think I kind of understand now, Lao Pai murmured. Bullet comments, has Lao Pai enlightened? What did he understand? I understand too. Su Chen's white moonlight is not a woman at all. It's the brotherhood that can maintain its original intention even while mired in the quagmire of power. Lao Pai looked up, gazing at Liu Bei and Guan Yu. Elder brother, second brother, he grinned. We will definitely achieve great things in the future. Su Chen was in the studio, having just taken a sip of water when the screen buzzed incessantly. It wasn't a gaming data alert. It was the largest social forum in the cyberworld, Starry Sky Net, that had exploded. Among the top 5 trending topics, 3 were related to his newly launched game, Three Kingdoms. The first post's title almost made him spit out his drink. The trending topic discussed why the imperial seal of the state, which was merely a piece of jade, held such immense allure for Chinese people. Clicking in the main post contained a paragraph. After watching Lao Pi's live stream, Sun Jian swore a deadly oath over that broken stone, and the warlords immediately turned against each other. I don't understand, it's just a piece of jade with no attributes. Oh, why all the fuss? The replies below had already piled up into the hundreds of thousands. Su Chen scrolled down, amused. The most upvoted reply was a scenario simulation. Let's put it this way, if you found the imperial seal, you'd have to remember that you were the one who perished the next second. A string of mini-dramas followed. Expert, I heard you found the imperial seal. You, I did not. Expert, really not. You, a ruler does not speak falsehoods. Expert, then what is that bulging in your pocket? You, this is my ID. Expert looks at your girlfriend, you should persuade him. Girlfriend, the ancestors decreed that the harem must not interfere in politics. What can I do? Ha 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 ha. Su Chen laughed out loud. This generation of netizens was quite perceptive. He continued, scrolling down, filled with memes. I declare that from today what I pick up is no longer called a wallet, but rather the Imperial Seal personal portable version. When caught goofing off at work by my supervisor, I pulled out the Imperial Seal boldly. I'm tired of reviewing memorials, or what's wrong with taking a break. Last night, while fighting my dad for the TV remote, I held on tightly and commanded, by heaven may my reign be eternal. I'm still kneeling now. Chen watched these comments a smile, never leaving his face. He understood this emotion. Workers in the cyber world were being exploited by the conglomerates living like dogs with their upward mobility blocked. Suddenly in the game, he saw a stone symbolizing supreme power and the mandate of heaven. The temptation, this was not just a piece of jade. It represented their suppressed emperor's dream for half a lifetime, the ultimate answer to do lords and nobles have any inherent right. The Jade Seal had become a vent for them, allowing them to temporarily forget the frustrations of reality and indulge in their fantasies of being the emperor. The effect is remarkable. Chen nodded. He shifted to another topic. The third trending topic, I finally understand what it means that heroes across the land are as plentiful as fish crossing the river. This post was even more lively. The poster was a player with the game ID beaten by Xiong. He wrote a lengthy comment, brothers, before I played this game, I would charge 648 and be the number one in the whole server. Upon entering Chen's 3 kingdoms, I directly questioned my existence. I spent 2 hours adjusting my character's face, maxed my talent points, and chose a gifted background invincible within our village. Later I joined the military hoping to achieve great things. But I discovered that the military was filled with hidden talents. I fought hard and finally became a vice general under Pan Feng. Big brother Pan Feng patted my shoulder and said, kid, work hard, and you will surely surpass me in the future. At that moment I was filled with fiery passion, thinking my future was bright. Then the battlefield came. My idol big brother Pan Feng charged out and was cut down by Xiong in less than 3 exchanges. When his head flew off, I was left dumbfounded. Later that arrogant Xiong was slayed by a red-faced bean seller in a single blow. After that the red-faced bean seller along with his 2 brothers, one selling straw sandals and the other slaughtering pigs, fought a 3-known battle against a guy named Lu Bu for an eternity without a victor. It was at that moment I truly understood what it means that heroes across the land are as plentiful as fish crossing the river. My little talent was nothing in front of these people. I'm just a little fish, the weakest kind. This post had thousands of replies below. All were lamenting. Brother, I understand you. I picked Yushi and he was gone before I knew it. The live stream didn't even finish. I picked Bao Zhong and he died even faster than Pan Feng. At least you guys are generals. I, for crying out loud, picked a civilian strategist and couldn't even escape when the yellow turban rebels charged in during the first mission. The most tragic must be the brothers who picked Xiong right. Just as they finished experiencing the slaughter, they turned around and were instantly taken down by Guan Yu. It took only 3 minutes from boss to experience package. Don't mention it. I am that Xiong. Now whenever I see a red face my legs go weak. This game is too realistic, painfully so. You never know if the next character is a deity. I used to think Dragon Ao Tian was standard. Now I realize that in the long river of history, just being a named supporting character is already striking a fortune upon my ancestor's grave. Chen looked at these blood and tears stories, feeling no ripple in his heart, even wanting to laugh a bit. This was the effect he sought. Cyber people were too arrogant. Just because technology has advanced a bit, they think they're the center of the universe. They need to taste what it feels like to be crushed by the wheels of history. They need to understand that for 5,000 years of Chinese civilization, when the stars shone brightly, even the qualification to be a mere backdrop had to be earned through hard work. He flipped through other discussion sections. The tide had completely turned. Previously they were still discussing which succubus skin looks good and which NPC can be romanced. Now the screen was filled with, by the way, does Guan Yes loyalty to Liu Bei count as another form of white moonlight? The oath of brotherhood in the peach garden, not wishing to be born on the same day, month, or year, but wishing to die on the same day, month, and year, made me a grown man cry. The mandate represented by the Imperial Seal and the brotherhood represented by man can conquer heaven, which is higher. The 18 warlords all have their own motives. The alliance disperses at a word. Doesn't it resemble our company's various project teams? Sun Jian secretly hoarding the seal. Is it similar to the leader of the next department stealing credit? Chen turned off the screen and leaned back in his chair. It was done. Cultural output had succeeded. These cyber folks finally began to discuss human matters. Loyalty, betrayal, ideals, ambition, the great trends of the world. Instead of constantly talking about black silk red lips and electronic nipple fun, his game was slowly reshaping the cultural backbone of this pale and cold world piece by piece. Although this backbone was still wrapped in memes and shinibyo, the seeds had already been sown. Chen stretched lazily and glanced at the time. It was time to prepare for the next stage. The shock of the Imperial Seal and heroes across the river was just an appetizer. The true unresolved grievances were yet to come. In the game, the timeline was advancing. The perspective shifted temporarily to Pingyuan County. Brothers, it's so boring. Lao Pai controlled Zhang Fei brandishing his spear in the courtyard of the county office, complaining to the livestream. Every day is just farming, training soldiers, and collecting taxes. While Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu are enjoying themselves in Chang'an, are we supposed to play farmers here? Liu Bei came out of the room and patted him on the shoulder. Third brother, calm down. Right now Dong Zhuo is powerful and Lu Bu is fierce. Directly confronting them is not a wise strategy. We must accumulate strength and wait for the right moment. Guan Yu, polishing his green dragon crescent blade beside him, squinted his phoenix eyes. What big brother says is true. As for Lu Bu, one day he will be slain. Lao Pai sighed. Alright, I'll listen to big brother. But this period of development is just too long. The bullet comments followed. It's really boring. I want to see air goop killing people. Dong Zhuo and Lu Bu, these two bosses seem like they're going to dominate the rankings until the game shuts down. Is it only possible to grind hard? Level up to the max before pushing. Just when Lao Pai and the audience thought the game was entering a long farming phase, a major news broke in Chang'an. It was not a battle report. It was gossip. A shocking piece of gossip. The game system announced it across the server, accompanied by a CG cutscene. Lao Pai and all the online players were drawn into this story movie. The camera focused on the residence of Situ. In the still of the night, Wang Yun sighed at a stunningly beautiful woman. Her name was Jiao Chan. Wang Yun said, now that Dong Zhuo is in power and Lu Bu is assisting him in tyranny, the common people are suffering greatly. I have a plan that can turn father and son against each other and bring the traitor to justice, but it requires you, my daughter, to suffer some grievances. Jiao Chan knelt. I will obey my father's orders. Next came a series of astonishing moves that left the cyber audience dumbfounded. Wang Yun first promised Jiao Chan to Lu Bu, who was overjoyed and lost in happiness. Turning around, Wang Yun then offered Jiao Chan to Dong Zhuo, who immediately took her into his residence. Lu Bu was dumbfounded. He rushed to question, and Dong Zhuo, holding Jiao Chan, said, my son, this woman shall be your adoptive mother from now on. Do not be disrespectful. Lu Bu was so furious that his eyes turned red. The climax was at the Fengyi Pavilion. Jiao Chan secretly met Lu Bu weeping like a pear blossom in the rain, saying that Dong Zhuo had forcibly taken her, and her heart only belonged to Lu Bu. Lu Bu embraced the beauty, his heart aching. Just as they were in their intimate moment, Dong Zhuo returned unexpectedly. Rebellious son, how dare you toy with my beloved concubine? Dong Zhuo was furious, grabbing Lu Bu's Fangdianyu a halberd and throwing it. Lu Bu dodged and also became enraged. Old thief. You are bullying me too much. The father and son completely fell out over a woman at Fengyi Pavilion. The CG ended with Lu Bu stabbing Dong Zhuo's chest with a halberd in the court. The once mighty Dong Taisher stared wide-eyed, falling into a pool of blood. He died without understanding how he had fallen to the hands of a woman. CG concluded. Lao Pai gaped, unable to close his mouth for a long while. The bullet comments were silent for 3 seconds before exploding with activity. What the hell? Did he just die? One of the strongest bosses in the entire server was killed by an NPC using a beauty scheme. While we were still figuring out how to level up and push towers, the civil officials made the towers self and fight. This game can be played this way. Lao Pai slapped his thigh. Brothers, did you see that? Brains. This is the most advanced weapon. No matter how high your combat power is, can you withstand the whispering of a concubine? Can you withstand the schemes of discord? Lu Bu, this big fool, was played around by a woman personally stabbing his adoptive father. This plot is 1,000 times more exciting than any seductress in black silk. The bullet comments flooded the screen. Dimensional strike. This is social engineering. So it turns out you don't need to break defenses to kill a boss, you just need to make his teammates turn red. Wang Yun is a true wolf slayer. Jiao Chan must be the real seductress, playing the fiercest general and the most powerful warlord like a puppet. The perspective shifted in the game. Jiangdong. Sun Jin died. The fierce tiger of Jiangdong, who privately hid the imperial seal in Luoyang and swore to die by sword or arrow, was indeed shot to death by stray arrows at Xianshan. The bullet comments exclaimed, the poisonous vow has come true. This game has causality weapons. Sun Jin Sun Su stepped forward. In his hand he held the only divine equipment in the entire server, the imperial seal. All players thought Sun Su was going to inherit his father's emperor dream. Instead, Sun Su did something that left everyone stunned. He took the imperial seal to find Yuan Shu. Uncle, this is the imperial seal, the symbol of heaven's mandate. I am willing to use this seal as collateral to borrow several thousand troops from you to march south to Jiangdong and expand territory for you. Yuan Shu looked at the seal, his eyes widened. Good nephew. How many soldiers do you want? Just say the number. Sun Su traded a piece of virtual namestone for several thousand real troops. Then, leading this army, he returned to Jiangdong. With unstoppable momentum, he conquered a large territory. The bullet comments were stunned. This operation is like a pawn shop. You pawn the divine equipment to get startup funds. Sun Su is a business genius. This round of venture capital is a big profit. And what about Yuan Shu, who got the seal? He became arrogant. Completely arrogant. He thought that with the seal in hand, he was the son of destiny. He directly declared himself emperor in Sichuan. The game system crowned him with a huge golden title, Zhong Family Emperor, along with a server-wide broadcast. The effect was full server hostility value maxed out. Cao Cao, Liu Bei, Lu Bu, Sun Su. Even other warlords instantly reached a consensus. Attack him. Lao Pai followed Liu Bei and joined the rebellion army. While marching, Lao Pai complained in the livestream, "Brothers, did you see that? This is a typical case of having equipment, but no brains." Yuan Shu, this fool, thought that just by having the seal, he could become emperor, but instead he became the public enemy of the entire server. It's like you picked up an orange weapon while naked strutting out of the safe zone. It would be strange if you weren't killed. The bullet comments went wild as the whole server red-named, "Alright. Yuan Shu, I just wanted to show off. Why is everyone attacking me? Sun Tzu, thank you to the top brother for the troops. Imperial Seal, this host isn't really up to the task." The expedition was without suspense. Yuan Shu was beaten to the point of being deserted by allies, lost his territory, and in the end couldn't even drink a sip of sweet water. He died from coughing up blood. In his last moments, he still clutched the Imperial Seal tightly. Lao Pai looked at Yuan Shu's corpse and shook his head. So, without matching strength, the divine equipment is merely a death warrant. Sun Tzu is the wise one, converting a virtual name into real troops. That's the hard truth. The bullet comments expressed deep agreement. Just as all the warlords were still fighting over territory and the seal, Cao Cao made a move that left the entire internet gasping in shock. Emperor Xian of Han fled from Chang'an back to Luoyang only to find Luoyang had long become a wasteland. With no food or shelter, the emperor lived like a beggar. Cao Cao personally led troops to bring this fallen emperor to his territory, Xuchang, providing him with good food and drink. From then on, every command issued by Cao Cao had the emperor's great seal on it. They were all imperial decrees. Whoever he pointed at would be labeled a traitor. If he ordered Liu Bei to attack Yuan Shu, Liu Bei had to go. If he told Liu Bu to attack Liu Bei, Liu Bu had to consider it. Lao Pai watched Liu Bai's complex expression when he received the emperor's decree in the live stream, gasping in shock. "Brothers, this Chao Hezi is too ruthless. We are still on the first level fighting for territory and the seal. He has directly ascended to the stratosphere and kidnapped the referee. This isn't just taking the emperor as a tool, this is clearly taking the game administrator hostage." The bullet comments erupted. "Dimensional strike. This is a dimensional strike. Political maneuvering taken to the extreme. Cao Cao, you are playing the Three Kingdoms. I am playing corporate mergers, directly bringing the chairman home to serve him. From now on, whatever Cao boss says is the version answer." Su Chun watched the data and discussions explode on the screen again, taking a satisfied sip of water. "Cyber players, do you understand? A man's romance is not just about muscles and swords. It's about brain, strategy, and vision. This is the most top-tier seductress in Chinese history." In Pingyuan County, in the county office, Liu Bei looked at the latest news, remaining silent for a long time. Guan Yes Phoenix eyes gleamed. Cao Cao is indeed no ordinary person. Brother, should we also listen to that Chao Hezi in the future? Liu Bei sighed. "The emperor is in Xuchang. The decree is the greater righteousness. We must tread carefully." Lao Pai mumbled to himself. This game is becoming more and more interesting. From martial arts PK to brotherhood to power struggles to strategic domination. Su Chen's white moonlight revealed a complex, unresolved feeling. Meanwhile, a new hot post was already dominating the forum. The title was now, "I finally understand what it means. The most advanced hunters often appear in the form of prey." The main post had only one sentence: "I used to think Liu Bu was the hunter, but in fact he was Jiao Chan's prey. I used to think the Imperial Seal was the prey, but it turned out to be Yuan Shu's hunter. I used to think the Emperor was the prey, but it was Cao Cao who was the ultimate hunter." This game isn't about numbers, it's about cunning. Su Chun turned off the screen and stretched. The shock of political strategy was just beginning. Su Chun sat in the studio gazing at the light screen. In the game Three Kingdoms, the live stream from Lao Pi's side was going wild with comments. Tao Qian seated Shuzhou 3 times. Boss Liu finally has an official position. From a vagrant to the CEO of a multinational company. Brothers, we have made it. I've long grown tired of that shabby place in Pingyuan County, Shuzhou, a big city. In the game, Liu Bei politely received the seal of Shuzhou accompanied by Guan Yu and Zhang Fei. Lao Pai, controlling Zhang Fei, was grinning from ear to ear in the live stream. "Big brother. Second brother. Did you see that? We have a home now. No more being at the mercy of others." Liu Bei couldn't suppress his smile either, but maintained his composure. "Third brother, be cautious with your words. Mr. Tao has shown great kindness, and I must not let him down." Guan Yu stroked his long beard, his phoenix eyes sparkling with light. The comments exploded with congratulations to President Liu for going public, and Grass Shu Group acquires the Shuzhou branch. Su Chen took a sip of water and smiled. They were happy. Soon they would experience what it meant to have the ups and downs. A few days later, an unexpected visitor arrived at Liu Bai's residence. The man was tall and robust, but his armor was askew and his face was covered in dust, followed by a group of disheveled soldiers. It was Liu Bu. Liu Bei hurried to greet him. "Why have you come, Feng Xian?" Liu Bu knelt down, tears streaming down his face. "Lord Xuanda, save me. The Chao bandit is too powerful, and I have been driven out of Yenzhou. Now I have nowhere to go." Liu Bei quickly helped him up. "Feng Xian, get up. We are both loyal subjects of Han and should assist each other." Lao Pai watched in the live stream as Liu Bei's benevolence came back, and he was anxious, slapping his thigh. "Big brother. No. This guy is Liu Bu, the traitor of 3 surnames. A professional backstabber. Taking him in is like placing a time bomb under your pillow. The comments went wild. Damn. Boss Lu is confused. You dare take in Lu Bu? Have you forgotten how Ding Yuan and Dong Zhuo died? Quick, get to the great filial. Lao Pai, quickly persuade your big brother. Lao Pai wanted to advise, but in the game Zhang Fei wouldn't listen to him as the system's plot advanced forcefully. Liu Bei waved his hand and settled Lu Bu and Xiao Pei, providing him with food and drink. Lao Pai could only stare blankly at the live stream. A few more days passed. Cao Cao, in the name of the emperor, ordered Liu Bei to attack Yuan Shu. Liu Bei had to go. It was an imperial decree. He thought for a moment and said to Guan Yu, "Second brother, you will accompany me." Third brother, he looked at Zhang Fei. Your temper is quick. This time stay behind to guard Shuzhou, and remember not to drink and make mistakes. Discuss everything with Chun Yuan Law. Zhang Fei pounded his chest in assurance. Big brother, don't worry. I will keep the home safe. Lao Pai also breathed a sigh of relief. Guarding the home is easier than going out to fight. Brothers, watch me perform a steady operation. Liu Bei and Guan Yu led the troops away. The first 2 days were calm. On the third day, Lao Pai felt bored and sought out Chen Deng for a drink. Chen Deng declined, citing official duties. Lao Pai drank alone. As he kept drinking, he got drunk. The viewers in the live stream watched as Lao Pai, controlling Zhang Fei, kept downing bowls and began to comment, danger. Lao Pai stopped drinking. The flag has been raised. Something's going to happen. Lao Pai, feeling dazed from the alcohol, saw Cao Bao pass by and for some reason got angry. The system prompted Zhang Fei is drunk, triggering the historical event whipping Cao Bao. Lao Pai tried to control him but was unable to. Zhang Fei grabbed the whip and lashed out at Cao Bao. Cao Bao was beaten until his skin was torn, and he fled the city overnight, heading straight for Xiao Pei to find Lu Bu. Lao Pai, half awake from the alcohol, felt a jolt in his heart. It's over. The next afternoon, Lu Bus army was at the city gates. Cao Bao knocked on the gate, claiming to return to requisition grain on Lu Bai's orders. The gatekeeper thought little of it and opened the gate. Lu Bu led the charge into the city. Lao Pai heard the news and rushed out with his spear, but it was already too late. Lu Bus cavalry rampaged through the city and Shuzhou was taken. Lao Pai was entangled by several of Lu Bus' personal soldiers, watching helplessly as the Lu banner was planted atop the city. In the live stream, the comments exploded. What the hell? Still couldn't prevent that traitor of 3 surnames from looting. Lao Pai, you should quit the group. You lost such a major city. Drunk and causing trouble. Whipping teammates. Lao Pai, are you a spy? My blood pressure is rising. A moment of true hypertension. Lao Pai was also dumbfounded, staring at the system prompt in the game that read Shuzhou has fallen, wanting to cry but having no tears. Outside the city, Liu Bei and Guan Yu heard the news and nearly fell off their horses. They hurried back. When they reached the foot of Shuzhou, they found the city gate tightly closed and Lu Bu stood on the city tower grinning with pride. Lord Xuanda, it's good to see you. Your Shuzhou is quite nice. I've taken good care of it for you. Liu Bei trembled with rage, pointing at Lu Bu. You shameless. Guan Yu's phoenix eyes widened in anger, pointing his green dragon blade. Traitor of 3 surnames. How dare you? Lu Bu laughed heartily. Victory and defeat are common in war. Why say more? There was no way to fight back. They lacked the manpower. Liu Bei could only lead his remaining soldiers along with the hastily gathered disheveled Lao Pai and the family members in a disgraceful retreat. On the road, Guan Yu glared at Zhang Fei, his gaze like a knife. Third brother. This is how you guard the city when big brother left you in charge. Zhang Fei lowered his head, wishing to find a crack in the ground to hide. Second brother. I drank too much. Liu Bei sighed wearily, waving his hand. It has come to this. There is no point in saying more. But now, where do we go? In this vast world, there was no place to stand. The comments were equally filled with lament. The strongest worker returned to square one overnight. Boss Lu has had it tough, who just won the lottery only to have it stolen. Lu Bu's operation is truly the pinnacle of a scumbag. In a desperate situation, Liu Bei gritted his teeth and led his brothers to Xuchang, seeking refuge with Cao Cao. At Cao Cao's residence, he looked at the weary Liu Bei and his brothers and smiled. Xuanda has come to seek refuge. It is my fortune. He not only did not kill Liu Bei, but immediately presented the emperor's decree appointing Liu Bei as the governor of Yuzhou and also allocated him some troops and supplies. Then Cao Cao casually said, I have heard that Lu Bu has seized your Shuzhou. That rascal is fickle and truly a great danger to the country. Since Xuanda is a governor of the court, why not lead your troops to deal with him? I am willing to lend you a helping hand. What could Liu Bei say? He could only clasp his hands. Bei will obey. After leaving Chao's residence, Guan Yu whispered, Big brother Cao Cao is driving the tiger to swallow the wolf, letting us contend with Lu Bu while he reaps the benefits. Liu Bei smiled bitterly. Do I not know? But now I am the fish on the chopping board. Moreover, Lu Bu has seized my Shuzhou. This enmity cannot go unavenged. Lao Pai summarized in the live stream, brothers, did you see? Cao Cao is the real big boss. He knows Liu Bei can fight directly, gives him an official endorsement, and lends him a knife to take down his enemy. This pattern, this maneuver, how can a fool like Lu Bu who only knows how to loot compare? The comments, Cao boss employee Liu Bei has a conflict with competitor Lu Bu. Great, give the employee some resources and let him eliminate the competitor. The tactics of a high-level capitalist. Liu Bei, have I become a worker now? The coalition surrounded Xiaopi. No matter how fierce Liu Bu was, he could not break out. Cao Cao did not engage him directly but played it sly. He had people dig open the Yishui and Sisui rivers. Floodwaters rushed into Xiaopi city. Liu Bu and his army became trapped like fish in a barrel. The comments realized again, environment kills. Mechanics kill. Always better than simple attacks. Chow boss, who's going to duel with you? I'm just going to open the water gates. No matter how strong Liu Bu is, can he fend off the water? Inside the city, food ran out and morale dwindled. Liu Bu's temper flared, and he often beat and scolded his subordinates. After discussing, generals Ho Chung Wei Su and Song Xian concluded that this boss was no good and that following him would lead to drowning. So while Liu Bu was asleep on the city tower, several of them rushed up, tightly bound him with ropes, and even took away his Fong Tianhua halberd. The once invincible first general before the Tiger Pass was now brought before Cao Cao like a pig to slaughter. Liu Bu, bound, knelt on the ground, completely lost his former prestige. He forced a smile at Cao Cao. My lord, your worries are simply about me, Liu Bu. Now I am convinced. In the future you lead the infantry, and I will lead the cavalry. Together we will be invincible. Cao Cao stroked his chin, somewhat tempted. After all, he had seen Liu Bu's combat power with his own eyes. He turned to Liu Bei, who stood nearby. Xuanda, what do you think? All the viewers online, including Lao Pai, held their breath. According to Liu Bai's consistent nice guy image, he should be pleading for mercy at this moment, right? Liu Bei raised his head, looking at Liu Bu, who was wagging his tail like a dog and begging for mercy, and remembered the Shuzhou that had been stolen from him. His face showed little expression and his voice was cold as he uttered, my lord, do you not recall how Ding Jianyang and Dong Zhuo met their ends? This question struck like an ice pick, instantly waking Cao Cao up. It also stunned all the viewers. Cao Cao's expression changed, and he immediately waved his hand. Take him away. Hang him. Liu Bu's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Liu Bei, wanting to say something, but was already silenced and dragged away by the soldiers. Before long, news came from outside. Liu Bu was dead. He died in an extremely suffocating manner. In the live stream, the comments erupted after a brief silence. I can't believe it. Uncle Liu's finishing blow. Killing with a heart wound. Truly killing with a heart wound. Did Liu Bei turn dark? He truly holds grudges. Where did Liu Bu fail? He failed by lacking loyalty and principles. Who would dare to shelter a snake that can bite its master at any moment? Su Chen seems to be telling us that in the face of rules and human hearts, even the strongest individual heroism is a joke. Lao Pai looked in the direction Liu Bu was dragged away, feeling emotional. The one who had needed the three brothers to work together to repel him at Tiger Pass. In the end, he died in such a humiliating way, not from stronger military power, but from betrayal, from broken trust, and from Liu Bai's seemingly casual words that cut to the heart. In Shudu, behind the residence of Liu Bei, Lao Pai was controlling Zhang Fei, holding a wooden bucket, splashing water onto the vegetable garden intermittently. Elder brother. Unable to hold back any longer, he threw the bucket to the ground. We have finally entered Shudu with Chao. Chao Gong, isn't this like entering the headquarters of the largest corporate group in the country? Are you just going to plant vegetables here every day? Lao Pai pointed at the small patch of green vegetables, his voice rising by an octave. Water them. Fertilize them. Catch pests. Elder brother, are you here to become a lord or to be the head of the greening team? Liu Bei was crouching down, carefully packing the soil around a seedling. He did not raise his head. Third brother, calm down. In Shudu, beneath the emperor's feet, we must be more cautious in our words and actions. What's wrong with cultivating vegetables to improve oneself? Improve oneself. Lao Pai nearly jumped up. What kind of self-improvement is this? Our Shuzhou has just been taken by Liu Bu's 3 surname lackeys. Now living under someone else's roof, instead of thinking about how to take it back, you're here planting vegetables. He turned to the side and looked at Guan Yu. Second brother, talk some sense into elder brother. Guan Yu stood in the shadow under the eaves, arms crossed. His phoenix eyes narrowed as he gazed at the majestic buildings belonging to Cao Cao, faintly visible beyond the courtyard wall. He slowly spoke. Third brother, elder brother's words are indeed reasonable. This place is extraordinary. His voice was very low, carrying a weight that Lao Pai had never heard before. Lao Pai was stunned. The bullet screen in the live stream began to fill with comments. Second brother's tone seems off. It feels like Guan Yi has something to say. What's wrong with Shudu? Isn't it just Cao Cao's lair? Planting vegetables. It feels like there's a conspiracy. Lao Pai glanced at Guan Yu, and then at Liu Bei, who was still focused on tending to the seedlings. He scratched his head, filled with frustration, and could only pick up the wooden bucket again to continue watering. While watering, he muttered angrily to himself. Planting vegetables. Planting useless vegetables. A few nights later, Lao Pai was sleeping soundly when suddenly someone shook him awake. He opened his eyes to see Liu Bei and Guan Yu standing by his bedside. Both of them looked frighteningly serious. The only light in the room came from a small oil lamp casting a dim glow. Third brother, get up, Liu Bei said in a low voice. Lao Pai groggily sat up. Elder brother, what's wrong? It's the middle of the night. Liu Bei said nothing and pulled out a jade belt from his chest. It looked quite ordinary, just the kind that officials usually wear. But Liu Bai's hands were slightly trembling as he carefully unfolded the lining of the jade belt. Lao Pai leaned in to take a closer look and his eyes widened in shock. On the lining words were written in blood. The handwriting was crooked, but it was legible. I am trapped in humiliation, as if sitting on needles. Chao the rebel is usurping power, deceiving the emperor. You are of the Han royal family, my right-hand man. On the day you receive this edict, you must swiftly contact loyal and righteous individuals to secretly plot against Chao the rebel to save my life. Do not disappoint my expectations. There was also a blurry impression of a bloody fingerprint below. Lao Pai gasped. This is the emperor's blood edict. Guan Yu said solemnly, his phoenix eyes glinting coldly, sewn into the jade belt that was smuggled out of the palace by Dong Cheng, and only today was it handed to elder brother. Liu Bei carefully folded the blood edict, his voice trembling. The emperor in the palace is like a prisoner. Chao the rebel. Chao the rebel. He could not finish his sentence. Lao Pi's mind was buzzing. He suddenly remembered Liu Bai's unusual behavior of planting vegetables these days. He recalled Guan Yu's words, this place is extraordinary. So, Lao Pai swallowed hard. Elder brother, you're planting vegetables, is because we are under Cao Cao's watchful eyes. Liu Bei interrupted him, his expression one of unprecedented calmness and determination. Shudu is filled with his spies. Any attempt we make to recruit soldiers or any close dealings with other ministers will immediately arouse his suspicion. Only by disguising ourselves as aimless fools who only know how to plant vegetables can we survive. And only then can we wait for the right moment. Lao Pi's hair stood on end. The bullet screen in the live stream exploded after a brief silence. Damn. The clothing edict. It's the clothing edict. No wonder the sudden vegetable planting. It turns out we are pretending to be fools right under Cao Cao's nose. This is extreme infiltration. The most dangerous anti-Cao assassination group in the game. Liu Boss is the group leader. This is exhilarating. Too exhilarating. Lao Pai looked at the blood edict, then at Liu Bei and Guan Yu. He suddenly felt that the spear in his hand was a bit too hot to handle. The next day, Liu Bei continued to plant vegetables. Lao Pai also continued watering. But his mindset was completely different. Before it was frustrating, now it was filled with tension and fear. With every scoop of water he poured, he felt eyes watching him from outside the wall. With every weed he pulled, he worried that Cao Cao might have already discovered them. This oppressive feeling of, I know you know, but I must pretend you don't, was overwhelming. The bullet screen was also tense. Lao Pai, don't shake your hands. Be natural. You are now a happy vegetable farmer. Is Cao Boss already monitoring us? This game has such a strong immersion and my palms are sweating. A few days later, this tension reached its peak. Cao Cao sent people over. They were not soldiers, but several civil officials, politely inviting Liu Bei to the residence for wine and plum appreciation. Liu Bai's expression remained unchanged as he smiled and agreed. As he turned to go back inside to change clothes, Lao Pai noticed that a small patch of his back was already soaked with cold sweat. Elder brother. Lao Pai wanted to follow. Third brother, stay here. Liu Bei patted his shoulder, his gaze complex. Watch over the house. After saying that, he followed the visitors away. Lao Pai and Guan Yu stood at the door, watching Liu Bai's figure disappear around the corner. Guan Yu's hand remained firmly on the hilt of the green dragon blade. Lao Pai was anxiously pacing in the live stream. Brothers, what should we do? Did Cao Cao discover something? Could this be the banquet at Hongmen? Bullet screen, it must be the Hongmen banquet. Wine and talk of heroes. A famous scene is about to unfold. Lao Pai, stay calm. Liu Boss has the protagonist's halo. What halo? This is a historical game where people can die. Time passed second by second. Lao Pai was restless, sometimes running to the door to peek, and other times rushing back. Guan Yu remained standing in the yard like a statue, until the sky darkened. Liu Bei returned. His face was somewhat pale, but still composed. Elder brother. Lao Pai rushed up. Are you all right? What did Cao Cao say? Liu Bei waved his hand, walked into the room, and closed the door. He sat in the chair silent for a long time before slowly saying, Cao Cao invited me for wine. During the feast, he spoke about the heroes of the world. He said Yuan Shao is fierce in appearance, but weak in courage, good at plotting, but indecisive. He said Yuan Shu is merely a skeleton in a grave and Liu Biao is nothing but a name without substance. And then, Liu Bei paused, his voice somewhat dry. He looked at me and said, among the heroes of the world today, there are only you, my lord, and Cao. Lao Pi's mind was buzzing. The live stream's bullet screen instantly cleared, and everyone held their breath. The power of this statement was terrifying. On Cao Cao's territory, being acknowledged by Cao Cao himself as one of the two heroes of the world was tantamount to saying, Liu Bei, I know you have ambitions, I know you are not simple. Lao Pi's voice changed then. What did elder brother reply? Liu Bei revealed a hint of fear on his face. At that moment, I was so scared that I couldn't even steady my chopsticks. Just then a thunderclap sounded in the distance, and I inadvertently dropped my chopsticks on the ground, pretending to be a coward who was afraid even of thunder. Cao Cao looked at me and laughed heartily. He believed me. Lao Pai exhaled deeply, slumping down onto the stool. The bullet screen finally came back to life. Oscar. Liu Huangshu owes you a little golden statue. What composure. What on-the-spot response. Dining with a tiger is nerve-wracking. Ew, I was sweating throughout this meal. Showing off acting skills in front of Cao Cao Liu Boss is amazing. Guan Yu narrowed his phoenix eyes. Elder brother, although Cao Cao temporarily believes you, his suspicions have already arisen. This place is not safe for long. Liu Bei nodded. I know. We must find a way to leave Shudu as soon as possible. The opportunity soon arrived. Cao Cao, under the emperor's name, ordered Liu Bei to lead troops to attack Yuanshu. Liu Bei immediately agreed and sincerely requested Cao Cao for more troops to relieve the burden of Cao Gong. Cao Cao, in good spirits, waved his hand and granted him 50,000 troops. On the day of departure, Liu Bei, accompanied by Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, and 50,000 soldiers, set off from Shudu in grand fashion. As soon as they exited the city gates, Liu Bei's humble smile vanished instantly. He reined in his horse and glanced back at the towering walls of Shudu. His eyes were cold. Send the order, he said in a deep voice. Do not attack Yuanshu. Change course and head straight for Shuzhou. I want to take back what belongs to us. Lao Pi's eyes lit up. Elder brother. Do you mean? The troops Cao Cao lent me, Liu Bei sneered, are now. The 50,000 troops changed direction and charged toward Shuzhou. The defending general of Shuzhou had never expected Liu Bei to come back and was caught off guard, quickly suffering defeat. Liu Bei reoccupied Shuzhou. News of this reached Shudu while Cao Cao was drinking tea. Smash! The teacup shattered into pieces. Cao Cao's face turned dark as he squeezed out a few words through clenched teeth. Liu Bei. How dare he? He immediately assembled the army and personally set out. This time it was no longer a psychological game of wine and talk of heroes. It was a crushing force. An absolute military advantage. Outside Shuzhou, Cao Cao's army loomed darkly, stretching as far as the eye could see. Liu Bei stood atop the city walls, his expression grim. The difference in troop strength is too great. Lao Pi held his spear. Elder brother. What are we afraid of? We can defend the city. They can't break in. Before he finished speaking, the drums of war sounded in Cao Cao's camp. The attack began. It was not a test, it was an all-out assault. Siege engines, ladders, and arrow rains surged toward the city walls like a tide. The defending troops fought desperately, but the gap was simply too large. 3 days later, a breach was blasted open in the city walls. Cao's army surged in like a flood breaking through a dam. Elder brother. We can't hold it any longer. Guan Yu, covered in blood, had cut down 2 of Cao's soldiers and rushed to Liu Bei's side. We must break out. Liu Bei gritted his teeth. Split up. We will meet outside the city. In the chaos, the three were separated. Lao Pi led a team of personal guards trying to break out from the side to support Liu Bei. However, as soon as they exited the city, they ran into a trap that Cao Cao had long set. All around them were Cao's soldiers. We've fallen into a trap. Lao Pi felt a chill in his heart. He wielded his spear, desperately fighting back. But individual strength was insignificant against an army. His personal guards fell one after another. In the end, Lao Pi managed to fight his way through with only a few dozen remaining soldiers escaping into the Mangdang Mountains. It was snowing heavily in the mountains. Lao Pi leaned against the cold stone wall, watching the heavy snow swirling outside the cave. His heart was filled with confusion. During the oath of brotherhood in the Peach Garden, the words, not seeking to be born on the same day, month, and year, but hoping to die on the same day, month, and year, still echoed in his ears. But now, where is elder brother? Where is second brother? Are they still alive? In the live stream, the bullet screen was silent. Everyone felt that bone-chilling coldness and despair. The once spirited trio of brothers. One had fled into the deep mountains, his fate uncertain. One had rushed to Yuanshao on horseback. And another, in order to protect the 2 sisters-in-law, was trapped by Cao Cao's army on a dirt hill outside Xiapi. The snow was falling heavily. On this night, the oath of the Peach Garden seemed to have shattered. In the cave of Mangdang Mountain, Lao Pi huddled in a corner, gazing at a translucent light screen that popped up from the game system. It displayed the rumors channel. A bold red message was scrolling. Urgent war report outside Xiapai City. General Guan Yu is surrounded by Cao's army on the earthen hill while protecting the family of Lu Huangshu, unable to advance or retreat. Below was a button labeled Watch Live. Without a second thought, Lao Pi clicked on it. The perspective instantly switched. In the frame, there was a stark earthen hill. At the foot of the hill, a dark mass of Cao's army surrounded it in layers, making it impossible for water to flow through. On the hill, only a few dozen remnants were guarding 2 horse-drawn carriages. Guan Yu stood at the forefront, wielding his green dragon blade. Under the setting sun, his red face resembled burning charcoal, and his Danfeng eyes narrowed as he stared at the enemy troops below. Lao Pi's heart tightened. Second brother. The barrage in the live stream began to scroll. It's over, second brother is being wrapped up. How can we fight this? There are at least thousands down there. Second brother could certainly break out on his own, but with 2 sisters-in-law. That's tricky. Cao's boss is aiming to capture him alive. In the frame, a rider dashed out from Cao's army. He reached the foot of the hill and shouted upward, Yun Chong. Old friend Zhang Liao, I have come to pay my respects. Guan Yu's brows twitched when Yuan. He ordered his soldiers to let Zhang Liao come up. Zhang Liao climbed the earthen hill and panting clasped his hands to Guan Yu. Yun Chong, I hope you have been well. Is when Yuan here to negotiate for Cao Cao? Guan Yu looked at him. Zhang Liao smiled wryly. Yun Chong, a man of honor, does not speak in riddles. You can see the situation clearly now. The Prime Minister values your talents and does not wish to harm you. If you are willing to surrender, wealth and glory will be at your fingertips. If not, he glanced at the 2 horse-drawn carriages. These two ladies and your brothers here, I'm afraid. Guan Yu fell silent. He turned to look at the carriages. Inside, the two ladies were lifting the curtains, anxiously watching him. Guan Yu turned back to Zhang Liao and said, When Yuan, I have 3 conditions. If Prime Minister Chao agrees, I will temporarily surrender. If not, I would rather fight to the death. Please, Yunchang, speak. Zhang Liao hurriedly replied. Guan Yu raised one finger. First, I will only surrender to the Emperor of Han, not to Cao Cao. That is easy to negotiate. The Prime Minister serves at the behest of the Emperor. Zhang Liao nodded. Guan Yu raised a second finger. Second, my 2 sisters-in-law must be supported by the salary of Lu Huangshu, and no idle people may disturb them. Zhang Liao nodded again. That is naturally required. The Prime Minister will treat them with respect. Third, if I may know the whereabouts of my brother Lu Huangshu, no matter how far, I will resign myself. If any of these 3 are missing, I will never surrender. At this, Zhang Liao was stunned. Lao Pai in the live stream had his mouth agape wide enough to fit an egg. The barrage exploded. Is this really surrender? This clearly sounds like asking Chao's boss to be a long-term provider and free bodyguard. All meals, accommodation, and salaries, and must be prepared to let people go. Can Chao Heizi agree to second brother's conditions? If I were Cao Cao, I would order the arrows to be shot directly. Zhang Liao came to his senses, smiling bitterly. Yun Chang about that 3rd condition. Guan Yu interrupted him. If Wen Yuan cannot agree, then please return. Today Guan will die fighting here. He finished speaking and tightened his grip on the green dragon blade. Zhang Liao sighed. All right, I will return to report to the Prime Minister. He descended the hill. Lao Pai and all the viewers held their breath in anticipation. After about half an hour, Zhang Liao came up again. His expression was complex. He clasped his hands to Guan Yu. The Prime Minister has agreed to all your conditions. Lao Pai nearly jumped out of the cave. The barrage was filled with question marks. Really agreed. Chao's boss can endure this. How much does he love second brother? I get it, Chao's boss is a sycophant tactical retreat. This is not a negotiation. This is treating him like an ancestor. Guan Yu was also momentarily taken aback. But he quickly regained his composure and said to Zhang Liao, in that case, please report back to the Prime Minister. Guan will temporarily surrender. The scene then shifted. In Shudu at Cao Cao's residence, Cao looked at the battle report and laughed heartily. Guan Yu, you finally agree to come. Below, strategist Sun Yu frowned. Prime Minister Guan, yes, 3 conditions, especially the 3rd, are rather excessive. Cao waved his hand. No matter. This man is known for his loyalty and righteousness throughout the land. If I treat him with sincerity today, he will surely be of use to me in the future. He paused and continued, send orders after Guan Yu enters Shudu. All expenses will be at the highest standards. Gold upon mounting, silver upon dismounting. A small feast every 3 days, a grand feast every 5 days. Moreover, select 10 beauties to send to his residence. Sun Yes mouth twitched. Prime Minister, this. Cao glared. Just do it. The game fast-forwarded. Guan Yu with his 2 sisters-in-law settled into a luxurious mansion in Shudu. It was indeed gold upon mounting, silver upon dismounting. Every time Guan Yu went out, someone would be waiting at the door with gold. Every time he returned, someone would be waiting with silver. The feasts were continuous. Cao invited him for drinks every few days, with the tables laden with delicacies from mountains and seas. He truly did send over 10 beauties. Lao Pai watched through the rumors, light screen, his mouth nearly watering. Brothers, this treatment. It's top-tier VIP. The barrage exclaimed. Chao's boss, this is the empire. Second brother, thanks, but my heart only holds my elder brother. Who can resist this sweet trap? If I were second brother, I'd directly call Chao's boss father. But what about Guan Yu? He accepted the gold and silver, then turned around to distribute it to his soldiers and the attendants of his 2 sisters-in-law. He attended the feast, but never got drunk. As for the beauties, he did not touch a single one, sending them all to the rear yard to serve the 2 ladies. Cao saw that he always wore that old green robe and ordered the finest brocade to make him a new robe to send over. Guan Yu accepted it. The next day, when Cao invited him for drinks, he found Guan Yu had worn the new robe underneath, while still wearing the old green robe on the outside. Cao curiously asked, why is Yun Chang so frugal? Guan Yu clasped his hands. This old robe was gifted by my elder brother. Wearing it on the outside is like seeing my elder brother's face. Cao. Lao Pai in the live stream slapped his thigh. Awesome. Chao's boss sent over a high-end new model and second brother is wearing it as a thermal shirt. The barrage erupted in laughter. Chao's boss, I sent Hermes and you treat it as thermal underwear. It's not very harmful, but it's extremely insulting. Second brother, I appreciate your kindness, but my elder brother is more important. Chao's boss' heart was bleeding. Days passed. Cao somehow acquired a horse entirely red, resembling a ball of fire, extraordinary in its grace. It was indeed the red hair left behind after Lu Bu's death. Cao called Guan Yu over, pointing to the horse. Yun Chang, this horse can travel 1,000 miles a day, crossing rivers and climbing mountains as if walking on flat ground. Today I gift it to you. Guan Yu was overjoyed, took the reins, and for the first time performed a great bow to Cao. Thank you, Prime Minister. Cao was pleased, thinking he had finally moved him. But Guan Yu's next sentence was, I know this horse can travel 1,000 miles a day, and now I am fortunate to have it. If I know my elder brother's whereabouts, I can see him in a day. Cao Cao's smile froze on his face. Lao Pai in the cave burst out laughing. The barrage went completely Chao's boss, I see you as a confidant, and you see me as a ride-sharing vehicle. Red hair, so am just a means of transportation. Second brother, thanks, this horse runs fast, it's convenient for my elder brother. Chao's boss at this moment takes a deep breath, won't get angry, I won't get angry. Time moved forward again. A war report came in. Yuan Shao dispatched General Yin Liang to attack Beima. Cao Cao led his troops to meet the enemy. As a result, several generals fell one after another. The likes of Song Xian and Wei Su went up and were beheaded by Yin Liang in a matter of turns. Even fierce generals like Su Huang could only hold out for 20 turns before retreating. The Cao camp was shrouded in clouds of despair. Inside the tent, Cao Cao sighed. Yin Liang is so fierce, what can we do? At this moment, Guan Yu stood up. Prime Minister Guan is willing to go and behead Yin Liang, presenting his head in the tent. Cao Cao's eyes brightened, but hesitated. Yin Chong has just arrived, oh, it's not suitable for him to exhaust himself. Guan Yu said, I have received great kindness from the Prime Minister, I have no way to repay it. Today I am willing to behead Yin Liang to repay the Prime Minister's grace. Cao Cao thought for a moment and agreed. He even poured Guan Yu a cup of wine to send him off. Guan Yu did not drink, saying, pour the wine down, I shall return. Holding the green dragon blade and riding the red hare, he left the camp. Lao Pai and the audience perked up. Here it comes. Second brother is going to take action. Can second brother handle it against such a fierce Yin Liang? Is this the rehash of warm wine beheading Hua Xiong? I'm looking forward to it. On the battlefield, Yin Liang was flaunting his might when he saw a red-faced, long-bearded figure emerge from the Cao camp. He didn't take it seriously at all. Guan Yu rode the red hare, walking leisurely toward the front. He looked at Yin Liang's massive army formation and the invincible general at the front. He softly said, and the game's system relayed his voice clearly to Lao Pai and all the viewers, I see Yin Liang as a mere standard bearer selling heads. Lao Pai. The barrage reacted, wow, this dude is faking it. A standard bearer selling heads. An educated person insults differently. The impact was maximized and so was the insult. Yin Liang, are you polite? Before the words fell, the red hare, like a red lightning bolt, it charged straight at Yin Liang's army formation. Before Yin Liang could react, Guan Yu was already in front of him. The green dragon blade was raised. The blade flashed. Yin Liang's head flew into the air. Guan Yu caught the head and turned his horse around to return. The whole process was so fast that it was hard to see. The troops of Cao were dumbfounded. The troops of Yuan were also stunned. When Guan Yu returned to the Cao camp with Yin Liang's head and raised the cup of wine, it was still warm. Cao Cao gaped, unable to speak for a long time. Lao Pai was so excited in the cave that he kept pounding the ground. Amazing. Second brother is amazing. With one strike. Just one strike. Hua Xiong, I'm familiar with this. Yin Liang, can you settle the appearance fee? Is this the worth of second master? Before it took 3 brothers to deal with Lu Bu, now he can solo the boss with one strike. Guan Yu drank the wine and clasped his hands to Cao Cao. Prime Minister Guan is fortunate not to disgrace my mission. Cao Cao came to his senses ecstatic. Yun Chong is truly a divine being. Days passed. Guan Yu also conveniently eliminated Yin Liang's partner Wen Shou. This essentially cleared the debt of gratitude owed to Cao Cao. At this time, news arrived. Liu Bei in Yuan Shao's territory. On the same night Guan Yu heard the news, he stored away all the gold and silver treasures sent by Cao neatly sealed in the storeroom. The official seal hung on the beam. Not a single beauty was taken. He only donned that old green robe, rode the red hare, and protected the horse-drawn carriage of his 2 sisters-in-law. As dawn broke, he exited the northern gate of Shudu. He left without looking back. The soldiers at the gate did not dare to stop him and hurried to report to Cao Cao. Cao Cao, upon hearing the news, remained silent for a long time. Finally he sighed, alas. Each serves his own lord, each serves his own lord. He waved his hand, let him go. In the cave of Mangdang Mountain, Lao Pai looked at the light screen, watching Guan Yu protectively escorting the horse-drawn carriage away. His eyes felt a bit sore. He sniffed and spoke to the livestream brothers. This is what it means to be a man. The barrage was quiet for then it erupted. I'm teary-eyed. Money, beauties, power, status. Nothing could sway him. In his heart, there is only one elder brother, one promise. The oath of brotherhood in the Peach Garden is not just talk. No matter how good Chao's boss is, he is merely a boss. Elder brother, that is a brother. This loyalty and righteousness gives the entire cyber world a small shock from the 3 kingdoms. The light screen darkened. In the cave of Mangdang Mountain, Lao Pai stared at the rumored light screen before him, his mouth agape. The barrage on the side of the light screen rolled frantically. It's over, it's really over. Boss Cao didn't issue a pass. How will they get past the checkpoint? Bringing along 2 sisters-in-law, their speed is like a turtle's crawl, aren't they living targets? Hell difficulty. This is definitely a plot kill. Su Chun is going to torment the second brother. Lao Pi's heart skipped a beat. No pass crossing Cao Cao's territory. Is the game designer out of their mind? Can this quest be completed? First level Dongling Pass. The guarding General Kong Xiu stood in the middle of the road with his troops. Who goes there? Do you have an official document from the Prime Minister? Guan Yu rode on his steed Red Hair, too lazy to even lift his eyelids. Guan am escorting my sister-in-law home with no official document. Kong Xiu laughed. Since there is no document from the Prime Minister, leave your people and vehicles and wait for me to report to the Prime Minister before we discuss further. As soon as he finished speaking, a flash of blade light appeared. Kong Xiu's smile froze, and then he fell off his horse, his head rolling far away. Guan Yu sheathed his blade and coldly told the stunned guarding soldiers, "Open the gate." Barrage. He killed him just like that. Aren't we going to follow the process? Are we haggling? Physical method of cracking the gate. Learned it. Second brother, why waste words on a dead man? The gate opened, and the cart creaked past. Second level Luoyang. The guarding General Han Fu and the spear General Meng Tan agreed that a direct fight would be futile. They decided to play dirty. Meng Tan pretended to engage in a fake fight, then turned and fled after a few exchanges. Han Fu secretly drew his bow from the shadows and shot an arrow at Guan Yu. The arrow struck Guan Yu's left arm. Guan Yu didn't even frown, pulled out the arrow, and with a backhand split Meng Tan in two. Then, riding Red Hair, he charged directly into the pass, finding Han Fu among the chaotic troops, and struck again. Barrage, hit by an arrow, and still able to kill. This health is fake. Absolute suppression of martial force. Dirty tricks are useless. Second brother, what's with the scraping therapy? Third level Sisui Pass. The guarding General Bian, she was even sneakier, ambushing axemen in the town guardian temple, pretending to invite Guan Yu in for tea. Guan Yu entered with his blade drawn. As soon as the axemen jumped out, Guan Yu cut down Bian, she conveniently knocking down dozens of axemen in the process. The monks in the temple were left dumbfounded. Barrage, an ambush in a temple. No martial ethics. Second brother, just right, take them all out at once. This speed of clearing levels is like riding a rocket. Boss Chow's defenses are made of paper, right? Fourth level Xingyang. The governor Wang Ji cheerfully invited Guan Yu into the city and arranged for him to stay at the inn. In the middle of the night, he secretly had people stack firewood around the inn, preparing to set fire and kill Guan Yu. However, one of his subordinates, Hu Ban, curiously ran over to sneak a look at Guan Yu's appearance. Upon seeing him, he was awestruck. A true celestial being. Hu Ban instantly defected and rushed to inform Guan Yu. Guan Yu took his sister-in-law and left the city under cover of night. Wang Ji led troops to pursue, but was met with a strike from Guan Yu, who turned back, and he was lost again. The barrage went completely crazy. Whoa. Enemy NPCs can be swayed. This charisma is incredible. Hu Ban, I'm sorry boss, I'm a fan of the second brother. Loyalty aura. Passive skill. Boss Chow, why are all my subordinates turncoats? Fifth level Yellow River Ferry. The guarding General Qin Chi blocked the way with his spear. I bear the order of General Xiaoho to guard this place. Even if you are Guan Yu, without an official document from the Prime Minister, you cannot pass. Guan Yu looked at him. Do you know that I have slain generals all the way here? Qin Chi sneered. You have only killed nameless subordinates. Do you dare to kill me? My uncle is Xiaoho Dun. Guan Yu smiled. How do you compare to Yin Liang and Wen Shou? Qin Chi was taken aback. The blade light flickered again. Qin Chi fell. The barrage reached a climax. Yin Liang and Wen Shou don't cue us. Killing people and striking at the heart. Killing people and striking at the heart. Uncle's warning is ineffective. Xiaoho Dun, you are lofty, you are remarkable. 5 levels. 6 generals. All cleared. Lao Pai watched in the cave, blood boiling, fists clenched. So powerful. It was truly incredible. No nonsense, no compromise. Blocked the road. Cut down. Played dirty. Cut down. Moved the background. Cut down. Having lived in the cyber world for so many years, Lao Pai had never seen such a person. They were accustomed to finding loopholes in the rules, accustomed to bowing their heads, accustomed to compromising for benefits. But this red-faced man told them in the most direct way, screw the rules. I have a scale in my heart. One side is loyalty, the other side is the big brother. Anyone blocking this road, no matter what general, what official, or what uncle's nephew, will all be cut down. The barrage was no longer watching, it was a pilgrimage. I declare the first pure love war god of the 3 kingdoms loyalty version is born. What does it mean to travel alone for 1,000 miles? This is what one person can break a nation means. Boss Chow's security system is a joke in front of the second brother. Faith breaks all laws. Loyalty is the pass. Pride, really cried, this is what a man is. Guan Yu had just slain Qin Shi and was about to find a boat to cross the river. Behind him a cloud of dust rolled up and a cavalry unit charged forward. The leading general, one-eyed and furious, was none other than Xiaoho Dun. Guan Yu, you killed my subordinate and still dare to leave. Guan Yu reined in his horse, brandishing his Qinglong blade. If you want to fight, then fight. Xiaoho Dun, eyes reddened, was about to charge forward. At that moment another sound of hooves echoed. Yuan rang. Stop. Zhang Liao galloped between the two, holding up a document high. The Prime Minister has issued an order. Guan Yu is to be allowed to pass. No one is to obstruct him at any checkpoint. Xiaoho Dun furiously widened his single. He has killed 6 generals. How can he be allowed to escape? Zhang Liao lowered his voice. The Prime Minister's intention, how can we defy it? Moreover, Yun Chang's loyalty is known throughout the world. The Prime Minister is giving him a good name. Xiaoho Dun gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Guan Yu. Guan Yu cupped his fist to Zhang Liao. When Yuan, please thank the Prime Minister on my behalf. After saying this, he no longer looked back, protecting the cart as he boarded the ferry he had found. The boat slowly sailed towards the opposite shore. Xuchang Prime Minister's residence. Cao Cao listened to the reports coming in one after another. Report. Guan Yu slayed Kong Xiu passed through Dongling Pass. Report. Guan Yu was shot and killed Han Fu and Meng Tan passed through Luoyang. Report. Guan Yu saw through the ambush and slayed Bian Shi passed through Sisui Pass. Report. Guan Yu received news and slayed Wang Ji at night passed through Xingyang. Report. Guan Yu slayed Qin Shi and reached the Yellow River Ferry. With each report, the faces of the strategists and generals below grew more grim. Finally, after hearing it all, Cao Cao fell silent for a long time. Then he sighed. Yin Chong understands the way of coming and going, truly a great man. Each serves their own master, each serves their own master. He waved his hand. Relay the order, no need to pursue. Let him go. On the other side of the Yellow River, Guan Yu stood by the shore looking back at the southern bank. Then he turned around, protecting the cart, and continued forward towards the Hebei direction. In the cave of Mangdang Mountain, Lao Pai watched Guan Yu's increasingly smaller figure on the light screen, his nose feeling a bit sour. He rubbed his eyes, speaking to the empty cave, also to the live stream. Brothers. The second brother has passed. The three brothers are about to reunite. A final line of text floated across the barrage. I declare, Guan Yi is Boss Chao's white moonlight. Boss Chao, great vision. This letting go I admire. Second brother, you must find the big brother. The oath of brotherhood is not just talk. In the ancient city, Lao Pai stood atop the city wall, gazing at the dust rising in the distance. He had occupied this dilapidated city for some time now, engaging in two activities: daily drinking and cursing Cao Cao. When he got tired of cursing, he would sleep, and upon waking continue cursing. The comments were filled with suggestions. Lao Pai, stop cursing. Think of a way to find big brother and second brother. Lao Pai glared. What do you want me to think about? Second brother has already fled from Cao Cao's residence, and I don't even know where big brother is. Just then a small soldier scrambled up. General, they're coming. They're coming. Lao Pai replied irritably. What's coming? The Cao army. If they're coming, let them come. It's not the Cao army, the small soldier panted. It's a general with a red face and a long beard riding a red horse and escorting two horse-drawn carts. They say it's General Guan. Lao Pai's wine bowl clattered to the ground. He froze for 2 seconds, then turned and dashed down the city tower. Open the gate. Hurry, open the gate. The gate soldiers hadn't reacted yet, and Lao Pai had already kicked aside the obstacles, moving to lift the gate bolt himself. The city gate was thick and heavy, normally requiring 4 or 5 people to move it. But Lao Pai, with red eyes and gritted teeth, managed to pull the bolt open by himself. Creak. As the gate opened a crack, Lao Pai squeezed through. The comments were stunned. Lao Pai's speed. Has he channeled bolt? Why not let the soldiers open it and do it himself? How urgent could it be? Outside the city, Guan Yu rode on his steed Red Hair, watching the two carts advance slowly. He felt a bit anxious. He knew his third brother's temperament, fiery and straightforward. During this attempt to defect to Cao, although it was for a reason, would third brother misunderstand? Would he think he had betrayed big brother? He was prepared for it. If he got scolded, he would accept it. Even if he was beaten, he would endure as long as third brother would listen to his explanation. While he was deep in thought, the ancient city gate opened. A figure rushed out, rolling and scrambling, almost lunging forward. Guan Yu focused his gaze. It was Zhang Fei. He tightened his grip on the green dragon blade, took a deep breath, and was ready to speak. But Zhang Fei rushed to the horse, and with a thud directly hugged the front leg of Red Hair. Second brother. Zhang Fei looked up, his eyes red, tears and snot covering his face. Second brother. You've suffered. Guan Yu was stunned. He had prepared so many words and explanations. He never expected third brother's first words to be this. Zhang Fei clung to the horse's leg, crying like a child. I've heard everything. You passed 5 passes and killed 6 generals, escorting sister-in-law. Second brother. You must have suffered a lot in Chao's camp. Guan Yu's nose tinged with sadness. He leaped off the horse and embraced Zhang Fei. Third brother. The two big men embraced outside the ancient city gate, crying uncontrollably. The comments exploded. Wow. Tears streaming. Lao Pai's reaction is making me cry. This is true brotherhood. Unreserved trust. Mutual dedication. This is what mutual dedication really looks like. Guan Yu patted Zhang Fei's back. Third brother, it's my fault for worrying you and big brother. Zhang Fei wiped his face. What are you saying? Just having you back is better than anything. Let's go. Enter the city. Let's drink. He pulled Guan Yu towards the city. Just then a sound of hooves echoed from afar, urgent. The two turned back simultaneously. In the dust a horse was galloping towards them. The rider was ragged face, weathered hair tangled. But those eyes, Zhang Fei and Guan Yu recognized them instantly. Big brother. Liu Bei jumped off the horse, almost losing his balance. He had escaped from Yuan Shao, braving the elements, evading pursuers, taking back roads, and endured countless hardships. He appeared much thinner, looking no different from a beggar. Standing there, he gazed at Guan Yu and Zhang Fei outside the city. His lips trembled, wanting to speak, but unable to make a sound. After a long pause, he finally stammered out, second brother. Third brother. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei rushed over simultaneously. Big brother. The three men knelt in the dust, embracing tightly. Liu Bei held his two brothers, tears flowing uncontrollably. I finally found you. Finally found you. Zhang Fei cried the loudest. Big brother. Where have you been? I've missed you so much. Guan Yu with red eyes held Liu Bei tightly. Big brother Guan has returned. Dust flew everywhere. The three men knelt outside the ancient city, crying without any regard for their image. But at this moment nothing else mattered. No image, no face. The comments had completely exploded. The screen was filled with one word: tears streaming. Tears streaming. Tears streaming. Tears streaming. In the studio, Su Chen watched the scenes on the screen. On another light screen in front of him, there was a real-time discussion on Cyber Network. I declare the oath of the Peach Garden is the best brotherhood I've seen this year. What financial tycoon brothers, what interest alliances, all pale in comparison to these three. They have nothing but each other. But that is enough. It truly is enough. This is what white moonlight really is, not in the romantic sense between men and women, but the most extreme romance between men. Su Chen chuckled. He switched the screen to view the game backend data. Player sentiment volatility skyrocketed again. Especially the tags moved shocked and tears streaming, which had alarmingly high data. It seems. Su Chen muttered to himself. People in the cyber world aren't completely cold-blooded after all. He turned off the light screen and stretched. Next he needed to consider the next segment of the plot. The three brothers had reunited. But what's next? How long could they stay in this small, broken city? Would Cao Cao let them go? Would Yuan Shao let it rest? Su Chen stroked his chin, a hint of amusement in his eyes. They have reunited. But the real test has just begun. Ancient city, the county yamen. Calling it a yamen was generous. It was merely a slightly larger mud brick house. Liu Bei sat behind a battered table. Before him lay a map, so crude it could not be cruder, with a few circles denoting a handful of cities. Guan Yu stood behind him, his ruddy face taut, his phoenix-like eyes fixed on the map, wordless. Zhang Fei paced the room like a bear trapped in a cage. Elder brother. Second brother. Zhang Fei could not contain himself any longer. He slammed his palm down on the table, making the map jump. Are we just going to sit here and wait? This wretched ancient city has no grain, no troops. It's suffocating me. Liu Bei exhaled and said nothing. Guan Yu finally spoke, his voice low. Third brother, temper yourself. Now Cao Cao is strong, and Yuan Shao even stronger. We must wait for the right moment. What right moment? Zhang Fei glared. If we wait any longer, it will be too late. Should I take a force out to seize supplies? No? Borrow some provisions back. Liu Bei at last raised his head and looked at Zhang Fei with a bitter smile. Third brother, we are guests under another's roof. Finding even a place to shelter is hard enough. We cannot act recklessly. Zhang Fei flopped to the ground and hugged his head. Ugh, it's maddening. I would almost prefer the old days selling pork in Zhuijun. In a studio, Su Chen lounged with one leg crossed, staring at the luminous display before him. The screen was split in two. One half showed the sighing, anxious Lu Guan and Zhang in the county yamen. The other half showed a cyber forum. On its front page, a single thread had been pushed to the top. Report server's biggest boss battle begins. Yuan Shao versus Cao Cao Guandu, showdown live thread. Thousands of replies had already flooded in. It's live? I bet on Yuan Shao. With those numbers, Cao Cao, how can Flying Dragon Cavalry lose? Yuan Shao safe on this one. Boss Cao pulls flashy moves, but the numeric gap is insane. 1/10 of the troops' supplies near empty. I bet Cao Cao can hold 3 months. 3 months. He'll be steamrolled in a month. Su Chen smiled and tapped the screen a few times. He posted, server announcement, new historical slice experience. Guandu battle is now online. Players may choose the God's Eye view to observe this decisive duel for the North. The forum erupted anew. Here we go, real-time reports by designer Su. God's Eye view. Sweet. No need to throw yourself into the slaughter. Hurry up. I want to see how Boss Cao gets wrecked. In the game. Old Pai was sulking when a system prompt suddenly popped up. Major historical event, Guandu battle detected. Switch to God's Eye view to spectate. Old Pai blinked, then erupted with joy. Switch. Absolutely switch. He shouted into his stream, brothers. Don't think I'm stuck here. They'll take you to the big show. The perspective lifted instantly. The image flew over mountains and rivers, finally, settling near a great. Two vast armies faced one another across the water. On one bank, camps stretched for 100 li, banners blotting out the sun, an ocean of bodies. Behind that camp, the supply trains ran farther than the eye could see. On the opposite bank, the encampment was far smaller, a little shabby by comparison. The comment stream flooded. Holy hell. That force disparity, it's brutal. Left must be Yuan Shao, right as Boss Cao. So pitiful to look at. How can this be fought? Yuan Shao could drown Chao's camp with a single spit. Total numeric steamroll. What happened to game balance? Old Pai was stunned. Good gravy. How rich is Yuan Shao? Yuan Shao's main camp, the central tent. Yuan Shao sat at the main seat, advisors and generals packed about him until there was barely space to stand. He stroked his beard, smug. Cao Cao is short of troops and provisions. We shall remain at ease. Within months he will be broken. Voices below lauded him. My lord is brilliant. Only one advisor, Su Yu, rose to speak. My lord, Cao Cao's troops are hardened. Oh, we must not underestimate him. I have a plan. Divide forces and strike his supply lines. Yuan Shao waved a hand impatient. My army is vast, why risk such gambits? Advance steadily will suffice. Su Yu strove to continue. Another advisor Guatu sneered, Su Ziyun, are you not simply seeking a backdoor for yourself, because you fear Cao Cao? Su Yu's face went pale. Yuan Shao frowned. Enough. Do not quarrel. Proceed with the original plan, at Cao Cao's camp. The atmosphere could not have been more different. The soldiers looked relatively spirited, but the granaries were truly nearing empty. Cao Cao sat in his tent before a frugal meal. He took a bite, set down his chopsticks, and asked Sun Yu Wenrua how long can we hold. Sun Yu's face was grave. At most 1 month. Cao Cao nodded, but said no more. Days passed. The two armies locked at Guandu. Yuan Shao, relying on numbers, taunted and parried each day, but never struck with full force. Cao Cao defended tightly and sent out occasional small raids. The comment stream grew bored, that's it. Why is Yuan Shao waiting? Just smash through. Boss Chao's defense is solid, turtle strategy. But supplies won't hold, it's a slow death. Old Pai fretted. Why is Yuan Shao dawdling? I'd have charged ages ago. Then the turning point came. Su Yu's family was arrested for a crime and taken to the dungeons. Su Yu rushed to plead. Yuan Shao, already irritated by the lack of progress, not only refused, but berated him. What rotten ideas did you give before? And you dare come ask favors now? Su Yu trembled with fury and humiliation. That very night, he slipped out of Yuan Shao's camp alone and made straight for Cao Cao's tent. Chao's sentries spotted someone approaching and raised the alarm. Su Yu called out, I am an old acquaintance, Su Yu. I have urgent matters for Lord Cao. The message reached Cao Cao. Cao Cao was washing his feet. On hearing Su Yu had arrived, he left even his shoes behind and ran barefoot from his tent. Seeing Su Yu, he laughed and seized his hand. Ziyuan has come. My affairs are at hand. Su Yu looked at Cao Cao's bare feet, remembered Yuan Shao's arrogant disdain, and nearly wept. The chat stream exploded. Holy, welcoming a guest barefoot. Boss Chao's HR moves are legendary. Su Yu abused by his old boss, cherished by his new one. What a contrast. Isn't this exactly a senior executive jump with competitive secrets? Yuan Shao's management is negative points. Boss Chao, masterful humility, no top-tier talent wooing. Old Pai slapped his thigh in the stream. Learn that. This is how you poach talent. Inside the tent, Cao Cao pulled Su Yu down and personally poured him wine. Su Yu did not waste time. My lord, how much grain does your army have remaining? Cao Cao smiled. Enough for a year. Su Yu shook his head. No. Cao Cao revised 6 months. Su Yu asked, does my lord not wish to defeat Yuan Shao? Why be evasive? Cao Cao sighed and lowered his voice. To be frank, only 1 month. Su Yu slapped his thigh. My lord stands alone with no relief, supplies will end. This is a crisis of life and death. He leaned in. Yuan Shao's convoy of grain is all gathered at Wuchao, guarded by Chunyu Qiong, who drinks and is careless. You may select an elite force, fly the banners of Yuan's troops, slip a night route to Wuchao, and burn their grain. In 3 days their army will descend into chaos. Cao Cao's eyes brightened. Without hesitation he said, do it. That very night, Cao Cao personally named 5,000 elite soldiers. Men held coins between their teeth, horses bit their bridles, flying Yuan banners, they cut through a hidden trail toward Wuchao. Chunyu Qiong, as it happened, was drunk through the night. Chao's men crept to the edge of the camp and struck. Torches were hurled into the grain stacks. In an instant flames leapt skyward. Wuchao became a colossal beacon, lighting half the night. Yuan Shao's camp saw the northern blaze and fell into utter disorder. The comment stream went feral. They burned it. They actually burned it. Yuan Shao has lost his lifeline. This is striking the serpent at its 7th inch. Warfare is logistics, cut supplies, and even an army of steel becomes scrap. Boss Chao's special operations, 10 out of 10. Old Peace scalp tingled. Brothers, you see this. Next time cut their grain first. All that number crunching is worthless. Once Wuchao burned, Yuan Shao's army collapsed overnight. Hundreds of thousands with no food fell into Cao Cao seized the moment and struck with full force. Yuan's soldiers trampled one another, many surrendered, many fled. The once arrogant northern hegemon was routed, coughing blood, and fled north to Hebei with only a few hundred remnants. A server-wide read announcement, Cao Cao has defeated Yuan Shao at Guandu, unified the north, and become the server's most dominant power. When that message flashed, the cyber forum fell silent for seconds, then detonated. He won. Cao Cao, 1/10 the troops counterkill. What the hell is the ops team doing? What tactic is this? If anyone ever says numbers decide everything, ill shove the Guandu replay in their face. Intelligence, logistics, personnel, that is supreme strategy. The view cut back to the in the county yamen. Old Pai, Zhang Fei, had returned to his own body. The screen before him still showed the Guandu battle report. Liu Bei and Guan Yu watched the display as well. Their faces grew grimmer by the moment. Zhang Fei swallowed and spoke, his voice dry. Elder brother, second brother. Cao Cao, he devoured Yuan Shao. Now the whole north belongs to him. Liu Bei was silent for a long while. He looked at the map where Cao Cao's sphere of influence had swollen into a terrifying black domain. Then he looked at their own tiny, pitiable ancient city. Guan Yu clenched his fist, and unprecedented gravity flickered in his phoenix eyes. Zhang Fei felt a coldness surge from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head. The opponents they had faced before, Lu Bu, Yuan Shu, even Yuan Shao, had been warlords. Now, they faced something else, a conqueror who had absorbed half the realm, whose tactics and mind had reached their apex, a final monster. The county yamen sat in a terrifying stillness. Only the system screen flickered faintly where the server announcement continued to shimmer. In Xingye at the county office. The storm of the Battle of Guandu has calmed, yet the dark clouds looming over Lu Guan and Zhang have only thickened. Old Pai sat by the brazier watching the vast black territory on the system screen that Cao Cao had annexed in the north, poking the charcoal fire with a stick, sending sparks flying. Elder brother, Old Pai irritably tossed aside the stick. Are we just going to wait to die in this tiny place called Xingye? Cao Cao is strong and powerful now, crushing us would be as easy as squashing an ant. Guan Yu beside him was polishing his Qinglong saber, his phoenix eyes slightly lowered, unusually refraining from retorting his younger brother. He knew that Zhang Fei was speaking the truth. Liu Bei stood by the window gazing at the gray sky outside, lost in thought for a long time. A few days ago, Master Sima Hui from the water mirror came to visit. Liu Bei suddenly spoke, his voice soft, yet particularly clear in the quiet room. When he left, he gave me 10 words. Guan Yu and Zhang Fei simultaneously looked up. Wulong and Fengshu, one of them can pacify the world. Old Pai was taken aback, his eyes suddenly brightening. Wulong. Fengshu. That name sounds incredibly impressive. Can they really pacify the world? Where is this person? Liu Bei replied. Master Water Mirror said Wulong's surname is Zhuge, given name Liang, courtesy name Kongming. He resides in Longzhong, 20 miles outside the city. Liu Bei turned around, his eyes filled with a resolute determination. I have drifted through half my life repeatedly fighting and failing, all because I lack a strategist by my side. This person I must invite out of the mountains. The next day, heavy snow fell suddenly. A blanket of white covered the world, and the north wind whipped the snowflakes against their faces like blades. Liu Bei donned his finest attire, braving the wind and snow, accompanied by Guan and Zhang to Longzhou. Old Pai, wrapped in a thick cloak, shivered uncontrollably. He couldn't help but complain in the live stream. Brothers, what kind of a mortal is this? Living in such a poor and desolate place. In this freezing weather, instead of staying indoors by the fire, they have to come out and suffer. The barrage also chimed in. Old Pai is really pitiful, a literal cold bench in physical terms. Could this be a scammer? If he had real talent, Cao Cao would have snatched him up long ago. I think it's just blowing things out of proportion. As they walked, a melancholic song suddenly emerged from the wind and snow. The heavens are like a round cover, and the land resembles a chessboard. The wise rest while the foolish call for a draw. The song was broad and carried an air of arrogance, as if it looked down upon the world. Liu Bei suddenly pulled on the reins, ecstatic. Could it be Master Wulong? He quickly dismounted, stepping through the snow that reached his ankles, hurrying towards the farmers carrying hoes, respectfully bowing. May I ask, are you the esteemed Master Wulong? The farmers were startled and shook their heads repeatedly. You've mistaken us, we are just farmers. This song was taught to us by Master Wulong, saying that singing it can relieve worries when one is troubled. Liu Bei was stunned in place. Old Pai felt a chill run down his spine from behind. A peasant's song carried lyrics that were grand enough to consider the world as a chessboard. Half of the barrage that had been teasing suddenly disappeared. What the? This is impressive. Just casually teaching farmers a song, and it's such profound lyrics. I take back what I said earlier, this person might truly possess something special. Liu Bei took a deep breath, suppressing his shock, and mounted his horse again. Let's go. 2 hours later, they arrived at Longvong. The heavy snow fell like goose feathers, enveloping the world, and the fierce wind whipped the snowflakes against their faces like knives, causing sharp pain. Old Pai led the horse, trudging through the knee-deep snow, his lips turning purple from the cold. He raised his head, peering through the wind and snow, finally seeing the so-called abode of the wise. That was just a few dilapidated straw huts. The picket fence had collapsed halfway under the weight of the snow, and the yard was overgrown with weeds, not a soul in sight. Elder brother. Old Pai could no longer suppress the fire in his heart. Is this what you call a talent capable of pacifying the world? In such a broken place, even a village chief wouldn't want to live here. Were you deceived by that water mirror, old man? Guan Yu also halted, a hint of undisguised disdain flashing in his phoenix eyes. Elder brother, you are the royal uncle of the Han dynasty, lowering yourself to come to such a desolate place. If word spreads, it would bring ridicule from the world. In my opinion, this person is merely a rustic villager seeking fame. Enough. Liu Bei shouted sternly, completely ignoring the falling snowflakes. He meticulously brushed the snow off his clothes, tidying up his attire, and stepped forward to respectfully knock on the dilapidated wooden door. Creak. The door opened slightly, revealing a 10-year-old Taoist boy peeking out with an impatient expression. Liu Bei immediately took a step back, clasped his fists, bowed deeply, and spoke in an extremely humble tone. I request to announce my presence. I am Liu Bei, Left General of Han, Marquis of Yicheng, Provincial Governor of Yuzhou, and Royal Uncle, here to pay my respects to Master Wulong. The Taoist boy scratched his ears, sizing up the shivering Liu Bei, and curled his lip. Old Pai felt the veins on his forehead bulging. When had he ever endured such indignity in the cyber world? A little NPC dared to show attitude towards a general who could slash through dozens of men. Liu Bei, however, showed no signs of anger, still wearing a gentle smile then. May I ask if Master Kong Ming is in? He's not here. The Taoist boy rolled his eyes. Master went out for a stroll this morning, and his return is uncertain. It could be 3 to 5 days, or even more than 10 days. You should leave. With that, the Taoist boy slammed the door shut. The force of the wooden door closing shook the snow from the eaves, dropping it all over Liu Bei. Silence. A deathly silence. In the next second, Old Pai completely erupted. I damn you. Old Peace's eyes turned bloodshot as he drew his sword from his waist and charged up, kicking hard at the already shaky wooden door. Crash. The door shattered upon impact. Third brother. Are you crazy? Liu Bei exclaimed in shock, turning to pull him back. Old Pai shook Liu Bei's hand off and roared like an enraged lion. Elder brother. Wake up. You are the royal uncle, a man over 40 playing the fool for a villager in this icy wilderness. What is he even worth? If he truly had talent, he would have long since gone to assist Cao Cao. Could he be hiding in such a broken place? He is just toying with you. Guan Yu stepped forward at this moment, firmly grasping Liu Bei's shoulder with a cold demeanor. Elder brother, though third brother's words are crude, they hold truth. I do not slay nameless individuals, but today this brat has insulted you too much. If you cannot take action, I will go in and drag this villager out to see how many heads he has. With that, Guan Yu gripped his Qinglong saber, ready to charge into the yard. Everyone stand down. A piercing roar shattered the wind and snow. Old Pai and Guan Yu froze simultaneously. They turned their heads and were met with a sight that made their scalps tingle. Liu Bei, the ever-gentle and composed older brother, had drawn his twin swords, the blade tips pointing at his two beloved sworn brothers. Liu Bei's eyes were red as if they would bleed, his entire body trembling violently in the snow from extreme agitation. Kill. You all go kill. Liu Bei's voice became hoarse, laced with a sense of desperate hopelessness. Kill him. Burn this straw hut. Then the 3 of US brothers will roll back to that broken county office in Xinya, watching helplessly as Cao Cao's iron cavalry breaks through the city gates. Watching our heads hung on the walls of Xuchang. With 2 loud clatters, Liu Bei threw down his twin swords, fiercely grasped his collar, and pulled hard, revealing his thin undergarment beneath. I, Liu Bei, am 47 this year. 47. Half my life has been a turbulent journey, and I don't even have a doghouse to live in. The Han dynasty is on the brink of collapse. Oh, every night, when I close my eyes, I can hear my ancestors cursing my incompetence from the ground. Liu Bei pointed at the broken door, tears mingled with snow melting down his face. Do you think I am not cold? But Cao Cao's blade is already at our necks. The Han dynasty is already on the verge of collapse. Today I wouldn't mind standing here in this wind and snow for half a day, or as long as Zhuge Liang is willing to come out to save this world. Even if it means I, Liu Bei, die kneeling at this straw door, I would do so willingly. The wind and snow howled. The sword in Old Peace's hand fell into the snow with a thud. He stared blankly at his brother's breakdown, his earlier rage drowned by an immense sense of sorrow and suffocation. Guan Yu's hand, gripping the Qinglong saber, trembled slightly. He slowly lowered his head, and for the first time a hint of shame and compassion appeared on his proud red face, reddening his eyes. In the barrage, the previously clever jokes disappeared. In their place was prolonged silence, followed by an outburst. I suddenly understand what it means to seek talent with great urgency. My heavens, I have goosebumps. A man in his 40s pushed to the brink of collapse. It's too real. This isn't about inviting an immortal, it's about grasping the last straw of hope. Guan and Zhang thought elder brother was just losing face, but he was seeking a way to survive. Brothers, my expectations are at an all-time high now. I want to see if this Zhuge Liang, who hasn't even shown his face, truly deserves Liu Bei's bow in this snowstorm. I was crying. This is the true 3 kingdoms, the bloody reality and the utmost ideals. Liu Bei gasped for breath, slowly bending down to pick up the fallen letter of homage from the snow. He used his stiff, frozen hands to wipe the snow off the letter, then walked to the shattered wooden door and neatly placed it on them. Second brother, third brother. Liu Bei stood with his back to them, his voice now calm, yet imbued with a resilient spirit. Let's go. We will return in a few days. The heavy snow continued to fall. The 3 figures, small against the vast snowy landscape, seemed to be using all their strength to resist the weight of the entire world. A few days later, the heavy snow had yet to cease. In the Nuyi County office, Liu Bei donned his most dignified attire, meticulously dressing himself. Old Pai stood beside the stable, observing the red-rimmed eyes and noticeably gaunter face of his elder brother, suppressing the foul words that almost escaped his lips. Damn it! He cursed silently 1,000 times in his heart, yet his hands continued working quietly, securing the saddle and tightening the reins. The horse snorted in response. Guan Yu said nothing, simply stepping beside Liu Bei and gently brushing away the snowflakes that had settled on his shoulder. The gesture was so delicate, as if he were polishing a treasured gem. Liu Bei looked at his 2 brothers, opened his mouth, and finally only nodded, saying, "Let's go." The 3 mounted their horses and once again plunged into the storm. At that moment, the live stream chat became lively. Wow, they really are going. Last time they kicked down the door, this time are they going to fix it? Old Peace expression. I bet 5 coins he's holding back a big move. Guan Air yes gesture of brushing off the snow makes me cry. Isn't this just I don't understand, but I will follow you to the death. Old Pai did not look at the chat. He focused on Lu Bai's upright figure in the wind, and Snow feeling the fire in his heart grow stronger. However, thinking of his elder brother's previous breakdown, he forcibly suppressed the flames. He could only dig his heels into the horse's belly, causing it to whinny in pain. After about an hour's ride, the snowstorm was too fierce, and the three found a roadside village to seek shelter. As they pushed the door open, they heard laughter and singing inside. The lyrics floated over the world is like a game of chess, and all lords are mere pieces. Yuan Shao has 1,000,000 troops, yet at Guandu he was reduced to ashes in a single blaze. Cao Cao seizes the emperor, seeming to take the upper hand, but in truth he faces enemies on all sides destined to collapse. Old Pai was taken aback. Lu Bai's eyes suddenly brightened with joy as he rushed over to the 2 drunken revelers, deeply bowing. Master Wulong is present. Forgive my late arrival. The 2 men were momentarily stunned, but then burst into hearty laughter. One stroked his beard, saying, "You've mistaken me. I am Shi Guan Yuan, and this is Meng Gongwei. We are but idle folk from the mountains, not worthy of being called Wulong." The other interjected, his tone filled with unhidden admiration. "The talent of Kong Ming surpasses us by 100-fold, like the bright moon compared to fireflies. Our limited knowledge comes merely from casual conversations we've had with him." Liu Bei froze in place. He maintained his bowing posture, his once fervent gaze gradually dimming, a bitter smile tugging at his lips. The chat erupted, just casually bumping into 2 random passers-by. And they understand the grand scheme of the world so well. The caliber of this friend circle. Terrifying. Zhuge Liang, thank you for the invitation. Ew, I am at Longzhong, just finishing up with friends. I now believe it, this guy is definitely a hangerin. Liu Bei came back to his senses and bowed deeply again, saying, "I apologize for my rudeness. Since you 2 are acquainted with Master Coming, may I ask?" Shi Guan Yuan waved his hand, saying, "General, regarding Coming, we are not in a position to elaborate. If he wishes to come out of the mountains, he will naturally meet you. If not, no matter how many times you invite him, it will be futile." After saying this, the 2 resumed drinking, ignoring him. Liu Bei stood for a moment, silently retreating. After walking for another half-hour, they finally arrived at Longzhong. The wooden door that Old Pai had kicked down last time had already been repaired. The sound of reading echoed from the courtyard. Liu Bai's hands trembled with excitement as he pushed the door open to see a handsome young man sitting by the hearth engrossed in a book. He immediately knelt down and exclaimed, "Sir, Liu Bei has arrived late." The young man was startled and quickly stood up to return the greeting. "You've mistaken me. I am his younger brother, Zhuge Jun. Elder brother just went boating with a friend, Chui Zhou Ping, and has not returned." Old Pai, standing at the door, widened his eyes upon hearing the words "has not returned." His fists clenched, making cracking sounds. He almost drew his sword, but suddenly turning his head, he saw Liu Bai's face frozen and pale from the snow, utterly exhausted. The anger felt as if doused with a bucket of ice water, forcibly suppressed. Old Pai slammed his fist into a nearby tree trunk. Bang! Snow cascaded down from the branches. The chat, "Old Pai, I hold back. This look of frustration resembles me after being led on by the client 3 times. Fists clenched, but for the sake of my elder brother I endured." "Zhuge Liang, are you there? Why are you tearing down my tree?" Liu Bei stood up silent for a moment, then said to Zhuge Jun, "Since the sir is not present, may I borrow ink and paper?" Zhuge Jun brought over the ink and paper. Liu Bei declined the invitation to come inside, and stood in the storm-ravaged courtyard laying the paper on the stone table. The weather was too cold, and the ink in the inkstone froze over with a thin layer of frost as soon as it was ground. Liu Bei removed his torn gloves, using his red, stiffened hands to pick up the brush. He leaned closer to the inkstone, breathing out a puff of warm air to melt the ink, then dipped the brush and began to. As he wrote, he murmured softly, "I have long admired your great name, having visited twice, yet returned empty-handed. What a lament. Now the Han dynasty is crumbling, treacherous ministers usurp power, the common folk are in despair, and my heart burns like fire. Though my talents are meager and my virtues few, I wish to rely on your words to stem the tide of chaos and support the crumbling edifice." His frozen fingers made his writing tremble, yet the strength behind each stroke was more resolute than ever. Old Pai watched from the side, suddenly feeling a bit emotional. He remembered in the cyber world those tycoons would throw money, resources, and treatment to hire people. But who would do this? Standing for half a day in the frigid cold, writing such a nearly humble plea to someone they had never even met. The chat also fell silent. After a while, a single message floated by: "If this isn't love. No, this isn't love, this is faith." He truly believes that Zhuge Liang can save the world. No, he believes that only Zhuge Liang can save the world. Liu Bei finished writing, handed the letter to Zhuge Jun, and bowed deeply, saying, "Please deliver this to Master Kongming." Zhuge Jun received the letter and nodded. The 3 rode back. The snow began to lighten and dusk fell. As they reached a small bridge, an old man riding a donkey approached, singing, "A night of northern winds is cold and thick, clouds stretch for miles. Riding a donkey across a small bridge, I sigh alone at the withered plum blossoms." Liu Bei dismounted for the 3rd time, rushing over. Could it be that Master Wulong is returning home this time? The old man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. I am Huang Qingyan, the father-in-law of Kongming. I heard you are looking for my son-in-law. Liu Bei hurriedly bowed. Indeed. I seek your guidance. I can't guide you. Huang Qingyan waved his hand, laughing meaningfully. My son-in-law has quite a peculiar temperament. On this icy day, he must be hiding by some warm stove sleeping. General, it seems you will have to endure the snow a few. After saying this, Huang Qingyan paid Liu Bei no more mind, squeezing his legs against the donkey's belly and wobbling away, leaving only the echo of his triumphant laughter across the snowy landscape. Liu Bei stood in the snow watching the old man's retreating figure, letting out a long sigh. In that sigh there was weariness, resignation, but more than anything an unyielding determination. Old Pai and Guan Yu stood to his left and right, holding the horses, silently standing behind him. The three of them appeared incredibly lonely in this vast white world. Winter had passed and early spring arrived, yet the air inside the Xinya County Yamen felt colder than the deepest frost. Lao Pai stared at his eldest brother Liu Bei, his eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Elder brother, what are you doing? Liu Bei paid him no heed, meticulously arranging his attire before a bronze mirror. He was not in his usual coarse cloth. He wore a black set of court robes embroidered with subtle patterns. He had donned his guan, tightened his belt, and even replaced his shoes and socks with new ones. Lao Pai turned to Guan Yu. Second brother is elder brother about to see the sun of heaven. Guan Yu's phoenix-like eyes narrowed, his ruddy face drew taut. He stared for a long moment before speaking, his voice as cold as ice. Elder brother, that Kongming avoided you twice. Perhaps he is not, but a hollow name, a man without real skill who is too timid to meet you. Guan Yu stepped forward. Why abase yourself so? Liu Bei paused in his motions. Without turning, his voice remained tranquil. Second brother, you do not understand. I do not understand. Guan Yu's tone rose. You are an imperial uncle of the Han. How can a country rustic like him demand that you fast 3 days, bathe, and change your garments and don court robes to see him? Only then did Lao Pai catch on. What a fast 3 days? You mean these past 3 days with no meat? Lao Pai exploded. He drove his long spear into the stone with a clanging thud, leaving a dent in the blue stone. Second brother is right. Lao Pai roared. Don't go, elder brother. Give me a hemp rope, and I'll bind that man and drag him here myself. I swear not a single hair shall be harmed. You are too rude, Liu Bei said softly, each syllable dropping like a stone. Do not go today. Yinchang and I will go. With that he walked toward the door. Lao Pai frantic stepped forward and grabbed him. Since both brothers are going, how can I? Liu Bei fixed Lao Pai with a cold stare and drew half a sword. Today we go to Longzhong not as brothers on a jaunt, but as a sovereign seeking sage counsel. If you insist on coming and dare to let a single loud breath frighten the gentleman, I will swing my blade and cut you down as if you were no brother. Such rare ruthless resolve terrified Lao Pai into silence. He clenched his teeth and vowed to keep it. In the live stream the chat exploded. Holy, fasting 3 days. This ceremonial gravity is off the charts. Liu Bei treats meeting Kongming like meeting the emperor. Guan Er and Lao Pai are going to combust. Look at Liu Bai's eyes. He's ready to risk everything. I've got goosebumps. The three rode on toward Longzhong. The early spring wind still bit through clothes. The thatched cottage stood ahead, its wooden gate closed. Lao Pai glared at that shabby hut, his anger mounting. He suppressed it and said nothing. Liu Bei dismounted, straightened his garments, and knocked softly on the gate. The door creaked open. It was the same young attendant as before. Liu Bei asked with reverence, Is Mr. Kongming at home today? The attendant yawned. He is. Lao Pai's eyes brightened. He is. This time he is here at last. Liu Bei smiled with relief. Please inform him. The attendant waved a hand and cut him off. He is present, but he is taking his midday rest in the cottage. Lao Pai froze. Midday rest. We fasted 3 days, bathed and changed, on court robes, traveled through wind and snow, and he is asleep. Blood rushed to Lao Pai's head. He looked to Liu Bei. Liu Bei was silent for a few seconds, then did something that left both Lao Pai and Guan Yu dumbfounded. Liu Bei stood on the step by the gate. He stood perfectly still, hands at his sides, as motionless as a statue. Guan Yu could not restrain himself. Elder brother, shall we go in and wait? No. Liu Bei did not turn. If the gentleman sleeps, we must not disturb him. Lao Pai protested. Elder brother, the wind outside is fierce. Are you going to stand here and wait until he wakes? Wait. Liu Bei said a single word. Lao Pai was frantic. He crept to the gate and peered through the crack. Inside he could see a figure on the pallet covered by blankets, sleeping soundly. Lao Pai's pupils flashed red. Second brother, he snarled at Guan Yu. This rustic is insolent. They'll set a fire behind the cottage and see if that rouses him. Guan Yu grabbed Lao Pai. Third brother, no rashness. Rashness. Lao Pai jabbed a finger toward the sleeper. Elder brother stands shivering outside while that man snores inside. What kind of man does that? Guan Yu's hand pressed hard to restrain him, yet his own fingers trembled with fury. The livestream comments were already erupting. Is this some endurance torture? Liu Bei is delivering emotional value. I'm on my knees. If this man wakes and has no real skill, he'll jump through the screen and help Lao Pai burn the house down. This is unbearable. My blood pressure is rising. But look, Liu Bei remains utterly motionless. Time crawled forward. The sun inched westward from the zenith. The wind continued to howl. Liu Bei stood the same, hands hanging utter. Lao Pai paced outside like a trapped beast. Guan Yu folded his arms, his reddened face growing heavier with each moment. At last sounds came from within the cottage. Lao Pai hurried to peer through the crack. The figure on the pallet turned over. Hope flared. He would awaken. But the man only turned inward and fell back asleep. Lao Pai ground his fist until the knuckles cracked. Another hour passed, the sun leaning low toward the west. Finally, a leisurely stretch and a clear voice drifted out. Who first wakes from the great dream? In life, I alone know. The thatched hall's spring sleep is full. Outside the window, the sun lingers slow. Lao Pai was stunned. This poem bore weight. The gate opened from within. The attendant stepped out. The gentleman is awake. Please enter. Only then did Liu Bei move. His legs had gone numb from standing so long he swayed. Guan Yu was at once to steady him, but Liu Bei waved him off, composed himself, readjusted his garments, inhaled deeply, and entered the courtyard. Lao Pai and Guan Yu followed. Inside the cottage, a man rose from the pallet, clothed himself, bound his hair, donned a silk cap, and a simple cranecloth mantle. When he turned, Lao Pai gaped. The man stood 8 chi tall, his features like carved jade. The silk cap and mantle seemed impossibly neat and pure. In a chaotic age of crude generals and shadowed intrigue, his bearing suggested a celestial presence. Lao Pai involuntarily held his breath. Zhuge Liang stepped forward and offered a faint smile to Liu Bei. General has visited the thatched cottage thrice. Liang is ashamed and unworthy. Liu Bei immediately fell to his knees, bowing so low his forehead nearly touched the ground. Tears streamed as he raised his face. The Han court declines and traitors seize power. I, without great talent, nevertheless wish to restore righteousness across the realm, but my wisdom is shallow, and I have achieved nothing. His voice trembled with sobs. If you would open my blind spot and rescue me from this peril, it would be my greatest fortune. Zhuge Liang helped Liu Bei to his feet and bade the attendant spread a map on the table. The attendant laid the crude sheepskin map across the desk. Lao Pai leaned in and noticed the system indicator flickering wildly in his perception. The rough map, stroke for stroke, marked the strategic value of rivers and passes with a precision that made the system's own holographic charts seem blunt by comparison. Zhuge Liang tapped his feather fan. Cao Cao commands an army of 100,000 and holds the emperor to command the lords. He is not a foe to be met, Hedon. Liu Bai's face drained of color. Zhuge tapped again. Sun Quan holds Jiangdong, his family line long established. The terrain is perilous, but the people loyal. He may be an ally to call upon, but not a prize to seize. Liu Bai's complexion paled further. Zhuge's fan pointed to 2 spots on the map. Jingzhou holding Han and Mian stretches to the southern seas, links eastward to Wu and the Wu Riverlands, and connects west to Ba and Shu. This region can serve as a martial base. Yizhou is a fortress of mountains and 1,000-mile fertile plains, an earthly granary. It was there the Gaozu formed his imperial foundation. Zhuge Liang's gaze on Liu Bei was clear and unwavering. If the general secures Jing and Yi, defends their strongholds, makes peace with the western tribes, pacifies the southern barbarians, binds Sun Quan as an external friend while reforming government at home. He paused the fan, tracing an arc in the air. When upheaval comes to the realm, command a general to lead Jingzhou's forces toward Wan and Luo, while you personally lead the Yi forces out of Qinchuan. Which people would not set out bowls and jars to welcome such a general? Thus, if these measures are taken, lordship can be achieved and the Han restored. His words fell, and the cottage became so quiet one could hear each breath. Liu Bei stared at the map, at Zhuge Liang's youthful yet all-seeing face. Then with a sudden sound he collapsed. Your words lift the veil from my eyes. I see the blue sky, where before there was only mist. Lao Pai stood by, mouth agape, for a long time, utterly speechless. Only one thought filled his mind: my God, my God, my God. So war can be waged like this. In the live stream the chat had gone manic. Holy, this is a strategist. A master of grand strategy. Not thinking of each town and city, but mapping out 20 years of the realm at once. He carves a path out of a hopeless dead end. A tripartite division of the realm. The vision, Lao Pai. Hurry, pay him respects. Grab that thigh, and we're off to the stars. Now I finally understand why Liu Bei visited the thatched cottage 3 times. This is the true kind of cheat code. Lao Pai watched his elder kneeling and the young man fanning himself before the map. The sword in his hand. Not long has passed since the Longzhong debate. In the county office of Xinya, Liu Bei is earnestly holding Zhuge Liang's hand, preparing to seek guidance on internal governance. Suddenly a scout bursts in, rolling and scrambling. Report. The scout's voice is hoarse as he shouts, Chow. General Cao Cao's General Xiahou Dun is leading an army of 100,000, and they are coming to attack. The vanguard has already reached Baoang's slope. Liu Bai's teacup drops to the ground with a clatter. His face turns pale instantly. 100,000 troops. This little broken city of Xinya can barely muster 5,000 soldiers at most. How are we supposed to fight? Even sending heads wouldn't suffice to fill the gaps. The live stream's bullet comments explode. Damn. Boss Chow is retaliating. Just got the cheat, and now facing the ultimate boss. This wave is doomed. Absolutely doomed. Zhuge Liang, I just started working, and you're throwing me into heavy duty already. Liu Bei suddenly turns to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang sits there gently waving his feather fan with not a hint of expression on his face. It seems as if he heard not that 100,000 troops are coming, but rather what's for lunch today. Military advisor. Liu Bei's voice trembles. Zhuge Liang lifts his gaze to him. Without a second thought, Liu Bei strides to the table and slams the seal, which symbolizes the highest military authority in Xinye, along with his own sword in front of Zhuge Liang. I leave all matters to the military advisor. Liu Bei stares at Zhuge Liang, his eyes redden. My life, and that of all the citizens of the city, are entrusted to you. Old Pai watches nearby, his heart sinking. His brother has staked his life and fortune entirely on this scholar. Zhuge Liang glances at the seal and sword. Then he picks up the feather fan and lightly points. Yin Chong. Guan Yu steps forward here. Take 1,000 soldiers and ambush in the valley on the left side of Baoang Slope. Speak slowly, Zhuge Liang says. Prepare more dry grass, sulfur, and saltpeter. When you see a fire star charge out. Guan Yu squints his phoenix eyes but still clasps his fists. Understood. Eat up. Old Pai rushes forward. Here. Take 1,000 soldiers and ambush in the right marshes. Zhuge Liang looks at him. Prepare the same fire-starting materials. When the fire starts, charge out. Old Pai nods. Good. Zilong. Zhuge Liang turns to Zhao Yun. You take 500 light cavalry to lure the enemy. Only allow failure, not victory. Led Xiahou Dun's army into Baoang Slope. Zhao Yun clasps his fists. Got it. The orders are issued swiftly. Old Pai listens and feels something is off. He scratches his head and suddenly speaks. Wait. Zhuge Liang looks at him. Military advisor. Old Pai points at the map. If we all go out to ambush, what will you do? Zhuge Liang smiles. I will stay and guard the county. Old Peace eyes widen. Goodness. Old Peace voice suddenly raises. We're out here fighting for our lives while you're at home fanning yourself. Is this how battles are fought? Guan Yu steps forward, his phoenix eyes filled with cold light. The military advisor is young and has yet to experience the battlefield. If this battle fails with 100,000 troops at the gates, Xinye will be completely destroyed. At that time, how will the military advisor atone for this? These words carry weight. The live stream's bullet comments flood the screen. Second Master is rallying. Old Pai is also furious. He just came in and refuses to be managed. If this goes wrong, it will be the end of everything. Zhuge Liang's smile gradually fades. He looks at Guan Yu and then at Old Pai. Then he pulls out a command token from his sleeve. Smack. The command token lands right at Old Peace's feet. Those who defy the orders shall be executed. Zhuge Liang's voice is not loud, but every word strikes like hammer on an iron plate. If the fire does not ignite and the enemy does not fail. He pauses, looking up at Liu Bei. Take my head. Old Pai lies in the high marshes covered in mud. 1,000 brothers lie beside him, all ahead on the mountain path of Baoang Slope. The overwhelming black mass of Chao's army surges like ants. Flags block the sun, and weapons are like a forest. 100,000 troops. Old Pai watches the scene, palms sweaty. If this scholar dares to deceive me. Old Pai grits his teeth and whispers to the live stream. When I get back, the first shot is for him. Bullet comments. Old Pai is still tough. But this time I'm siding with Old Pai. The disparity in forces is too outrageous. Is Zhuge Liang being too arrogant? Just waiting to be slapped in the face. Just then a sudden sound of hoofbeats comes from the front. Zhao Yun leads 500 light cavalry engaging in battle while retreating, running deeper into Baoang Slope. Behind them, Xiahou Dun rides on horseback, his one eye glinting fiercely as he laughs maniacally while pursuing. Is this all Liu Bei is capable of? Chase them down. Annihilate them. The Chao army floods into the valley like a tide. The sky gradually darkens. The wind begins to blow. At first, it is merely a breeze rustling the reeds. Then the wind grows stronger, stirring up sand and dirt, making it hard to keep one's eyes open. Old Pai lies in the grass, suddenly sensing something is off. Why is this wind blowing towards the Chao army? His mind flashes to Zhuge Liang's calm face. Just then, boom. On the opposite cliff, Guan Yu's iconic green dragon crescent blade reflects a cold gleam in the moonlight as it comes crashing down. Hundreds and thousands of grass bundles soaked in oil driven by the wild wind accurately strike the dense formation of the Chao army from both sides of the valley. Sulfur and saltpeter ignite instantly. In just a few breaths, the entire Baoang Slope transforms into a purgatorial furnace. The fire driven by the wind aiding the fire, the fierce flames roar like a raging fire dragon, frantically devouring the soldiers and horses of the Chao army. The screams of the Chao soldiers, the neighing of the war horses, and the roaring of the flames merge into one. On the system interface before Old Pai, the numerous red dots representing the Chao army are disappearing one by one. He is stunned, staring blankly at the sky full of fire, watching those who were once invincible Chao soldiers now crying and rolling in the sea of flames. His mind is filled with Zhuge Liang's words when he threw down the command token. If the fire does not ignite and the enemy does not fail, take my head. Old Pai suddenly jumps up from the reeds. He raises his 8-foot snake spear and screams with a voice as if it were splitting brothers. The military advisor is truly a divine being. Let's kill. Xiahou Dun was defeated. He fled back to Su Du covered in dirt and shame with his remaining troops. But not long after, a bigger alarm comes. Chen leads 80,000 main forces angrily charging toward Xenia. This time Liu Bei doesn't need to say a word. As soon as Zhuge Liang sets up Camp Old Pai and Guan Yu clasp their fists, military advisors orders. Just point the way. Zhuge Liang looks at them waving his feather fan. Abandon the city. Old Pai is stunned. Abandon the city. Stick fake flags all over the city and hide sulfur and dry wood in the houses. Zhuge Liang speaks rapidly. Yinchan, go to the upper reaches of the Bai River, cut off the dam, and wait for my order. Guan Yu understood. Ida, you go downstream to ambush. Zhuge Liang looks at Old Pai. When the water floods the Chao army and the fleeing soldiers arrive, wipe them out completely. This time Old Pai doesn't even ask why, just turns around and leaves. Got it. When Chen Ren's army charges into Xenia, they find it an empty city. The city walls are filled with flags, but there is not a single person. Chen Ren feels something is off, but relying on their overwhelming numbers, orders the entire army to enter and garrison. In the middle of the night, the fire ignites. Unknown fire arrows shoot into the houses packed with sulfur and dry wood. Boom! Xenia city instantly becomes a sea of flames. The Chao army cries out as they rush out of the city, running around like headless flies. They remember there is a Bai River outside the city. Find water. Finding water means survival. Tens of thousands of fleeing soldiers surge towards the Bai River. Upstream, Guan Yu looks at the black mass of people below, his phoenix eyes flashing with cold light. He raises the green dragon blade. Cut! With one slash, the makeshift dam collapses with a thunderous roar. The long-accumulated river water surges down like a roaring beast. Downstream, Old Pai stands in the muddy water watching the Chao army being swept away in disarray by the flood. He raises his 8-foot snake spear. Kill. By dawn, Xenia city has become a wasteland. But Chen Ren's 80,000 elite troops have been annihilated. Old Pai and Guan Yu return to the temporary camp covered in blood and mud. Zhuge Liang sits inside the tent, his formal attire spotless. The tea in front of him is still steaming. He waves his feather fan and looks up at the two. You two generals have worked hard. Guan Yu glances at Old Pai. Old Pai looks at Guan Yu. Then, the two legendary and peerless generals without any hesitation kneel on one knee before this scholar, who is nearly 20 years their junior, cupping their fists and bowing deeply. I, the humble general, am completely convinced. At this moment, the bullet comments in the live stream explode completely. This tea is still hot. Intellectually crushing. Purely an intellectual crushing. The war god has bowed down. Zhuge, the country bumpkin, forever a deity. This is solid. The #1 brain in the server is online. From explosion to kneeling, old peace transformation is hilarious. Chao's boss, where are my 100,000 troops? I had a whole 100,000 troops. The scout reported that Cao personally led his troops to attack. To save their lives, Liu Bei and the others had no choice but to retreat from Xenia. In front of Lao Pai, the holographic system panel was flashing with blinding red light. A comparison of two marching routes hung in the air like a death warrant. Option A, abandon the refugees and march light and fast. Estimated speed 300 li. Survival rate 85. Option B, carry the people across the river, severely dragging the pace. Estimated speed 10 li. Survival rate less than 1 elder brother. Lao Pai desperately clutched Liu Bai's reins, his eyes bloodshot with urgency. Behind the group, hundreds of thousands of Xenia citizens trudged through the muddy ground in early winter. The elderly, weak, sick, and disabled cried out in despair, with the procession stretching for miles like a long snake writhing hopelessly in the muck. Chao's tiger and leopard cavalry can run 300 li in a day. Lao Pai shouted hoarsely, pointing at the death countdown visible only to him in the air. If we take them, we can only walk 10 li a day. This is just waiting for everyone to die. He pointed back at the common people. Leave them behind. As long as you survive, as long as our core remains, we can make a cut. Beside him, Zhuge Liang sat calmly in a four-wheeled carriage, his feather fan paused. He looked at the horrific scene before him, and for the first time did not refute Lao Pai, merely lowering his eyelids slightly and quietly uttering, "For words, my lord, mercy does not command soldiers." These words struck Liu Bei like a heavy hammer on his spine. Liu Bei said nothing. He turned his head stiffly. In the mud, a 3- or 4-year-old child fell to the ground, crying loudly. The child's mother, covered in mud, scrambled over to protect her child, fearing that the people behind would step on them. The masses of citizens continued to support each other forward, even with their shoes worn thin and toes bleeding. Seeing Liu Bei turn around, countless people with red eyes cried out, "Lord Liu, don't leave us behind." Liu Bai's lips bled from biting them. Clang! The twin swords suddenly unsheathed. Liu Bei struck fiercely at the axle of a nearby abandoned supply cart, with his sword splintering wood everywhere. His eyes were red like an enraged lion as he roared at Lao Pai, "To accomplish great things, one must prioritize. Today they are willing to entrust their lives to me. Even if I, Liu Bei, am cut into 1,000 pieces by Chao Mingda, I will never abandon even a single citizen." He pointed his sword tip fiercely at Lao Pai. "Anyone who speaks of abandoning the people is like this wood." Lao Pai froze on his horse, completely shaken. The barrage of comments in the live stream exploded after a brief pause. "The game values clearly indicate you should run. Is Liu boss out of his mind? But look at how he's chopping at the cart." He's shaking. He knows he will die, yet he refuses to leave. Damn, why am I suddenly feeling like crying? In this chaotic world, he is the only one who truly sees them as human. In the early morning as the sun rose, thick fog enveloped the area. Lao Pai squatted by the roadside stuffing dry bread into his mouth. Suddenly the water in the broken bowl began to violently jump. Lao Pai looked up suddenly. On the holographic map in the northwest direction, a dense cluster of skull icons, even overlapping into solid black, was rushing towards them at an extremely terrifying speed. Warning. Encountered Special Troops Tiger and Leopard Cavalry. Lao Pai's bread fell into the muddy water. Enemy attack. His piercing scream had barely left his lips when a black tide tore through the fog. Following closely were the terrifying sounds of heavy armored hooves perfectly synchronized and the cold, expressionless gaze from behind iron masks. The citizens didn't even have time to scream in horror. They fell like harvested wheat. Lao Pai watched helplessly as the mother who had just protected her child was instantly crushed into a pulp by several high-stepping warhorses. Damn you, Chow thief. Lao Pai instantly went berserk, the formidable spear creating a terrifying wind as he thrust it, sending 3 heavily armored cavalrymen flying 10 meters high. But it was useless. His top-tier combat power seemed extremely pale under such overwhelming numbers. He sent 3 flying, but immediately 3,300 black-armored cavalrymen charged in like machines devoid of pain. They didn't even engage Lao Pai in single combat. They simply charged and trampled him with their warhorses. Lao Pai was dragged helplessly in the sea of people, the system's red light flashing wildly in his eyes. He could only watch as Liu Bai's family caravan was violently overturned, consort gone, and even the wet nurse holding Ado were instantly swallowed by the black tide. A suffocating sense of powerlessness surged in his heart. After who knows how long of killing, Lao Pai, covered in black blood and with shattered armor, finally broke through the encirclement and found Liu Bei in a ruined forest. Guan Yu had already been sent to Jiangxia for help. Liu Bai's hair was disheveled, his battle robe torn, and he was left with only a pitiful few dozen remaining soldiers who were kneeling in the mud weeping uncontrollably. Elder brother. Lao Pai rushed forward with the blood-dripping spear, his eyes bloodshot. Elder brother. Zhao Zilong has defected. I saw with my own eyes that he did not follow the main force to break through, but instead ran northwest. That was the direction of Chao's main camp. He must be going to surrender to Cao Cao. Before he could finish speaking, slap. Liu Bai's riding whip like a venomous snake struck fiercely on Lao Pai's shoulder, leaving a white mark even on the iron armor. Lao Pai was stunned by the blow. Liu Bei staggered to his feet, tears mingling with dust washing mud streaks across his face. He pointed at Lao Pai's nose, his voice hoarse, yet resolute. Zilong would never abandon me, even in dire straits. His heart is like iron and stone. He will never forsake me. Liu Bei turned his head, staring intently at the swirling yellow dust in the northwestern direction that carried the breath of death. He must be going back to save people. Lao Pai clutched his shoulder, following his elder brother's gaze towards the hell that belonged to the 500,000 that usually taciturn, flamboyantly armored Zhao Zilong. Is he really going back alone into that hell where survival was impossible? Changban Bridge. The water flowed rapidly, and the bridge was narrow. Liu Bei held Lao Pai's hand, trembling uncontrollably due to extreme exhaustion. Third brother. Liu Bai's eyes were sunken. You go to Jiangxia to assist Yun Chang. I will stay here to hold the rear. Elder brother, what nonsense are you talking about? Lao Pai pushed Liu Bai's hand away and forced him onto the horse's back. He glanced back at the thousands of citizens behind him who could finally collapse on the ground and catch their breath. Flashes of Liu Bei furiously chopping the cart axle and that white-robed figure charging against the tide of people towards hell flashing through his mind. He suddenly realized, this game is not about how the values work, but about how people choose. Take elder brother away. Hurry. Lao Pai shouted. 20 or so guards desperately protected Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang, rushing southward with all their might. Lao Pai turned around, calling to the last 20 cavalrymen, go tie branches to the tails of all the horses in the woods behind the bridge and run back and forth in the woods. The higher the dust rises, the better. The cavalrymen paused for a moment, then instantly understood a diversion plan. Yes, the crowd dispersed. At the bridgehead, only one person remained, one horse and one 8-foot-long spear. Lao Pai opened the system panel, ignoring the frantic red warnings, and smashed the skill icon, named Frenzy Overdraft, with a slap. On the other side of the bridge, the tremors of the earth came again as the black tide regrouped. The endless black cloud of Chao's iron cavalry slowly consumed the horizon. Lao Pai stood firmly in the center of Changban Bridge. He spat out the blood foam from his mouth, raised his head, and revealed an extremely arrogant, yet horrifying smile to the holographic livestream camera. Brothers, open your eyes wide and watch carefully. Lao Pai held the spear upside down, the spear tip creating a harsh spark as it scraped across the stone slabs of the bridge. Today, Lao Zhang will teach you cowards who only look at data. What the hell does it mean to be one man standing at the bridgehead? The wind blew, carrying a scent of blood. Old Pai stood in the middle of the bridge, wielding a long spear. On the opposite side, the dark mass of the tiger and leopard cavalry vanguard halted. The heavily armored cavalry watched the rising dust from the forest behind the bridge, their hooves anxiously scratching the ground. They dared not charge. Old Pai grinned, a smile more grotesque than a cry. Damn, the feigned retreat tactic really works. As soon as he finished speaking, the semi-transparent system screen in front of him suddenly exploded with activity. A glaring blood-red announcement appeared before his eyes. System announcement: General Zhao Yun has slain the renowned officer Chun Yu Dao of Chao's camp. Old Pai was stunned. The barrage of comments paused for a second. Then, system announcement: Zhao Yun has killed Xiao Huan, seizing the legendary weapon Qin Gang's sword. System announcement: Zhao Yun has slain 4 generals of the Chao army. System announcement: Zhao Yun has breached the 3rd defensive line of the enemy. The alert sound went wild, filling the screen with blood-red characters. Old Pai stared at the words, his hand beginning to tremble. This is so damn exciting. He suddenly slammed the spear against the bridge, making the stones rattle, then yelled at the Chao army across the way. Do you see it? It's Zilong. It's Zhao Zilong. He's wandering among your thousands like it's his own backyard. Killing you is as easy as chopping vegetables. The barrage exploded. Holy shit. Holy shit. Is he hacking or what? A single man charging through tens of thousands of troops. Zhao Yun is insane. Completely insane. Old Pai, what are you yelling for? They can't understand you. But I understand. So exhilarating. Old Pai stopped shouting. He fixated on the screen, watching the red characters still flickering, a wild grin spreading across his face. Deep within the Chao army formation. This is not a backyard. It's a battlefield. When Zhao Yun charged out from behind a broken wall, he no longer... His white armor. It had long since turned dark red. Layers of blood congealed on his armor, forming a hard shell. The sound of his warhorse breathing was like a broken wind instrument heaving heavily. He found her. Behind the broken wall, Lady Mi was huddled in a corner, holding a dew. An arrow had struck Lady Mi's thigh, soaking her dress in blood. Zhao Yun rolled off his horse and knelt on the ground with a thud. Lady, get on the horse. I will fight on foot and protect you while you escape. His voice was hoarse. Lady Mi looked up at him, then down at her ruined leg. She smiled. General, she gently placed the still sleeping baby into Zhao Yun's arms. In this chaotic world, I am just a burden. Zhao Yun grew anxious. Lady, you mustn't. If you take me, you won't run fast enough. Lady Mi's voice was calm. We are both doomed. She looked at Adu in Zhao Yun's arms. But he is the bloodline of the Lord. General, take him away. Zhao Yun reddened his eyes and went to grab the horse. Turning around, Lady Mi suddenly flipped over and leaped into a nearby dry well. Lady. Zhao Yun lunged to the edge of the well where a dull splash echoed. He stood frozen for a few seconds. Then he suddenly stood up, his eyes blood-red like a beast driven to a dead end. He crazily pushed down the nearby earthen wall with a thunderous crash, completely burying the dry well. Then he unbuckled his heart-protecting mirror and tightly bound Adu to his chest. Bound very tightly. Tight enough for the child to be a bit uncomfortable, letting out a whimper. Zhao Yun lowered his head, gently patting with his bloody hands. Don't be afraid, he said. High above, Cao Cao stood on the command vehicle, observing the battlefield before him. Within the dark mass of the Chao army formation, a dazzling figure was charging forward recklessly, as if a red-hot knife was stabbing into butter. Cao Cao's eyes widened. That young general in white. Who is he? Beside him, Cao Hong was also stunned. Cao Cao suddenly pointed, go. Asked for his name. Cao Hong snapped back to attention, spurring his horse down the hill, shouting at the chaotic battlefield below. Warriors of the army, can you reveal your name? Below, Zhao Yun had just knocked down 3 charging Chao soldiers with his sword. Blood splattered across his face. He looked up. His blood-soaked face bore a pair of eyes that shone terrifyingly bright. His voice boomed like a bell, echoing across the battlefield. I am Zhao Zilong of Changshan. The voice carried upward. Cao Cao trembled. He stared intently at the white light on the battlefield, erupting with an extremely greedy, fanatical glow. An unrivaled general. An unrivaled general indeed. He suddenly turned around, shouting at the messenger. Send a message to the entire army. No firing arrows. I want him alive. Zhao Zilong must be captured alive. Chop. Chop chop chop. With the Qin Gang sword in hand, this divine weapon that cuts through iron like mud became Zhao Yun's scythe to clear the path. Chao soldiers surged forward. He slashed. Chao generals blocked his path. He slashed. When the horse fell, he dismounted to fight on foot. The last 3 miles. He relied purely on his 2 legs, forcing his way through the densely packed sea of people. Behind him lay a path paved with blood. At Changban Bridge, Old Pai was still waiting. He stared at the formation of the Chao army across the way, his palms sweaty. Suddenly, a gap opened in the black tide on the opposite side. Someone stumbled out from within. At first glance, Old Pai did not recognize him. He didn't look human at all. He resembled a blood-soaked, flesh-mangled monster pulled from a pool of blood. His entire body was dark red, his armor tattered, limping as he walked. Until that person reached the bridgehead, his legs buckled, and he fell to his knees with a thud. Then he raised his head, revealing a pair of eyes. Those eyes were bright, but were tired to the extreme, his eyelids battling each other. Old Pai's pupils contracted. Zilong. Zhao Yun knelt at the bridgehead, looking at him, tugging at the corner of his mouth, trying to smile, but unable to. His trembling hands sought to unfasten the heart-protecting mirror on his chest. His fingers were covered in blood, and it took him a long time to finally unfasten it. Inside, revealed a baby. Adu was still sleeping, his small face clean, a stark contrast to Zhao Yun's blood-soaked appearance. Zhao Yun gently lifted Adu, presenting him to Old Pai. His voice was so hoarse it was almost inaudible. Ida, Adu is alive. Having said that, he suddenly darkened before his eyes, and his whole body fell forward fainting. Old Pai dashed forward, catching Adu with one hand, and grabbing Zhao Yun's arm with the other, desperately pulling them both back. He pulled Zhao Yun and Adu to this side of the bridge, placing them behind himself. Then, he slowly stood up. Across the bridge, the gap that had just opened was already filled again with the black tide. And even more, the main force of the tiger and leopard cavalry had arrived. Not just the tiger and leopard cavalry. Xiahou Dun, Xiao Rin, Zhang Liao. All of Chao's top generals had come. A dense crowd covering the mountains and plains stretching as far as the eye could see. Old Pai took a deep breath. What he inhaled was all the scents of blood and dust. He gripped the long spear tightly. Then, he raised it abruptly, aimed it at the bridge surface, and with all his strength, smashed it down hard. Boom! The bridge plank was smashed through, creating a large hole. Wood chips flew everywhere. Old Pai grinned, revealing blood-stained teeth, and roared thunderously at the hundreds of thousands of Chao soldiers across the way. Zilong rest. He stood, his spear upright, blocking the bridgehead. Behind him were the unconscious Zhao Yun and the sleeping Adu. Before him stood thousands of troops. Next, it's my turn now. Across the bridge, Cao Cao's elite tiger and leopard cavalry abruptly reined in their steeds, not out of fear of Zhang Fei standing alone upon the bridge, but from dread of the billowing sky, obscuring dust churning wildly from the woods behind him. Dozens of warhorses dragged withered tree branches back and forth at full gallop, raising a thunderous sandstorm-like cloud. Cao Cao's vanguard generals squinted into the haze, each heart pounding in unison. How many hidden troops could possibly be concealed there? The dust was so thick it betrayed their very presence. At that moment, Cao Cao's main formation slowly parted left and right. A magnificent solemn chariot emerged from the center, escorted by elite guards, and advanced steadily to the front line. The curtain lifted, and Cao Cao stepped forth with unhurried dignity. Clad in brocaded robes and jade girdle, hand resting upon his sword, his gaze, sharp as a falcon's, pierced straight toward the head of Dangyang Bridge. Upon the bridge stood but a single man, alone astride a single steed, a spear measuring 8 chi and 3 cun, its serpentine blade coiling like a dragon's spine. Cao Cao suddenly scoffed. "One yuan, look," he said, turning slightly toward Zhang Liao beside him, voice laced with mockery. "Liu Bei has reached the end of his road, yet he sends a mere pig slaughterer to hold the rear." Zhang Liao did not smile, not even faintly. His eyes remained locked on the black giant at the bridgehead, blood-soaked, towering like a demon god, brows knotted in grim intensity. "My Lord Chancellor, do not underestimate him," Zhang Liao urged gravely. "This is Zhang Fei, Zhang Ida, whose valor is unmatched by 10,000 men. Moreover, that massive dust cloud behind the bridge surely conceals an ambush." Beside him, Su Chu bellowed in his deep, resonant voice, "What is there to fear? I'll rip his head off this very instant." Cao Cao raised a hand, calm, silent, and halted Su Chu with a single gesture. He wished only to see what trick this butcher might yet play. At Cao Cao's side, a young general instantly perked up, Xiahou Jie, nephew of Xiahou Dun. Arrogant and domineering within the camp, accustomed to flaunting his noble lineage, he now saw only one solitary figure upon the bridge, and his arrogance flared anew. "My Lord Chancellor." Xiahou Jie spurred his horse forward several paces and bellowed, "I beg permission to engage. That black-faced butcher is no match. I shall cleave him from his saddle within 3 exchanges." Cao Cao cast him a fleeting glance, neither approving nor denying. Interpreting silence as consent, Xiahou Jie surged forward again, halting barely 100 steps from the bridgehead, and pointed fiercely at Zhang Fei. "Hoi! You black-faced butcher, yield now, or I'll split you in two and feed your minced flesh to the dogs." At the bridgehead, Zhang Fei did not rage. Instead, he laughed, a laugh twisted, savage, drenched in bloodlust. The live stream had already erupted in chaos. "Is this man here to offer his head? Crush him, Old Pai. Make him learn how the character for death is written. Dare you defile the name of Zhang Ida, the warrior of Yen?" Zhang Fei drew a deep breath, his chest swelling violently, as if about to burst. Veins bulged across his massive hands, gripping the spear, taut as iron wires. In the next, he threw open his mouth and unleashed a roar that shattered the heavens. "I am Zhang Ida, the warrior of Yen." The sheer sonic force triggered an urgent crimson alert across the live stream, warning audio overload, activating forced noise suppression. Yet the cry pierced through all barriers, like celestial thunder crashing upon every eardrum. "Who dares face me in mortal combat?" Combat. The final syllable struck like a hammer blow. Across the bridge, dozens of horses in Cao Cao's front ranks simultaneously spurted blood from both ears. They shrieked in terror, throwing their riders and plunging the vanguard into pandemonium. Xiahou Jie, standing closest, felt his mount erupt into frenzied panic and hurl him violently onto the ground. As he struggled to rise, a deafening buzz exploded inside his skull, as if something vital had ruptured outright. His eyes bulged grotesquely, blood gushed from all 7 orifices, nose, ears, corners of eyes and mouth, streaming in thick crimson torrents. His mouth gaped wide, but no sound emerged. Thud. He collapsed rigidly onto the earth, lifeless. His cerebral nerves had snapped under absolute terror. His brain vessels burst instantly. A deathly silence descended. Every soldier in Cao Cao's front lines stood frozen in disbelief. The smirk vanished from Cao Cao's face, frozen into stone. Zhang Liao and Su Chu both sucked in sharp, icy breaths, scalp prickling with dread. The roar had drained Zhang Fei of nearly all strength. He glanced down at Zhao Yun unconscious beside the bridge, then touched the infant swaddled tightly against his chest. Ado? The ruse of feigned reinforcements could deceive only briefly, not long enough to fool a strategist like Cao Cao. Zhang Fei gritted his teeth, whirled around, and raised his serpent spear high, then brought it down with every ounce of remaining power upon the bridge's thickest central beam. Crack! A grating, splintering shriek tore across heaven and earth. The entire Dangyang bridge convulsed violently, the deck tilting, fracturing, groaning in agony. Without hesitation, Zhang Fei bent low, hoisted Zhao Yun across his shoulders, clutched a doe firmly to his chest, and galloped his horse straight into the dense forest. The moment he vanished beneath the canopy, a thunderous explosion echoed behind him. Dangyang Bridge had shattered. The makeshift camp was little more than a patch of relatively level mud. Liu Bei paced back and forth through the mire like a disoriented, wounded wolf, hair unkempt, eyes wild. Every few steps, he turned northward, scanning the horizon. Panic and despair burned raw in his gaze. Zhuge Liang sat calmly upon a moss-covered boulder, gently fanning himself with his crane feather fan, his expression serene. Yet his silence weighed heavier than lead. Military advisor. Liu Bei halted abruptly, voice ragged and broken. Can third brother and Zilong still return? Zhuge Liang offered no reply. He merely lifted his eyes toward the north. At that very instant, heavy footsteps echoed from deep within the woods. One step, then another. Each footfall slapped wetly against the mud. Plop, plop, clear, sharp, unnerving. All had snapped up. From the gloom of the forest emerged a blood-drenched figure moving slowly forward. His body was crisscrossed with wounds, his garments torn and stained crimson. Slung across his back was Zhao Yun, drenched in blood, near lifeless. Cradled against his chest, secured by cloth straps, lay a swaddled infant. Each stride left a vivid crimson footprint upon the mud. When he reached the center of the camp, Zhang Fei's legs buckled, and he dropped to his knees with a heavy thud. Gently lowering Zhao Yun, he collapsed utterly into the muck, gasping in great ragged heaves, blood frothing at the corners of his mouth. Liu Bei scrambled forward on hands and knees. He did not reach first for a doe. Trembling violently, he seized Zhang Fei's arms with both hands. Third brother, how are you? His voice cracked with anguish. Zhang Fei waved weakly, attempting speech but coughing up a fresh spasm of blood. Brother, Zilong. I brought him back. His breath came in ragged bursts. A doe is unharmed. Only then did Liu Bei turn to Zhao Yun lying on the ground. Zhao Yun had regained consciousness, but was too weak even to lift his eyelids. Sensing Liu Bei nearby, his lips trembled faintly, voice thin as a mosquito's whisper. Lord, Lady Mi threw herself into a well. I carried the young master in my arms, and fought my way through the encirclement. He paused, then managed a frail, weary smile, yet one filled with quiet relief. Thankfully, your lordship's virtue endures. The young master is safe. In Zhao Yun's heart, his duty had been fulfilled. He had carved a path through what seemed certain annihilation. Liu Bei's chest constricted sharply, his eyes flooded with searing red tears. He accepted a doe from Zhang Fei's outstretched hands. The infant slept peacefully, face pale and clean, jarringly incongruous against the surrounding blood, filth, and carnage. Liu Bei looked down at the child in his arms, then lifted his gaze to Zhao Yun lying on the ground, drained of nearly all blood, barely retaining human shape. Suddenly his whole body began to shake violently, rage, grief, love, and sorrow contorting his features into something almost monstrous. With both hands, Liu Bei hurled the doe downward, into the muddy sludge beside him, with all his might. The infant wailed, instantly bursting into furious, startled cries. Liu Bei pointed at the sobbing child, voice booming like thunder. For this infant alone, we nearly lost a peerless general. What use is he to us? A tomb-like silence fell over the camp. Zhang Fei lay motionless in the muck, mind utterly blank. The livestream's comment feed froze entirely for several seconds. Then it detonated. Holy hell, did he really throw him? That's his own son. This isn't performance. It's genuine visceral pain for Zhao Yun. Favoritism runs bone deep. Zhang Fei stared at Liu Bei's face, twisted by fury, ravaged by anguish. In that instant he understood completely how profoundly the words benevolence and righteousness were etched into this man's soul, so deeply that he could hate his own flesh and blood, so deeply that he would hurl away his own child for the sake of his brothers. Zhao Yun recoiled in horror, then summoned a final surge of strength, scrambling frantically to scoop a doe from the mud and clutch him tightly to his chest. He collapsed prostrate before Liu Bei, weeping uncontrollably. Even if I must spill my blood and shatter my bones, I cannot repay your lordship's grace and trust. His sobs rent the air, raw, agonized, unbearable. Liu Bei gazed upon Zhao Yun kneeling in the mire upon his weeping brother, and tears streamed down his cheeks. Bending low, he reached out to help him rise. At that very moment, a rider thundered into the camp on a lathered horse, tumbled from the saddle, and crawled forward on hands and knees, voice tearing with desperation. Report. The scout's face was ashen, voice trembling. Cao Cao has seen through the broken bridge ruse. His forces are constructing pontoon bridges downstream. The tiger and leopard cavalry will reach us within half an hour at most. Those words hung in the air, and the camp's atmosphere solidified into ice. Zhang Fei lay grievously wounded. Zhao Yun was too weak to stand. Around Liu Bei remained only a handful of battered, exhausted soldiers. Behind them stretched the boundless, surging Yangtze River, no retreat possible. A dead end. Liu Bei rose slowly, his face utterly drained of color. He turned toward Zhuge Liang, eyes hollow with utter despair. Zhuge Liang rose from the boulder, walked calmly to the riverbank, and gazed out upon the mist-shrouded waters. Then, gently lifting his feather fan, he pointed it forward. A faint, tranquil smile curved his lips. My lord, do not be alarmed. His voice remained calm, yet resonated with the authority to stabilize heaven and earth. I have already laid out a path to survival, for all of us. The others followed the direction of his fan. From within the river's dense fog came a low, resonant, ancient horn call, whoa, whoa. In the next instant the mist parted with a thunderous rupture. Dozens of colossal warships surged forward, riding wind and wave, gliding majestically from the mist. Upon each prow fluttered a massive banner, its bold black characters unmistakable, a single towering character, Guan. Like the first ray of dawn piercing the endless despair of Changban Slope at Danyang. The river was teeming with warships, their flags fluttering majestically. Lao Pai, wrapped in bandages, leaned against the ship's railing, observing the gleaming warships of the Jiangdong Navy and the well-fed soldiers aboard. He spat. Damn it, this is truly frustrating. The comments were flooding in. Living under someone else's roof, Lao Pai. Look at their equipment, then look at ours. We resembled beggars. A bunch of scoundrels acting like big shots. For the time being, Liu Bai's army was safe as Cao Cao's ships couldn't. Yet this safety made Lao Pai feel more uncomfortable than fighting desperately on Changban Bridge. In the Grand Hall of Eastern Wu, Lao Pai followed Zhuge Liang inside. His arm injury had not yet healed completely, causing him to walk with a slight limp, but his posture remained straight. The Grand Hall was filled with people, all civil servants. They were all dressed elegantly in brocade robes and jade belts, sitting there like statues of deities. Their gazes towards Zhuge Liang and Lao Pai were akin to those directed at beggars crawling out of a garbage pile. The contempt that emanated from their high positions needed no words, it was all written across their faces. Lao Pai's fists clenched tightly. Zhuge Liang's steps remained steady. He gently waved his feather fan, turned to Lao Pai, and smiled faintly, saying, Ida, there is no need for violence today. Let's see how Liang deals with the enemy. Lao Pai was taken aback. The comments read, Zhuge Liang is going to deal with the enemy. What can a scholar do? I'm curious. Front row. Lao Pai, stay steady and watch the show. Zhuge Liang walked to the center of the Grand Hall. An old man stood up. He was not young, with a grizzled beard, but his eyes were sharp, clearly the leader. His name was Zhang Zhao. Zhang Zhao cleared his throat and spoke. I heard that Liu Yuzhou visited the thatched cottage 3 times, inviting you out of the mountains. Zhuge Liang smiled. Indeed. Zhang Zhao shifted his tone. And what was the result? A fire at Bawangpo, and then Chaomengda defeated you, abandoning wife and child, losing even a place to stand. He paused, raising his voice. You compare yourself to Guanzhong and Lu Yi, but are those talents merely for fleeing alongside your lord? Ha ha ha. The hall erupted in laughter. The civil servants laughed so hard they nearly cried. Lao Pai's eyes turned red with anger, his hand resting firmly on the hilt of his sword. Zhuge Liang did not laugh. He waited for the laughter to subside slightly before lazily shaking his feather fan. My lord Liu Bei initially had only a few thousand remnants of soldiers. Faced with Cao Cao's million-strong army of fire at Bawangpo, made Xiahou Dun abandon his armor and flee. At the head of Changyang Bridge, a shout from Zhang Fei frightened the Cao army to their core, rendering them immobile. Lao Pai, listening from behind, felt a strange thrill in his heart. Zhuge Liang looked at Zhang Zhao, his eyes suddenly sharp. Our retreat is to protect the 100,000 citizens behind us. We walk with the people's hearts. In contrast, look at Jiangdong. He pointed his fan at the assembled civil servants, with elite troops and abundant supplies of 1,000 warships, and the formidable Yangtze River. What about you all? Sitting here enjoying fine clothing and food, urging my lord to surrender. Zhuge Liang sneered. Is this submissive behavior worthy of mocking my lord for fighting valiantly? The hall fell silent instantly. Zhang Zhao opened his mouth, his face reddening like liver, unable to utter a word. The comments exploded. Wow. Face to face with a great insult. Cultural figures really hit hard when they scold. Zhuge Village's farmer requests to go into battle. Awesome. So satisfying. Zhang Zhao sat back down, deflated. Another civil servant stood up. This person was named Yufan. He directly pressed forward. Cao Cao has 1,000,000 troops, thousands of generals like a dragon and tiger ready to pounce easily, swallowing Jiangxia. You have so few people, what do you plan to use to stop them? Another named Shui Zong followed up, adding value. The Han dynasty has lasted till now, and the heavens have decreed its end. Cao Cao has already taken 2/3 of the world, winning the hearts of the people. He uses the emperor to command the lords. The mandate of heaven is with him. If you do not recognize the times, insisting on fighting is to seek your own destruction. The two of them sang in harmony, one speaking of strength, the other of righteousness. The pressure was palpable. Zhuge Liang's smile vanished completely. He stared at Shui Zong, his gaze as cold as ice. Shui Jingwen. Zhuge Liang's voice was not loud, but every word struck the ground like nails. You just said that Cao Cao uses the emperor to command the lords. Is that the mandate of heaven? Shui Zong felt a chill in his heart from Zhuge Liang's gaze and forced himself to say so. What if it is he? Nonsense. Zhuge Liang suddenly pointed at his nose, rebuking. Cao Cao is a traitor to the Han. Everyone knows this. As a minister of the great Han, instead of thinking of serving your country, you brazenly spout such words, calling a national traitor the mandate of heaven. His voice suddenly rose, shaking the grand hall. You, a person without a father or ruler, are not worthy to speak with Liang. Shut up. Shui Zong trembled from the scolding. His face turned pale. He sat back down, burying his head low, not daring to lift it again. The entire hall of civil servants, dozens of people, all lowered their heads, none daring to meet Zhuge Liang's gaze. Zhuge Liang stood in the center of the grand hall, his white garments billowing. One person pressed down on the entire Jiangdong civil servant group, making it impossible for them to lift their heads. Lao Pai watched from behind, his blood boiling. This was even cooler than his shout on the bridge. At that moment, the side door of the grand hall opened. A person walked in. This person was extraordinarily handsome, with a face like jade, but his eyes carried a cold sharpness, like a sword hidden in its sheath. As he entered, the atmosphere of the entire hall changed. The civil servants raised their heads like they had seen a savior. Zhou Yu, the grand commander of Jiangdong. Zhou Yu scanned the hall and waved his hand. Everyone, no need to argue further. He looked at Zhuge Liang, revealing a polite smile. Cao the bandit is powerful. He cannot be resisted by just one family. The alliance of Sun and Lu is the right path. My lord has resolved to resist Cao Cao together with Lu Yuzhou. Zhuge Liang clasped his hands. The commander has clear insight. Zhou Yu smiled gently. Mr. Kongming has traveled far and endured hardships. It is getting late today. Oh, please come to my military strategy hall tomorrow to discuss plans to defeat Cao. Zhuge Liang nodded. Liang will definitely arrive on time. Zhou Yu exchanged a few more polite words before turning to leave. As he departed, his gaze met Zhuge Liang's for Lao Pai stood at the back, his hair standing on end. He was too familiar with that kind of gaze. Cao Cao had looked at Guan Yu with such a gaze. It was a look of seeing a rare treasure. But it was also somewhat different, carrying a greed and murderous intent that must be eradicated. Lao Pai said in his heart to the live stream, brothers, this pretty boy smiles more sinisterly than Cao Cao. He must not have good intentions. The next day in the military strategy hall, Zhou Yu, Zhuge Liang, and a bunch of Jiangdong generals sat inside. Lao Pai as a guard stood behind Zhuge Liang. Zhou Yu sighed, looking troubled. In naval battles, what we lack most are arrows. Our supplies of arrows are severe. He looked at Zhuge Liang, seemingly helpless. Mr. Kongming, with your great talent, could you help Jiangdong by overseeing the production of a batch of arrows? Zhuge Liang replied, how many does the commander need? Zhou Yu held up 2 fingers, 100,000 arrows. He paused, then added, time is tight. I can only give you 10 days. If you cannot do it, Zhou Yu's gaze turned cold. You will be dealt with according to military law. The entire military strategy hall fell silent. Everyone knew this was a test. 10 days to produce 100,000 arrows. There wasn't even enough time to cut down trees. Lao Pai was anxiously signaling Zhuge Liang with his eyes, almost popping them out. Zhuge Liang smiled. He looked at Zhou Yu and calmly uttered a few words. With the Cao army pressing down, 10 days is too slow. Zhou Yu was taken aback. Then how many days do you need? Zhuge Liang held up 3 fingers. 3 days. 100,000 arrows delivered with both hands. Boom! The entire military strategy hall erupted. The Jiangdong generals were all stunned. Zhou Yu's eyes lit up, but he quickly suppressed it, feigning shock. Is the gentleman serious? Military matters cannot be taken lightly. Zhuge Liang nodded. I am willing to sign a military guarantee. Zhou Yu was overjoyed. Bring the military guarantee. Paper and pen were immediately brought forth. Zhuge Liang picked up the brush and wrote with confidence, signing his name without hesitation. Zhou Yu held the military guarantee, his hands trembling from excitement. Back at the relay station, as soon as the door closed, Lao Pai exploded. Military advisor, have you lost your mind? He pointed out the window. 3 days? 100,000 arrows. Do you know there's not even enough time to cut trees? You're cleanly washing your neck and sending it to Zhou Yu's little white face's knife. The comments were equally bewildered. Exactly in the era of pure handwork, how is this possible? Has Zhuge Village's farmer really gone too far this time? 3 days. Not even a god could make it happen. Liu Bei on the side looked grave, but he said nothing. Zhuge Liang walked to the window and opened it. On the river, thick fog had risen at some point, a white mist enveloping everything, obscuring visibility. Zhuge Liang stared at the mist for a long time. Then he turned his head, the feather fan covering half his face, revealing only a pair of eyes. In those eyes was a confidence that made Lao Pi's scalp tingle. Ida, don't panic. Zhuge Liang's voice was soft, but steady. Since Jiangdong cannot produce arrows, then we shall. He pointed his feather fan towards the foggy riverbank where the Chao army's water camp lay. Lao Pai paced restlessly inside the inn chamber. 3 days, 100,000 arrows, to borrow from Chancellor Chao. He muttered these words over and over, growing increasingly incredulous with each repetition. Military advisor, please stop jesting. Lao Pai abruptly halted and glared at Zhuge Liang, who sat calmly sipping tea. Do you truly believe he'll simply hand them over upon request? 100,000 arrows. He's more likely to dispatch the tiger and leopard cavalry to slaughter us. Zhuge Liang gently blew across the surface of his tea, ignoring him. Day 1. Zhuge Liang slept soundly within the chamber. Lao Pai crouched by the door, peering through the crack, frantic with anxiety. Day 2. Zhuge Liang sat in the courtyard, leisurely sipping tea and fanning himself. Lao Pai squatted beside him, gazing helplessly. Military advisor. Only 1 day remains, he rasped, his voice hoarse. Zhou Yu scouts report the executioner's blade has already been sharpened. Zhuge Liang lifted his gaze toward the sky. The heavens hung heavy and gray. Yes, it is nearly time, he murmured. What is nearly time? Lao Pai asked. Is our death approaching? Zhuge Liang smiled faintly, saying nothing. Lao Pai utterly collapsed. On the 3rd day, he stormed forward and slammed both hands onto Zhuge Liang's table. Military advisor. It's already the 3rd night. The Jiangdong brats are sharpening their knives as we speak. Zhou Yu has even appointed the executioner. And our arrow workshop hasn't so much as a single splinter of wood. Spittle flew as he shouted. Zhuge Liang yawned, then glanced again at the sky, this time rising to his feet. Need to prepare the boats, he said calmly. We go to collect the arrows. Lao Pai stared bewildered. Collect them? From the heavens? Zhuge Liang offered no reply, turning instead toward the doorway. Just then a soft knock sounded at the door. Is Master Kongming present? Lu Su has come to pay his respects. A middle-aged scholar in refined robes entered, benevolent in countenance, courteous in bearing, but his eyes held quiet scrutiny. Lao Pai's heart lurched. Lu Su, the very man Zhou Yu had dispatched to spy on them. Zhuge Liang smiled warmly. Zi Jing arrives most opportunistically. He stepped forward and clasped Lu Su's arm. The river's vista tonight is exquisite. Will you join me for a cup? Lu Su froze stunned. He glanced between Zhuge Liang and Lao Pai, whose eyes burned crimson with desperation. A disquieting thought stirred within him. Has this man lost his wits? To drink wine on the eve of death. By the riverside. Lao Pai stared at the 20 small vessels before him, and his scalp prickled. No soldiers manned the boats. No weapons lay aboard. Only straw figures, wrapped tightly in indigo cloth, densely packed side by side like a silent field of rice stalks. Military advisor. Lao Pai's voice trembled. Are we trying to frighten birds? Zhuge Liang had already boarded one vessel and beckoned. Ida, aboard. Lu Su was ushered aboard as well, his face pale. Gradually mist rose from the river, thickening until it became impenetrable, blurring all forms beyond 5 paces. A chill wind swept across the water, biting deep into the bone. Lu Su shivered involuntarily. The fleet advanced toward the northern shore, toward Cao Cao's naval encampment. Lu Su's face drained of all color. He seized Zhuge Liang's sleeve, his hand trembling violently. Master Kongming, that is Cao Cao's naval base ahead. We're sailing 20 frail boats straight to our deaths. Zhuge Liang gently but firmly pressed his palm over Lu Su's hand, his grip unyielding. He placed a warm cup of wine into Lu Su's trembling fingers, his tone brooking no dissent. Zi Jing, merely drink. His gaze pierced the swirling fog, a subtle smile curling at his lips. Tonight Chancellor Chao will bestow upon us a most generous gift. The vessels glided silently through the mist. Lao Pai gripped his serpent spear, palms slick with sweat. He watched the mute straw figures lining the boat's flanks, and a creeping dread tightened his chest. How long passed none could tell. Then from the fog a vast shadowy silhouette emerged, like a slumbering leviathan crouched along the riverbank. Cao Cao's naval fortress. They had arrived. Even the torchlight atop the ramparts dissolved in the haze, reduced to faint, blurred halo. Zhuge Liang spoke suddenly. Beat the war drums. Lao Pai blinked, startled. Shout the battle cry, Zhuge Liang added. Though baffled, Lao Pai obeyed without hesitation. He snatched up the drumsticks, tore off his tunic, bared his torso, and swung his arms in full arc, hammering the drum with thunderous force. Boom, 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 boom. 20 drums erupted in unison. Then every soldier unleashed a deafening roar. Kill! Charge! Their cries reverberated through the fog, rebounding off the fortress walls, layering upon themselves. Impossible to gauge how many warriors surged from the murk. Within Cao Cao's central command, 10th the warlord slept. Boom, 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 kill. The clamor struck like thunderclaps, jolting him awake. Cao Cao shot upright, barefoot, breathless, and dashed outside. Upon the rampart he stared into the blinding white void of the river, seeing nothing, yet hearing the earth-shaking drums and war cries surging from all directions, muffled, yet omnipresent. His expression darkened. Thick fog obscures the river. His eyes narrowed. An ambush, surely a massive force lies hidden. He whirled sharply and roared at his herald, "Sound the order. No one is to engage. All archers, land and naval, take position atop the ramparts. Loose your arrows. Slay them all." Upon the river, Lao Pai pounded the drum with frenzied vigor, when suddenly he heard it. Shoo, shoo shoo shoo, shoo shoo shoo, like locusts swarming the sky, like a deluge unleashed. Countless arrows tore through the air, erupting from the fog in a black torrent, descending upon the tiny vessels in relentless, suffocating waves. Damn! Lao Pai instinctively reached for his blade, only to be yanked down into the hull by Zhuge Liang. Thud 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 thud. Arrows thudded into the straw figures, dense, rhythmic, muffled. Like drumbeats. Like rain. Zhuge Liang sat serenely within the hull, cradling his wine cup, eyes closed, his fingertips tapping lightly upon his knee, keeping time to the symphony outside. Lu Su had shrunk beneath the table, shivering uncontrollably. Zhuge opened his eyes and smiled gently at him. Zijing, the wine of Jiangdong pales beside Chancellor Chao's arrows. Lu Su's lips quivered, no sound escaped him. The arrows kept falling, endless, dense, unrelenting. Lao Pai peered out through a narrow gap in the hull. He saw the straw figures on that side of the boat, now bristling with shafts, so thickly embedded they resembled living porcupines. The vessel began listing heavily to that side. Turn about, Zhuge Liang commanded. The fleet pivoted slowly, exposing the straw figures on the opposite flank to the ceaseless barrage. Thud 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 thud. Dawn broke faintly. The mist began to lift. Lao Pai climbed out of the hull and gasped audibly. Every straw figure from crown to sole bristled with arrows, too many to count. A soldier cried out, elated military advisor. A rough tally shows at least 5,000 or 6,000 per vessel, over 10,000 total. Zhuge Liang emerged from the hull. Morning light pierced the thinning mist, illuminating his face. He gazed across the river. Cao Cao's naval fortress emerged gradually from the haze, the banners atop its ramparts now clearly visible. Zhuge Liang turned to Lao Pai. Ida, command all men to thank Chancellor Cao for his generous gift of arrows. Lao Pai nodded and bellowed. Brothers, repeat after me. Thank Chancellor Cao for his... Hundreds of voices roared in unison across 20 vessels. Thank Chancellor Cao for his arrows. Their cry rolled across the river like rolling thunder. At Cao Cao's naval fortress, Cao Cao stood upon the rampart, squinting across the river as the mist parted. He beheld the 20 small boats drifting lazily back toward the southern shore. Only straw figures manned them, and those figures were studded, head to toe, with his own arrows. Dense, gleaming. Then came the thunderous cry, thank Chancellor Cao for his arrows. Cao Cao's eyes widened in shock. He pointed a trembling finger at the river mouth, agape, struggling for words. You. His breath caught, then failed entirely. Darkness flooded his vision. He swayed dangerously, nearly toppling from the rampart. Chancellor! Zhang Liao and Su Chu rushed forward, catching him just in time. Cao Cao clutched his chest, still pointing toward the retreating fleet, shaking violently, speechless with fury. Upon the Jiangdong shore, Zhou Yu stood waiting with a contingent of troops, a cold smile playing upon his lips. 3 days had passed. Zhuge Liang was to die. As the fleet docked, Zhou Yu raised his hand. Soldiers surged forward to seize Zhuge Liang. Then, they saw the soldiers begin unloading cargo. Bundle after bundle. All arrows, finely crafted, razor sharp. 1 bundle. 2. 10. 100. Piled high upon the shore like miniature mountains. Zhou Yu's cold smile stiffened, then froze completely. He stood rooted in place, watching Zhuge Liang descend from the vessel, robes immaculate, hair unruffled by wind or war. Zhuge Liang bowed respectfully. Commander, the 100,000 arrows, delivered in full. Please inspect them. Lao Pai shouldered a massive bundle of arrows and deliberately strode before Zhou Yu, slamming them down. Commander, his voice boomed. Our military advisor says Jiangdong is too poor to forge arrows, so we took the liberty of collecting some from Chancellor Cao. He gestured grandly toward the towering mound. Care to count them yourself? If short, I'll fetch more. Zhou Yu remained motionless. He watched Zhuge Liang's serene figure recede into the distance. His fists clenched, knuckles, white nails biting deep into his palms until blood welled forth. Within his mind, a furious vow echoed, if Zhuge Liang lives, Jiangdong shall fall. Inside the War Council Hall, Zhou Yu regained his composure. He dismissed all attendants, leaving only Lu Su. The arrows have been secured, he said. Yet to break Cao Cao's 100,000-strong fleet, anchored in linked iron chains. Fire is our sole recourse. Lu Su beamed with relief. Then, Commander, issue the order for fire attack at once. Zhou Yu remained silent. He walked to the window and pushed it open. Outside, gale-force winds howled, snapping banners taut. The wind blew from the northwest. Zhou Yu turned back, his face ashen. He suddenly coughed, a violent wet spasm, and spat a mouthful of blood onto the floor. Lu Su recoiled in horror. Commander. Zhou Yu pointed wordlessly at the raging northwesterly gale, then let out a hollow, broken laugh. Fire attack. Look at the wind direction. In midwinter, only the northwest wind blows. His voice cracked with despair. To ignite the flames would be to immolate ourselves. Heaven has abandoned Jiang. Inside the Grand Commander's tent, the pungent smell of medicine filled the air. Outside, the officials of Jiangdong stood in a crowd, each one anxious as ants on a hot pan. Lu Su paced back and forth at the entrance, worried enough to nearly pull out his few remaining whiskers. As the curtain was lifted, Zhuge Liang entered, leisurely fanning himself. Lao Pai followed closely behind him, surprisingly, holding a bunch of grapes, popping one into his mouth as he walked. The grapes were brought back by the Han envoy. Compared to the tense atmosphere inside the tent, Lao Pai's demeanor seemed completely out of place. When Lu Su saw Zhuge Liang arrive, he rushed over, as if he had found a savior. Master Kongming, you have finally arrived. The Grand Commander is seriously ill, suffering from a high fever and speaking incoherently. Even the imperial physician is at a loss. Zhuge Liang shook his fan and smiled lightly. Zijing, do not panic. This illness of the Grand Commander cannot be cured by ordinary medicine. He walked to Zhou Yu's bedside. Zhou Yu lay there, pale, eyes closed, completely covered by the quilt, with only his chest faintly rising and falling. Zhuge Liang said to a servant beside him, bring me paper and a brush. The paper and brush were presented. Zhuge Liang took the brush and swiftly wrote down 16 large characters. After finishing, he handed the paper to Zhou Yu. Grand Commander, I have a prescription that guarantees recovery. Zhou Yu did not open his eyes. Zhuge Liang, unhurried, simply held it up. After a few seconds, Zhou Yu's eyelids twitched. He slowly opened a narrow slit, looking at the paper. The 16 characters read, to defeat Chao Gong, one must use fire attacks. Everything was ready except for the eastern wind. Zhou Yu's pupils suddenly constricted, as if struck by lightning. He abruptly sat up from the bed, throwing off the quilt, his pale face filled with shock, pointing at Zhuge Liang with trembling fingers. You know everything. Zhuge Liang slightly leaned forward, looking into Zhou Yu's eyes. His gaze was terrifyingly deep. The Grand Commander's heart ailment I can heal. Zhuge Liang's voice was very soft, yet every word struck Zhou Yu's heart. The winds of the world I can also change. The tent fell into a few seconds of dead silence. Then Zhou Yu's face instantly filled with wild joy. He grabbed Zhuge Liang's hand. You truly are a deity. If we can get the eastern wind, we will surely defeat Chao. What does the master need? Just say it. Zhuge Liang withdrew his hand, shaking his fan. Please have the Grand Commander build a 7-stars altar for me on Nanping Mountain. The altar should be 9 feet high in 3 tiers, guarded by 120 soldiers holding flags. I will ascend the altar on the day of the Jiazi, borrowing the southeast winds for 3 days and nights to assist the Grand Commander in defeating the enemy. Good, good. Zhou Yu replied repeatedly, I will issue the order immediately. Everything as you have said. Zhuge Liang clasped his hands together. Then I will take my leave and await good news. He turned and walked out with Lao Pai. Just as Zhuge Liang's figure disappeared beyond the curtain, all the smiles on Zhou Yu's face vanished like the tide. His gaze turned cold like a venomous snake, fixating intensely on the direction of the curtain, fingers gripping the bed sheet tightly. In his heart, he gritted his teeth. Zhuge Liang, you must die. On the way back to the inn, Lao Pai could no longer hold it in. He stuffed the last few grapes into his mouth, chewed a couple of times, and shouted, Master, you didn't drink today, right? Borrowing the wind. Do you think the heavens are your relatives, just lending it out on demand? Can this thing be borrowed? Zhuge Liang merely smiled and did not answer. Lao Pai grew more anxious that Zhou Yu the pretty boy agreed so readily just now. I could tell from his eyes that something was off. It's as if he wanted to eat you. Zhuge Liang stopped, glancing at Lao Pai. Ida? Huh. Go back and polish your 8-foot snake spear. Zhuge Liang looked up at the overcast sky, his tone very calm. Tomorrow night a fierce battle is expected. The bullet comments had gone wild. It's coming, it's coming. Zhuge Liang is going to cheat. Large-scale feudal superstition scene is ready. Meteorological weapon about to launch. Chao, run fast. Lao Pai, hurry and polish the spear. We're about to fight. On the day of Jiazi atop Nanping Mountain, a 7-stars altar rose up, surrounded by flags, with 120 soldiers of Eastern Wu guarding 3 steps, a post 5 steps a sentry. The atmosphere was frighteningly tense. The sky was overcast with dark clouds, and the northwest wind howled, slicing through the air like knives, chilling to the bone. Lao Pai stood at the altar's steps, holding his polished 8-foot snake spear. He squinted, scanning the dark forest. As he swept his gaze, his hair stood on end. In the forest, shadowy figures lurked. At least 2 ambushes were. He recognized the 2 leading generals. Eastern was fierce warriors Ding Feng and Su Sheng. Lao Pai tightened his grip on the spear, cursing in his heart. Zhou Yu, you bastard, truly have no good intentions. The knife and axe men are all ready. If the master cannot borrow the wind, they will charge and cut people down. Zhuge Liang made his entrance. As he stepped out, both Lao Pai and the viewers in the live stream were stunned. Zhuge Liang had changed out of his usual flowing white robes into a dark black Taoist robe. His hair was disheveled. Barefoot, he walked step by step up the altar. He held a wooden sword, muttering under his breath, his voice low and inaudible. With every step he took, the aura around him grew colder. Bullet comments flooded, and wow, he changed skins. This appearance. The godly index is off the charts. I'm getting nervous. What should I do? Where's the wind? Why is it still the northwest wind? Zhuge Liang reached the top. He began to perform a ritual. The wooden sword waved, stepping through the fight. Time passed slowly from day to night and into midnight. The northwest wind continued to howl without pause. The flags on the altar hung limp, pointing southeast, in direct opposition to the southeast wind Zhuge Liang requested. Lao Pi's palms were sweating. The bullet comments were tense, not daring to breathe. Why isn't the wind coming? It's over, we're done for. Su Sheng drew his sword. Ding Feng is coming too. Lao Pi, prepare to fight. In the forest, Ding Feng and Su Sheng exchanged glances. Ding Feng lowered his voice. The wind direction hasn't changed. Zhuge's supernatural act is mere bluster. The Grand Commander has ordered charge up immediately and cut off his head. Su Sheng nodded, drawing his sword. Behind them, hundreds of Eastern wuss axe and knife men all drew their gleaming steel blades. The cold light flashed in the dark woods. Lao Pai saw this. He let out a suppressed roar, horizontally positioning his 8-foot snake spear in front of the altar steps, ready to fight to the death. Just as Ding Feng's sword was about to rise, suddenly all sounds in the world vanished. The northwest wind that had been howling all day long, seemingly cut off by an invisible hand. A deathly silence fell. Lao Pai was stunned. Ding Feng's action of raising the sword froze in midair. Su Sheng's eyes widened. At the very top of the altar, that flag representing Sun, which had been hanging limply, suddenly, with a crisp sound pop. The flagpole straightened suddenly. The banner flapped wildly. The direction of the flapping pointed directly north. The southeast wind had risen. Whoosh! The wind's force suddenly increased, transforming from a whimper to a roar, swirling up the dust and debris from the ground, dancing wildly. On the altar, Zhuge Liang's dark black Taoist robe billowed wildly, his disheveled hair flying in the wind. He stood at the pinnacle of the altar, holding the wooden sword, looking up at the sky. In that moment, Lao Pi's eyes widened like bells, watching that figure, his skin crawling in goosebumps. Could this really be something a mere human could accomplish? Ding Feng's knife fell to the ground with a clang. He looked up at the rapidly dispersing dark clouds blown by the fierce wind, his expression shifting from fierce to bewildered, and then from bewilderment to sheer horror. He gaped, struggling for a moment before stammering out a few words. Does he truly possess such divine abilities? Lao Pai whipped his head toward the river. The black surface of the water suddenly erupted into a vast blaze. Dozens of small boats, their prows piled high with oil-soaked kindling, caught the southeast wind, and like arrows loosed from a bow, streaked toward Cao Cao's line of great ships. On the lead boat stood an old general, the flames throwing his grizzled beard into relief. Huang Gai. Bang! The first fire ship struck the flank of a Cao vessel with a solid crash. Flames leapt along the hull, as if fanned by a breath. That was not all. Cao Cao's ships were lashed together with iron chains. Once one caught fire, the neighboring vessels could not break free. The fire rode the wind, and the wind fed the fire. In the blink of an eye, half the river glowed red. Fire! Run! The ships are lashed together. They won't come apart. Jump into the river. Jump! The cries and screams of Cao's men drifted faintly across the distance. Flames shot skyward, tinting the heavens above Nanping Mountain a bruised orange. Lao Pai watched the sea of fire. His throat felt parched. He had fought many battles, but never witnessed so spectacular a conflagration. Cao Cao stood upon the command tower of his flagship, utterly dumbfounded. He had been asleep moments before, dragged from his berth by his guards. Emerging, he saw his invincible fleet turning into a moving pyre. A wave of heat struck him, burning his skin. His hair was whipped about by the wind, and his crown had long since linked ships. Iron chains. Cao Cao's lips trembled. Zhou Yu. Zhuge Liang. He seized Zhang Liao's arm. Boats. Find a small boat. Zhang Liao and Su Chu shielded Cao Cao desperately. They seized an unburned skiff and clambered aboard in tumble and scramble. Behind them roared deafening explosions and screams. Cao Cao glanced back. The navy he had spent months forging, which he believed would sweep Jiangdong, was crackling to ash in the inferno. His vision darkened and he nearly fainted. Near dawn, supported by Zhang Liao and Su Chu, he had fled to a hillside west of Wulin. Turning, he saw only a few hundred soldiers left beside him, each smoked black as coal, their armor askew and weapons largely abandoned. A pitiable sight. Cao Cao panted, gazing at the ruined remnants of his force. Then, to his own surprise, he let out a short, stunned laugh. His laughter swelled and swelled. He laughed until he doubled over, tears pricking his eyes. Su Chu, fingering a patch of singed hair with a distraught expression, was bewildered by the sound. Chancellor. Su Chu stepped forward cautiously. We've been burned like plucked fowls. Why are you laughing? Cao Cao wiped the tears from his face and, pointing at the dark stand of trees ahead, wore an inscrutable expression. I laugh at Zhou Ye's lack of foresight. And at Zhuge Liang's foolishness. He stroked his beard. If it were me commanding, I would have ambushed an army, Cao Cao said confidently. We only just clawed ashore, exhausted. They, fresh from rest, would have struck at leisure, and we would have been slaughtered here. He shook his head. What a pity. They were still inexperienced. They did not see this layer of cunning. No sooner had he spoken than a sudden report rang out. A gunshot sounded from the wood. Torches flared, turning night almost to day. A young officer in white robe and gleaming silver armor thrust out, spear in hand, cutting through the trees. His voice was clear and murderous. Changshan's Zhao Zilong, by the strategist's orders, has long awaited here. The smile on Cao Cao's face froze. His eyes bulged as he looked from the charging Zhao Yun to the charcoal black remnants at his side. Run, run! Chow Chow shouted hoarsely. Su Chu, hold him! Then he wheeled his horse and fled with all his might. Su Chu steeled himself and met Zhao Yun in battle. Chow Chow dared not look back, only hearing the screams and the clatter of soldiers casting off helmets and arms. They fled on for a long time. They reached a place called Hulu Ko as a great rain began to fall, soaking Chow Chow's party to the bone. They managed to seize a few battered pots nearby and slaughter several wounded, incapacitated horses, chopping the meat into the cauldrons. The scent of cooking meat rose, and the starved soldiers' eyes glinted with hunger. Chow Chow sat on a stone watching the horse meat bubble and steam. His lip twitched. Then suddenly he threw back his head and laughed out loud. The sound made Cheng Yu, who was holding his bowl and longing for the meal, flinch. The bowl fell and shattered. Hot broth splashed over the ground. Cheng Yu looked at the broken bowl and then at Chow Chow, near to tears. Chancellor. My Chancellor, he sobbed. Back in Wulin, your laugh summoned Zhao Zilong. We lost half our men and missed our men. Cheng Yu flopped to his knees in the mud. What are you laughing at now? I beg you stop laughing, won't you? Let us quietly eat a hot bowl for once. Chow Chow waved them off with an air of disdain. What do you know? Pointing to the steep cliffs flanking Hulu Ko, he said, though Zhuge Liang schemed in Wulin for such a perilous pass as this, he astonishingly did not set an ambush. He said with confidence, had he posted an ambush here, well-rested troops overlooking us from the heights, we wouldn't even have had this hot meal, we would have been slaughtered. No sooner had he finished than there was a thunderous rumble. A mass of timber and stone cascaded down the cliffs, striking directly the battered pots of meat. The pots were smashed to pieces, horse meat and broth splattering everywhere. Chow traitor! A thunderous shout rang. Lao Pai rode down on a black horse, wielding a Zhongba serpent spear, his voice so fierce it could shatter eardrums. I've heard your boasting long enough. Lao Pai speared a soldier attempting to resist, flipping him aside, and grinned at Chow Chow. You and your jinxed mouth are damned uncanny. Whatever you say comes to pass. Chow Chow was terrified, abandoning even his helmet as he scrambled onto his horse and fled. Su Chu! Stop him! Su Chu this time, without even a saddle, rode bareback on an unsaddled horse and hurled himself to block Lao Pai. Chow Chow did not look back and fled desperately. After who knew how long, he reached a narrow path called Huarong. The rain persisted and grew heavier. The path turned into a quagmire, horses' hooves sank and could not be. Chow Chow, watching the man behind him, gritted his teeth and gave an order. Let the wounded and the exhausted cut branches and lay them on the road. The cavalry behind ride across on the branches. With that command, the feeble soldiers, sobbing, had no choice but to chop branches and lay them in the mire. The cavalry behind paid them no heed. Armored chargers trampled the branches and the bodies beneath them as they pushed forward. It was cruel, utterly cruel. Chow Chow turned his face away, unable to bear it. They finally passed the worst stretch and reached a narrow precipice. Chow Chow stopped his horse, gasping. He counted fewer than 50 horsemen remained, and each was wounded. He drew a deep breath. Su Chu and Zhang Liao stood beside him. Seeing the motion, both men trembled in unison. Su Chu's voice quivered. Chancellor, please, don't. Zhang Liao rushed in. My lord. For heaven's sake, you mustn't laugh again. Chow Chow looked at them, then at the perilous Huarong Dao ahead. He held it in, and then failed. For the third time he threw back his head and laughed, tears streaming as he laughed. Pointing to the precipice ahead, his tone an odd blend of post-disaster relief and inexplicable pride, he said, they all praise Zhuge Liang's stratagems as divine. I think it's all mere reputation. Chow Chow wiped his face. Had he ambushed Huarong Dao with hundreds of axemen, he shook his head. Today I, Chow Mingda, would have had to dismount, be bound, and lead my head to the executioners. In the end they still. He did not finish. A chilling metallic clang rang from the mountain path ahead. Out stepped a peerless steed, Chitu, all flamered, snorting and pawing, bearing a rider in a green robe whose garment snapped in the cold wind. He trailed in his hand the Qinglong Yinhua Dao. Its blade flashed a bone-chilling glint in the cold rain. His half-lidded phoenix-shaped eyes snapped open. His gaze was like twin blades locking onto the man on the horse. Chow Chow. Chow Chow's laughter cut off mid-breath. The color drained clean from his face. A gurgling sound came from his throat, as if his neck had been grasped. He could not utter a single word. Chow Chow's throat let out two hoarse sounds. He wanted to speak, but not a single word could escape his lips. Behind him, Zhang Liao and Su Chu simultaneously drew their blades. But both of their hands were trembling. The tips of their swords shook violently. Su Chu's large blade, which he usually wielded with one hand, as if it were a toy, now quivered uncontrollably, even though he was holding it with both hands. Zhang Liao's face turned pale, his lips quivering. They understood all too well. The person facing them. Yin Liang, one strike. Wen Shou, one strike. Crossing 5 passes and slaying 6 generals like cutting vegetables. Now in this place, Huarong path with steep cliffs and muddy ground. There were less than 50 of them left, each wounded and starving. Fight. Use their heads to fight. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sounds came from behind. Chow Chow turned to look. Those few remaining soldiers, upon seeing Guan Yu lost all thought of escape. Their weapons fell into the muddy water. They collapsed directly, sitting in the mud, wailing loudly. Whoa, it's over. All over. Guan Yu. It's Guan Yunchang. The cries mixed with the rain were unbearable to hear. At this moment the barrage exploded. Haha. Boss Chow has had 3 setbacks. Laughing like a living llama. The first one to reverse the curse. I suggest Chow the traitor sew his mouth shut from now on. Lord Guan is too handsome. The pressure is incredible. Can Chow Chow announce his retirement now? The betting has begun. Guess how many strikes Lord Guan needs to clear the field. Chow Chow looked at the soldiers behind him who were crying, and then at Guan Yu who stood silently with his sword drawn. He took a deep breath. When you on? Chow Chow's voice was hoarse. Zhang Liao gritted his teeth. Prime Minister, I will fight to the death. Shut up. Chow Chow interrupted him. He understood all too well. Fighting to the death. That would mean certain death for the entire army. Chow Chow rolled off his horse. He truly rolled. The mud was too slippery, his foot slipped, and with a thud he fell into the muck. He didn't care about the dirt scrambling with hands and feet until he reached Guan Yu's horse. Then he struggled to stand up, deeply bowing to Guan Yu. His waist bent as low as it could go. His head nearly touched his knees. His posture was as low as the mud. Yin Chong. Chow Chow began, his voice tinged with tears, but he held back. He did not mention the current dire situation, only speaking of the past. In those days in Shuchong, gold for riding, silver for dismounting, small feasts every 3 days, grand feasts every 5 days. Chow Chow raised his head, looking at the magnificent steed, red hair beneath Guan Yu. Even this red hair beneath you was a gift for me. His eyes turned red. Today Chow has been defeated, left with no way out. Yin Chong, do you still remember the bonds of the past? Guan Yu sat on his horse, unmoving. Rainwater dripped from his long, beautiful beard. He slightly opened his eyes. The phoenix eyes were filled with cold light. The Prime Minister's kindness in the past. Guan Yu spoke, his voice as hard as iron. I have already slain Yin Liang and executed Wen Shou, breaking the siege at Beima in return. He looked at Chow Chow. Today I follow the military command standing here. Only military law remains. There are no personal feelings. The barrage responded. Good. Second brother is resolute. That's right. This is a national war. This is a confrontation between camps. Red-faced brother, don't be foolish. One strike to chop him and seize his territory. Kill him, take his land. This wave will take off directly. Chow Chow listened, his body swaying. He pointed at those quivering soldiers in the mud, wailing loudly. I am not worth dying for. Chow Chow's tears finally fell, mingling with the rain. But what crime have these soldiers committed? He stared at Guan Yu. Yin Chong, when you crossed 5 passes and slew 6 generals, if I had dispatched a large army to pursue you, could you have escaped unscathed? I issued the order to let you go, honoring your brotherly loyalty. Chow Chow's voice rose, filled with desperate questioning. Today, do you truly want to wipe them all out? Guan Yu's hand tightened on the hilt of his sword. Veins bulged on the back of his hand. Then that hand trembled slightly. He closed his eyes, unable to bear looking at those weeping, surrendering soldiers. Nor could he bear to see the once invincible, now utterly destitute warlord in the mud. Raindrops flowed down his cheeks. It was hard to tell whether it was rain or something else. He didn't speak again, but suddenly pulled the reins tightly. Hiss. Red Hair let out a neigh. Guan Yu, along with his horse, turned sideways. He opened the previously blocked Huarong path, creating a path for survival. Then he turned around, facing away from Chow's army, leaving Chow Chow with a proud, rain-soaked silhouette. Chow Chow was stunned. He couldn't believe it. In the next moment he felt as if he had received a great pardon, rolling back onto his horse. Go. Hurry. Zhang Liao and Su Chu quickly helped the feeble soldiers to their feet, and a group of them scrambled away, without looking back, rushing past the path opened by Guan Yu. In the live stream, the barrage went completely crazy. He let them go. He actually really let them go. For the sake of past kindness. He gave up the chance to win the world. Crazy. Su Thief, did you write the code wrong? What does he want? If he kills Chow Chow, Liu Bei has hope of becoming the greatest power in the world. Old Pai murmured in the voice channel. His voice was soft, but it reached every viewer's ears through the microphone. This is not a code bug. Old Pai said. This is called righteousness. A heart worth 1,000 gold cannot be easily changed. 1,000 deaths cannot alter one's principles. The barrage paused for a moment. Then it was flooded with the word righteousness. 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 So romantic. This kind of romance that only exists in fantasies. I actually cried over a game NPC. So this is righteousness. So this is the white moonlight. Chow Chow fled far away. The sound of hooves and cries faded into the rain mist. Old Pai rode up from behind. He reached Huarong path and saw nothing but an empty, muddy road. And that still stood with his back to him, a figure in a green robe in the rain. Second brother. Old Pai shouted. Guan Yu did not turn back. Old Pai opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but held it back. The scene shifted. Xiakou camp. In the central tent, Zhuge Liang lightly waved his feather fan, sitting in the main seat. Liu Bei sat beside him, his face tense. The tent flap lifted. Guan Yu strode and drenched his green robe. He walked into the tent and knelt on one knee. I am powerless, Guan Yu said in a deep voice. I let Chow Chow escape. He raised his head. I have come to ask for death. Liu Bei stood up in shock. Second brother. You. Zhuge Liang suddenly snapped his fan shut. Snap. The fan hit the table, and his face turned pale. Yin Chong. Zhuge Liang glared at Guan Yu. You have made a military oath. If you let the enemy commander go according to the law, you shall be executed. Zhuge Liang waved his hand. Take him outside. Execute him. 2 executioners rushed in from outside the tent ready to seize Guan Yu. Liu Bei panicked, military advisor. You can't. Second brother. At that moment, Old Pai happened to rush into the camp hearing this in the live stream. What the hell? Old Pai shouted into the microphone, the sound exploding. Military advisor, are you serious? That's my second brother. Lao Pi's roar erupted as he crashed through the entrance of the central tent with a loud bang. Lao Pi's eyes instantly turned red as he rushed forward in a single leap, swinging his palm as large as a fan, sending the 2 axemen flying with 2 slaps. Then he turned around holding the 8-foot snake spear and stood protectively in front of the kneeling Guan Yu, shouting at Zhuge Liang, who dares to harm my second brother? I will stab him with 1,000 transparent holes first. His voice was so loud that the tent shook. Liu Bei panicked and kneeled in front of Zhuge Liang with a thud. Tears streamed down his face. Master. Liu Bai's voice trembled with emotion as he bowed his head to the ground. Second brother. He is loyal and righteous, that's why he let Cao Cao go. If you want to kill, then kill me. I will exchange my life for my second brother's. The tent fell silent. Guan Yu remained kneeling on the ground, eyes closed, saying nothing. Zhang Fei glared, breathing heavily like a ferocious tiger protecting its cubs. Liu Bei knelt, his head pressed to the ground, shoulders trembling. Zhuge Liang watched this scene. He remained silent for a few seconds. Then he gently bent down, picked up the feather fan that had been slapped on the table. He sighed and walked in front of Liu Bei, extending his hand to help him up. My lord, please rise. He then walked to Guan Yu and helped him up as well. Yinchong, please rise too. Lao Pai was. Liu Bei and Guan Yu were also taken aback. Zhuge Liang waved the feather fan, looking at the 3 of them with a calm tone. Liang never intended to harm Yunchong. He paused for a moment. It was I who arranged for Yunchong to go through Huayang Pass. Lao Pai, huh? Liu Bei. Zhuge Liang lightly shook the feather fan. Liang observed the heavens and saw that the thief's fate should not end here. If it had been Ida or Zilong, Cao Cao would surely have died. But if Cao Cao dies, the northern army of 1,000,000 would be without a leader and would retaliate, fiercely charging directly at Jingzhou. And Jiangdong's Zhou Yu would take advantage of the chaos, attacking from both sides. Zhuge Liang looked at Guan Yu. Only Yunchong can go both to honor his past kindness and repay Cao Cao's favor. Moreover, it would allow Cao Cao to return alive. Cao Cao must regroup, and the first he will target is Jiangdong. He must hold Zhou Yu in check for us. After Zhuge Liang finished speaking, the tent was so quiet that one could hear the sound of breathing. Lao Pi's mouth was agape, unable to close it. Liu Bei still had tears on his face, but his gaze had turned blank. Guan Yu suddenly opened his eyes, looking at Zhuge Liang. In the live broadcast, the bullet comments were silent for 3 seconds. Then the screen was filled with exclamation marks. What the hell? Did this NPC install a quantum? Did he calculate humanity, celestial phenomena, and international situations, all in one? This is no strategist, this is a godlike perspective. Kneeling to the Chancellor. So that's what strategy means. I thought he was at the initial level, but it turns out he's... Lao Pai swallowed hard. He muttered in the voice channel, brothers. I am convinced. Really convinced. Time passed quickly. Lao Pai complained to the viewers in the live stream, brothers, it's been several months since the last... This Zhou Yu from Dongwu is really working hard. In order to attack Nanjuan, he fought Chao Ren to the death, even enduring poisoned arrows, losing several leads. The scene changed. Below Nanjun City, Zhou Yu was on horseback, pale-faced, with thick bandages wrapped around his chest, seeping with blood. Behind him, Dongwu soldiers lay dead and injured. But the Chao army's banner finally fell from the city walls. Zhou Yu breathed heavily as he looked at the open city gates. A smile cracked at the corner of his mouth. Finally, after fighting hard, we've taken it. He waved his hand. Enter the city. The Dongwu soldiers, dragging their weary bodies, prepared to enter the city and claim their victory. At this moment, on the city wall, the Chao banner was thrown down and replaced with a new one. A white background with black. Lu. Zhou Yu was taken aback. A general in white robes and silver armor appeared on the city walls. Zhao Yun smiled and cupped his hands. Thank you, great general, for capturing the city for our army. Zilong is following the Chancellor's orders and has been in charge of this city for quite some time now. Zhou Yu's smile froze on his face. He glared at Zhao Yun on the city walls, then looked back at his heavily injured Dongwu soldiers. You. Suddenly his bandage on the chest burst open, spilling a large amount of fresh blood. Wow. Zhou Yu spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward off his horse. General. Dongwu generals rushed forward to help him. The bullet comments went crazy. Ultimate head stealing. Zhou Yu, I've worked so hard, and you come to steal the fruits of revolution. When it comes to freeloading, I only bow to Zhuge the village fool. Zhou Yu, I emptied my health bar, and you come to pick peaches. Ha ha ha, my heart aches for Zhou Yu for a second. Time passed again. Lao Pai reported military matters to Zhuge Liang. Zhuge Liang looked at the map, while asking, my lord and lady son, have you arrived in Jingzhou? Yes. Lao Pai grinned. You didn't see it, that Zhou Yu wanted to use a beauty trap to keep my brother in Dongwu. But you master with your 3 stratagems, directly abducted Sun Shangxiang. This time Zhou Yu lost both his wife. The bullet comments continued to laugh. Zhou Yu is sending territory and a wife. So tragic, ha. Sun Quan. Zhou Yu, my lord, your sister has run off with someone. Zhuge the old demon kills people and breaks hearts. Months later, Zhou Yu came again. He led the Dongwu army marching to Jingzhou City. Zhou Yu was on horseback shouting at the city walls, Lu Yuzhou, my Dongwu is willing to assist you in attacking. Please open the city gates and let our army pass. On the city walls, Zhuge Liang appeared waving his feather fan. Standing beside him were Liu Bei, Guan Yu, and Zhang Fei. Zhuge Liang looked down at Zhou Yu and smiled. Zhou General, your plan of using a false route to destroy Gua is a bit too obvious. Zhou Yu's expression changed. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan. Boom! From the surrounding mountains and forests, ambush troops surged. Guan Yu, Zhang Fei, Zhao Yun, and Huang Zhong each led a troop encircling the Dongwu army in the middle. Zhou Yu sat on his horse looking at the surrounding ambush troops, then glanced at Zhuge Liang on the city walls with the feather fan. His originally handsome face was now as pale as paper. His hair was disheveled, and his eyes were hollow. The vigor from the time of Chibi was gone. The calmness of turning the tide without breaking a sweat had disappeared. All that remained was a deep sense of powerlessness and despair. The laughter in the comments gradually ceased. Zhou Yu seems to have really collapsed. From Chibi until now, how many times has he been schemed against by Zhuge Liang? Nanjun was robbed, his wife was abducted, and now even his ambush has been seen through. I suddenly can't laugh anymore. The autumn wind rustled. Zhou Yu fell from his horse. His subordinates hurried to support him. Zhou Yu pushed them away. He swayed and stood up, tilting his head to look at the vast sky. The sky was blue. The clouds were floating. Zhou Yu looked at the sky and suddenly smiled a tragic smile. Then he suddenly yelled out, heaven! How could one be born as you, and not as Liang? After shouting, Zhou Yu spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He gripped the battle flag tightly, eyes wide open. He didn't move. His subordinates trembled, reaching to check his breath. Then they fell to their knees with a thud. General has passed away. In the Dongwu camp, cries erupted instantly. White flags were raised. The comments completely broke down. He did nothing wrong. He just encountered a more twisted genius. Why does it hurt my heart so much? During the fire at Chibi, he was so full of vigor. It's too hard to accept. Who is the game planner? Old Pai logged out of the game, removed the helmet, and let out a long sigh. Zhuge Liang's words, why was there Zhuge Liang if there was Zhou Yu, still buzzed in his mind. He took a moment to gather himself and put the helmet back on. Brothers, let's go online. Instantly, millions flooded into the live stream. Old Pai is here. Zhou Yu is dead. Oh, I can't accept this. What about the new expansion? What happened to the Shu and Liangzhou cavalry? Old Pai grinned. What's the rush? Here it comes. He logged into the game, and his character was still Zhang Fei. The system notification immediately chimed ding. Epic expansion 3 Kingdoms Divide has been updated. New areas unlocked on the map, Liangzhou and parts of Yizhou. Old Peace eyes lit up as he quickly opened the previously dark regions in the north and west of the map were now brightly illuminated. Liangzhou. Old Pai zoomed in on the map. The comments flooded in. Is this it? It's all yellow sand and wasteland, not a single tree in sight. What good gear can come from this place? I bet the wild monsters are just bandits with laughable drop rates. Boss Chow is nearly at full health in the north. How can the NPCs here compete with the regular army of the Central Plains? Opening this map is just wasting resources, right? Old Pai said nothing. He stared at the 2 characters Liangzhou on the map. For some reason, the Zhang Fei data within him, or rather that instinct of a warrior, began to pulse wildly. His heart raced, and his palms felt hot. Brothers, Old Pai stroked his stubble. Why do I feel that there are comments? Come on, Old Pai, your intuition said Huaxiong was fierce last time, but he was taken down by Ergu in one stroke. Exactly, in this poor backwater, what fierce person could possibly appear? Old Pai was about to retort. Suddenly, the entire game screen went dark. A scarlet full-screen system announcement popped up forcefully. World event triggered, Battle of Weishui. Cao Cao's 100,000 troops suffered a devastating blow. The crimson font seemed to drip with blood effects. The live stream fell silent. 3 seconds later, the comments exploded. What the hell? Boss Chow is down again. 100,000 troops. Devastating blow. Who did this? Did Zhuge the country bumpkin cast a spell again? No, he's still in Jingzhou. Quick. Old Pai. Spectator mode. God's eye view. Old Pai clicked on the system's built-in battle replay live spectator feature at lightning speed. Let's go. Brothers, let's watch the show. The scene flashed. A fierce wind and yellow sand swirled. The deafening sounds of battle cries and hoofbeats rushed towards them. Old Pai and millions of spectators descended upon the battlefield of Weishui from a holographic God's eye view. Looking down, everyone gasped. Before them, Cao Cao's well-equipped, once invincible heavy infantry phalanx was being torn apart by a group of cavalry, as if it were paper. The cavalry wore beast skins wielding long spears, and their horsemanship was wild beyond imagination. They seemed less like warriors and more like hunters. Chao's heavy armor was like paper before them. What kind of troops are these? Old Pai was stunned. Comments: medieval tanks. Shiliang cavalry. This charge is too ridiculous. Chao's formation is like tofu. Just then, amidst the swirling yellow sand, a young general charged out. In a lion helmet and beast fur, dressed in a white robe and silver armor, he rode an exceptionally magnificent white warhorse. In his hand was a long spear that danced like a silver dragon. Comments: what the hell? Another Zhao Zilong. No, his aura is different. Zhao Yun is a scholarly general. This guy is a wolf. Old Pai stared at him intently. The young general in white charged into Chao's ranks as if entering an unguarded realm. Chao's renowned General Eugene rushed out to greet him, but in less than 3 exchanges he was knocked off his horse, fleeing in disarray. Zhang he readied his spear to fight, but after 5 or 6 exchanges his hands were crushed, and he fled on horseback. Pure power overwhelmed them. An extreme aesthetic of violence. There were no tactics involved, just a single man with a spear cutting through thousands of troops. The live comments went completely insane. Who the hell is this? There's a numerical monster. Eugene and Zhang, he looked like chicks in his hands. Old Pai had no time to read the comments. His eyes widened, breath quickening. The warlike factor within him ignited like it had been doused in gasoline. Just then the camera locked onto Cao Cao. Cao Cao, amid the chaos with his helmet askew, was desperately fleeing on horseback. Old Pai was all too familiar with the expression on his face. It was exactly like when he was burned at Chibi. Despair and terror. Then the young general in white Ma Chao chased behind, shouting as he ran, his voice cutting through the battlefield. Noise, the one in the red robe is Cao Cao. Cao Cao, trembling in fear, hurriedly fumbled to tear off his luxurious red robe while on horseback and threw it away. Ma Chao shouted again, the one with the long beard is Cao Cao. Cao Cao turned pale, hastily drew his sword, and while running awkwardly cut off his beloved long beard. The beard floated in the wind. Ma Chao continued to shout, his tone mocking, the one with the short beard is Cao Cao. Cao Cao was on the verge of collapse. He quickly looked around and frantically grabbed a tattered military flag next to him, wrapping it tightly around his chin. He looked like a mummy. Then he turned and fled desperately to a farther place. In the live stream, there was a moment of complete silence. Then, Boss Chow is getting a haircut live. Words made flesh. Chow made a physical facelift. A generation of tyrants forced to cut their own beards. I can't breathe from laughing. This young general in white is too ruthless, killing and still tormenting the heart. Instantly liberated from Zhou Ye's tragedy. The source of joy, Boss Chow. The comments turned into a sea of laughter. Old Pai couldn't help but chuckled, but once he laughed, his expression immediately darkened. The scene froze. The system displayed information about the young general in white, Shiliang Jin, Ma Chao, 5 golden characters shining brightly. Old Pai exited spectator mode. He returned to the courtyard of the camp in Jingzhou. His heart was pounding in his chest, blood boiling like it was boiling. He picked up the 8-foot snake spear leaning against the wall. He walked to the center of the courtyard where there was a giant stone weighing 1,000 pounds for training. His mind was filled with the image of Ma Chao piercing through the multitude of troops, slaying Chao's generals, and leaving them in disarray along with Cao Cao's embarrassing escape. Boss Chow, Old Pai whispered, then suddenly raised his voice, shouting at the millions of viewers in the live stream, he's just a chicken. He doesn't deserve to be beaten. He gripped the 8-foot snake spear, tightly twisting his waist, unleashing his full power. But this one called Ma Chao. The 8-foot snake spear turned into a shadow accompanied by a piercing scream that tore through the air, smashing down hard on the 1,000-pound stone. Boom. The stone exploded instantly, fragments flying everywhere. Old Pai withdrew the spear, turned around, and with a fervent battle intent in his eyes, said to the camera word by word, I, Old Zhang, have taken a liking to him. Comments, it's getting exciting. A fierce general locking onto a fierce general. Looking forward to it. Grandpa Zhang against Jin Ma Chao. Let's fight. Just then footsteps approached from behind. Zhuge Liang waved his feather fan as he slowly walked over, holding a rolled-up map. Ida. Zhuge Liang handed the map to Old Pai. Old Pai took it, unfolded it, and saw it was a topographical map of Sichuan with overlapping mountains and treacherous passes. The Lord has decided, Zhuge Liang said, to bring troops into Shu at Lu Zhang's invitation. He pointed his fan at the daunting passes on the map. These formidable barriers of Sichuan will rely on you to break through. Old Pai looked at the map, then raised his gaze to Zhuge Liang, military advisor. What about Ma Chao? Zhuge Liang smiled slightly, gently shaking his fan. According to the scouts, after Jin Ma Chaos, great victory over Cao Cao at Weishui. He paused, his gaze meaningful. It seems he also intends to head south. Old Pai's pupils constricted sharply. He tightened his grip on the 8-foot snake spear, the shaft creaking under his grip. Southbound. Could it be that they would inevitably cross paths? Old Pai grinned, revealing a set of white teeth, smiling like a beast that had spotted its prey. Good, he said. I'll be waiting. Old Pai lay sprawled on a small hill surrounded by a multitude of helmets from the Chao army. He gasped for breath, his chest rising and falling, but his face was filled with uncontrollable joy. Brothers. Old Pai grinned at the live stream camera, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. These past few days in the game have utterly exhausted me. I've been battling that little brat Ma Chao at the Jiaming Pass for 3 days and nights. My arms are about to break. He counted on his fingers. And together with the strategist, we've managed to chew through that tough bone in Sichuan. Now, Old Pai slapped the helmet beside him, producing a loud clang. We even pried the juicy piece of Hanzhong right out of Boss Chao's mouth. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound rang out. Ding, 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 ding. 3 dark golden system announcements flashed across the screen, blindingly bright. Congratulations. The player's faction has conquered Hanzhong. Historical progress has advanced significantly. Liu Bei has been promoted to Hanzhong Wang. World dynamics updated, the tripartite balance of power is established. As soon as the announcement was made, the bullet comments in the live stream exploded. Holy shit. Hanzhong Wang. 3 kingdoms. It's actually 3 kingdoms now. From running away from the new wilderness at the start to now having a piece of the 3 kingdoms. What a comeback. This is an epic level comeback. Boss Liu is amazing. The Peach Garden brothers are amazing. Old Pai looked at the screen full of praises, grinning so widely that his molars showed. But as he laughed, he suddenly paused. He opened the faction panel again, his eyes turning toward the direction of Jingzhou. Big brother has become Hanzhong Wang. Old Pai muttered, I wonder how second brother is doing in Jingzhou. Heavy rain poured down. The rain fell like a torrential downpour, splashing high as it hit the ground. Guan Yu stood on the city wall, his green robe soaked through by the rain. He held a scroll of edict in his hand. The edict had just arrived. It stated that Liu Bei had been promoted to Hanzhong Wang and appointed Guan Yu as the former general with the authority to command. The authority to command means that within the territory of Jingzhou, whatever Guan Yu says is the law, the military order. He can execute without asking for permission. Guan Yu slowly rolled up the edict, his phoenix eyes gazing at the army camp outside the city. Through the rain, dark troops were setting up camp. Their banner read Eugene, the foremost among Cao Cao's 5 elite generals. He had brought 7 legions and tens of thousands of soldiers, all heavy-armored elites, known as the 7 armies. A massive army gathered at Fanqing. At that moment, the bullet comments floated by. Eugene, this guy again. Last time he was walked by Ma Chao like a dog. Is he here to deliver his head to second master this time? Don't underestimate him. This time, he brought 7 legions. And look, who's carrying the coffin? Pangda. It's Pangda, coming with a coffin. He won't retreat in battle. The main force of second master is all in Hanzhong, and Jingzhou's military power is weak. How do we fight this? Guan Yu did not look at the bullet comments. He only gazed at the rain. The autumn rain had been falling incessantly for over 10 days. The Han River had risen significantly. The water level was increasing day by day. Eugene set up camp at the Loliang Zenkachuan. Guan Yu stood high above, watching the raging river below. The water was murky, rolling and roaring like a hungry beast confined for days. Guan Yu narrowed his phoenix eyes slightly. Rainwater streamed down his long, beautiful beard. His lips moved, uttering a single word. Release. The hundreds of thousands of viewers in Old Peace live stream all expected to witness a brutal melee battle with cold weapons. Second Master charging into the ranks, taking one down with a single strike, or both sides lining up for a fierce exchange, blood and flesh flying. But they were wrong. Severely wrong. Just as Guan Yu's words fell, a thunderous roar erupted from the valley. Boom. The mountain crumbled. A mudslide and floods several dozen zhang high tore through the hastily built dam like an ancient giant beast released, opening its cavernous mouth wide and rushing towards Zenkachuan. The sound was so loud that the viewers in the live stream instinctively covered their ears. In the screen, it was all flood. Murky rolling flood carrying silt and debris instantly engulfed the entire valley. Cao Cao's well-equipped showy 7 armies did not even create a ripple against the might of heaven and earth. People struggled in the water like ants. Warhorses neighed as they were swept away. Tents, supplies, and weapons all became wreckage in the flood. The bullet comments fell silent for 3 seconds. Then, holy shit, is it possible to fight like this in the cold weapon era? Calculating terrain, torrential rain, and water data to the extreme. This is a natural disaster level ultimate move. What does it mean to flood the 7 armies? This is like a magician. Second Master, you must be hacking. You must definitely be hacking. After the flood, a vast expanse of water remained. Guan Yu rowed a large boat, navigating the muddy waters against the waves breaking through the floating wood and corpses. With his Qinglong Yenyue blade pointing forward, he commanded capture. Eugene struggled in the water, being pulled up by several soldiers like fish bound like rice dumplings. Pangda clung to the coffin board, refusing to surrender. Chop! The flash of a blade. A head rolled to the ground. The coffin became his own. Ding! The entire server erupted with a blinding blood-red announcement that no one had ever seen before. God-level achievement announcement. The defending general of Jingzhou, Guan Yu, flooded the 7 armies, beheaded generals, and seized flags, achieving a god-level accomplishment. Awe-inspiring Huaxia. As the announcement came out, the entire server fell silent. Xuchong. Cao Cao was having a meal. Just as he picked up a piece of meat with his chopsticks, a war report arrived. Report. Guan Yu flooded the 7 armies, Eugene was captured, and Pangda was beheaded. The military might of Jingzhou is awe-inspiring Huaxia. Cao Cao's hand trembled. His chopsticks fell to the table with a clatter. His face turned pale in an instant. Then he suddenly covered his head. Headache. He grimaced in pain, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Guan Yu is unbeatable. Cao Cao pushed away the attendants who came to help, his voice trembling. Quickly prepare to relocate the capital. Avoid his sharpness. Hanzhong. Old Pai was lying on the Helmet Mountain snacking. When he saw the blood-red announcement across the server, he puffed and spat out all the food in his mouth. Ha ha ha. Old Pai laughed wildly, slapping his thigh. Brothers, did you see that? This is my second brother. Unrivaled in the world. The bullet comments rejoiced as well. Martial Saint. Truly a martial saint. Awe-inspiring Huaxia. That achievement name is too cool. Boss Chow is so scared he wants to relocate the capital. Second master is amazing. Old Pai laughed even harder. But as he laughed, his system interface suddenly flickered. An encrypted voice message came through. It was the voice of the strategist Zhuge Liang. The tone was urgent, unprecedentedly urgent. Ida, Zhuge Liang spoke rapidly. Immediately mobilize the troops. On the Eastern Wu side. Zhuge Liang paused, lowering his voice even further. Lu Meng's whereabouts have disappeared. Old Pi's smile instantly froze on his face. He sat up abruptly from the helmet mountain. What? As soon as he asked, the camera shifted. On the river surface, the heavy rain still fell, shrouded in mist. Several inconspicuous merchant ships quietly sailed towards the rear of Jingzhou, taking advantage of the rain and fog. On the ships, a group of white-clad assassins from Eastern Wu holding knives coldly stared at the beacon tower that could be vaguely seen in the rain and fog. On the river surface, the rain continued to fall and the fog thickened. Several merchant ships quietly approached the banks of Jingzhou. They removed their merchant cloaks, revealing the light armor of the Eastern Wu Navy underneath, with drawn short knives in hand. At that moment, only the sound of rain and the faint shoo of blade cutting through throats could be heard. 1, 2. The guards on the beacon tower along the river could barely see who was approaching through the rain and fog, thinking it was just a routine inspection by friendly forces. Until the icy blade pressed against their necks. They stared wide-eyed, wanting to shout, but could only emit a weak, ha-ha sound before collapsing softly. The icons representing the beacon tower on the system map dimmed one after another, turning gray. Hanzhong. Lao Pai was still sitting atop the helmet-shaped hill. The smile on his face had completely vanished. What did the strategist say? Lao Pai asked, his voice trembling slightly. Lu Meng is missing. What does that mean? Zhuge Liang's voice was urgent, a tone he had never heard before. Ida immediately mobilized the troops. Eastern Wu is up to something. Jingzhou may be in danger. Lao Pi's heart sank. He fumbled to open the system panel and clicked on the faction communication. In the list, the player avatars of the station forces in Jingzhou were all lit up in rows. Lao Pai tapped on one. No response. He tapped another. Still no response. Lao Pai panicked and started tapping frantically. 1, 2, 3. Those avatars that were originally lit up before his eyes like extinguished lights, one by one transformed into gray. The unit is missing. Killed. Gray letters popped up. Lao Pi's mind went blank. He switched to the holographic map. On the map, the green territory, representing Lu Bai's faction, the large area of Jingzhou, was being devoured by a glaring blue, as if ink was spilling in from the east. The blue represented Eastern Wu. The barrage of comments erupted. What happened? Is it a system bug? Damn it. Eastern Wu. They are allies. Sun Shangxiang is still with us. Taking advantage of Second Master fighting Cao Cao at the front, they are raiding our home. Is this something carbon-based life forms can do? Lao Pi's hands trembled. The system prompted. The target area is currently in intense battle. Communication cannot be established temporarily. The scene shifted to Jingzhou Jiangling City. Beneath the city, throngs of Eastern Wu soldiers stood dark and imposing. Their banner bore the character Lu. Lu Meng rode on horseback, watching the city wall. On top of the city wall, the defending General Mi Fang was also watching below. He was the national uncle Lu Bai's brother-in-law, and one of Guan Yi's most trusted men stationed in the crucial stronghold of Jiangling. The two locked eyes for a few seconds. Mi Fang swallowed hard. He looked back at the city and then down at the Eastern Wu army. Then he waved his hand, opened the city gate. His voice was not loud, but Lu Meng below heard it. The city gate creaked open. Not a single arrow was shot, nor a stone thrown. Jiangling surrendered without resistance. Almost simultaneously in Gong'an City, the defending General Fu Shiren did the same thing, opened the city and surrendered. The barrage exploded. Damn it. Refund. What a disgusting plot. The front is tight, the back is being eaten, and they just surrender directly. Second Master turns his back to them, and they stab him in the back. Mi Fang. Fu Shiren. I curse your ancestors. At the front lines, Guan Yu was still standing on the ship. He held Eugene in one hand with the coffin of Pangda under his feet. He was just about to pursue his victory and charge straight for Fancheng. A scout came rolling and covered in mud with a face that was indistinguishable from rainwater or tears. Lord, it's bad. Eastern Wu. Lu Meng crossed the river in white. General Mi Fang, General Fu Shiren. They opened the city and surrendered. Jingzhou has been lost. Guan Yu froze for a moment as if he hadn't heard clearly. What did you say? The scout lay on the ground crying. Jingzhou has been lost. Jiangling and Gong'an have all surrendered. Guan Yi's usually slightly narrowed phoenix eyes widened in shock. The blood vessels in his eyes suddenly turned red. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Pooh! A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed onto the Qinglong Yanyue blade in his hand. The blood groove on the blade was instantly stained red. Mi Fang. Fu Shiren. Guan Yu gritted his teeth, each word squeezing out through his clenched teeth. You little vermin dare to do this. He threw Eugene aside like a piece of trash. Return the army. Back to Jingzhou. In the real world, it exploded. Tens of millions of viewers watching the live broadcast watched as Guan Yu had just shocked Huaxia, only to turn around and find his home stolen and his most trusted people directly surrendering. This plot is so damn frustrating. Clang. An expensive VR helmet was smashed to the ground, the screen cracking into a spider web. Damn Eastern Wu. Backstabbing dogs. Mi Fong and Fu Shiren die for me. Su Chun. Come out. Are you sick? Designing such a plot. The social media platforms of major financial groups were instantly flooded with trending topics. Eastern Wu vermin kill Mi Fong and Fu Shiren. Guan Yu spits blood, unresolved grievances, let them open the door. All of this. On the street. Those who had just begun to learn to worship Guan Gong and speak of loyalty and righteousness among gangs and security companies went completely mad. A bald man tattooed with a qinglong kicked over a trash can by the roadside. Eastern Wu doesn't follow martial ethics. Sneak attacking comrades over 60. Is this good? This is not good. Second master let Cao Cao go for the sake of righteousness, and they stab him in the back. What the hell is this world? Loyalty and righteousness are worth less than a pile of dung. Their newly established values of Jianghu ethics were shattered by this wave of betrayal. Guan Yu rushed back with his army, but it was too late. Lu Ming had captured Jiangling and Gong'an and had no intention of confronting Guan Yu Heiden. He played an even more ruthless game. He found all the families of the Jingzhou soldiers, treated them with kindness, and then had the families write letters home. Father, I'm doing well here in Eastern Wu. They haven't made things difficult for us. Son, don't fight anymore, come back. Letters were sent one after another to Guan Yu's military camp. They even sent clothes and food. In the heavy rain, Guan Yu's soldiers listened to the familiar Jingzhou accent coming from the opposite camp, looking at the words on the letters in their hands. They could no longer hold on to their weapons. The first soldier dropped his weapon and, taking advantage of the night, ran away. Then came the second, the third. Like an avalanche, Guan Yu sat on his steed, red hair, watching as his soldiers left one by one. He did not stop them. He simply closed his eyes. The rain flowed down his graying temples, washing away the blood and fatigue on his face. He had aged, truly aged. The tens of thousands of troops that once shocked Huaxia dwindled to less than 300 when they reached Maiqing. 300 remnants followed him into this lonely city. The barrage had turned into a sea of tears. This is killing the heart. Lu Ming's move is too ruthless. They even took away the reason to fight. Second Master. Stop fighting, just surrender. Surrender, my ass. How could Second Master possibly surrender? It breaks my heart. In Hanshong, Lao Pai had completely gone mad. He stormed into Zhuge Liang's large camp and thudded to his knees on the ground. Master, send troops. Quickly send troops to save second brother. Zhuge Liang sat there, his face pale. The feather fan in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. It's too late. Zhuge Liang's voice was weak, as if all his strength had been drained away. Hanzhong is 1,000 miles away from Jingzhou. Distant water cannot save a nearby fire. Lao Pi's eyes turned red as he shouted. Then what should we do? Just watch second brother die. Zhuge Liang said nothing. He simply stared at the small dot on the map labeled Maiqing. His gaze was filled with despair. Maiqing. It began to snow. Guan Yu mounted the red hare. The red tassel on the Qinglong Yinyu blade had already solidified into a dark red color from blood. He looked at the only few dozen people left beside him. His son Guanping, General Zhao Lei, and dozens of veterans who had fought alongside him. Each one was injured, but none of their gazes faltered. Guan Yu took a deep breath. The cold air pierced his lungs. He spoke, his voice hoarse, but each word fell like a hammer onto the snow. In my life, Guan has always been proud and unyielding. Today I shall. He suddenly pulled on the reins, and red hair reared up, letting out a cry. Charge to death. The city gate roared open. A single rider wrapped in the biting wind and snow charged fearlessly toward the hundreds of thousands of Eastern Wu troops outside the city. Behind him, dozens of riders closely followed, like moths rushing into the flames. Guan Yu charged at the forefront, his steed red hair, leaving deep hoofprints in the snow, followed closely by dozens of riders behind him. Guanping on the left, Zhao Lei on the right. Opposite them, the dark mass of the Eastern Wu army stood like a wall. Charge through. Guan Yu shouted, pointing his Qinglong Yinyu blade forward. Dozens of men rushed toward the 100,000. No one from Eastern Wu dared to engage in a duel. They only dared to encircle, surrounding him in layers, filling the space with lives. Guan Yu swept through with his blade, toppling one after another. Red hair neighed as it charged forward, its hooves splattered with blood and mud. But there were simply too many people. There was no end to the killing. Guan Yu gasped heavily, his phoenix eyes filled with bloodshot veins. He glanced back. Half of the dozens were already down. An arrow struck Guanping's shoulder, yet he gritted his teeth and kept hacking away. Zhao Lei's face was covered in blood, unable to tell whose it was. Father! To the west! Guanping shouted. Guan Yu pulled on the reins, directing red hair to charge toward the west where there were fewer people. The snow was falling heavier. His vision blurred. Suddenly, red hair's front hooves faltered, and the entire horse stumbled forward violently. Nay! Guan Yu felt his body lighten, and he was thrown off the horse, crashing heavily into the snow and mud. The snow and mud were cold and biting. Before he could get up, a dozen men pounced on him, pinning him down. His hands and feet were bound. The ropes dug into his flesh. Guan Yu raised his head and saw a red hare collapsed nearby, its front hooves caught by a thick hemp rope buried in the snow. A young general from Eastern Wu rode over, leisurely holding the other end of the rope. Guan Yunchang, the young general laughed. Do you recognize me? My name is Ma Zhong. Guan Yu said nothing. He merely stared at Ma Zhong, the light in his phoenix eyes as cold as ice. In the Eastern Wu camp, Sun Quan sat in the main seat watching Guan Yu being brought and tightly bound. Guan Yu stood straight. The ropes were tight, but his spine did not bend. Yunchang, Sun Quan began, his tone quite polite. Why must it be this way? What Lu Xuanda can offer you, Eastern Wu can provide as well. Surrender, and I will ensure your wealth and nobility. Guan Yu slowly raised his eyes. He looked at Sun Quan for several seconds. Then he smiled. The laughter was light, but everyone in the camp heard it. You purple-bearded rodent. Guan Yu pronounced each word slowly, as if striking them onto an iron plate. I am a general of the Han dynasty. How could I possibly surrender to a thief? Sun Quan's smile froze on his face. He waved his hand. The executioners stepped forward. Guan Yu closed his eyes. In the live broadcast room, millions of viewers stared at the screen. There was no barrage of comments. An eerie silence. Then the flash of a blade. The screen instantly turned gray and white. Blood-red snowflakes rained down from the top of the screen, covering the entire image. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. 10 seconds. The first comment popped up, farewell Marshal Saint. Then the second, then the third. The screen was filled, dense and numerous. All 4 words, farewell Marshal Saint. Sun Quan was quite pleased. He glanced at Ma Zhong, who was kneeling below. Ma Zhong capturing Guan Yu is a great feat, Sun Quan said. His steed Red Hare is yours as a reward. Ma Zhong's eyes lit up and he hurriedly bowed. Thank you, Lord. He scampered off to the stable. Red Hare was tied in the innermost stall. The trough was filled with the finest feed, and beside it was a bucket of spring water. Ma Zhong rubbed his hands and approached, wanting to touch Red Hare's mane. But before he could, Red Hare suddenly tossed its head back and let out a piercing neigh. The sound was jarring. Ma Zhong took 2 steps back in fright. He was a bit annoyed but dared not act forcefully. Not eating, huh? Ma Zhong snorted. Let's see how long you can last without food. On the first day, Red Hare did not eat. On the second day, it still did not eat. It merely turned its head, staring intensely toward the west, the direction of Shuhan. It neighed one after another, the sound growing hoarser and more mournful. On the third day, Ma Zhong began to panic. He rushed to report to Sun Quan. Sun Quan waved his hand. It's just a horse. If it starves to death, then it starves to death. On the fourth day, when Ma Zhong came to check again, Red Hare could no longer stand. Its once fiery red coat had turned dull and withered. It still stared intently toward the west. Its throat emitted a hoarse sound, unable to neigh anymore. Ma Zhong squatted in front of it. Your master is dead. Oh, what are you waiting for? Red Hare ignored him. It simply closed its eyes slowly. Then, boom, a muffled sound. It collapsed to the ground, unmoving. In the live broadcast room, the comments exploded. I am crying. Even beasts know loyalty. Mi Fong and Fu Shiren were less than beasts. It's not starving itself. It's waiting for its Guangong. Second master. Red Hare has come to find you. Sun Quan looked at the wooden box on the table. The wooden box was exquisite, containing Guan Yu's head. He stroked his chin. Bring someone here, Sun Quan said. Send this wooden box to Luoyang overnight to Prime Minister Chao. In Luoyang, Cao Cao was having a meal. Zhang Liao rushed in holding a wooden box. Prime Minister, this is sent from Eastern Wu. Cao Cao set down his chopsticks. Open it. Zhang Liao opened the wooden box. Inside was Guan Yu's head. The entire court gasped in shock. Cao Cao abruptly stood up, walked to the wooden box, and looked down at it. He stared for a long time. His eyes reddened. Yin Chang, Cao Cao said softly, as if greeting an old friend. Are you well? He reached out, wanting to touch Guan Yu's face. His hand stopped in midair. Then he withdrew it. Send word. Cao Cao turned around, his voice heavy. Use the most precious sandalwood to carve a body for Yun Chang. Give him a grand burial fitting for a king. Zhang Liao was stunned. Prime Minister, this. Cao Cao waved his hand. Go on. Zhang Liao did not dare to ask further and retreated with the wooden box. Cao Cao sat back down in his chair. Just as he settled in suddenly, he clutched his head and slid off the chair. Headache. He rolled on the ground in pain, his face pale, cold sweat pouring down like water. The attendants were frightened, rushing to help him up. Cao Cao leaned against the couch, gasping for breath. His vision darkened. In a daze, he seemed to see Guan Yu in the wooden box, opening his eyes, looking coldly at him. Cao Cao shivered all over. Yin Chang. Don't look at me. Don't look at me. He muttered, his consciousness growing more and more hazy. A few days later, Cao Cao lay in bed, his breath faint. Cao Pai knelt by the bed, crying, asking, Father, is there anything else you need to say? Cao Cao said nothing. He turned his head, looking at the wind and snow outside the window. He stared for a long time. Then he smiled. A light smile. Back then, drinking wine with the green plums. His voice grew softer. In the world, there are only you and Chao among the heroes. And then he finished. He closed his eyes. Ding! The server announcement exploded. King Wei Cao Cao has passed away. Lao Pai stood outside the main camp, still contemplating how to persuade Zhuge Liang to send troops to support Qingzhou. Suddenly, 2 blood-red announcements, one after another, struck him in the face. Marshal Saint Guan Yu has fallen. King Wei Chao Chao has passed away. Lao Pi's expression froze on his face. He blinked then blinked again. Then his hands began to tremble, first his fingers, then his entire hand. Finally his whole body began to shake, trembling like a sieve. Lao Pi stood in place drenched in cold sweat, his clothes instantly soaked. He knew what this meant, but what he feared even more was how to tell his elder brother. Lao Pi turned around, dashed out of the main camp, seized a horse, and galloped frantically toward Chengdu. The snow was heavy and the road was slippery. He fell several times, but got back up to continue his rush. Lao Pi rolled and crawled to the palace gate. He heard laughter coming from inside. It was Liu Bai's voice, along with Zhuge Liang and other generals' voices. They were chatting about something, and they sounded very happy. Lao Pi stood outside the door, hand raised, wanting to push it open. But his hand stopped in midair. He couldn't push it open. He had no strength left. Inside, Liu Bei laughed, saying, "Military advisor, when Yun Chang returns, the three of us brothers along with you will." Lao Pi's hand trembled even more violently. He opened his mouth, but could not make a sound. Snow fell on his shoulders cold. His heart felt even colder. Strategist, once Yun Chang breaks through Xiangfan, the three of us, and you will go to Luoyang to admire the snow. I hear the scenery there is unparalleled. Zhuge Liang's voice carried a smile. My lord, we must first wait for General Guan's triumphant return. Soon. Liu Bei laughed more brightly. Second brother will flood 7 armies and shake all of Huaxia. That Chao scoundrel will be driven to relocate the capital. Taking Xiangfan is only a matter of days. Lao Pi's hand trembled harder as the laughter inside reached his ears. He looked down at the battle report in his hand, soaked with melting snow. The blood-red characters were harsh to the eye. The live chat had already erupted. Stop laughing, Boss Liu. Your second brother is gone. Jiangdong vermin. They are all treacherous cowards. If you have the courage, duel fairly. What kind of hero uses a caltrip? I cannot accept second master dying by such nameless curs. This is unbearable. I am furious. Slay them. Break through Jiangdong. Rip out Sun Quan's blue eyes. Lao Pi opened the door. What are you standing there for? I cannot bear to watch. Boss Liu will go mad. Lao Pi drew a deep breath. The cold air stabbed into his lungs like knives. He threw his shoulder against the door with all his might. Bang! The door burst open. He stumbled inside and fell, his knees striking the green bricks with a dull thud. The hall fell instantly silent. Liu Bei and Zhuge Liang turned to look at him. Liu Bei still held a teapot about to pour for Zhuge Liang. He saw Lao Pi covered in snow and mud, and paused, then smiled. Third brother, where did you roll through so much snow? Get up and warm yourself with some hot tea. Lao Pi opened his mouth. He wanted to speak, but his throat felt clogged with a stone, and no sound would come. All he could do was hold up the battle report, his arm shaking violently. Melted snow dripped from the paper, forming a small damp stain on the green bricks. Brother. Lao Pi finally forced out 2 words, his voice hoarse as a broken bellows. Liu Bei set down the teapot and smiled as he stepped forward. Good tidings. Did second brother win another battle? He took the report, patting Lao Pi's shoulder. See how anxious you are, drenched in sweat. Liu Bei unfurled the report and lowered his eyes. The smile still lingered on his face. Then, the smile froze, as though someone had pressed pause. Liu Bei blinked, thinking perhaps his eyes deceived him. He rubbed his eyes and read it again. He recognized every character on the report, but together they meant nothing he wanted to understand. Jingzhou has fallen. Jiangling and Gong'an surrendered to Wu. Maiqing is besieged. Yun Chang, ambushed and captured while breaking out, refused to surrender, beheaded. Liu Bei read slowly, each word leaping out. When he reached the words beheaded, the teacup in his hand slipped with a clatter and shattered on the floor. Tea splashed everywhere. Liu Bei gasped, gulping air, but the air would not enter. His chest heaved violently, and his face turned an alarming purple. He tried to reach for Lao Pi, took a step, and his legs gave way. He pitched forward. My lord. Zhuge Liang rushed to, but he could not hold him. With a terrible sound, Liu Bei spat a mouthful of black blood across the dragon table before them. Blood splattered everywhere. Then he fell backward like a rotten tree, striking the floor with a thud, utterly motionless. Physician. Zhuge Liang's face went ashen. He dropped his feather fan and pressed at Liu Bai's acupoint. The great hall descended into chaos. Half an hour later, Liu Bei regained consciousness. He lay on the couch staring at the ceiling. His eyes were empty, the warmth and benevolence he once radiated were gone. Only a silent, terrifying redness remained. He sat up slowly, tore the crown from his head, and hurled it to the floor. His hair fell loose. He drew the twin-bladed sword by the bedside, the tip resting on the ground, his voice as hoarse as sandpaper raised the banners. Attack Wu. Those 4 words slammed into the hall. Zhuge Liang fell to his knees with a thud. Then Zhao Yun Mi Zhu Sun Qian. The civil and military officials bowed down in a wave. My lord. You must not. Zhuge Liang pressed his forehead to the floor, his voice trembling. Chao Pai usurped the Han. The north is the true enemy. If we tear the alliance now to strike East Wu while Jingzhou is lost and Shu is depleted, Chao Wei will seize the opportunity and the last remnants of the Han will be utterly destroyed. Zhao Yun knelt and cried, my lord. Think carefully. At this moment the live chat divided. Some still raged, attack Wu. We must avenge second brother. Others calmed, Zhuge the Wulong is right. If we strike Wu now, what if Chao Pai raids the homeland? But second brother is dead like this. Is this what you call the greater good? Liu Bei looked at the officials kneeling before him, all entreating, all speaking of the larger plan and the realm. He smiled. A cruel smile. Domain. Liu Bei whispered. My second brother is gone. My lord. Zhuge Liang looked up, his eyes rimmed with red. General Guan's grievance will be avenged. But not now. We can ally with Wu against Chao, then once the north is pacified. Ally with Wu. Liu Bei cut him off, his gaze as cold as ice. Ally with the blue-eyed curs who killed my second brother. Zhuge Liang was dumbstruck. Lao Pai remained kneeling at the side. He watched the court council of greater good and the realm, with his string snapped inside his chest. Lao Pai sprang to his feet. With a ripping sound, he tore off his armor, and shards clattered to the floor. All eyes turned to him. Lao Pai fixed his stare on Liu Bei, tears threaded with red flowing down his face. He did not call him big brother as before. He stepped back half a pace, stood rigid, clasped his hands, and in a tone both unfamiliar and final, he bellowed at Liu Bei, Your Majesty. Those two words made Liu Bei shudder. Zhuge Liang's face went deathly pale. If your majesty will not send forth the troops. Lao Pei's shout shook the hall. I shall give my life and go to Wu to avenge my second brother. He paused, each syllable forced from between his teeth. If this vengeance is left unclaimed, I would rather die and never see your majesty again. Hearing, your majesty, and your servant, Zhuge Liang's arms fell weakly. He closed his eyes. It was over. He could not dissuade him. Liu Bei looked at Lao Pai, at this third brother who no longer called him big brother, but your majesty. He looked at the pool of black blood still wet on the table. He looked at the bloodstained report. Then he gave a bitter laugh and kicked the dragon table over with a single blow. The table toppled, ink and brushes scattered across the floor. Liu Bei stumbled down the steps and seized Lao Pai in a crushing embrace. He held him close. Tears streamed down his face. A roar burst through the hall and struck every Blue Star viewer like a hammer. Third brother. Liu Bei howled until his voice split. Brother and brother, we go together. The live chat fell into stunned silence. 3 seconds. 5 seconds. Then the barrage of comments erupted like a tidal wave. Holy! He has gone mad. For a fallen general, he abandons his realm. Abandons reason. What manner of insanity? Yet why am I crying? This is the true oath of Peach Garden. This is loyalty unto death. Forsaking empire for brothers. This is the most exquisite ultimate romance. Does our cyber world still have such things? Is the emperor not supposed to be the embodiment of supreme interests? What is he pursuing? What he seeks is the word brother. Second brother, can you see? Big brother and third brother have come to avenge. Su Chen sat in the studio watching the scrolling comments on the screen. He sipped his coffee and smiled. Who says a white moonlight can only be a woman? He murmured. This is the enduring spirit of 5,000 years of Huaxia. Such brotherly loyalty that makes a man willingly forsake a kingdom. Now that is the most beautiful white moonlight. The Longzhong military camp. Lao Pai sat inside the command tent, 3 empty wine jars before him. His eyes bloodshot, he stared fixedly at the wine cup in his hand. White helmets, white armor. He murmured to himself. The entire army shall wear mourning to avenge second brother. Suddenly he surged to his feet and kicked the table before him clean over. Fan Jiang, Zhang De, 2 deputy generals scrambled in on hands and knees. General, Lao Pai pointed straight at them. White helmets and white armor. Produce them for the whole army within 3 days. Every single soldier, no exceptions. Fail even one set, and I'll sever your heads. Fan Jiang paled. General, 3 days is impossibly tight. This. Crack. Lao Pai lashed out with his whip. A crimson gash instantly split Fan Jiang's cheek. Tight. Lao Pai roared. When second brother died, did anyone ask him if it was tight? Kneel. Zhang De dropped instantly. General, please calm yourself. We will do our utmost. Not utmost. Lao Pai hurled the whip onto the ground. It is absolute necessity. Get out. The 2 men fled tumbling headlong. At that moment, the livestream chat still urged restraint. Brother Pai, stay calm. Pushing NPCs like this invites disaster. Damn it, don't jinx it. Lao Pai ignored the chat. He seized another jar of wine and tilted it back, gulping fiercely. Wine streamed down his throat. Guan Yu's face filled his mind. Slashing Hua Xiong while the wine remained warm. Riding alone 1,000 li. Flooding the 7 armies. And finally, the figure collapsing in the snow, tripped by a hidden lasso. Second brother. Lao Pai wiped his face. Wine or tears he could no longer tell. Wait. Elder brother and I will avenge you. He had drunk too much. Darkness swam before his eyes. Staggering, he lurched toward the cot and collapsed face down. His snores thundered through the night. Deep into the night, only Lao Pai's thunderous snoring echoed in the tent. Outside, 2 black figures crept forward in silence. Fan Jiang and Zhang De. Each gripped a short dagger. Fresh whip marks still marred their faces. Fan Jiang whispered low, he's asleep. Zhang De clenched his teeth. To forge white armor for the entire army in 3 days. It's impossible, death either way. Their eyes met. Hate burned cold and absolute within them. Gently they lifted the tent flap and slipped inside. Lao Pai slept on. His snores shook the rafters. Fan Jiang raised his blade. Zhang De raised his. Simultaneously. Thud, thud. 2 muffled sounds, barely audible. On the live stream, every viewer's screen abruptly went black. Then blood-red characters exploded across the display. You have fallen in battle. Lao Pai lay slumped in his gaming chair, eyes wide open. He hadn't yet registered it. Dead. How? By whom? He hadn't even seen his killer's face. The chat erupted instantly. Just like that, he's gone. Zhang Fei just vanished. Slit open in his sleep. By his own. Damn. What an undignified end. A legendary warrior. Falling not on the battlefield, but by the blades of his own comrades. Is this how heroes perish? Lao Pai's hands trembled. He stared at the gray screen, his skull ringing with static. A system prompt appeared. Your character has perished. Exit the current campaign, or continue as a specter. Note the observer mode permits no intervention in narrative events. Eyes burning red, jaw clenched until tendons stood taut. Lao Pai hesitated. Exit. Elder brother had not yet avenged us. Second brother's vengeance remained unfulfilled. He slammed his finger onto observer mode. I'll watch. Even as a ghost, he bellowed. Watch elder brother level. The screen flared back to life, now rendered in translucent gray. Lao Pai's avatar shimmered into a spectral form, hovering weightlessly in midair. He beheld his own corpse, still lying upon the cot. A gaping wound gaped across his throat. Blood had soaked deep into the bedding, staining it crimson. Fan Jiang and Zhang had already fled. Footsteps clattered outside. His personal guards burst in, saw the body, and collapsed, paralyzed with terror. General has been assassinated. Chengdu. Liu Bei studied a military map, deploying troops. Send Wu Ban with the vanguard, Feng Shi with the central force. Liu Bei traced the parchment with a finger, bloodshot eyes scanning every contour. The Navy advances up the Yangtze, land forces march through Wuxia Gorge. He meticulously charted the campaign against Eastern Wu. Each step was precise. Then suddenly a messenger tumbled in, breathless and wildeed. Your Majesty, catastrophe. Liu Bei looked up. What causes such panic? The messenger collapsed to his knees, trembling violently. Urgent dispatch from Longzhong. General Zhang Fei, assassinated by his subordinates Fan Jiang and Zhang De. Both have fled eastward, bearing his head to Eastern Wu. Silence fell upon the hall, deep, absolute, and funereal. Liu Bei stood motionless. He neither moved nor coughed blood. He simply lifted his gaze, dull, unblinking, and stared upward, fixed upon the vaulted ceiling. For a long, long time. Then, he spoke softly. So softly it nearly dissolved into air. He paused. Fei is dead. 3 words. And he turned back to the map, resuming his study as though nothing had occurred. Yet Lao Pai, the specter drifting overhead, saw everything clearly. Liu Bei's hands trembled violently. His fingers blurred the ink on the map, smearing borders, blurring rivers. But he did not weep. His tears had long since run dry. The chat scrolled endlessly, heartbroken. Lord Liu. Nothing wounds deeper than a heart laid waste. Both younger brothers gone. What meaning remains in this throne? As a specter, Lao Pai followed Liu Bei's vast host into war. 70,000 soldiers, marching in relentless, thunderous waves. Liu Bei rode astride his horse, hollowly deaf to all counsel. To escape the scorching heat, he ordered camps erected deep within dense ancient forests. The encampments stretched 700 li length like beads on a string. Zhuge Liang, hearing the news from the rear, threw back his head and sighed, a sound like wind through broken reeds. Lao Pai hovered high above, screaming, Elder brother, do not chain the camps. It violates every principle of warfare. Eastern Wu will set fire to them. But he was a specter. Liu Bei heard nothing. The great host pressed onward, to Yiling. Across the border, a pale-faced scholar named Lu Sun had succeeded Lu Meng. Lu Sun refused all battle, retreating, stalling, waiting. Frustration gnawed at Liu Bei, sharpening with each passing day. The heat intensified, oppressive and suffocating. That night, Lao Pai drifted above Eastern Wu's main camp. He watched Lu Sun stand atop a high terrace, gazing westward where the endless lines of Shu camps snaked through the forest. Lu Sun smiled. He raised his hand. Ignite. 2 words. In the next breath. Boom. Fire erupted skyward. Not a spark, not a flame, but wildfire sweeping mountain and vale. The Shu camps nestled in ancient woods, dry timber, tindertree, caught like kindling. Wind fed the inferno. In moments the world became a roaring sea of flame. Lao Pai screamed from the heavens, Elder brother. Fire. Flee, run now. He flailed his arms wildly, yet it changed nothing. He could only watch, helpless, mute, eternal. He watched Liu Bei's 70,000 strong host burn, tent after tent, banner after banner consumed in roaring conflagration. Soldiers shrieked amid the blaze. Warhorses bolted, panic, trampling friend and foe alike. Grain stores, siege engines, weapons, all reduced to ash. This was the second battle of Chibi, yet the flames devoured Liu Bei. It incinerated the last remnant of the Peach Garden Brothers Fellowship, and with it, the final ember of Han restoration. The chat flooded with desperate pleas. Stop the fire. Please, don't burn it all. Lord Liu, flee. All is lost. He staked everything, his kingdom, his legacy, on vengeance. Under frantic guard, Liu Bei fled in disarray. He cast one backward glance at the inferno. No regret flickered in his eyes, only desolation, absolute and silent. He reached Baidi City, and collapsed stricken with illness. His sickness ran deep. Lao Pai's spirit drifted through the imperial residence, watching Liu Bei lie upon his sickbed. The once vibrant king of Hanzhong, now gaunt skeletal, a husk of bone and shadow. His eyes sunk in skin, sallow as old parchment, like a desiccated elder. Zhuge Liang arrived under starlight from Chengdu, burst into the chamber, and fell to his knees beside the bed. Your Majesty. Zhuge Liang's voice cracked with grief. Liu Bei slowly opened his eyes. He held Zhuge Liang's gaze, long unwavering, then extended his hand. Zhuge Liang seized it instantly. Liu Bei's palm was ice-cold. Kongming. His breath came thin as silk, yet each word rang with crystalline clarity. Your talent surpasses Cao Pai tenfold. You shall stabilize the realm, secure the state, and fulfill the great mandate. He paused. Should my heir prove capable, guide him. If he proves unworthy. Liu Bei locked eyes with Zhuge Liang. You may assume the throne yourself. 8 words, dropped like stones into still water. Zhuge Liang shuddered violently. He bowed his forehead to the flagstones, once, twice, each impact echoing like a drumbeat. Blood welled from his brow. I swear, I shall exhaust every sinew, uphold unwavering loyalty, and serve unto my final breath. Zhuge Liang cried aloud. Liu Bei smiled. A gentle fading smile. He turned his head, toward the void where Lao Pai's specter hovered. His gaze softened, warm, tender, profoundly knowing. As if gazing upon 2 lifelong friends. Second brother. Third brother. Liu Bei whispered. Elder brother, did all he could. Elder brother, comes now to join you. His hand sank slowly, lifelessly to the coverlet. His eyes closed. On the livestream, viewers across Blue Star sat stunned into silence. The emperor surrendered the realm to his minister. He set aside his own son, offering the throne to a subject. What kind of trust is this? In our cyber world, if a CEO dies, can the successor seize company shares outright? Impossible, utterly unthinkable. Yet in the 3 kingdoms, it happened. Lord Liu truly entrusted everything. His dynasty, his dream, his soul. Lao Pai hovered silent, spectral, watching. Watching Liu Bei still form. Watching Zhuge Liang kneel shattered, weeping upon the floor. Lao Pai opened his mouth, wanting to speak, to cry out, to mourn. Yet no sound emerged. A system chime sounded. Main storyline of campaign, 3 kingdoms, the Peach Garden Oath, has concluded. Exit now. Lao Pai did not press the button. He simply drifted, motionless, silent, watching. His finger rested on the mouse, frozen for several seconds. The live chat still scrolled. Pai good, just quit, we've seen it. It's unbearable. Boss Liu is gone too. The 3 Taiyuan brothers, the whole story is over. This game is cruel, I can't take it. Lao Pai watched those messages and said nothing. Then he moved the mouse and clicked continue observing. The image brightened again. It was still that translucent gray, ghostly viewpoint. Lao Pai hovered above the imperial lodge of Baidi City, looking down. Zhuge Liang knelt before Liu Bei's bed, his forehead pressed to the floor, blood staining the blue bricks red. He wept, shoulders heaving. Lao Pai drifted above and watched. He did not send a message, nor did he speak. The millions watching the ghostly viewpoint fell silent. The barrage of comments slowed. Everyone watched Zhuge Liang cry. The man who once sported a feather fan and silk scarf, who could topple ships with a laugh, now sobbing like a child. Then the in-game time began to accelerate, as if someone had pressed fast forward. The scenes before Lao Pai's eyes. Liu Chan ascended the throne. Zhuge Liang helped the plump little emperor into the dragon's seat. The scene shifted to Nanzhong, a jungle thick with pestilential mist. Zhuge Liang sat inside a war tent, studying a map. His feather fan still moved in his hand, but Lao Pai could clearly see the hair at his temples. White streaks had begun to appear. Not 1 or 2 strands, but a patch. The image sped forward. Meng Ho was brought in, defiant. Release him, capture him again, release him, repeat. On the 7th time, Meng Ho knelt, utterly convinced. Zhuge Liang sat in the main seat and nodded. Then he waved his hand, dismissing everyone. Only he remained in the tent. Suddenly Zhuge Liang bent over, covering his mouth with his hand, coughing violently. His whole body shook with the coughs. The coughing lasted a long while. When he let go, a smear of glaring red stained his palm. Lao Pai hovered above the tent, watching that red. He still said nothing. The live chat sat in stunned silence. The scene cut again, towering mountains. The Shudao as treacherous as climbing to the heavens. A group of Shu soldiers pushed strange oxen horse-like carts, the wooden oxen and flowing horses, along a cliff-hanging plank road, inching forward with great difficulty. Step by step, wheels creaked on the planks as if they might break at any moment. The camera pulled back. Endless ranges of mountains. A path as thin as a thread clung to the cliff. The little carts crawled along that line like ants. Zhuge Liang stood on a high slope watching. Wind lifted his hair. The white grew thicker at his temples. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes were deep enough to trap a fly. Lao Pai floated by his side. Someone in the chat finally posted, "Are they transporting grain? My God, is that all that for a northern campaign? This isn't fighting a war. This is gambling with lives." The scene fast-forwarded to the western city. Sima Yi with 1500 troops advanced like a dark tide. Inside the city, only the elderly, the weak, and the infirm stood beside Zhuge Liang. The chat erupted in panic. Holy run! How can they fight? The The force ratio is 0 to 150,000. Where's the system? Doesn't it warn them? On Lao Pai's HUD read warnings exploded warning. Enemy forces overwhelming. Calculating survival probability. Survival probability 0.0001. Recommendation, no viable suggestions. Zhuge Liang glanced at the scout's report and smiled faintly. He draped a crane cloak over his shoulders tied on his silk scarf and had a zither set upon the city tower. The gates were thrown open. He sat alone on the tower, burned incense and played. The zither's notes streamed through the holographic broadcast into every launching viewer's ears. His playing was steady, each note true. Sima Yi's army halted outside the walls, unwilling to advance. Lao Pai hovered beside Zhuge Liang and washed his hands on the strings. Veins stood out on the backs of his hands. Cold sweat soaked through his inner garments. Yet the music did not stop. Lao Pai knew this was not sorcery. It was a mortal clinging to life with sheer. He held on until Sima Yi felt a chill in his gut, until the 150 men began to inch backward. The scene shifted to Jieting. News arrived Ma Su had lost Jieting. Zhuge Liang sat in the main tent. Ma Su knelt bound and gagged. Prime Minister, Su deserves death. Please punish me according to military law. Zhuge Liang stared at him for a long time. Then Zhuge Liang wept a grief that tore him apart. You Chong, he cried as he motioned. The executioner stepped forward. Ma Su was led out and beheaded. Lao Pai stood beside Zhuge Liang silently. He understood. Zhuge Liang's tears were not for Ma Su alone. He wept because Shu Han had run out of men. The brothers sworn at Taoyuan were gone, and those old comrades had been fought into the dust, some aged, some dead. Now even scholars like Ma Su were gone. Shu Han was truly empty. The fast-forwarding images suddenly. Time froze on a late night in Chengdu at the Prime Minister's residence. Only one lamp remained lit. Its wick was short, the light was dim. Zhuge Liang sat at his desk. Lao Pai floated by his side. The Zhuge Liang at the desk had been utterly transformed. Once a man of lofty bearing, he was now little more than bone and skin. His hair was wholly white, a mess draped over his shoulders. Clad in an old thin robe, he gripped a writing brush. His hand trembled violently. He dipped the brush and wrote on bamboo slips. After a few characters, he paused to take a breath, then continued murmuring under his breath as he wrote. His voice was hoarse and faint, but through the holographic broadcast, every word was clear. The late emperor's enterprise is not half complete. Yet in the midst of it, he passed away. The brush halted for a moment. Zhuge Liang raised his head and watched the dancing lamp flame. A film of tears gathered in his clouded eyes. He seemed to see once more. He saw that snowy day outside the cottage. The long-armed, large-eared man standing at the door with solemn respect, waiting there for a long time. The realm is divided into three. Izhou is exhausted. Zhuge Liang lowered his head and continued to write. This is truly a time of peril for survival or extinction. He wrote slowly. Each character seemed to cost him all his strength. The launching audience held its breath. They watched the aged man burning like a candle. They watched the solitary lamp and the trembling brush. The chat was empty. Everyone listened to a voice that spanned 1800 years. Zhuge Liang paused his brush, dipped it again, and softly spoke the next line. His voice carried a distant tinge. I, a simple scholar, have tilled my fields in Nanyang, struggling to preserve life in a world of chaos. I never sought fame among the lords. The perspective of Lao Pai hovered above the elegant tent at Wuzheng, gazing down below. Outside, the autumn wind howled, resembling a low sob. Inside, it was dim with only an oil lamp flickering. He coughed violently. With each cough, his emaciated back arched, trembling for a long while. After the coughing fit, he took a breath and continued writing. Lao Pai controlled the perspective to drift closer, curious about what he was writing. The characters were small and densely packed, all concerning military affairs, food supplies, and troop deployments. At that moment, the tent flap was gently lifted, revealing a small soldier tiptoeing in with a tray. On the tray sat a small bowl of congee and 2 small dishes of pickles. The soldier approached the table, but suddenly halted. He saw the untouched meal from noon sitting at the corner, already coated with a layer of cold condensation. The soldier's lips moved as if to say something. He glanced at Zhuge Liang, who was engrossed in the bamboo slips. Brow furrowed, the brush moving swiftly without noticing the newcomer. Words caught in his throat, transformed into tears welling in his eyes. The soldier placed the freshly made congee down and took away the bowl of cold rice, readied, silently retreating. As soon as he exited the tent, the soldier crouched down, covering his mouth as he silently wept. Lao Pai watched the bowl of freshly delivered congee, its warmth gradually fading away. He wanted to reach for it, but his hand passed right through the bowl. He felt nothing. Lao Pai withdrew his hand. Just a few days later, Zhuge Liang summoned Jiang Wei into the tent. His complexion had worsened, pale as paper. Boy. Zhuge Liang's voice was hoarse. My time is drawing near. Boy. Jiang Wei suddenly knelt down. Chancellor, please do not say such things. Zhuge Liang waved his hand. The late emperor entrusted me with a mission yet to be fulfilled. I cannot die. He paused, looking at Jiang Wei. I need to set up the 7 stars lamp to borrow 12 more years of life from the heavens. Jiang Wei was stunned. The live stream chat instantly came alive. What the hell? Borrowing life? Is Liang Ge going to cheat death? A script to defy fate is coming. System, did you hear that? Renew Liang guest life for 12 more years. Zhuge Liang truly set up the 7 stars lamp in the tent. He let his hair down, donned a robe, held a treasured sword, and began the ritual. The main lamp was lit. Day 1 it remained lit. Day 2 it remained lit. On the 6th day it was still lit. All the cyber audience watching the live stream on Blue Star were glued to their screens. The chat exploded. Hang in there, Liang Go. System, please don't mess this up. It's already been 6 days. It's stable. I knew it. Zhuge Liang could definitely defy the heavens. Let's send a rocket to the heavens. Please. Everyone felt that this time it was secure. This divine strategist, known for his meticulous plans and clever strategies, would surely create another miracle. Lao Pai floated beside the altar, also gazing at the main lamp. The flame was steady. On the 7th night, sudden urgent footsteps echoed outside the tent. With shouts, Chancellor. Urgent military situation. It was the voice of Wei Yan. Lao Pai's heart jolted. He saw Wei Yan rush in, pulling aside the tent flap. Chancellor. There's unusual movement from Chao's army. Scouts have reported. Before he could finish, a gust of autumn wind rushed in through the open tent flap. Puff. A soft sound. The lamp that had burned for 7 days, symbolizing Zhuge Liang's life, extinguished. The flame flickered once, then disappeared. The tent instantly grew darker. Jiang Wei drew his sword with a swish, his eyes bloodshot, pointing at Wei Yan. Wei Yan. You have ruined the Chancellor's great plan. I will kill you. Wei Yan stood frozen, pale as a ghost. Boy. Zhuge Liang spoke up, his voice eerily, so calm it was frightening. Jiang Wei turned around. The treasured sword in Zhuge Liang's hand clattered to the ground. He didn't look at Jiang Wei or Wei Yan. He merely stared at the extinguished lamp for a long time. Then he slowly sat down on the ground, as if all strength had been drained from his body. The light in his eyes extinguished completely. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, letting out a laugh. The laughter was desolate, more sorrowful than crying. Life and death are fated. Zhuge Liang spoke softly, each word seemingly squeezed from his lungs. There is no way to change it. Wei Yan, can't you knock? What's wrong with your hands? Why did you lift the flaps? It's over. All is lost. The last hope of Shu Han is gone. The extinguishing of this lamp signifies not just Zhuge Liang's life, but the fate of the entire Shu Han. Heaven's way is unjust. Heaven's way is unjust. Lao Pai floated in the air, watching Zhuge Liang sitting on the ground. He saw Zhuge Liang slowly raise his head, staring at the top of the tent. His gaze was vacant. Several days passed. Zhuge Liang had someone bring a 4-wheeled cart. He sat down so thin he could hardly fill his clothes. Push me outside, he said. I want to see the military camp again. The cart was pushed out. The autumn wind was cold. A background music echoed around Lao Pai and the audience. The rain stagnates in the sky, like tears swirling in the eyes. Perhaps this is the last time to meet. The soldiers of Shu lining the road saw the old man with white hair disheveled by the autumn wind, gaunt as a stick. Thud, thud. Tens of thousands of troops kneeled on the cold yellow earth like wheat cut down. No one dared to cry out loud. All bit their lips tightly, tears dripping down, splattering into the ground, creating small pits. The sound of waves drowned out the dusk of farewell, leaving only the lingering warmth. Under the starry sky, embracing the quickly fading warmth, love can only remain complete in memories. Zhuge Liang sat in the wheelchair, and with each push forward a scene flashed before his murky eyes. He looked at the young soldiers by the roadside, and suddenly it transformed into the heavy snow of Longzhong. In the midst of the snowstorm, a tall man with long arms and ears stood outside the thatched gate, respectfully bowing. Lord, please come out of the mountain. He watched the Han battle flag fluttering in the wind, and then it transformed into the raging fires of Chibi. This was the most spirited time of his life, borrowing the east wind to burn the Chao army. Guan Yu Zhang Fei Zhao Yunma, Chao Huangzhong. Those lively faces were all laughing at him. He looked at the distant undulating Qishan, and then it transformed into the sickbed at Baidi City. Liu Bei clutched his hand tightly, his bony fingers digging into his flesh. You are 10 times more capable than Chao Pai. If there is a capable son, support him. If not, you may take your own life. You may take your own life. Continue with death. Zhuge Liang's tears silently slid down the knife-like wrinkles. I want to hold you within my body, not daring to let you see that unshed tear at the corner of my mouth. The wheelchair halted at a high slope. Zhuge Liang trembled, his hands gripping the armrests of the wheelchair tightly. He wanted to stand up. He wanted to see Chang'an once more. But he was old, he was sick, he had no strength to stand. He fell heavily back into the wheelchair. Looking north, it was Chang'an, which he could never conquer. Looking south, it was Chengdu, which he could never return to. If this is the last page before you leave, can I rewrite the story? His hands gripping the armrests of the wheelchair, broke a nail from the forced blood dripping down the armrest. With the last bit of strength, he raised his head and roared at the vast sky. Liang can no longer fight against this voice tore through the autumn wind, echoing across the entire Wuzhengyuan. Oh vast heavens! Why do you treat me so unfairly? The roar fell. Zhuge Liang's hand gripping the armrest suddenly lost all strength. Weakly it slipped away. I want to hold you within my body, not daring to let you see that unshed tear at the corner of my mouth. If this is the last page before you leave, can I rewrite the story? The great strategist fell at Wuzhengyuan. In the live stream, the entire holographic screen suddenly turned dark, as if in mourning. Then a dense and orderly 4 words surged up from the bottom of the screen like a tsunami, flooding the entire scene. Chancellor, take care, Chancellor, take care, Chancellor, take care, Chancellor, take care. Old Pi sat motionless in the virtual chamber for quite a while. Then his fingers trembled slightly as he clicked on the option to exit the game. The game interface closed, and he returned to the operating system desktop of Blue Star. The desktop was a riot of colors filled with various live streaming software and game icons. Old Pi took a deep breath and removed the heavy VR headset from his head. As soon as he took off the headset, sound and light flooded in. Outside the window, the night of Blue Star was illuminated by dazzling cyberpunk neon lights. Silent hovering vehicles glided past on the aerial road. Screech. The housekeeping robot slid over its mechanical arm, holding a transparent glass of cold nutrient liquid, which it presented to Old Pi. The electronic voice flatly stated, "Master, your evening nutrient supplement time has arrived. This product contains all the vitamins and minerals required by the human body daily, ensuring high absorption with zero burden." Old Pi glanced at the glass of cold, transparent chemical reagent. Suddenly a scene flashed through his mind. It was in the game in the peach orchard. That day after they had just sworn brotherhood, Brother Liu Bei poured wine for him and Brother Guan. The wine was murky and the bowl was coarse, but drinking it felt like warmth spreading from his throat to his stomach. Brother Guan smiled and said, "Third brother, drink slowly." Old Pi pushed away the cup handed over by the robot. With a loud crash, the cup fell into the nearby intelligent trash bin, spilling nutrient liquid everywhere. The indicator light on the robot's head blinked, emitting a puzzled beep-beep sound. Old Pi ignored it. He stood up and walked to the luxurious wine cabinet in the corner of the room. The wine cabinet was smart and responsive. As he approached, the glass door slid open automatically, revealing an array of bottles in various colors, each one more expensive than the last. Old Pi casually grabbed a bottle with the most extravagant label, said to be century-old synthetic liquor. He twisted off the cap and took a large swig directly from the bottle. The liquor slid down his throat, strong, yet smooth, a perfect taste crafted by high technology. But Old Pi felt nothing but emptiness. He stared blankly at the bottle in his hand, the label reading price 8 Blue Star coins. Huh. Old Pi chuckled softly and tossed the bottle into the trash bin. He walked back to the sofa and plopped down. The sofa was made of genuine leather, smartly adjusting its firmness, expensive enough to buy a hovering vehicle. Yet sitting on it, Old Pi only felt cold emptiness. He looked up at the ceiling. The ceiling featured an intelligent starry sky projection simulating the movement of the Milky Way, breathtakingly beautiful. Yet Old Pi saw nothing. He only saw the autumn winds of Wuzhong Plains, the bloodshot eyes of his brother when he fell the moment Brother Guan tumbled off his horse in the snow, and the frail hands of the Chancellor as he shouted to the sky, "Oh vast heavens, why do you treat me this way?" The live stream had long been shut down, yet Old Pi felt as if he could still see the bullet comments. In the comments, tens of millions of Blue Star netizens were crying, all sending "Take care, Chancellor." Old Pi raised his hand to cover his face. Warm liquid flowed out between his fingers. Initially just a few drops, then it couldn't be stopped and poured down like a waterfall. His shoulders began to shake and a suppressed sob escaped his throat. In the game, he had walked alongside Zhang Fei, Lu Guanzhong, and the Chancellor, completing such a long journey. Now the journey was over. The dream had ended. He opened his eyes, still in this cold, efficient, yet seemingly empty. He was still that game streamer known as Brother Pi with millions of followers. Apart from money and traffic, he had nothing. No brother, no second brother, and no Chancellor who would wave his fan and say, "I have a plan." Damn. Old Pi cursed, his voice thick with tears. He cried for a while before slowly calming down. Then he grabbed the personal terminal on the table, intending to post a dynamic update on Blue Star's largest social platform, Starnet, saying, "Brothers, I'm recovering." But the terminal screen lit up. Old Pi froze. On Starnet's hot search list, the top 50 were all lined up. He glanced at it. Hot search number 1, recitation of the memorial to the troops. Hot search number 2, "Oh vast heavens, why do you treat me this way?" Hot search number 3, "How strong is Guan Yu?" Hot search number 4, "Who is Liu Bai's White Moonlight?" Hot search number 5, "Is Zhuge Liang really dead?" Hot search number 6, "Chow Chow's poisonous milk." Hot search number 7, "Rat of Jiangdong." Hot search number 8, "Take care, Chancellor." Spam. Hot searches 9 to 50 were all about 3 kingdoms: Shuhan, Chao Wei, Eastern Wu, Lu Bu, Jiaochan. Out of the top 50 hot searches, 49 were related to 3 kingdoms. The remaining number 50 was suspected affair of a certain tycoon hanging alone at the bottom like a joke. Old Pi clicked on the first hot search. It exploded. A major influencer certified as chief AI algorithm engineer of the Blue Star Strategic Research Institute posted a long article. "We used the Deep Blue No. 7 supercomputer to simulate the battlefield models of the Empty City strategy and Battle of Red Cliffs, inputting all troop strengths, equipment, and terrain data of both sides. The simulation results according to pure military logic and optimal algorithms. The victory probabilities for the Shu army and the Sun Lu allied forces were 0, 0, 3, and 1, 7, respectively. However, when we added Sima Yi's suspicion, Cao Cao's connected warships, and Huangai's feigned surrender, these human feelings and psychological variables to the model, the victory rates changed to 99, 8, and 98, 9. This isn't just a fight, It's a dimensional reduction attack of psychology and humanity. Our blue stars war AI in front of the strategies of the three kingdoms is like a primary school student. The comments below went wild. AI, this question is beyond the curriculum. So the top military strategies are about human hearts. So Zhuge Liang was really dead. He activated the mind-reading cheat. Zhou Yu, I have to nearly kill myself before I can borrow the east wind to burn the ships. Old Pai clicked on another trending topic, the unfulfilled intentions of characters. Inside there were several factions arguing fiercely. Pro-Liu faction Liu Bei would sacrifice his kingdom for his brothers. That's a real man. What could Cao Cao and Sun Quan compare to? Pro-Cao faction Cao Cao is the true hero. He has a grand vision. He cherishes talent. Guan Yu killed so many of his men, yet he still recognized Guan Yu's loyalty. Liu Bei just knows how to cry. Jiangdong haters Eastern Wu is all about the old six. If they can't win Heiden, they steal homes. Sun Shiwang, green-eyed rat. Zhou Yu fans Gong Jin also has unfulfilled intentions. Why was there Zhuge Liang instead of him? He worked hard too. Chancellor fans, stop arguing, let's all bow to the Chancellor. Without him, you bunch of rookies would have been pushed down by Boss Chow long ago. And there was also the debate about combat power ranking. Someone posted the ranking of 1 Lu Tu Zhao 3 Dian Wei, and tens of thousands of replies analyzed Guan Yu's defeat of Yan Liang Zhao Yun at Chongbin Slope and Lu Bu at Hulao Pass frame by frame. Someone even posted a video imitating Guan Yu's drag knife strategy in the extreme fighting arena of Blue Star Reality, resulting in a back injury with the caption, "Second Master, how do you exert force with this move?" I'm online waiting urgently. Old Pai watched, nearly crying and laughing at the same time. Then he clicked on another suddenly popular section, Three Kingdoms Beauties Voting. Upon entering, he couldn't help but scoff. Jiao Chan de Qiao Xiao Qiao Sun Shang Xiang Zhen Mi Lady Gone. Even there were Zhou's family, and Zhang Xiu and Kai went away. Each character had stunning screenshots from within the game, as well as user-written character briefs. The comments section was a mess. Chow thief. I cannot coexist with you. In the depths of the Copper Sparrow Spring you lock up the two Chows. Boss Chow, you truly understand architecture. The wild spirit of Sun Shangxiang. I directly love my wife. The cold, shattered feeling of Zhenmi. Amazing. 1,000 times more advanced than those AI-generated internet celebrity faces. So ancient people had such intense romantic relationships. More interesting than our Blue Stars virtual love simulator. Please Su Chen release a Three Kingdoms romance expansion pack. I'll spend a fortune. Old Pai watched the wild celebrations of these silly netizens, feeling a bit of the pent-up discomfort dissipate. He set down the terminal and exhaled deeply. Su Chen's studio. Su Chen sat at the console without turning on the lights. In front of him, the enormous holographic data panel displayed numbers that were no longer jumping. They were soaring. Online users 180 million, 190 million, 200 million. Emotional fluctuation value average 9. 7 peak 10. Cultural resonance index 9. 9 peak 10. Average user stay duration 14 hours and 30. New paid users within 24 hours, 80 million. All data shattered every record in Blue Star's virtual entertainment history, and it was still climbing. He was about to close the data panel. Ding! A clear system notification sound rang out. An email popped up in the center of the screen. The email's border was gilded, emanating a soft yet unignorable glow. Sender Global Game Design Competition Headquarters. Subject Final Results Notification of the Semifinals and Invitation to the Finals. Su Chen raised his eyebrows and clicked to open it. The email content was very brief. Dear participant, Su Chen greetings. Congratulations. Based on indisputable player voting data and cultural influence assessment, your work Three Kingdoms has secured the top spot in this tournament's semifinals, automatically advancing to the global finals. The finals will be held in 30 days. Specific themes and rules will be announced 7 days before the competition. Please check the formal invitation and finals access key in the attachment. Looking forward to your performance on the finals stage. Competition Organizing Committee respectfully. 30 days later. On Blue Star, the virtual arena Stardome. This place is extraordinarily vast. Su Chen stood in the contestant passage looking up. The audience seats are suspended, stacked layer upon layer, resembling an inverted pyramid. They are filled with people, a dark sea of faces numbering at least 10,000. Countless holographic screens floated in the air, displaying the real-time online viewer count. 1.3 billion, with the number rapidly climbing. A massive holographic beam swept across the entire arena, illuminating the circular competition stage the size of a football field in the center. The mechanical AI host's voice echoed throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, players from across the universe, welcome to the 47th Global Game Design Competition, Finals. The voice exploded and the audience erupted in a tsunami of cheers. Su Chen rubbed his ears. First up is, the AI host elongated the tone, the ruler of the interstellar mecha faction, the runner-up for 3 consecutive competitions, Kyle. At the other end of the passage, a man in a silver-tight combat suit stepped forward. He was very tall, with an expressionless face, striding with confidence. The audience erupted in cheers, especially among the male spectators. Kyle. Kyle walked to one side of the competition stage, giving a slight nod to the audience. Behind him appeared a holographic projection, a massive interstellar warship, dazzling particle cannons firing and planets exploding into fragments. The visual effects were stunning. Second up, the AI host continued, the queen of the elf dreamland faction, the pinnacle of healing Liana. A woman in a light green gown with pointed ears walked out. She was indeed beautiful, her skin glowing white, and her eyes crescent-shaped when she smiled. The audience, especially the male spectators, went wild. Liana, my wife. Look at me. I want to see the elf. White stockings. White stockings. Heal me. Quickly use your cute pets to heal me. Liana smiled and waved to the audience as behind her projections of winged elves danced in a sea of flowers and fluffy cute pets rolled together. Third up, the AI host raised his voice, the god of the wasteland survival faction, the embodiment of violent aesthetics Titan. A muscular bald man wearing a tattered leather jacket stepped out. He grinned widely, revealing a mouth full of yellow. The audience erupted in cheers again. Behind Titan, a bloody battlefield projected with mutated monsters being torn apart and players scrambling for resources among the ruins. Lastly, the AI host paused, his voice becoming somewhat nuanced, the biggest dark horse of this competition, who ignited a global cultural frenzy with his work Three Kingdoms, Chen. Chen walked out. The atmosphere changed instantly. A portion of the audience, perhaps 30%, erupted in deafening screams. God, Minister fans are here. I want to have a baby with Guan Air. Liang Liang. My Liang Liang. The Han. But the other 70% of the audience booed loudly. Boo. Get off. Pseudo-historical freak. This is a game design competition, not a historical fabrication. Go back to your ancient times. Chen remained impassive as he walked to the other side of the competition stage. He glanced at the other three contestants. Kao was watching him, his eyes filled with scrutiny and a hint of undisguised. Liana was also looking at him, a polite smile on her lips, but her eyes seemed to regard him as something strange. Titan grinned widely, his smile seeming to say, kid with those skinny arms and legs, do you even belong here with? Chen smiled as well. He nodded slightly to the three of them. The AI host flew to the center of the competition stage. The four contestants are ready. Now I will announce the rules of the finals. The entire venue fell silent. This final will still adopt the extreme thematic creation mode. The four contestants will face the same randomly drawn theme. You will enter a closed high-dimensional construction chamber for synchronized live-streamed creation. Creation time 72 hours. The final works will be experienced and voted on by players worldwide in real time. Voting will close in 30 days. Now, the AI host waved his hand. Let's start drawing the theme. In the center of the arena, the ground cracked open. A gigantic holographic roller with a diameter of over 50 meters slowly rose. The roller was densely filled with entries. Chen took a glance. Deep sea mystery, interstellar colonization, apocalyptic zombies, ultimate first love, mecha, frenzy, magic, academy, horror castle. All familiar concepts to the people of Blue Star. Liana clasped her hands and whispered a prayer. Please let it be a love theme. Please let it be a love theme. Kyle crossed his arms, his gaze fixed on the entries, interstellar colonization and mecha frenzy. Titan licked his lips, evidently looking forward to apocalyptic zombies or horror castle. Chen stood still. Roller, start. The AI host shouted. The massive roller began to spin. At first slowly, then faster and faster. The entries turned into blurred streaks of light. The breaths of over 1 billion viewers synchronized with the rhythm of the roller. Stop. The AI host pressed a button. The roller began to slow down. Slowing down. The entries passed by one. Magic Academy passed. Mecha Frenzy passed. Horror Castle passed. The roller was about to stop. The pointer pointed to Ultimate First Love. Liana's eyes lit, but the roller moved forward just a little bit more. Click. A light sound. The pointer came to a stop on an entry. That entry emitted a faint golden glow. On the holographic screen, 5 large characters slowly appeared. The most lovable person. The entire venue was stunned for a second, then erupted into thunderous cheers. Wow. This theme is incredible. Liana, my wife, is secured. Secured. Cute pets. Elves. Made in white stockings. Let's do it. This is simply a gift question. Liana was so excited she covered her mouth, her eyes crinkling into crescents. She waved enthusiastically to the audience, as if the championship was already in her hands. Kyle frowned but quickly relaxed. He whispered to Titan beside him, simple. Create a few clingy AI maids or tactical mecha pilots with cat ears, add some particle effects, and it's done. Titan grinned. I'll create a mutated, lowly, cute in appearance but ruthless when it comes to actions with a stark contrast. Definitely a hit. The three quickly adjusted their thoughts. The barrage was going wild. Chen is doomed. Three Kingdoms is all about rough men and old geezers. How will he handle this theme? Will he have Zhang Fei dress as a woman and act cute? I can't bear to look at that visual. Guan Yu blushing, saying I see you as a target to sell your head. I'm cracking up. Help. Zhuge Liang shaking a feather fan, saying I have a plan that can cut down Chow Chow with cuteness. I'm dying. God is really going to crash this time. The AI host flew in front of Chen, the massive camera aimed at him. Chen, what are your thoughts facing this theme? The other three contestants also looked over. Liana's eyes held sympathy mixed with a touch of superiority. Kyle and Titan were waiting to see the joke. The entire venue fell silent. Billions of eyes were glued to Su-chan. Everyone wanted to see how this genius who created Martial Saint and Sleeping Dragon would react to such a soft theme. Dumbfounded, despair, or a forced smile. On the big screen, Su-chan stood quietly in place. He slightly raised his head. In his pitch-black eyes, the 5 golden words shimmered. The most lovable person. The noise of the venue. The opponent's smugness. The barge's ridicule. It felt as if everything was isolated from him. Under the gaze of over 1 billion people, Su-chan's lips slowly curled upward. A meaningful arc emerged. Contestants, please enter the high-dimensional construction pods. Creative challenge. 72 hours, commencing now. At each corner of the arena, 4 transparent cylindrical pods rose silently from the floor. The pod hatches slid open. Kale stepped in first, without glancing back. Liana lifted her skirt, slightly waved once more to the audience with practiced grace, and then entered elegantly. Titan flashed a middle finger at the camera before stepping inside. Su-chan was the last to enter. His pod door sealed behind him without a sound. The deafening roar of cheers and boos from outside vanished instantly, swallowed by silence. Inside the pod, stillness reigned. Before him stretched a sweeping curved holographic interface, dense with parameter panels and modeling tools. A massive overhead camera stared down at him. Live stream chat flooded the screen. It's beginning. Go Liana, I want to see the elven girl in white stockings. Kale's pink mecha. Just imagining it gives me chills. Titan's post-apocalyptic little girl. Such a perfect contrast. What about Su-chan? What's he doing? Just standing there. He wasn't standing idle. He sat down and tapped several commands onto the interface. Outside the pod, the 100 turtle central holoscreen flickered and split cleanly into 4 vast quadrants. The left 2 displayed Liana's and Titan's construction interfaces. The right 2 showed Su-chan's and Kale's. The director knew his audience well. He cut first to Liana. Her soft pastel light bathed the screen, pink and pale yellow, gentle and warm. She was sculpting a face, not casually, but with meticulous, almost devotional precision. A young woman with fluffy fox ears clad in a black and white, made uniform, her eyes large and luminous pupils gleaming amber. Behind her unfolded a sun-dappled forest blooming with flowers and fluttering butterflies. Liana's fingers glided across the virtual modeling tools, adjusting the curl and texture of every single strand of fur on those delicate ears. Chat exploded. Ah, my heart. Those ears. I need to pet them. Maid outfit. White stockings. I'm already weak. She is pure unadulterated charm. The pinnacle of healing aesthetics. Liana knows exactly what we crave. How can anyone resist? The director cut to Kale. His interface radiated cold tones, but its content was delightfully provocative. He was constructing a colossal mecha, originally sleek and silver gray, its lines sharp and austere. Yet Kale was painting it, not with steel or chrome, but with sakura pink. Once painted, he began crafting the AI navigator inside its cockpit, a virtual girl with twin braids, arms akimbo, on-screen expression haughty and defiant. Kale fine-tuned her voice parameters, preparing lines like, humph, idiot, and it's not like I care about you. Chat erupted again, hardcore cuteness. Pink mecha paired with its Sundara AI. Kale actually went for this. The contrast is flawless. If that AI calls me idiot just once, I'll laugh for 3 days straight. So adorable. I'd let the mecha step on me. The director cut to Titan. Titan's aesthetic was raw, wilder. Amidst crumbling ruins of a wasteland, he sculpted a little girl. Her hair spiked high, her face, smudged with grime, clutching a tattered teddy bear, leaking cotton stuffing. Behind her loomed collapsed skyscrapers and rust-eaten cars. Yet her eyes were enormous, bright, and when she gazed directly into the lens, they held a fragile, unyielding resolve. Chat surged once more. Wasteland contrast. Absolutely brilliant. That gaze alone triggers my protective instincts. Holding that broken bear, it pierces straight through me. Titan is a genius. This is sophisticated, layered cuteness. 3 screens, 3 distinct styles. Yet all shared the same core essence, evoking tenderness, softness, vulnerability. No aggression, only visual serenity. The global audience was thoroughly delighted. Now that's how it should be. The theme is the most beloved person. This is the textbook definition. Where's Su-chan? Cut to him fast. I need to see how he sculpts his Mo girl. Will Zhang Fei wear a dress? Or will Guan Yu blush and murmur, I see you as nothing more than a man with a price on his head? Huh, help. That image is too vivid. I dare not imagine it. The director shifted the primary feed, the largest, most prominent shot, to Su-chan. All eyes waited, eager to witness how this eccentric prodigy would render his kawaii heroine. The screen flared to life. Chat froze mid-scroll. No soft glow bathed Su-chan's interface. He wasn't sculpting a face at all. Instead, he pulled up the environmental construction panel and scrolled rapidly through parameter fields, terrain complexity maximized. Vegetation coverage 0. Sky luminance 30, leaden gray. Wind speed category 12. Precipitation type blizzard. He confirmed the settings. A thunderous boom echoed through the feed as endless desolate mountain ranges erupted from the barren ground. Bare rock and snow, nothing else. The sky hung low and heavy, an oppressive, suffocating slate gray. Then Chen layered in particle effects a full-blown blizzard. A guttural whoosh. The howl of gale force wind blasted through the livestream, reverberating beyond the arena walls. Several front-row spectators, lightly dressed, instinctively shivered. Chat remained frozen for 3 full seconds. Then came a tidal wave of question marks. What is he even doing? Did he mishear the theme as the most terrifying hell? This barren, lifeless snow mountain. What does it have to do with cuteness? Is he planning to carve a snow princess atop the peak? At the judges' panel, veteran experts who had championed Chen earlier now stared stunned. They watched his screen, not merely summoning blizzards, but feverishly recalibrating physics engine parameters, surface frostbite rate adjusted, wind chill index adjusted, starvation and hypothermic degradation curve adjusted. These were the exact metrics of a hardcore survival horror simulation. One elder expert wiped sweat from his brow. What on earth is he trying to create? I can't fathom it. Not at all. Inside his pod, Chen paid no heed to the world outside. He was utterly immersed, lost in his own creation. He ignored the flawless golden ratio faces others were sculpting. Instead, he began assembling objects, rough, archaic, devoid of any futuristic polish. He opened the base model library, navigated to the food category, and modeled several potatoes. Not plump, smooth, idealized tubers. These were blackened by frost, hard as stone. Then he modeled a rifle, a relic from old Earth, centuries obsolete, wooden stock, iron barrel, clumsy and heavy. Chat had shifted from confusion to mockery, frost-blackened potatoes. A vintage rifle. What is this? Is he excavating archaeology? How is any of this remotely connected to cuteness? It's over. Chen has truly crashed this time. I was so excited, and this is what we get. Just as impatience began to mount among viewers, Chen finally deployed character models into the scene. Audiences held their breath, anticipating a snow princess, a mountain spirit, something ethereal and tender. Instead, the models appeared. Figures emerging from the blizzard, a group of people clad in thin, yellowed, green-stained, threadbare padded jackets. The jackets were thick, yet offered no visible warmth. Sleeves and hems frayed, exposing matted, soot-darkened cotton. The blizzard raged so fiercely that their faces remained indistinct. All that could be seen was their bodies bent low, buried waist-deep in snow, motionless like statues carved from ice and exhaustion. Chat detonated. What is this? Are they beggars? Lying half-buried in snow in those rags. They're frozen solid before the challenge even begins. The most beloved person? This is just a squad of abused NPCs. Has Chen lost his mind? Chen hadn't lost his mind. His fingers flew across the interface, swift, deliberate, unwavering. He pulled up global environmental settings, and in the temperature field input a precise value. Then pressed lock. On the main holoscreen, a searing red system alert flashed. Current environmental temperature locked 40 C. The entire arena drew a collective, sharp breath. Minus 40 degrees Celsius. In those ragged coats, prostrate in the snow. Chat spiraled into ridicule. Minus 40. In that, there'll be icicles in 10 minutes. This isn't off topic. It's deliberate sabotage. Refund. No. Cancel my ticket. I can't watch anymore. I'm switching to Liana. The director zoomed in tightly on Chen. A close-up inside the transparent pod. Chen gazed at his own screen. The silent, frozen mountainscape, the motionless soldiers buried in snow. The playful, sardonic expression that had lingered on his face moments before had vanished entirely. His eyes grew deep, so deep that even the people of Blue Planet couldn't read them. It was reverence, and perhaps sorrow. He removed his hands from the console and leaned back slightly. His lips moved, silent behind the pod's glass. Yet the camera captured every nuance of his mouth's shape. Softly he whispered, "Let them sleep a little longer before the battle begins." Beep. The piercing sound of the countdown reaching 0 exploded in the starry dome. The transparent construction cabins floating at the 4 corners of the arena simultaneously slid open. Ka was the first to step out. He shook his wrist, his face devoid of expression, but the undeniable gleam in his eyes betrayed an air of, "My creation is absolutely amazing." On the big screen behind him, a promotional video was looping featuring his cherry blossom pink mech and its Sundara twin-tailed AI navigator with dazzling particle effects that made one's eyes spin. The audience erupted in cheers. "Ka, you rock. Pink mech forever. If this AI calls me little fool, I could laugh for a year." Liana gracefully stepped out in her pale green long dress. She waved at the audience, her smile sweet enough to... Behind her on the screen was an elven girl with fox ears, dressed in a maid outfit, twirling in a sea of flowers, her fluffy tail swaying. "Liana, my wife. Look at me. Heal me. Quickly use your cute pets to heal me. This is the cutest person ever. I'm gonna explode." Titan walked out with a grin, swaying his shoulders. His image on the screen showed a wasteland little girl with a sky-high ponytail, staring at the camera with big eyes against a backdrop of collapsing buildings. Contrast cuteness. Amazing. Titan, you're incredible. That gaze. My protective instincts are off the charts. Finally, it was Chen. He stepped out expressionless, just standing there. Behind him, the big screen displayed a desolate snowy mountain with a howling blizzard and a glaring red number flashing at minus 40 degrees. The audience fell silent for a second. Then there was a surge of boos and scattered cheers. Boo! What is a snowy mountain? A shabby cotton jacket. -40 degrees. What does this have to do with cuteness? Su God. The Chancellor's fans are here. Charge. May Lord Guan bless us. I believe in Su God. The host walked to the center of the arena. The creations of the 4 contestants are complete. Now 3 billion players worldwide can freely choose to enter any creation for an immersive holographic experience. No time limit for the experience. The voting channel has been synchronized and opened. In 30 days, the global votes will decide the champion. As soon as the words left his mouth, swish. 4 massive holographic entrances suddenly appeared above the arena. The 2 on the left had covers featuring the pink elf and the contrasting little girl. The 2 on the right had covers showcasing a cool mech and a vast white snowy mountain with several figures in tattered cotton jackets lying motionless in the snow. In the real world, Lao Pai had just finished his shower and was slumped in his gaming chair. On the screen in front of him was the live broadcast of the finals. He glanced at the 3 pink cool contrasting entrance covers and curled his lips. TCH. He turned his gaze to Su Chen's snowy mountain cover. After staring for a while, he scratched his head. What? What is cute about this? He completely did not understand. -40 degrees, a shabby cotton jacket lying in the snow. This had nothing to do with the word cute. But Lao Pai gritted his teeth. He grabbed the microphone and shouted into the live stream, "Brothers, I've endured Su God's blades. From the Peach Garden Oath to Wuzhong Plains, I've cried all my tears. And now just this shabby snowy mountain. I want to see what kind of divine being is hidden in this snowy mountain. Let's go. Charge with me." He clicked on Su Chen's snowy entrance directly. The live stream's bullet comments instantly flooded the screen. "Pai Gu, you're amazing. Blind charge. Even though I don't understand, I believe in Su God. Chancellor's fans assemble. Show some support. May Lord Guan bless us. Charge." In the arena, Kyle, Liana, and Titan were confidently waiting for players to surge into their creations. They looked at the real-time data panel. Then the expressions on all 3 of their faces froze simultaneously. The player distribution ratio on the data panel was fluctuating wildly. Liana's creation 17. Kyle's creation 15. Titan's creation 8. Su Chen's creation 60. And this number was still climbing. 61. 62. Kyle suddenly turned his head to look at Su Chen, his eyes filled with shock and confusion. Liana's sweet smile completely froze. She stared at the data panel, her lips moving but unable to utter a word. Titan's mouth, which had been grinning, slowly closed. He stared at the data, his brow furrowed. The entire audience was also stunned. What the hell? 60% of players went into Su Chen's snowy mountain. Are they crazy? What's so interesting about that shabby snowy mountain? Did all the diehard fans of 3 Kingdoms charge over? This data can't be real, right? Su Chen stood still, staring at the data panel. He looked up at the snowy entrance. It's begun. Lao Pi's vision went black. Then he heard the sound. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of perfectly synchronized footsteps echoed. Each step landed on the shattered ice, ringing in his eardrums. His vision remained dark, but Lao Pai could feel himself moving, stepping forward with each synchronized sound. What's going on? Lao Pai said in the live stream, "This opening has some substance." The bullet comments were also flooding in. This footstep sound. So synchronized. A sense of oppression is coming. Why isn't it lighting up yet? Is this a black screen experience? Suddenly, swish. The screen suddenly brightened. Lao Pi's pupils constricted. In front of him was a wide, ice-covered river. The night was deep. A team was crossing the river. At first glance, Lao Pai couldn't see how many people there were. He could only see that the team stretched endlessly from this side of the river to the other, densely packed with people. Those people wore simple yellow-green cotton jackets, carrying backpacks and guns. The guns were old-style rifles with wooden stocks and iron gun barrels. The cotton jackets were thick but looked utterly uninsulated, with frayed cuffs and pant legs. They were the most primitive infantry marching, but their steps were frighteningly synchronized. Crack, crack, crack. Each step landed on the same rhythm. Lao Pai watched the team, suddenly feeling a tingle. "This aura," he murmured. At that moment, an incredibly majestic and stirring chorus exploded in his heroic and valiant. Crossing. Lao Pai shivered all over. This song was incredibly powerful. Every word felt like it was pounding against his heart. It carried a momentum of bravery crashing into his ears. The bullet comments instantly exploded. What the hell? This BGM. I have goosebumps. This is simply an iron army that has walked out of hell. The sense of oppression is off the charts. What is Su God up to? The screen began to cut and flash rapidly. The simple military column advanced amidst the wind and snow. The howling gale made it impossible to open one's eyes. Then the scene shifted to the opposite side. Fully armed tanks, roaring bombers, soldiers clad in heavy military uniforms gathered around a fire eating hot roast turkey. The contrast was extreme. A deep, aged voice echoed in the void, the Ninth Corps urgently entering the country. Encountering the onsen 50 years extreme cold. Orders stealthily infiltrate the Changjin Lake area, set an ambush. The voice paused, continuing with a cold tone. No air supremacy. Lack of heavy firepower. Logistical supplies are extremely scarce. The opponent is the most heavily armed mechanized ace on the planet at that time. Our only weapon is the flesh and blood of our bodies, and the tactical discipline ingrained in our bones. Lao Pai listened feeling a bit dazed. What does this mean, he said in the live stream. Isn't this a death sentence? The bullet comments were also pouring in. How do we fight? The equipment is too mismatched, right? Flesh and blood against tanks. Are you kidding me? The voice faded away. Suddenly a flash of white light appeared before Lao Pai. He felt his body suddenly become heavy. Then a frigid gale like countless ice blades brutally jabbed into him through the seams of his thin cotton jacket. What the hell? Lao Pai let out a piercing scream in the live stream. I'm freezing to death. Is this pain simulation 100%? He instinctively wanted to jump up and rub his hands together. Yet he found that his body couldn't move at all. He struggled to turn his stiff neck. Then he saw it. He was lying on a snow-covered cliff waist deep in snow. Around him, countless comrades dressed in thin cotton jackets were huddled together. All of them were covered in thick layers of snow. Frost clung to their eyebrows. Their eyes were fixed on the road below like a group of ice sculptures. Lao Pai opened his mouth but couldn't utter a word. He could only hear the howling wind in his ears and the sound of his own teeth chattering. Clack, clack, clack. The bullet comments were dead silent. A few seconds later, the screen was filled with question marks. This just started. -40 degrees. And wearing this. What kind of battle is this? Aren't they all going to freeze to death? Old Pai lay in a snow pit that was waist deep. The howling wind at 40 degrees below zero cut through the seams of his tattered cotton jacket like a bone-slicing steel knife. Kakaka. The sound of his teeth chattering was clearly audible in the live stream. On the system panel before him, two numbers were rapidly dropping. Body temperature 35°C, 33°C, 30°C. Life value 180/60. Damn. Damn. Old Peace body began to tremble involuntarily in the esports chair in the real world. The pain simulation of the holographic VR was 100% accurate. He felt his limbs losing sensation from sharp pain to numbness, gradually transitioning to a strange warmth. He knew this was the late stage of hypothermia. He was about to die. I can't take it anymore. Really can't. Old Pai gritted his teeth, exerting all his strength to lift half of his body out of the snow pit. He just wanted to move a bit to rub his hands. The moment his shoulder lifted up by an inch. Get down. A deep, stern NPC warning exploded in his ear, the voice as cold as ice. Expose the target, the entire squad will follow you to the grave. Old Peace's whole body stiffened. He instinctively lay back down in the snow pit, burying his face in the icy snow. The barrage was going crazy. Pai, go. Move. If you don't move, you'll really freeze to death. Is this NPC sick? Not even allowed to move a bit. Lying in the snow at 40 degrees below zero. Did the game designer lose their mind? I can't take it anymore. I'm quitting. It's too oppressive. Old Pai didn't look at the barrage. He felt his eyelids growing heavier. Blood seemed to stop flowing. His vision the sound of wind and snow faded further away. 5 minutes later, Old Peace's vision turned completely black. Blood-red words popped up on the screen. Hypothermia, you have perished. Who? Old Pai abruptly removed the helmet in the real esports chair, gasping for breath. His whole body was shivering, his hands and feet icy. In the live stream, millions of viewers erupted. I also died. Me too. I turned into a popsicle after lying down for 10 minutes. What the hell is this? Where's the enemy? Where's the enemy? I didn't even get to shoot a single bullet. Did I pay? Old Pai looked at the blood-red words on the screen saying you have died, and an intense feeling of frustration surged to his head. He had never felt so suffocated after playing games for so many years. Not even a shadow of the enemy was seen. Not a single bullet was fired. He just froze to death like this. What the hell is Su Shin doing this time? Old Peace's voice trembled. It wasn't the cold that made him angry, but the frustration. The Star Network forum exploded instantly. Tens of millions of posts erupted like a volcanic eruption. All the titles were the cutest person, the most trashy masochistic simulator in history. 40 degrees below zero in a cotton jacket. Did the designer get their brain caught in the door? What happened to the cutest person? All I see are people waiting to die in the snow. Refund. No ticket refund. This game isn't even worth a dog's time. The posts were filled with screenshots. All snowy landscapes, all tattered cotton jackets, all showing hypothermia, you have perished. The comments went completely insane. What does this have to do with cute? No high technology, no skills, not even allowed to move. Is this game sick? I thought Su Chun could create miracles again, but is this it? His talent has run dry. Absolutely run dry. Is this just to attract attention? Using the popularity from Three Kingdoms to disgust people. Unfollowed, too disappointed. Many players who had high hopes for Su Chun due to Three Kingdoms felt deceived. They cursed loudly. Fans turned to haters. Instant betrayal. In the Star Dome Arena, the director very deliberately split the central big screen into 4 images. In the upper left corner, Liana's server. On the sunny grass, players were comfortably lying down. The fox-eared elf maid sweetly fed them virtual grapes, her fluffy tail swaying. The screen was filled with pink healing bubbles. The barrage floated by. Ozzel, this is what a game should be. Heal me. Quickly use a cute pet to heal me. Liana is forever the goddess. In the upper right corner, Kyle's server. Players were sitting in a comfortably heated mech cockpit with a brilliant starry sky before them. The proud AI navigator with twin ponytails stood on the screen with her hands on her hips, playfully calling them idiots. It's not that I care about you. I'm just afraid you'll break the mech. The barrage floated by. Scold me. Quickly scold me. I could play with this AI for a year. In the lower left corner Titan server, a little girl from the wasteland hugged a tattered teddy bear looking at the players with big eyes sweetly saying, "Brother, will you protect me?" The barrage floated by, protective instincts bursting. The contrast is absolutely adorable. Titan boss is amazing. In the lower right corner Chen server, there was only a raging blizzard, and the bodies of players frozen to death, covered in frost. The scene was eerily silent. Only the sound of the wind could be heard. The barrage was non-existent. No one spoke, or rather no one dared to speak, because it was just too. Liana stood beside her construction pod watching the comparative images on the central screen, a mocking cold smile curling at the corners of her mouth. She turned to Kyle beside her and said, "Did you see that? The outcome of defying the player's satisfaction." Kyle crossed his arms and nodded. Self-destructive path. Both of them looked at Chen. Chen still stood in place with little expression on his face. It seemed he didn't care at all. In the center of the arena, the 100-meter-high real-time data leaderboard began to jump wildly. Real-time online player rankings 1. Liana, Elf Fantasy, 210 million, 35 market share. Kyle Star Mech, 180 million, 30 market share 3. Titan, Wasteland Dawn, 120 million, 20 market share 4. Chen, the cutest person, 30 million, 5 market share. Moreover, Chen's data was still dropping. 30 million, 20 million, 10 million. A cliff-like plunge. From an initial market share of 60, it plummeted to 30, 10, 5. And finally, the number of online players dropped from hundreds of millions to just Chen, the cutest person, 83527 people, just over 80,000. The barrage finally reacted. Damn. 80,000. Wasn't there still hundreds of millions just now? Did they all run away? This drop is unprecedented, right? Chen really flipped this time, completely flipped. Old Pi sat in the esports chair looking at the posts, cursing Chen in the forum. He gritted his teeth. No way. He muttered. Chen can't possibly make a purely terrible game. From Zulong to Guan Yu to Zhuge. He has slapped everyone in the face every time. This time, there must be something. That stubbornness he learned from Zhang Fei resurfaced. Old Pi grabbed the nearby VR helmet, took a deep breath. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. He put the helmet in the snow. At the respawn point, Old Pi reappeared in that snow pit. The howling wind at 40 degrees below zero cut through like a bone-slicing steel knife again. Hiss. Old Pi gasped. But this time he didn't move. He lay still, his eyes fixed on the road below, covered in wind and snow. Time passed second by second. The in-game time accelerated. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. An hour. Old Pi felt himself getting close to freezing solid. But he gritted his teeth and held on. In the live stream, only a few tens of thousands of hardcore players and diehard fans remained who hadn't logged out. The barrage was sparse. Pi, go. Just give it up. This game might really just be torture. 80,000 left and still dropping. Chen really messed up this time. Old Pi didn't look at the barrage, but after insisting for more than an hour, he saw the familiar prompt, hypothermia, you have perished. Old Pi didn't say anything this time, just clicked on the start game option again. Old Pi remained silent, simply clicking the start game option once more. Everything went dark. When the light returned, he found himself in the familiar snow pit, where the howling wind at minus 40 degrees felt like countless ice blades stabbing through the seams of his tattered cotton jacket. Hiss. Old Pi jolted in his esports chair in the real world. His lips were already turning pale, and his forehead was drenched in cold sweat. The physiological feedback system of the holographic pod was incredibly realistic. He felt as if he were truly thrown into an ice cellar. In the live stream, millions of viewers could only watch his self-destructive gameplay with pity. The barrage of comments flooded the screen. Pige, just give it up. Quit already. This game is just a bug, but it's impossible to get through. Stop being stubborn. Oh, Chen messed this up. It's painful to watch. Oh, what's the point? Old Pi ignored the comments. He stared at the screen. This was his eighth. In his first attempt, he tried to move slightly to warm up, but the system determined he had exposed his position, and the entire squad was spotted by a passing American reconnaissance plane, resulting in several incendiary bombs raining down, obliterating everything. On his third death, he attempted to dig a deeper hole in the snow to shield himself from the wind, but his stamina was exhausted, leading to hypothermia and dying even faster than before. On his sixth death, he forced himself to remain still, but the fully simulated pain caused his consciousness to collapse in the extreme cold, and he once again saw the blood-red message, you have died. Old Pi removed his helmet and wiped the cold sweat from his face. Gasping for breath, he looked at the restart button. His gaze, however, was exceptionally bright, almost frightening, filled with a kind of stubbornness. He grabbed the microphone, his voice hoarse but resolute. Brothers, if this is just a bug, Chen wouldn't have made it so real. I suddenly understand. The NPCs in this game, these soldiers, they don't have system cheats, no resurrection coins, no warmers. What they rely on. Old Pi clenched his teeth, speaking slowly, is their lives to endure. After saying this, he took a deep breath and pressed enter game for the 9th time. In the starry dome arena, Kyle crossed his arms watching the glaring data on the central screen. Chen, the loveliest person online users, 84203. A smirk of undisguised mockery crept across his lips. 80,000. He turned to Liana beside him and said from hundreds of millions to 80,000. This is the consequence of defying the player's enjoyment. The theme is the loveliest person, yet he created a masochistic simulator. I really don't understand why the judges initially favored him. The two looked towards Chen not far away. Chen stood still, his face expressionless, quietly gazing at the screen, showing the vast white snowy mountains. It seemed as if he didn't care about the plummeting data. In the snow. For the 9th time, as old Pi dove into the snow pit, the cold wind at -40 degrees assaulted him once more. He bit down hard on his lip. This time he didn't think about game skills. He didn't think about moving, didn't think about digging, thought of nothing at all. He concentrated all his attention on battling the tremors of his body. His teeth chattered loudly, his lips even bled with a hint of metallic taste spreading in his mouth. It was unbearably painful. His hands and feet initially felt like they were being pricked by needles, then slowly lost sensation. His breath was filled with ice shards. Inhaling felt like his lungs were being sliced. His eyelashes quickly froze with the water vapor. He exhaled, forming a layer of frost, and his vision blurred. Time accelerated in the game. Old Pi felt like he had been lying in the snow for an eternity. Long enough for his consciousness to begin to frantically oscillate between the edges of clarity and confusion. Only one thought remained in his mind, hammered in like a nail. If they can do it, I can too. The live stream fell silent. No one sent comments. Everyone held their breath, watching the figure in the snow, nearly buried beneath it. Watching his steadily dropping, nearly bottoming out health points. Just when Old Pi felt his heart might freeze to a stop. The snowstorm seemed to lessen slightly, but the temperature remained desperately cold. Old Pi struggled extremely slowly to open his frost-covered eyes. In the distance at the end of the snowy mountains where the horizon lay, a faint hint of gray dawn began to appear. The sky was about to brighten. Ding! A faint system notification sound rang out. A weak but glaring line of golden text popped up. Achievement unlocked, survived the long night. Current health points 1. He made it. He actually endured, relying solely on sheer willpower through an entire night in this hell of -40 degrees. The barrage exploded. What the hell? Did he make it? Health points 1. Is he dancing on the knife's edge? Pi is amazing. So, this game isn't a bug. It can actually be done. Old Pi had no time to read the comments, because immediately following was a cramping pain in his stomach. An extreme hunger like a fire burning in his stomach. Old Pi stiffly moved his nearly numb hands, groping up and down in the thin pocket of his tattered cotton jacket. Empty. Apart from a few cold snowflakes, there was nothing at all. At that moment, he heard a faint rustling sound. Old Pi struggled to turn his stiff neck. Beside him lay a young soldier appearing to be only 17 or 18, his cheeks frozen purple, but his eyes were bright. At this moment, the young soldier cautiously pulled something from his close-fitting clothing. A potato. A blackened rock. The young soldier cradled the potato in his hands and slowly brought it to his mouth. Huh. He opened his cracked lips and with an extremely weak breath puffed warm air onto the stone. He puffed for a long time, seemingly feeling that the surface had softened a bit. The young soldier then opened his mouth, bracing his teeth against the edge of the potato, scraping it down extremely slowly, bit by bit. Yes, it wasn't biting, it was scraping, because it was impossible to bite through. In this -40-degree extreme cold, even a small amount of moisture would instantly freeze. Just as the young soldier scraped off a thin layer of potato mash, the moisture on his lips stuck tightly to the frozen surface of the potato. When he instinctively tried to pull the potato away. Sizzle. A very faint but chilling tearing sound. The surface of the potato brutally ripped off a layer of skin from the young soldier's lower lip. Blood instantly seeped out. But in this extreme cold, the piercing crimson had no time to drip down, freezing into dark red droplets on the young soldier's chin. Old Pi watched in horror, his pupils suddenly contracting. His heart felt as if it had been struck hard by a heavy hammer. The young soldier didn't cry out in pain, not even furrowing his brow. He simply instinctively extended his tongue to lick the blood from his lips, then carefully swallowed the small amount of potato mash he had scraped off. The livestream audience was also stunned. The comments were silent for several seconds. Then someone typed, "What? A potato, taking off a layer of skin. This detail is incredibly real. I can barely watch." The young soldier scraped a few more times, seemingly noticing Old Pi's gaze. He paused his movements, turned his head, and looked at Old Pi. The two of them amidst the snow stared at each other across the cold wind. The young soldier glanced at Old Pi's emaciated stomach, then looked down at the piece of potato he had just nibbled. After hesitating for a moment, he took the frozen potato still smeared with his own blood and flesh and rubbed it hard against his tattered cotton jacket, trying to wipe off the blood. But the blood had already frozen and wouldn't come off. The young soldier cracked a bloody chapped smile, pure and almost apologetic. His voice was hoarse, weak, yet extraordinarily firm. He held the potato out in front of Old Pi. "Take it." The squad leader said, "Ahead lies the American Elite Division." The young soldier looked at Old Pi, his gaze as pure as snow. "We have to. Hold on a little longer." Old Pi stared at the bloody frozen potato held before him. He looked into the young soldier's pure eyes. He looked at the frozen blood droplet. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but his throat felt like it was choked by something. Tears uncontrollably streamed down his face, instantly freezing into icicles. In the livestream, the millions of viewers left behind watched the only warmth in this desolate snowy field. They looked at the bloody potato. Lao Pai stared at the frozen potato smeared with blood held out before him. Tears gushed down his cheeks, only to freeze instantly into jagged shards of ice. Take cover. A low guttural command from the platoon leader exploded like a muffled thunderclap into the howling blizzard. Before Lao Pai's mind could register the order, his body jerked instinctively, his head plunging back into the snow hollow, his face burying deep into the glacial cold. From the corner of his eye, he saw the young soldier beside him move even faster, dropping like a stone, slamming flat onto the snow with a sharp, muffled thud. The half-frozen potato slipped from his numb fingers and tumbled into the adjacent snow hollow. The wind and snow seemed to hush, just slightly. Lao Pai lay motionless, breath-held, ears straining only for the frantic, deafening drumbeat of his own heart. And beyond, the distant grinding roar of engines. With excruciating slowness, he rotated his eyes, ever so slightly, barely shifting the pupils. Through the narrow gaps between drifting snowflakes, he glimpsed the icy highway below. Several jeeps and armored vehicles, painted with stark, white five-point stars, came to a leisurely halt. Their headlights flared on, sweeping across the snow-clad cliff face, where they lay hidden bright as searchlights. A beam of light passed mere inches above Lao Pai's head, bleaching the snow into a ghastly bone-white pallor. He held his breath, feeling his very blood congeal within his veins. Livestream chat erupted in chaos. Holy hell, Americans. They're really here. Don't move, Brother Pai, don't move. You're finished if they spot you. On the highway, AU.S. Army officer in a thick, cold-weather uniform and fur-trimmed cap leapt down from a jeep. A cigar dangled from his lips as he raised a pair of binoculars and swept them haphazardly across the blinding white. Amidst the shriek of wind and snow, a system-generated real-time translation echoed in Lao Pai's ears and in those of every earthbound viewer. Sir, this infernal weather, 40 degrees below zero. No living soul could possibly lie in ambush here. Even if one did, frozen solid into a human icicle long ago. The officer's name was Smith. Smith lowered the binoculars and shrugged, perhaps out of caution, perhaps merely out of boredom. He casually snatched a Thompson submachine gun from a nearby soldier. He raised the muzzle toward the seemingly unremarkable snow-covered slope of the cliff face, and still clutching his cigar between his teeth, squeezed the trigger. BRRRT. Flame spat from the barrel. Bullets hammered into the deep snow like a hailstorm, thudding, punching, tearing. A line of black, gaping bullet holes scarred the surface. Lao Pai pressed into his snow hollow, heard each dull impact, terrifyingly close. Jaw clenched, every muscle locked rigid as iron. Then, a sound impossibly faint, yet piercingly clear, the sickening whisper of a bullet biting flesh. It came from just beside Lao Pai. From the corner of his eye he watched, a bloom of vivid crimson erupt beneath the pristine snow, like a sudden violent plum blossom cracking open from within the white. Slowly it spread, welling, widening, staining the snow deeper and deeper. Lao Pai's pupils contracted violently. Beside him was the young soldier. Chat detonated. He hit someone. I saw it, the blood, red in the snow. Who got hit? Why no cry? Not a single sound. On the highway, Smith emptied half a magazine, lowered the weapon, and scanned the silent, unmoving cliff once more. A grin split his face. He removed the cigar and exhaled a curl of smoke. See, not even a rabbit stirs. He vaulted back into the jeep and waved dismissively. The reconnaissance convoy roared back to life. Headlights pivoting, engines growling as they crawled slowly down the highway, their red taillights dissolving into the blizzard's white void. Only when the last rumble faded into absolute silence, when the mountain held its breath, did another minute pass. Then, RRR. The snowfield, once flat and lifeless, surged. Over 100 figures, shrouded in white cloth crusted in frost, rose abruptly from waist-deep snow hollows. Shaking off heavy mantles of snow, the platoon leader burst forward first, dashing straight to the spot beside Lao Pai, plunging both hands into the snow, digging frantically. Lao Pai scrambled upright, limbs numb and clumsy, joining the frantic excavation. Snow flew, then parted, revealing the young soldier beneath. Lao Pai and the platoon leader froze in unison. A dark, ragged wound gaped at the boy's neck. His thin cotton tunic was soaked crimson, then frozen stiff in the sub-zero cold. His lips were clamped tight around the sleeve of his right arm, teeth punched clean through the fabric, jaws buried deep. At the instant the bullet struck, he had summoned every ounce of will, to bite down, to stifle all sound, to vanish into silence. Not even a stifled groan escaped him. The medic rushed forward, fumbling open his medical kit, desperate to stem, but the wound would not close. The young soldier's gaze, already clouding, drifted toward the platoon leader. His lips trembled, barely moving, releasing a breath so faint it was almost soundless. Lao Pai pressed his ear close. What reached him was a thread-thin whisper. Platoon leader. I only wanted just one sip of hot water. His voice trailed away. His eyes closed, slowly, peacefully. Beside his hand, nestled in the snow hollow, lay the half-frozen potato, still streaked with his blood and torn flesh. In the live stream, the chat went blank. For several seconds, nothing. Then, flooding the screen. Then, F. He bit his sleeve. He made no sound. All to keep their position secret. Hot water, that's all he asked for. Lao Pai knelt in the snow staring at the boy's cyanotic face, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. The platoon leader clenched his jaw until his temples throbbed, eyes blazing red. He surged upright and hissed low and fierce to the stunned soldiers around him. Everyone, move in place, for 15 minutes. Now, rub your hands and feet, warm them up. And do not cry, your tears will freeze solid. Frozen soldiers staggered to their feet, rubbing limbs together, stamping boots, desperate to rekindle circulation. Lao Pai rose too, but stood numb, hollow-eyed, staring at the fallen boy, mind utterly blank. He turned and saw the medic hands slick with blood swaying unsteadily toward the edge of the formation. There, half-buried, lay another soldier, utterly still. The medic shoved hard. Zhu Zi, get up. The platoon leader ordered movement. No response. The medic seized the soldier's shoulders and dragged him free of the snow hollow, rolling him over onto his back. His body was rigid, stone-cold, locked in the posture of a rifleman aiming. His finger remained hooked on the trigger. His eyes stared wide open at the sky, eyelashes thick with white frost. He had long since ceased to breathe. The medic collapsed into the snow and turned weeping to meet the platoon leader's gaze. Slowly, deliberately, he raised his right hand, extending 9 fingers. They were purple with frostbite, trembling violently in the wind. The platoon leader closed his eyes. 2 scalding tears rolled down his cheeks, freezing instantly into glistening, jagged tracks of ice. Lao Pai stood rooted in the blizzard, staring at those 9 trembling fingers. At Zhu Zi's frozen corpse sprawled in the snow. At the young soldier's still warm body lying nearby. He was struck dumb, like lightning splitting his skull. And viewers across Earth understood at last. During that interminable, soul-crushing vigil, motionless in the killing cold, this was the 9th soldier. The 9th who had died, not by bullet or blast, but by stillness itself, frozen into an ice-sculpted sentinel guarding silence with his final breath. The squad leader closed his eyes, 2 lines of tears frozen into icy marks on his face. Everyone. When the squad leader opened his eyes again, his voice was hoarse, yet steady. Prepare your gear, check the ammunition. In 15 minutes we move on. Old Pai stiffly stood up, joining the other soldiers, to check his old rifle. The barrage finally gathered its wits, 9 people. Just like that, frozen to death. Not a sound. To avoid exposure. Damn it. Old Pai did not look at the barrage. He followed the squad, re-entering the wind and snow. This time they walked through snow that reached their waists. Creak. Creak. The entire squad moved forward like a group of white specters in the dark, snowy night. No one spoke. Only heavy breathing and the crunch of snow underfoot could be heard. Old Pai felt like he was falling apart. At -40 degrees, wearing this tattered cotton jacket, trudging through the snow. Each step felt like ice knives scraping against his bones. He instinctively touched the food pouch at his waist. Nothing inside. Old Pai stopped, unbuckled the food pouch, and shook it upside down. Thud. A few grains of crushed sorghum fell out. They were dark and harder than stone. Old Pai looked at those few items in his palm, his throat tightened. The barrage exploded. Pai go. No food left. Is the hunger bar about to hit 0? How can we last? Did you lie down again? How can you hold on without food? Old Pai stuffed the crushed sorghum back into the food pouch and rebuckled it. He raised his head and looked ahead. In the wind and snow, he could vaguely see the silhouettes of the soldiers ahead. One by one, they struggled forward in the snow like a long white dragon. He didn't know how long they had walked. As dawn approached, the wind and snow eased a bit. The squad came to a halt. Old Peace interface displayed 3 characters: Changjin Lake. They had arrived. The squad leader lowered his voice. Assume your positions, lie in wait. Remember, no one moves without orders. No one makes a sound. Old Pai followed his squad soldiers, climbing up a high ground. They found a good spot and laid down in the snowdrift. The familiar cold sensation returned. At -40 degrees, lying still, Old Pai looked at the icy road below, took a deep breath. This time, he not moving even if it meant death. Starry Dome Arena. The director split the central screen in 2. On the left was Old Peace live broadcast room. On the right, it switched to another scene. In the frame, a streamer wearing a VR headset was sweating profusely, gripping the steering wheel tightly. His name was DeFei. A well-known hardcore vehicle operation streamer from Blue Star. He had driven mech spaceships and tanks. Now he was driving an old GAZ-51 truck. The truck was filled with warm clothing and food supplies. The convoy crawled along the rugged, icy mountain road. The road was narrow, with a cliff on one side and a mountain wall on the other. DeFei gritted his teeth, his eyes fixed on the taillights of the truck ahead. Brothers, this road is a real pain to drive. The steering wheel is dead heavy and the brakes aren't responsive. This broken truck. He hadn't finished his sentence when a scene flashed in his mind. It was before they set off, when the squad leader called him over and stared into his eyes, saying, "The enemy's planes are hovering over our supply lines like flies. This batch of supplies is the lifeline of the frontline soldiers." Everyone remember, the squad leader's voice was as cold as ice. If the truck gets hit and catches fire, it must not stop in the middle of the road. Even if it means death, we must drive the truck off the cliff. We must not block the trucks behind us. Defei was stunned after hearing this. Now thinking back, his palms were sweaty. The barrage was also stunned. What the hell? Not jumping out of hit. What is this, a suicide order? Are they crazy? Defei had no time to look at the barrage. He gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The convoy moved slowly along the icy mountain road. Suddenly a deafening roar echoed through the sky. Defei suddenly looked up. Through the truck's windshield, he saw several silver-gray fighter jets diving down from the clouds like harbingers of death. The wings were painted with white stars. F for you, Corsair. Enemy planes. The driver of the truck ahead stuck his head out and shouted hoarsely, but it was too late. Napalm bombs and machine gun bullets rained down like a storm. Boom. The truck ahead was hit by gunfire. The driver's cabin was instantly engulfed in flames. The fire shot up several meters high. Defei stared at the burning truck. Inside the driver's cabin, the NPC driver was engulfed in flames. Yet he did not push the door open to jump out. He pressed the gas pedal to the floor. He yanked the steering wheel. The burning truck emitted a roar like a trapped beast veering toward the nearby cliff. Defei's mouth fell open. The scene before him felt like slow motion. The burning truck, trailing a long line of flames, plunged off the cliff, like a falling fireball, disappearing into the abyss. There was no sound of explosion, only the sound of wind and snow. Defei sat in the driver's cabin, tears streamed down his face. His hands trembled as he shifted gears and pressed the gas pedal. The truck rolled over the burning wreckage and continued forward. The barrage in his live stream went completely insane. They left less than 5 hours ago. Just like that, they're gone. To avoid blocking the road. They don't even care about their lives, hey? What the hell? Defei gritted his teeth, tears smeared across his face. He dared not stop. He could not stop. There were still trucks ahead. There were still trucks behind. This road cannot be blocked. Dusk. The sky darkened. The wind and snow grew stronger again. The bumpy convoy finally reached the rear of Chongjin Lake. The originally grand convoy now had less than half remaining. Each truck was riddled with bullet holes and dents. Defei stopped the truck, collapsing against the steering wheel, gasping for breath. The supplies had arrived. Frontline soldiers approached to receive them. Old Pai lay on the high ground, seeing shadows moving below. After a while, the squad leader crouched down, distributing supplies to everyone. Old Pai extended his frozen hand to take it. The item was dark, heavy, and hard. Old Pai's first reaction was that it was a grenade. He took a closer look. It was a potato, just like the one that little soldier had frozen and blackened. Old Pai tucked the potato under his armpit, trying to warm it with his body heat. He lay there looking at the road below, watching that potato. Suddenly the frame split in two. On the left, Old Pai and his comrades lay in the snow at -40 degrees, warming the frozen potato under their armpits little by little. Someone took out the potato, scraped off a bit of powder with their teeth, and swallowed it. Their gums bled, mixed with the potato powder as they swallowed. On the right, the camera crossed the wind and snow, pushing towards the valley below. The American camp. Thick military tents glowed with warm light. The diesel heater roared. American soldiers wore thick winter gear and furry hats. On the table, there was freshly airlifted hot beef and roasted turkey. There was also steaming coffee. One American soldier cut a piece of beef, stuffed it into his mouth, and frowned. He picked up the coffee to take a sip and complained, "This damned weather. Even the coffee cools down so fast." After speaking, he set the coffee cup down and cut another piece of beef. The barrage fell into complete silence. No one spoke. A few seconds later, someone sent a message, "Ice and Fire 2 Extremes." This is the real Ice and Fire 2 Extremes. Lao Pai lay sprawled in a snow hollow. Ice spikes clung to his lashes, nearly sealing his eyes shut. Squinting, he gazed at the system interface. His HP flickered relentlessly at 1, a crimson warning that set his heart racing. His body temperature bar had long since plunged beneath the dashed line marked human survival threshold. Lao Pai felt his very soul freezing into detachment. His mind was utterly blank. No thought, no memory, no fear. Only the valley below fixed in his sight. Below the valley sprawled A.U.'s military camp. A few American sentries stood guard, cradling steaming mugs of coffee, stamping their feet and cursing under their breath. Damn this infernal weather. -40 degrees. Even God would freeze solid. From within the tents, the faint, lazy strains of jazz drifted out. A phonograph's soft, velvety melody. Languid, mellow, utterly alien amid this frozen wasteland. Lao Pai watched, but felt nothing. He was too cold. So cold he lacked even the strength to envy. Millions of viewers from Blue Planet still clung to his live stream, watching the valley alongside him. Sparse chat scrolled past. "Brother Pai, is he still alive? HP at 1. What's the difference between that and death? They've got hot coffee over there, damn it. This contrast is cruel beyond words." He didn't read the chat. His consciousness was slipping, drifting, dissolving, like a soul drifting toward sleep. Then suddenly, amid the howl of wind and snow, a sound pierced through, piercing, shrill, and metallic as if steel were tearing. Lao Pai jolted violently. The sound struck like a white-hot blade, slashing through his eardrums, searing straight into his skull. It was the charge bugle. Before Lao Pai could react, whoosh, 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 Three crimson signal flares shot skyward, trailing blazing contrails. They ripped through the leaden night sky, flooding the endless white mountains with a ghastly blood-red light. Lao Pai's eyes burned under its searing glare. From his ear the company commander's voice erupted, hoarse to the point of ruin yet ferocious beyond measure. "Comrades, charge!" That roar detonated like thunder. Within Lao Pai something ignited, a wild, inexplicable fire surging up from nowhere. It roared from his soles to his crown, scorching his veins, setting his flesh ablaze. He unleashed a guttural bestial howl. With a violent heave he threw off half a foot of snow weighing upon him. His frozen joints cracked sharply. Snap, snap, snap. He seized his antiquated rifle, its bolt locked solid by ice, and fixed the bayonet. Roaring, he surged upright. Then he beheld a sight, seared forever into his soul. Those dozens of miles of silent, snow-blanketed mountains, long deemed lifeless, barren, even of hairs, suddenly came alive. Over 100,000 volunteer soldiers, clad in tattered, threadbare cotton uniforms cloaked in white strips of cloth, rose like a boundless white tidal wave. From beneath the snow, from icy crevasses, from cliff edges, they surged forth, roaring, bellowing, unrelenting. "Charge! Forward!" Their cries shook the valley itself. The sentries dropped their steaming mugs with a sharp patter. Their eyes bulged wide, unblinking, uncomprehending. Mouths agape, they stared at the human tide rising, literally growing, out of the snow. Their minds went utterly blank. Enemy attack. One sentry finally broke the paralysis, screaming raw-throated. "Are they ghosts? How in God's name did they?" The camp erupted in chaos. Alarms shrieked with piercing urgency. American soldiers scrambled from their tents, some half-dressed, some barefoot, all panic-stricken. They stared upward, at the white tsunami descending the mountain. Their knees buckled. Lao Pai led the charge, plunging forward thigh-deep in snow, stumbling, surging, relentless. Above, American heavy machine guns chattered, tat-a-tat, bullets kicking up plumes of snow. Tank turrets began turning, grinding slowly into position. But Lao Pai didn't look up. His gaze was fixed solely on those warm tents below. Those tents holding steaming coffee, roasted turkey, tender beef. And the hot water, the single sip a young soldier had longed for until his final breath. Eyes burning crimson, Lao Pai kicked open a tent flap. Inside, several American soldiers jerked awake from their sleeping bags, faces twisted in pure terror. Lao Pai's eyes locked instantly on the table, on the half-eaten roasted turkey, on the steaming plate of beef. A deafening hum filled his skull. He saw the young soldier again, the one who'd shared his blood-flecked frozen potato, the one whose last wish was but a single sip of warm water. "I'll rip your mother's throat out." Eyes wild with berserker fury, Lao Pai drove his bayonet deep, flinging the table, the turkey, the entire feast crashing to the floor. Scalding broth and meat splattered across the ground. Then, bayonet raised high, he charged, howling, into the enemy ranks. In the live stream, for a full minute, not a single comment appeared. Millions of Blue Planet viewers, steadfastly watching Lao Pai's feat, stood utterly shattered, worldviews obliterated by that cataclysmic surge of will. They watched transfixed as soldiers crashed down the slopes, through blizzards, through bullets. Some clutching explosive charges, hurling themselves headlong at tanks, spewing fire from their treads. Boom! The tank exploded, shredded, and so was the man. Others fell mid-stride, blood erupting in vivid arcs across the snow. Yet momentum carried them forward, 7-8 more paces, before collapsing lifeless. Some locked onto enemies in desperate grapples, biting, headbutting, fighting with every sinew, every tooth, every shred of will. No tactical probing, no heavy fire support, only pure, absolute hand-to-hand assault. Unwavering, unhesitating, unbreakable. Life traded for life. Blood exchanged for blood. Then, chat exploded. Oh my God. This is true loveliness. This is real masculinity. Those anime courtier maids. Worthless. Before these warriors, such cuteness is shallow, a grotesque, hollow joke. Blue Planet viewers finally understood. The most beloved people were not maids with feline ears, nor post-apocalyptic girls who pouted and pleaded, nor rose-pink mechanical AIs. They were these people. Those who could lie motionless in -40-degree frost, becoming living ice statues. And then at the first blast of the charge, bugle ignite into unstoppable wildfire. That indomitable spirit, willing to sacrifice everything for country and conviction, is humanity's most revered, most beloved, most magnificent soul. At the Stellar Dome Arena, the central live display screen flickered. Online viewership for Su Chen's work, the most beloved people, stirred, unexpectedly. The data line, previously collapsed to near flatness at rock bottom, abruptly jerked upward. Then, like a rocket rebounding from the abyss, it shot skyward, whoosh, surging by millions, then tens of millions. In an unstoppable vertical ascent, Kale's data tablet clattered to the floor. His mouth hung open, staring at the graph's frenzied climb. No, impossible. Liana's mocking smile froze, then cracked. She stared at the screen, at warriors charging across snow, locked in brutal, bloody combat, at limbs torn, bodies shattered, lives surrendered without hesitation. A chill swept through her. What does this have to do with loveliness? Yet why? Why did her pulse hammer so fiercely? Why did her eyes sting her throat tighten? Daylight broke. In the snow valley of Chongjin Lake, charred tents and the wreckage of rotten army jeeps were everywhere, billowing black smoke. Old Pi slumped beside an overturned jeep, tightly clutching half a block of compressed biscuits he had snatched from the rotten army's tent, shoving large bites into his mouth. He was starving mad. The surrounding soldiers were all exhausted, yet each one's eyes sparkled with excitement. We won. We broke through. We really broke through. The tactical map before Old Pi updated with a swift motion. The previously unbroken blue line of the rotten army's defense was now forcibly divided into 3 sections by red arrows. In Xinqing Liutan and Zaijiu, 3 isolated blue dots were encircled by a sea of red. The live stream's comments were in a frenzy. Awesome. This flanking maneuver deserves full marks. The pinnacle of light infantry. A textbook-level encirclement. Brother Pi munching on biscuits looks just like me after a victory. This game by God Su may have late rewards, but it never misses. Old Pi licked the last crumbs of biscuit clean and let out a long breath. That night, from charging out of the snow to close combat with the rotten army, and then seizing supplies, he felt he had exhausted every ounce of strength in his body. But it was all worth it. He looked at the 3 encircled blue dots on the map and grinned. Brothers, do you see this? We're making dumplings. Just as he finished speaking, the company commander rushed over, crouching low. His face was not right, pale and terrifying. The company commander dashed to the makeshift command post where a map was spread out. Old Pi's heart sank as he shifted his gaze. He saw the company commander punch down on the ammunition box spread with the map. Bang! A crack appeared in the wooden box. Everyone in the tent fell silent, looking at the company commander. He raised his head, his eyes red, his voice hoarse. Comrades. He paused as if the words burned his mouth. The situation has changed. Old Pi's moment of victory joy abruptly cooled. The company commander pointed to the 3 encircled blue dots on the map. What we have surrounded is not one regiment of the rotten army. Suddenly the system map before Old Pi began to beep wildly. The blue dots representing the rotten army surged, suddenly multiplying like a virus. Dense and quickly filled the 3 strongholds. The company commander's voice was chilling. It's the main force of the U.S. Marine Corps 1st Division, plus part of the 7th Infantry Division's troops. The enemy's numbers. He gritted his teeth, each word coming out painfully, are a full 3 times what we estimated before the war. Even more. Silence fell in the tent like death. Only the howling of the cold wind outside could be heard. The comments in the live stream went stiff. A few seconds later. What the hell? 3 times? How could the intelligence be so off? Are we using light infantry to encircle the enemy's heavy armored main force? This is not an encirclement. It's like sticking your hand into a meat grinder. It's over. This is a high-level match. Old Pi looked at the dense blue dots on the map, his throat dry. He had just thought they were making dumplings. Now he felt like he was the filling. The scene switched below. The 3 strongholds of the rotten army were in chaos for a moment, but quickly stabilized. Led by Smith, the rotten army generals reacted swiftly. Establish a circular defense. All tanks move out. Hurry. With that command, the rotten army displayed the tactical proficiency of a top Blue Star army. Over 200 Shermans and Pershing heavy tanks roared in the snow, their treads crunching as they turned. They formed a continuous line, guns facing outward. Around the 3 isolated strongholds, they built a completely airtight wall with their steel bodies. A steel wall. The bullet belts of heavy machine guns were loaded with a clatter, and the turrets rotated slowly. The cold metallic sheen reflected a chilling light in the snow. Old Pi crouched on the hillside, looking at the steel hedgehog below through binoculars, swallowing hard. How the hell are we supposed to fight this? The comments were also stunned. More than 200 tanks forming a circle. This defense, a pure steel hedgehog, who just touching it would mean death. Using light infantry to charge in. The bullets from rifles can't even scratch the tank's skin. Is God's Seuss difficulty set wrong? This is completely unsolvable. Night fell again. The temperature dropped sharply once more. -40 degrees, the wind felt like a knife. The soldiers prepared to launch a new round of night raids and had to tackle this hard nut. Old Pi followed the assault team, quietly sneaking down the mountain. Beside him was a machine gunner carrying a Maxim heavy machine gun. This was their company's only heavy firepower. Ready. The company commander lowered his voice. The machine gunner crouched down, aiming at a fire point in the U.S. Army's position below, his finger on the trigger. He pulled the trigger hard. Click. Nothing happened. The machine gunner froze, pulled the trigger again with more force. Click, click. Still nothing. What's going on? The company commander panicked. The machine gunner was drenched in sweat, frantically checking the bolt. The bolt is frozen. The firing pin won't strike. He was so anxious his eyes turned red, even unbuttoning his padded jacket, trying to stick the bolt inside to thaw the ice with his body heat. But it was too cold. The bolt was frozen solid and wouldn't budge. Commander, the machine gun is useless. Almost simultaneously, muffled curses came from the artillery position not far behind. Damn. A gunner was desperately trying to shove a mortar shell into the barrel. The shell got stuck in midair, refused. The gunner kicked the barrel in frustration. Commander, the mortar tube has contracted and deformed due to the cold. The shell won't fit. What the hell? The company commander's face turned pale. Old Pi raised his old rifle and tried to pull the bolt. Crack. It didn't budge. He looked up, gazing. The U.S. Army's position was brightly lit, the rumble of diesel heaters faintly audible. The tank turrets turned slowly, heavy machine guns barrels pointing at the dark hillside. And on their side, no heavy machine gun suppression, no artillery support. Not even the rifles in their hands could be cocked. Old Pi gripped his frozen stick-like rifle, his fingers numb. He stared at the steel wall below that spewed flames. His mind was blank. The comments fell silent. After a long while, someone finally posted, "No food and the guns won't fire. How on earth are we supposed to win?" Old Pi didn't look at the comments. He lay in the snow listening to the howling wind in his ears. He looked down the mountain. For the first time he felt despair. What the hell? Old Pi had just cursed halfway through. Suddenly a flash of red appeared before his eyes. It wasn't blood. It was a system warning. Warning players, mental fluctuation value overload detected. To protect brain health, forced offline rest for 10 minutes. Countdown 100. What the hell? Old Pi hadn't reacted, yet when in a flash the Chongjin Lake, snow-covered mountains, and tanks disappeared. In their place was the ceiling of his luxurious apartment. Old Pi suddenly sat up in the holographic cabin. He took off the helmet and tossed it aside. He was gasping for breath, drenched in cold sweat, and his hands were still shaking. The feeling of -40 degrees seemed to cling to his bones. He turned his head to look out the window. Outside was the monotonous night scene of Blue Star. Cyberpunk-style neon signs flashed dazzlingly. Latest model bionic companion providing you with ultimate warmth. Virtual paradise, one experience, a lifetime of obsession. A huge floating billboard rolled through the air, displaying advertisements. Old Pi looked at those ads, but his mind was still filled with the snow of Chongjin Lake. The bloody frozen potato handed over by that little soldier. The child who was shot in the neck, silently dying while and the company commander extending 9 fingers, his eyes bloodshot. Ugh. Old Pi suddenly felt a wave of nausea. He rushed to the bathroom and leaned over the sink, gagging. He couldn't throw up anything, but felt extremely sick. He felt a deep-rooted disgust seeping from his bones in this cold, fake high-tech world filled with consumer advertisements. He turned on the faucet and splashed cold water on his face. Raising his head, he looked at himself in the mirror. His eyes were bloodshot. Damn it. Old Pi walked back to the living room and sat heavily on the sofa. He initially wanted to check the Star Network forum. What to do if the gun bolt is frozen? How to fight in -40 degrees. But when he opened the Star Network homepage, he was stunned. At the very top of the homepage was a post. The title was in dark gold bold and glaring red, followed by dozens of explosive tags. The title hit Old Pi's eyes like a heavy hammer. Where has our history gone? Posted by Ancient Ruins researcher of Blue Star anonymous certification. Old Pi's fingers trembled slightly as he clicked in. The post was lengthy. He scrolled down. As we all know, our history books only record a brief 200 years. In these 200 years, textbooks only teach us one thing: how the Federation developed, how the conglomerates provided food and entertainment, and how capital saved humanity. But what about 200 years ago? Old Pi paused his breath. He continued reading. Textbooks tell us that the history before was completely lost in the Great Unified War. But is that really the truth? I spent half my life studying fragmented words in the underground black market, researching those ancient documents labeled as taboo. I found that things are not like this at all. Old Pi sat up straight. Until I played Su Chen's The Loveliest Person. I was shocked to discover that the place names in the game, those unbelievable war logics, and the behavior patterns of those characters, perfectly matched the fragmented clues I had verified. This is definitely not a coincidence. Su Chen, he must know about that erased true history of Blue Star. As for the earlier Great Qin Ancestor Dragon and 3 Kingdoms, because they are too ancient, I have no way to verify them. But I have an extremely terrifying yet tearful question. In the cyber era, we have become accustomed to reason, indifference, and the exchange of interests. But why do we weep when we see Guan Yu retreating from Maiqing? Why does our heart ache as if torn apart when we see Zhuge Liang pass away at Wuzhong Plains? Even the most advanced algorithms cannot simulate this level of empathy. I have no evidence, but I have a bold guess. Because they are not NPCs at all. They are the reflections of our ancestors. It is the memories inscribed in our DNA awakening. Old Pi stared at the last few lines of text. His hands trembled violently. Many scenes flashed in his mind. The unification of the 6 states by Qin. Unified writing, unified tracks, standard weights and measures. The oath of the peach garden. 3 visits to the thatched cottage. The Huarong path. The solitary lamp of Wuzhong Plains. And the snow of Chongjin Lake. Reflections of our ancestors. He muttered to himself. At the same time, in a towering headquarters building of a conglomerate on Blue Star, the top-level conference room was flashing red lights. Several old men dressed in expensive suits and meticulously groomed sat around a large holographic projection table. The projection displayed that dark gold post. And behind the post, the rapidly increasing viewing, sharing, and commenting numbers. The data curve shot up like a delete the post immediately. The old man sitting in the main seat had a dark expression and slammed his palm on the table. Implement a complete online silence. We absolutely cannot allow such discourse to spread. His voice trembled. Once the public learns that their ancestors were a group of madmen who did not rely on capital or entertainment, but could unleash such terrifying power. Once they awakened that national will, who would still be willing to be our obedient cattle and horses? Delete. Delete it immediately. With the command given in the technical center adjacent to the conference room, dozens of elite hackers from the conglomerate began to furiously type on their keyboards. Activate the highest authority. Override all nodes. Even if we physically disconnect the network, we must suppress this information. But seconds later, a hacker suddenly raised his head, his face pale. Report to the board. Cannot delete it. The speed of information dissemination has exceeded our computational threshold. And he swallowed. There is an extremely vast official lower-level computational power protecting this post. It is the highest firewall of the federal military. In the highest power center of the Blue Star Federation, in a windowless dark room, an old man in a crisp military uniform with gray hair was quietly watching the screen in front of him. On the screen was the broadcast footage of Su Chen's game. The image froze. It was that half-bloodied frozen potato. The old man looked at the potato. In the corner of his eye something flickered. He reached out and pressed a red button on the console. Authorization granted. Highest level information protection activated. The old man murmured softly, his voice echoing in the dark room. The rule of the conglomerates over humanity's spirit has lasted too long. Su Chen, no matter who you are, this fire that awakens the backbone of humanity, the Federation will burn even brighter. On the Star Network forum beneath that dark gold post, the comments exploded. Find clues. Count me in. If they are our ancestors, I will never let them lose this battle in the snow. Are there any brothers who understand archaeology? Let's dig together. The history books are fake. We've been deceived for 200 years. DNA memories. I wondered why I felt like worshipping when I saw Guan Yu. Ancestor Dragon. Zhuge Liang. And those soldiers in the snow, were they all real? Our history has not been lost. Who is Su Chen? Has he come from the past? Comments were refreshing at a speed of tens of thousands per second. The entire network of Blue Star was boiling. In the Star Dome arena, Su Chen returned to his construct cabin. He did not pay attention to the chaos outside, nor did he look at the ugly expressions of his opponents. He simply stared quietly at the backstage data panel before him. At the very bottom of the panel, there was a new data item he had never seen before, radiating a faint golden light. Civilization Awakening Degree 3. Su Chen looked at that number, his lips curling into a smile. His game was no longer just a competition. This was a revolution. A silent, yet powerful revival revolution, igniting the flame of civilization in the desert of history, capable of burning through an entire era. Lao Pai sat in his gaming chair, watching the livestream commentary scroll across the screen. The comments kept arguing. DNA memory. Nonsense. This has to be a scripted narrative fabricated by Su Chen. Up there, idiot. Don't you feel it? When I saw that blood-streaked frozen potato, I bawled like a stray dog. If this were staged, I'd rip my own head off. Exactly. That gut-wrenching sorrow. Could any AI truly replicate it? Conspiracy theory. It's all orchestrated by the oligarchs. Lao Pai remained silent. He pressed a hand to his chest. There deep within lingered the icy chill of the Chongjin Lake snowfields, bone-deep, searing cold. He recalled the young soldier handing him a frozen potato streaked with blood. He recalled the boy biting down on his sleeve, silent and motionless as he froze to death in the snow. He recalled the platoon leader raising 9 fingers, his eyes red-rimmed and raw. Lao Pai drew a slow, deep breath, then spoke into the microphone, his voice low yet unyielding. Stop squabbling. Whether you believe it or not, I do. He paused, gaze locked onto the screen. What if they truly are our ancestors? Then this war, I'd die 100 times over just to fight beside them to victory. With that, Lao Pai snatched up the VR headset beside him and strapped it on. His finger tapped once on the control panel. Enter game. The screen flared back to life. It was the same snow-cloaked mountain range. Wind and blizzard howled fiercely, lashing his face like knives. Lao Pai found himself back on that frigid front line, crouched low in a snow hollow. His comrades surrounded him, frozen stiff as ice statues, yet every pair of eyes burned with fierce, unwavering focus fixed on the valley below. Comrades. The platoon leader crouched low, darting from the far end of the trench, voice hushed but urgent. Orders have changed. The enemy's armored divisions are too formidable. We can't swallow them whole in one bite. Our new mission is... Clenching his fist, he slammed it hard into the snow. To concentrate overwhelming force, to clench our fist, and shatter the enemy at Xinxingli first. Then we'll turn to Latangli and Xiexi. Understood. Understood. A chorus of muffled but resolute voices rose around him. A new mission prompt flashed before Lao Pai's eyes: assault on Xinxingli. Objective: the enemy's elite XX regiment, the North Bear Regiment. The livestream commentary exploded. Whoa, better to sever one finger than injure 10. This commander's mind is razor sharp. How dare he concentrate forces for a decisive strike, under such overwhelming odds? A tactical genius. The North Bear Regiment. That name alone sends chills. Lao Pai didn't glance at the comments. Following the platoon leader's orders, he began moving silently towards Xinxingli. Frontline relocation. Through wind and snow the soldiers glided like pale phantoms, ghostly, soundless, weaving through the snow-crusted terrain. Soon they reached a high ground overlooking Xingxingli's perimeter. Lao Pai lay flat atop the ridge, peering downward. Below sprawled the enemy's fortified position. Just as before, the steel hedgehog, dozens of heavy tanks encircling the camp in a tight ring, turrets aimed outward, heavy machine gun barrels gleaming coldly in the blizzard. Lights flickered inside the camp, tents dotted the snow, faint music even drifted out on the wind. The platoon leader whispered, voice taut. "See it? That's the North Bear Regiment. They claim never to have lost a single battle since their founding. Their equipment is the most advanced on the planet. Tanks, howitzers, heavy machine guns. They possess it all. And we possess nothing. Yet today we will break this unyielding bone. Prepare." The platoon leader raised his hand. Lao Pai tightened his grip on his aging rifle. The bolt was still frozen, but this time he'd learned. He'd tucked the weapon inside his coat, earlier warming it just enough to slide smoothly. Charge! Down came the platoon leader's hand. This time, silent assault. Yet the soldiers erupted like wolves long starved, leaping from the snow, bayonets fixed, roaring down the slope. Kill! Lao Pai charged too. His mind went blank. Only the ring of tanks below filled his vision. He had to breach them. He had to tear open a gap. But the enemy reacted with terrifying speed. Almost the instant the charge began, tank turrets swiveled into position. Heavy machine guns rattled, da-da-da, crisscrossing fire sweeping the hillside like death's scythe. Those in the vanguard fell like wheat before the reaper. Blood sprayed across the snow, vivid, shocking crimson. Lao Pai dropped into a snow hollow, bullets whistled overhead. He hurled a grenade. It struck the tank's armor and detonated with a sharp bang, yet the tank didn't budge. Only a black scorch mark marred its steel hide. Damn it! Lao Pai cursed. How in hell were they supposed to fight this? Rifle rounds merely scratched the surface. Grenades left no dent, not even a dent. The soldiers were pinned down along the forward edge of the snowfield, unable to advance. Casualties mounted rapidly. The platoon leader's eyes blazed, crimson blood vessels straining at the temples. His voice hoarse and ragged. "We cannot retreat. Retreat means abandoning everything we've fought for. We must destroy those lead tanks, rip open a breach." He turned, teeth gritted, and roared. "Demolition team, advance." Several young soldiers crawled forward from the rear, clutching satchel charges and explosive tubes, each weighing over 10 pounds. Their faces still held traces of youth, but their eyes burned with absolute resolve. No hesitation. Without pause, the first soldier sprinted forward, cradling his satchel charge. He ran low, dashing across the snow. American heavy machine guns opened fire. Da-da-da. His spine shattered. He crumpled forward like a puppet with cut strings. The satchel charge tumbled from his grasp onto the snow. Blood gushed from beneath him, quickly staining the white expanse a deep, spreading red. The second soldier surged ahead, trampling over his comrade's bloodstain, dragging an explosive tube behind him across the snow. A bullet tore through his leg. Both legs shattered. Yet he did not stop. Dragging his broken limbs, he inched forward, toward the tanks, leaving behind a long, dark trail of blood. Lao Pai watched, his hands trembling. The livestream comments had gone berserk. "Don't charge. Please, don't charge. This is suicide. No anti-tank weapons. How can we possibly win? I can't bear it." The second soldier reached the tank's flank. He tried to wedge the explosive tube into the track mechanism, but the steel was freezing, unyielding. He attempted again and again, failing each time. The tank's turret rotated slowly, the heavy machine gun barrel now pointed directly at him. At that very moment, the third soldier charged forward. He carried a satchel charge in his arms. Reaching the tank, he glanced once, then realized the charge could not adhere to the frozen slick armor. He hesitated, just for a heartbeat. Then he performed an act none would ever forget. He spun around, pressed his own back firmly against the charge, and jammed it hard against the tank's tread. He turned back toward his comrades and screamed with every ounce of strength left in his body. Wind and snow swallowed the sound, but Lao Pai read his lips clearly. 2 words. Charge. Then, he yanked the fuse. Boom. An earth-shattering detonation. Fire leapt skyward. The blast wave hurled snow high into the air. That arrogant, invincible heavy tank, its track blown clean off, lay crippled, blocking the breach in the enemy line. The enemy crew inside never even cried out. The breach was opened. Kill. The platoon leader sprang up first, eyes blazing crimson, bayonet leveled, as he charged inward. Kill for me. Like a pack of rabid wolves, the soldiers surged forward, trampling over the mangled remains of their fallen brothers, roaring into the American circular perimeter. Stripped of tank cover, the enemy collapsed utterly in close quarters night combat. Staring at the blood-smeared, crimson-eyed, death-defying people's volunteers, they felt, for the first time, the true primal terror of war. Demons. They're demons. Retreat. Fall back now. The enemy broke and fled, but the soldiers gave them no quarter. Bayonets pierced flesh. Bodies tore apart. Lao Pai plunged in two. His old rifle, long emptied, now nothing more than a club. He swung the rifle, but crack, smashing it into an enemy soldier's skull. Brain splattered. The battle raged through the entire night. At dawn, the gunfire at Xingxingli finally ceased. Enemy corpses and shattered tanks littered the snowfields. Black smoke from burning wrecks curled upward into the pale morning light. Lao Pai slumped beside a destroyed tank, drenched in blood, gasping for breath. He lifted his head and saw not far away a soldier pulling a flag from a heap of enemy bodies. It was blue, embroidered with a white polar bear, now torn, stained with blood and mud. The soldier hurled it onto the snow and stomped on it fiercely. Then he snatched it up again and raised it high. "We won." His voice, raw and ragged, tore through the air. All surviving soldiers raised their weapons in unison. "We won." Their cry echoed across the snow. Lao Pai stared at the trampled North Bear Regiment flag, and suddenly his nose stung. In the livestream, the comments fell into stunned silence for several seconds. Then, absolute pandemonium. The North Bear Regiment, gone. Annihilated. That so-called planet's strongest mechanized elite, wiped out entirely. That's war. That's what a soldier is. The most beloved people. I'm sobbing uncontrollably. At that moment, a blazing server-wide announcement flashed across the screen. Xingxingli campaign concluded. U.S. Elite, North Bear Regiment completely annihilated. Regimental flag captured. Lao Pai stared at those golden words, then looked down at the tattered, blood-soaked North Bear flag clutched in his own hand. He tried to smile, but tears came first. Lao Pai lay collapsed on the snowy ground of Xingxingli, clutching a tattered flag. He smiled through tears that would not stop. The viewership in his live stream had rocketed from a few 100,000 at its nadir to tens of millions. Everyone was wrapped up in the euphoria of their victory. Then at that instant, the giant screen at the match venue snapped to attention as the director's camera suddenly lifted. It was as if somebody had scrolled the map upward with a mouse wheel. The perspective leapt from the burning battlefield of Xingxingli to a panoramic view of the entire Chongjin Lake region. The camera swept swiftly and locked onto another point on the map, a small glaring dot marked in red. 1071. One Highlands Eye-galing. A cold mechanical voice announced the battle at Xingxingli is over. But the battle for Chongjin Lake is not finished. The main force of the American 1st Marine Division remains split and encircled in Latonli and Zaijiuli. The narrator continued. And here, the camera pushed in, focusing on that red dot. This is the absolute commanding height overlooking Zaijiuli. It is the Americans' only escape route. If it falls, the entire encirclement will be torn apart. The picture cut close like a holographic film. The highland was a blank of white. Wind and snow howled. A young man in a thin yellow-green cotton coat hunched and moved among the positions. His face was mottled with frostbite, yet his eyes shone with an uncommon brightness. Above his head floated his name and rank: Yang Jinsi, company commander. Behind him marched dozens of equal. Their lips were purple from the cold, but their hands gripped their rifles as if they were lifelines. "Comrades." Yang Jinsi lowered his voice, though every syllable was iron. "Do you see that road below? If the Americans try to flee, they must pass this way. Our task is to nail ourselves to this point. Not an inch back. Understand?" "Yes." The soldiers answered in a low collective roar. The sound was not loud, but it carried absolute resolve. Yang Jinsi hurried his men to emplace their fire points. Machine guns were set up. Grenades were laid along the... Everyone lay in the shallow snow hollows motionless, much like those who had once lain in wait at Chongjin Lake. But this time they did not have to wait long. At dawn, the road below began to rumble with tanks. An American column had arrived, lead jeeps, transport trucks, and several Sherman tanks. The convoy rolled on toward the highland. "Prepare." Yang Jinsi stared fixedly downward as the enemy drew. As the first jeep neared the foot of the slope, Yang Jinsi sprang up, raising his rifle. "Fire." A sudden staccato roar erupted. Rat-a-tat. Every weapon on the position opened at once. Bullets poured down like a summer rain. The American column instantly fell into confusion. Jeeps smoked, soldiers scrambled from trucks. Incoming! Incoming! On the highland. The Americans reacted quickly. A tank turret creaked as it swung, the gun barrel leveled at the ridge. Boom! A shell slammed into the forward edge of the position, throwing snow and earth high. Several men were knocked over by the blast. Still none withdrew. Yang Jinsi, eyes rimmed red, bellowed, "Machine guns. Suppress the tanks. Sharpshooters. Take out their gunners." One man pressed into a snow hollow, squinted down the iron sights of an old rifle. His muzzle held steady, aimed at the enemy below. There an American machine gunner had mounted a Browning heavy machine gun and was sweeping the slope with merciless bursts. A single crack. The American gunner's head snapped back and blood sprayed. The heavy gun fell silent. "Beautiful," Yang cried. That shot severed the enemy's throat. The suppressive fire below diminished by half in an instant. The soldiers seized the moment, hurling grenades as if they were dumplings. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions stitched the slope with thunder. The Americans broke completely. Abandoning damaged vehicles and dozens of bodies, they scurried back, tumbling and scrambling. "We won." A wild cheer rose from the position. Men climbed from the trenches, waving rifles like flags. Yang Jinsi breathed out for the first time in hours and walked to the edge to survey the abandoned enemy vehicles below. "Take a few men. Bring up anything usable, especially food." A handful dashed down and soon returned carrying metal crates. Inside were American field rations, biscuits, tins, chocolate. The soldiers' eyes widened. They had been hungry for 10 days, surviving on frozen potatoes. Now seeing these rations, their mouths watered. Yang Jinsi snapped a biscuit in half and handed pieces to the men beside him. Eat, he said. Eat up. You cannot fight on empty stomachs. They devoured the food biscuit crumbs scattered on the snow and hurriedly stuffed back into mouths. They pried open tins with bayonets and ate with their hands, faces smeared with food. Viewers watching the stream felt a collective easing in their chests. Finally something hot to eat. These soldiers have suffered so much. I can finally breathe a little. The relief was a high piercing whistle tore through the sky, the sound of shells cleaving the air. Yang Jinsi's expression hardened. Artillery. Take cover. Boom. The first shell struck the center of the position. Snow and earth blasted into the air. Then another and another until the hillside was pelted by a dense hail of shells. The little highland was swallowed in flame and smoke in an instant. Soon the American bombers came. Enormous aerial bombs fell from the sky. Rumble. The ground shook and the trenches were blown to pieces. Earth overturned, blackened, and charred. What had been white snow was now stained. The smell of burning and powder choked the breath. The live chat went silent with shock. My God, that firepower. Did they just flatten the whole hill? They were just eating. Now it's hell. The barrage lasted a full half hour. When the smoke thinned, Yang Jinsi crawled from the earth and brushed the dust from his head. He looked over the position. The neat trenches had become a field of craters. Several men had been blown away entirely. The rest lay wounded. Count the living. Yang croaked. Those who remained struggled up and counted. Nearly a third were gone. Yet no one wept and no one cried out in pain. Each man clung to his rifle, eyes fixed on the slope below. For there the Americans were beginning their second assault. 2 companies protected by multiple tanks surged forward. Ugly, endless ranks of Americans climbed with their rifles crouching low against the slope. The tank barrels never left the ridge. Prepare. Yang wiped blood from his face. Wait until they're closed, then on my command. The enemy closed 100 meters, 50-30. Fire. Yang Jinsi was the first to rise. 2 shots from his rifle sent 2 attackers down. Every gun on the ridge opened fire in unison. Grenades fell like they cost nothing. The attackers were pinned to the slope, unable to lift their heads. But the tank's machine guns kept sweeping. Bullets whizzed overhead. Men dropped one after another. Machine guns. Hit the tanks. Yang roared. Machine gunner Lu Huilai clutched a heavy gun and sprayed the tanks, but his rounds merely kissed the armor and sparked. They could not penetrate. Company commander. It won't stop them. Lu panted, drenched in sweat. Yang glanced over and gritted his teeth. Demolition team. Go. 3 men took satchel charges and slipped down the flank. 2 were cut down by tank machine gun fire as soon as they showed themselves. The third reached a tank and slammed the detonator. Boom. The tank's track was blown off, though it lay crippled on the slope. Still the assault did not falter. Men scrambled over corpses and pressed upward. Hold. Hold. Yang's eyes were bloodshot. When his rifle ran dry, he seized a fallen comrade's weapon and kept firing. The battle stretched from morning into noon and from noon into the afternoon. The Americans maddened. Charge time. First repulse. Second repulse. Third, fourth, fifth. With each repulse, the position lost another swath. The live chat's cheers dwindled to silence. Everyone watching understood this was no mere fight. It was a meet. By the 8th repulse, almost no one remained. Yang Jinsi leaned in the trench, gasping for air. At his side were only Lu Huilai, the machine gunner platoon leader, Zhao Ringgui, and 2 other severely wounded men. Moreover, their ammunition was gone. All the grenades had been thrown. Yang felt his empty bandolier. He looked at Lu. Lu shook his head and patted the heavy gun. Commander, not a single round left. Yang said nothing. He raised his head and peered down the slope. The Americans were massing again, a dark, unbroken tide. The 9th assault was about to begin. Yang Jinsi paused for a few seconds, then made a choice. He walked to the heavy machine gun and began to dismantle. Lu stared in disbelief. Commander, what are you doing? Yang did not look back. His hands moved quickly. Take it apart. You and platoon leader Zhao. Take it and withdraw. Lu's eyes filled with red. Commander, I won't leave. I will stay and hold the position with you. Yang whipped his head around, eyes blazing and voice hoarse. This is an order. Lu Huilai, Zhao Ringgui, I command you to withdraw immediately. Take this monstrosity down the mountain. Preserving the weapon is preserving our fighting strength. One day we will use it to strike hard at the Americans. Tears poured from Lu's face. He clung to the heavy gun and sobbed until his voice broke. I won't leave. Company commander, I won't leave. If you die, I die with you. Yang rose, drew his rifle, and leveled the muzzle at Lu. His voice was cold as ice. Get out. Go seek reinforcements. This is the final order. Lu looked at Yang's bloodshot eyes and the black mouth of the gun. He understood the man's resolve. He bit his lip and with enormous effort let go. Zhao Ringgui stepped up and helped shoulder the heavy gun. The 2 stood before Yang. Lu, tears streaming, raised his right hand and rendered a soldier's salute. Yang nodded once. Go. Lu and Zhao turned and ran down the slope, carrying the heavy gun and glancing back every few steps. The live chat erupted into madness. Don't go. Take him with you. Why leave him? How can one man hold it? Yang watched them vanish into the snow. Then he turned and began to search the position, rifling through the bodies of fallen comrades with hands that were gentle and decisive at once. Finally, in a shell crater, he found a satchel charge weighing 10 or so jean. The fuse remained intact. He brushed dust from it and cradled it to his chest. He moved to the very front of the position and lay down, eyes hard and fixed on the slope below. A few dozen American soldiers crept upward, convinced the position was empty. They moved slowly, cautiously, drawing nearer. 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. At the instant the first American foot was about to step into the trench, Yang Jinsi sprang up. He was covered in blood and powder. His face was black with smoke, but his eyes burned like flint. He struck a match and lit the satchel's fuse. The fuse hissed and smoked. Clutching the sizzling charge, Yang leapt from the trench like a maddened lion and hurled himself into the thickest mass of the enemy. The Americans screamed in terror, but their cries were swallowed by a cataclysmic roar. Boom! The screen was obliterated by a blinding white light. When the smoke cleared, there remained only a vast crater on the position. Scattered limbs and torn flesh littered the snow. The young company commander's figure had vanished. He had become one with 1071. One Highland forever. On the giant screen at the match venue, a line of golden text appeared. Do not believe there are tasks that cannot be completed. Do not believe there are difficulties that cannot be overcome. Do not believe there are enemies that cannot be defeated. Yang Jinsi. Across Blue Star, 1 billion viewers of every age and gender. At that moment, all wept like children. Lao Pai stared at the golden characters on the large screen, alongside Yang Jinsi's name, and his nose stung with unbearable emotion. Everyone in the live streaming room was weeping. The chat scrolled so rapidly it was unreadable. Commander Yang. We believe no mission is impossible to complete. I'm sobbing uncontrollably. Lao Pai wiped his face and opened his mouth to speak. Suddenly his earpiece erupted with his company commander's hoarse, ragged shout, interspersed with the wet rattle of blood. Attention, all personnel. The American forces. Cough. Are retreating. Pursue them. Grip their tails with everything you've got. Don't let go. Lao Pai froze for a split second, then swiftly switched back to the game perspective. The screen flared back to life. It was still the same snow-capped mountain range, but the thunder of gunfire had shifted southward. Along the highway below, the American convoy fled like startled hares, tanks, trucks, jeeps, jammed together in chaotic disarray, racing desperately southward. Dust and snow swirled violently in their wake. They're really retreating. Lao Pai blinked, stunned. The livestream chat froze in disbelief. Retreating? Just like that? After the Northern Bear Regiment was annihilated, and Little Gao Ridge reduced to rubble, would they wait to die? But aren't they the most elite mechanized force on Earth? Already surrendering. Lao Pai ignored the chat. His commander had already led the remaining soldiers down the mountain. Follow me. Lao Pai roared, and charged forward, rifle raised. The pursuit began. The Americans had vehicles and tanks, blazing along the highway at breakneck speed. What did the volunteer army have? Nothing but their own 2 legs. Lao Pai sprinted across the snowfields alongside the entire battalion. 40 degrees below zero, the wind slashed across his face like blades. He glanced down at his feet. His boots were long since shredded, his toes purple with frostbite. Some soldiers ran barefoot across the snow. Bloodstained footprints bloomed one after another in the white expanse. Damn it! How can we possibly catch them? Lao Pai gasped, breath ragged. His stamina bar had plummeted to critical red. The chat too was baffled. Bro Pai, stop chasing. The mission's already complete. They've got wheels, we've got legs. It's impossible to overtake them. So what if they escape? Let them go. Lao Pai didn't respond. Jaw clenched, eyes locked unblinkingly on the fleeing American convoy ahead. He could not stop. His commander ran, while coughing up blood, voice raw and broken. We cannot stop. Even if we die, we will bite down and hold on. Watergate Bridge, cough. The high ground above Watergate Bridge holds our blocking detachment. If they seal that choke point, every single one of these American devils will be trapped. A spark ignited in Lao Pai's eyes. A blocking detachment. Yes, a blocking detachment. He glanced at the map. Ahead lay a treacherous mountain pass, steep cliffs rising sheer on both sides with only a narrow road winding through the center. It was the Americans' sole southern retreat route. And, ultimately, their final death trap. Charge. Lao Pai bellowed, summoning strength he didn't know he possessed, and surged forward faster than before. At that very moment, inside the American command vehicle, Colonel Smith's face was ashen, his hands trembling violently. Through his binoculars, he watched the People's Volunteers, ghost-like figures in the snow, relentlessly pursuing his mechanized column. Madmen, all of them, he muttered under his breath. Xing Xingli had been utterly destroyed. Commander Yang Jinsi of Shao Gao Ridge had leapt into enemy ranks, clutching an explosive charge. Now these men, barefoot, frostbitten, were still chasing his armored division across the frozen wasteland. Sir, the Dead Eagle Pass lies just ahead, murmured his aide. Smith raised his binoculars toward the silent, snow-draped hilltop ahead. Utterly still, utterly silent. Not a single sound disturbed the air. Yet cold sweat broke out across Smith's brow instantly. He knew this enemy's tactics all too well. Such commanding heights, without question, harbored ambushes. Call in air support. Smith's voice quavered. And artillery. Bombard that hilltop. Flatten it until not even a single rat survives. As soon as the order was given, aircraft engines roared overhead. Then came the deep, earth-shaking thunder of heavy artillery. Boom, 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 boom. A relentless deluge of shells and aerial bombs rained down upon the hilltop like a storm of iron hail. Fire leapt skyward. Soil and snow exploded dozens of meters into the air. In seconds, the entire hilltop vanished beneath choking smoke and searing flame. The bombardment lasted 30 minutes without pause. When the shelling ceased, the hilltop had become scorched barren earth. Silence. An absolute suffocating silence. No gunfire. No counterattack. Nothing at all. Smith peered through his binoculars for a long, tense moment. Infantry, advance, he commanded, voice taut. Proceed with extreme caution. American soldiers, rifles trembling in their hands, waded cautiously through knee-deep snow up the slope. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Viewers in the live stream held their breath. Where's the blocking detachment? Are they holding fire until the enemy closes in? Like before. Don't scare us. Meanwhile, Lao Pai and the company commander had reached the opposite ridge. They lay prone in the snow, scanning anxiously through their binoculars. Why no response? Lao Pai grew frantic. The commander said nothing, only stared unblinking. The American soldiers crept closer. Then, the first soldier reached the edge of the trench. His finger locked rigidly on the trigger. His whole body coiled tight until he looked inside the trench and froze, struck motionless as though struck by lightning. His rifle clattered onto the snow. Then the second, then the third. Every American soldier who scaled the position stood paralyzed where they stood. Below, Smith sensed something deeply wrong and climbed the hill himself. Then he too froze. Inside the trench, an entire company of People's Volunteer soldiers. All remained in position, all deployed in battle formation. Some gripped rifles, muzzles aimed downward. Others held grenades mid-throw, arms cocked and ready. Some clutched machine gun triggers, fingers still curled tightly around them. Yet, not a single shot had been fired, because every single man was encased in a thick crystalline layer of ice. They stood frozen in perfect combat posture, eyes locked unflinchingly forward, yet utterly devoid of breath or pulse. Over 100 ice statues, silently standing within the trench, like eternal unyielding monuments. Wind and snow swept past, ice crystals shimmered in the pale light. Time itself seemed to halt in that instant. One American soldier collapsed to his knees and removed his helmet. Then another, then another. Smith gazed upon these enemies who even in death refused to yield a single inch. Slowly he raised his right hand and rendered a salute heavier than any he'd ever given. His voice, hoarse and reverent, carried a humility he'd never known before. Faced with an army such as this, victory is forever beyond our reach. The Americans seized the moment to withdraw swiftly from the position. Lao Pai and the commander surged forward with their troops. When Lao Pai saw the trench filled with ice statues, his entire body trembled. With a thud, he dropped to his knees in the snow, and tears streamed down his face. Comrades, whispered the commander, eyes bloodshot, voice thick with grief. He approached a young soldier frozen stiff beside him, still boyish in appearance, eyes wide open, staring. The commander searched the youth's thin cotton jacket pocket and withdrew a stiff, icy scrap of paper hardened like metal by frost. Hands shaking, the commander carefully unfurled the note. Lao Pai leaned in close. The system automatically projected the note's words onto the holographic broadcast screen. The handwriting was neat, but blurred in places by melting ice. The commander took a deep, steadying breath and recited the words aloud, voice trembling with raw, overwhelming force. I love my family and my motherland. I cherish my honor even more. I am a proud soldier. O snow and ice, I shall never submit to you. Even if I freeze to death, I will stand tall and proud upon my post. His voice echoed across the snow-cloaked mountains. In that instant, billions of viewers across the globe wept, the most beloved people. So, this is what the most beloved people truly are. I'm bawling like a dog. Why? Why can human beings rise to such heights? My DNA has awakened, truly awakened. Lao Pai knelt in the snow, gazing at the rows of ice statues surrounding him, at their youthful faces, at their unwavering combat stances, unchanged even in death. He finally understood why this game bore the title The Most Beloved People. The camera slowly pulled back. In the soft glow of dawn, countless ice statues glittered across the snowy slopes, like an immortal legion of everlasting monuments. At the competition venue, Su Chun observed the back-end dashboard, specifically the figure beside Civilization Awakening level. It flickered gently, rising from 3 to 5. Lao Pai knelt in the snow, clutching that stiff scrap of paper. His tears fell onto it and froze into little shards of ice. He lifted his head and looked at the surrounding frozen statues, each posed as if still locked in battle. He looked at their youthful faces, at the eyes that stared unblinkingly toward the front even in death. Tens of millions in his livestream wept with him. The chat was full of comments like, "The most lovable people, salute," bursting into tears. But as he cried, Lao Pai suddenly stopped. He sprang up, bent over, and pried from the rigid hand of a nearby ice-sculpted soldier a rifle frozen solid. The bolt would not move. He did not care. Lao Pai turned to the camera, his eyes raw and voice hoarse. "Brothers, you all saw it right. They froze to death here and never yielded a single step. They left battles unfinished. Lao Pai shouldered the rifle, aimed it toward the direction where the American forces were fleeing down the mountain, and bellowed with every ounce of strength, "We will fight for them." The livestream erupted. The previous stream of mourning was instantly drowned by blood-red comments. "Fight. Pai go lead the way. I'm following. They have no bullets, so we have them. They have no supplies, well take them. Avenge the brothers of the Ice Sculpture Company. I'm not quitting the game. If I die, you'll die on the Samba line." It was not only Lao Pai's channel. Across launching, every player still on the Zue Kai Duran server, and every spectator who had been sobbing on the forums responded, "Log into the game. Coordinates change in lake. Move. Form squads. Need assault troopers. Any medics. I'm charging," scrolled across dashboards and data panels. The online count for Su Chen's work, the curve that had plunged to its nadir, rocketed upward like a launched missile. 1 million, 10 million, 50 million, 100 million. Within minutes, the servers overloaded and warnings turned red. Lao Pai shouldered that rifle and was the first to charge down the slope. From the previously silent mountainside, countless figures suddenly emerged. They wore the game's shabby default padded coats and carried an assortment of aging firearms, pouring out from all directions with a single cry, "Follow Pai, go." The American forces were still fleeing south. Shermisi sat in the command vehicle, shaken. Suddenly an aide pointed behind them in terror, "Sir, look." Shermisi turned and saw a sight he could not comprehend for the rest of his life. The mountain that had a moment before been empty was now packed with people, an impossible, uncountable mass. They surged down like a tidal wave. There was no heavy firepower, no tanks. Many had no guns at all, only entrenching shovels and bayonets, eyes burning red as they charged. The Americans panicked. Those who had already been unnerved by the Ice Sculpture Company now faced a living sea of men who seemed not to fear death. "Open fire. Fire now." Tanks turned their turrets. Heavy machine guns raked the slope. The players at the forefront fell like wheat cut by. It changed nothing. One fell, and 10 surged forward. A line fell, and 100, 1,000, 10,000 filled the breach. No supplies. They respawned and seized their comrades' weapons from the snow and kept pressing on. No bullets. Fix bayonets. Use entrenching shovels. With fists. With teeth. Lao Pai ran at the very front. He was shot, his health bar plunged to empty, but he kept going, leaping onto an American soldier and smashing him with the butt of his rifle. Thud, thud, thud. He shattered the man's skull. He grabbed the enemy's submachine gun and swept it across the surrounding soldiers. "Rat-a-tat. Come on then. You bastards. Bring it on," he shouted as he fought, tears mixing with blood and sweat smeared across his face. The entire Chongjin Lake region went utterly mad. Millions, tens of millions, hundreds of millions of players poured in from every direction. They understood no tactics. They simply hurled themselves forward, paying with lives, piling bodies and blood. The American steel defenses began to buckle before this pure, human torrent of will. A tank was blasted immobile by dozens of players with satchel charges and grenades. A machine gun nest was overwhelmed by bodies. Someone bit through a gunner's throat to silence him. Retreat. Rout. The American forces fled south from Chongjin Lake, and the players pursued. Over snowy peaks, across frozen rivers. They chased across burning highways and ruins. The front line was shoved southward from Chongjin Lake by that frenzied flood. In the end, as countless players trudged through mud and packed snow and crossed the famous Samba line, the sky suddenly cleared. The blizzard that had raged for an unknown span of time ceased. Sunlight pierced the clouds and lit the snow stained with smoke and blood. A system chime sounded in every player's ear. Server announcement: main quest, drive the enemy south of the Samba line completed. On the battlefield, the surviving players all stopped. They looked down at that invisible line under their feet and at the fleeing silhouettes of the American forces in the distance. They looked at the countless corpses of comrades scattered around them. No one cheered. Only a profound silence. Lao Pai stood at the front, leaning on his rifle. His padded coat had several tears and still bled. He panted, staring at the sunlight. Had they won? Just like that? Had they really won? He felt dazed. By convention, the point settlement panel should pop up now. He waited several seconds. Nothing appeared. Just as Lao Pai thought, the game had frozen the image before his eyes, violently warped like a television with a failing signal, filled with drifting snow-like static. All players still in the game found their perspectives suddenly pulled away by an irresistible force. Lao Pai discovered that he was no longer on the battlefield. He stood in a pure white space. All around him was white. There were no boundaries. There was no sound. The silence was frightening. What the hell? What's going on? Lao Pai instinctively shouted. The bullet comments were also in shock. Hidden level. Is it a bug? The evaluation screen is so abstract. At that moment, a figure slowly emerged from the center of the pure white space. It was not a bloodied warrior, but a rabbit. A rabbit wearing a military hat with a red 5-point star, dressed in a thin yellow-green military uniform. It sat there all alone, hugging its legs and burying its face in its knees. It looked small, very thin. The audience from Blue Star was dumbfounded. A rabbit? What is this? The cutest person is a rabbit. I am impressed by Su Shin's imagination. Lao Pai also looked puzzled. He had just wanted to take a few steps forward to take a look when footsteps sounded behind the rabbit. Tap, tap, tap. They were slow but steady. Another rabbit walked out from the pure white. This rabbit seemed much older, its fur somewhat gray, and it had wrinkles on it. It leaned on a cane and walked very slowly. Yet its chest was adorned with a multitude of medals. Gold, silver, they sparkled. The old rabbit stopped beside the young rabbit. It looked at the young rabbit and then sat down heavily. Who? The old rabbit exhaled as if it had walked a long way and finally returned home. It turned its head and looked at the young rabbit, who was still hugging its legs and smiling. The smile was warm, even a bit. Silly. Dear. The old rabbit spoke, its voice a bit hoarse, but very kind. How are you? It paused and continued talking to itself. Oh, it's been a long time since we sat together and chatted. Ha ha ha. It laughed a few times and then pulled something out from its pocket. It was a square wrapped in oiled paper. Do you know? The old rabbit said, unwrapping the oiled paper, its eyes sparkling with excitement. Now the rations have turned into special self-heating rations. This thing just adds some water, wait a while, and it will heat up by itself. Isn't it magical? It unwrapped the oiled paper, revealing something akin to compressed biscuits. The most important thing is, the old rabbit broke off a small piece and handed it to the young rabbit. It didn't mind stuffing the small piece into its mouth, crunching as it chewed, mumbling, there's meat inside. Though it's a bit saltier than the meat from the eagle sauce cans we used to capture back in the day. It swallowed and licked its lips as if recalling something funny. Oh, by the way, last time my grandson and the others stewed a pot of braised pork, but it turned sour. They thought it was disgusting and wanted to throw it away. I quietly took a few pieces and ate them wrapped in bread. They all thought it was thrown away. Ha ha ha. It put away its smile, straightened its back, and said to the void seriously and proudly, our reconnaissance unit is magnificent. In the audience, someone had already begun to cry. They looked at the old rabbit's simple, proud smile. In their minds, unbidden images flashed in the snow. A young soldier handed over a frozen potato with blood on. Young Jinsei embraced a bundle of explosives and leaped forward. The eyes of the more than 100 soldiers of the ice sculpture battalion remained open until death. The old rabbit's laughter faded. It leaned on its cane, struggling to stand up. Then it suddenly became very excited, gesturing animatedly. By the way, do you remember that iron turtle we had back in the day? That one, it was so powerful. The light in the old rabbit's eyes was startlingly bright. Later during the military parade, we saw it too. Wow. It thumped its cane on the ground vigorously, making a thud sound so big, so awesome, so handsome. Just like back then, even if it was 10 meters tall, it wouldn't necessarily be able to penetrate. When we got to the anti-tank section, the old rabbit suddenly fell silent. It was silent for a few seconds. Then it released its cane and stood up straight. Despite its legs being somewhat inconvenient, it straightened its back. Slowly it raised its right hand. It saluted. Very standard. Very forcefully. My old Wong and I couldn't help but salute. The old rabbit's voice was a bit choked, but more so filled with pride. It lifted my spirits. It really lifted my spirits. In the pure white space, the only sound left was the gentle breathing of the old rabbit. The young rabbit still hugged its legs motionless. The old rabbit lowered its hand and leaned on its cane again. It looked at the young rabbit for a long time. Then it suddenly snorted, angrily thumping its cane on the ground. But these kids nowadays. The old rabbit's voice rose, filled with a sense of disappointment. How can they be so lacking in confidence in defeating the eagle's sauce? Think about how we stood firm against them back in the day. Damn it. It cursed and then held its neck high like the youthful soldier charging forward back in the day. Give me another brick and I can go to the 38th line and make waves again. Back then, without the iron turtle and without planes, I was never afraid. The old rabbit stared at the young rabbit, asking each word. You tell me, are you afraid of anything now? It grew more and more agitated. The medals on its chest jingled. But as it spoke, the old rabbit's voice gradually lowered. It looked at the perpetually silent young rabbit. Its eyes began to redden slowly. Trembling, it reached out its calloused and wrinkled hand to touch the young rabbit, but halfway through the hand stopped. Large drops of tears fell from the old rabbit's reddened eyes. They splashed on the pure white ground, forming small wet marks. The old rabbit's voice was so hoarse it was nearly inaudible. Now we not only can afford tea eggs, we can basically afford meat for 3 meals a day. It sniffed, tears flowing even more fiercely, but the old rabbit looked at the young rabbit, at its thin military uniform that seemed forever frozen in that winter. Finally, it spoke the words it had been holding back for so long. Dear, I miss you so much. The young rabbit, who had been hugging its legs and burying its face in its knees. At that moment, suddenly it moved. Slowly it raised its head, turned its face, looked at the old rabbit, who was weeping uncontrollably. The corners of the young rabbit's eyes were also wet with tears. But it looked at the old rabbit, at the glimmering medals on its chest. It looked at its elderly yet still upright figure. Then the young rabbit smiled, revealing an extremely pure and radiant smile, as if it could melt all the ice. The scene froze at that moment. Lao Pai stood in the pure white space watching the two rabbits. One was old, adorned with medals and tear-streaked. The other was young, dressed in a thin military uniform with a brilliant smile. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but his throat felt like it was blocked by a stone and he couldn't utter a word. Only tears flowed continuously down. Billions of viewers worldwide quietly watched this frozen scene. They looked at the two rabbits at that smile. Everyone understood. They finally grasped what Chen wanted to convey to them. The bullet comments completely disappeared. Only a silent weeping remained. Old Pai sat in the gaming chair, tears still streaming down his face. He had just witnessed two rabbits, one old rabbit crying profusely, while a young rabbit smiled radiantly. He removed the VR headset. His hands trembled slightly. Outside the window, the night of Blue Star remained unchanged. Huge holographic billboards flickered between the buildings, advertising the latest synthetic nutrient solutions and virtual companions. Hover cars silently glided through the sky, leaving behind cold, glimmering trails. The neon lights were dazzling. Yet as Old Pai gazed at it all, he only felt an emptiness in his heart. It felt particularly strange. Damn it. He wiped his face and cursed softly. In the live broadcast room, the barrage of comments that had previously been filled with tears now fell silent. No one spoke. It seemed everyone was still in shock. Old Pai opened the Star Network, wanting to check the forum. Upon entering, he was stunned. The homepage of the Star Network was eerily quiet. Normally at this time, the top trending topics would be about entertainment gossip, which financial tycoon launched a new product, or which celebrity was embroiled in a scandal. But now there was not a single sound. Old Pai refreshed the page. It was still the same. What's going on? He muttered. Someone in the comments said, Brother Pai, I'm also watching the Star Network. It's so scary, like the server crashed. It's not a crash, it's just that there are too many online, but no one is speaking. Everyone must be crying. Old Pai stared at the screen. This silence persisted for about 10 minutes. Then boom. Old Pai watched as the homepage of the Star Network was suddenly inundated with a single topic. The cutest person rabbit Easter egg dear, I miss you so much. Who is Eagle Sauce? What is Iron Turtle? Dozens of trending topics all about Chen's game. The discussion volume surged at a rate of millions per second. Old Pai clicked on the hottest post. The title was Frame-by-Frame Analysis. What does every single line in the Easter egg actually mean? The poster was an anonymous user. Post content, brothers, I'm losing my mind. I recorded every line spoken by the old rabbit in the Easter egg and watched it frame by frame. The first line, dear, how have you been? Oh, it's been a long time since we sat together and chatted, haha. This, dear, I checked the ancient literature fragments circulating in the underground black market, and in the now extinct civilization's language, it means relative or comrade. The second line, now the rations have turned into peculiar self-heating rations, just add water, and they become hot, how amazing. Most importantly, there's meat inside. Although it's saltier than the meat we seized back then. The meat we seized back then mentioned here, I compared it with the scenes from the game depicting the Battle of Chongjin Lake, where the moldy army ate hot beef and roasted turkey. It completely matches. The third line, do you remember the Iron Turtle we had back then? We saw it during the parade too. Wow, so big, so cool. So handsome. Just like back then, it wouldn't necessarily be penetrated even at 10 meters. Iron Turtle. In the game, those heavy tanks of the American Army. Sherman. Patton. The old rabbit was talking about tanks. And also 38th parallel braised pork tea egg. These terms do not exist in the history of Blue Star. Yet in those literature fragments, corresponding records can be found. This isn't made up. This is Fing real. Under the post, replies had gone wild. What the hell? What the hell? So Chen isn't writing a script. He's restoring history. Those who froze into ice sculptures in the snow are our ancestors. DNA stirred. My DNA really stirred. I wondered why my heart hurt like it was being squeezed when I saw the ice sculpture core. When I saw the old rabbit crying, I too cried until I couldn't breathe. We're our ancestors. This incredible. Old Pai looked at these replies, his hands began to tremble again. He clicked on another post. The title was a personal testimony. If this is just game data, why do I feel pain? The poster was an ordinary user. Content, I'm a programmer writing code. In my understanding, everything can be. Emotions are hormonal secretions. Empathy is the activation of mirror neurons. But today, while playing the cutest person, when I saw that little soldier handing over the bloody frozen potato, I cried. When I saw Yang and C jumping down with the explosives, I smashed the keyboard. When I saw over 100 ice sculptures from the ice sculpture core, I knelt on the ground, crying like a dog. My reason told me these are all zeros and ones. But my soul was trembling. If this is just a game, why do I feel pain? There's only one explanation. This isn't a game. This is memory. Old Pai closed the post and took a deep breath. He looked out the window. The city's neon lights remained cold, but something began to change. On the forum, more and more people started posting. I'm from the archaeology department. I secretly compared several prohibited literature fragments treasured by our department with the place names, battles, and character relationships in Chen's game, and the match rate exceeds 90. The financial tycoons deceived us. History has no gaps. It has been erased by them. They are afraid we will know that our ancestors were a group of people who wouldn't take a step back even when frozen into ice sculptures at minus 40 degrees. Afraid we will know that we have such blood flowing in our veins. Huaxia. So we are called Huaxia. We are Huaxia people. At that moment, the entire Blue Star, Old Pai wiped the corner of his eye and smiled. As he smiled, he began to cry again. So this is how it is, he murmured. Just then, his holographic screen suddenly popped up a mandatory notification. The scene shifted to the Stardome Arena. Amidst the clamor of the real world, the 30-day deadline for the global game design competition finals was nearing its end. In the center of the arena, Kyle, Liana, and Titan stood there. Their faces were pale. They looked like ghosts. Because on the real-time data panel in front of them, Chen's name occupied 99.9 of the screen. Their works accounted for less than 0.1. No one discussed the elf maid. No one discussed the pink mech. No one discussed the wasteland little girl. Everyone was discussing the ice sculpture core, the rabbit Easter egg eagle sauce, and iron turtle, and the erased history. Kyle's hands trembled. Liana bit her lip, her eyes reddened. Titan lowered his head, his fists turning white. They had lost. Lost utterly. Without even a glimmer of hope for a comeback. In the arena, a massive holographic projection lit up. The mechanical-sounding AI host's voice echoed around the globe. The 47th Global Game Design Competition Finals player experience and voting phase officially concluded. The venue fell silent. On the big screen, a huge red countdown appeared. 5. Kyle closed his eyes. 4. Liana turned her head away. 3. Titan sighed. 2. Old Pie held his breath. 1. Buzz, a deep resonant hum. The voting channel closed. The scene froze at that moment. The stiff backs of Kyle, Liana, and Titan alongside Chen's construction pod outside, a silence that seemed to burn with fire. The sound of the voting channel closing echoed in the arena. Suddenly the lights dimmed completely. A large holographic screen displayed a red countdown. 3. Lao Pai sat up straight in his gaming chair in reality, while millions of viewers in his live stream had already popped champagne. The bullet comments flooded in unison. Congratulations to Chen for achieving divine status. With 100 million votes, he stands alone at the top. A true hero of Huaxiao, well deserved. 2. Kyle stood in the center of the arena, his face pale. Beside him, Liana bit her lip, while Titan hung his head. The three of them knew they had lost. Completely and utterly. 1. The countdown hit 0. The spotlight suddenly illuminated the center stage. An AI host with a mechanical presence emerged, hovering in midair. The audience held their breath. Billions of people stared at the holographic screen, awaiting the shocking data and names to be revealed. The AI host spoke with an impassioned digital voice. At the 47th Global Game Design Competition Finals, the final rankings are now revealed. The exhilarating electronic ceremonial music played. On the holographic screen, golden characters slowly appeared. Lao Pai leaned closer to the screen, his lips already curling into a grin. Then his smile froze. In the live stream chat, an absolute silence fell for 10 seconds. No one spoke. Everyone thought they had seen it wrong. The big screen clearly displayed: third place, Titan Wasteland Dawn, total votes 210 million. Second place, Liana Elven Dreamscape, total votes 350 million. Champion Kyle Star Mech, total votes 420 million. From first to third place. Yes, there were only 3 winners, no fourth place, no Chen. No the loveliest. Lao Pai rubbed his eyes and looked again. What the hell, he blurted out. The bullet comments in the live stream finally reacted. What's going on? Is it a bug? Where's Chen? Did the system mess up? In the center of the arena, Kyle was stunned. Liana was stunned. Titan was stunned. The three of them looked at the big screen, then at each other. Then Kyle's lips began to curl upwards. A wild smile broke out. Liana covered her mouth, her eyes wide, and then she laughed as well. Titan let out a... The three of them turned their heads simultaneously to look at Chen standing nearby. In their eyes, the previously lost arrogance returned. That kind of arrogance that said, "What are you worth?" Kyle even slightly raised his chin towards Chen, as if to say, "See, this is the champion." The audience began to stir. Whispers grew louder. Where's Chen? Why isn't the loveliest person on the list? Is it a conspiracy? The AI host floated a bit higher, the cold voice silencing all noise. Quiet. The entire arena fell silent instantly. The AI host turned towards Chen, speaking in an extremely arrogant, condescending tone. Regarding Chen's work, the loveliest person. After a unanimous decision by the competition committee and the Federal Core Cultural Review Committee, the competition results are cancelled, and the work is removed from all platforms. What a... Lao Pai shot up from his gaming chair. He yelled into the microphone. The live stream chat exploded. Cancelled. Removed from all platforms. On what grounds? The AI host continued with that cold tone. The theme of this competition is the loveliest person. The judges believe that loveliness should be healing, gentle, and in line with the values of the cyber era. However, Chen's work is filled with cruel self-mutilation. An outdated and barbaric act. The screen shifted to a scene of volunteer soldiers charging with bayonets, and a seriously fabricated plot that contradicts the Federal's orthodox historical view. The image changed to 2 rabbits, with the older rabbit crying and the younger rabbit laughing. This work is severely off-topic and carries a strong tendency for spiritual pollution. It is not eligible for any awards. Lao Pai was completely furious. He grabbed the keyboard and slammed it down on the table. His eyes were bloodshot as he roared into the microphone. Off-topic. What the hell? Those are our ancestors. That is the true spirit of the military. Conspiracy. This is blatant capitalist manipulation. You? He didn't finish his sentence. The livestream screen suddenly went black. A blood-red warning popped up. Detected violation of speech. Your account has been permanently banned. Lao Pai stared at the black screen, stunned. Then he quickly opened the StarNet wanting to post something. But as soon as he entered, all posts about Ice Sculpture Battalion were gone. All discussions about Huaxia history were gone. All videos speaking up for Su Chen were gone. Keywords had been blocked. The search results displayed, according to relevant laws and regulations, this content will not be displayed. He tried to log into the game, wanting to enter the loveliest person. The helmet prompted, this work has been removed and cannot connect. Lao Pai sat in his gaming chair, feeling a chill all over. He understood. The conglomerate was serious. They had touched the bottom line of the conglomerate. Thus the conglomerate revealed its predatory fangs. In the most brutal way, they cut off everyone's throat. In the arena, the AI host was still concluding with sharp and sarcastic words, let us congratulate Kyle. At the same time, we must warn certain speculative individuals attempting to attract attention with sensationalism and false tragedies. In the face of absolute capital and civilization, clever tricks are useless. The paid commenters invited by the officials began to laugh in the audience. Ha ha ha. Deserved. Should have been banned long ago. What a broken game. Colorful champion ribbons floated down from above. Golden and silver. They fell on Kyle's head, on Liana's shoulders, on Titan's body. The spotlight shone on Su Chen, who stood all alone. He stood there, surrounded by cheers and jeers. The ribbons fell on his shoulders, but he did not move. Everyone thought he would be furious, would break down, would rush up to protest, would point at the AI host and curse. The close-up shot on the big screen focused on Su Chen's face. Billions of people were watching. Su Chen raised his head. He surveyed the massive, hypocritical starry dome. He glanced at the high and mighty seats of the conglomerates. Then the corners of his mouth slowly curled into an extremely cold and sarcastic smile. That gaze. It was as if he were looking at a group of dead people. Su Chen passed through the bustling crowd, celebrating, stepping out of the radiant gate of the Star Dome. Outside, rain mingled with the glow of neon lights splashing against his face. A hovering vehicle glided silently by, and on the holographic billboard, the latest virtual idol was twisting her waist, promoting a neurostimulant that promised ultimate pleasure. Su Chen raised his collar and walked into the rain. After about half an hour, he crossed several dark alleys and finally stopped in front of an old apartment building. The exterior walls of the building had peeled off considerably, and rainwater flowed down rusty drain pipes with a clattering sound. It was like stepping into two different worlds compared to the lavish Star Dome he had just left. Su Chen took out his key and unlocked the innermost door on the first floor. Creak. The door opened. The space inside was small, just one room with a narrow bathroom. A bed, a table, a chair, and a simple wardrobe. On the table sat an old personal terminal, its screen still lit, but showing a red exclamation mark. Network connection lost. Outside the window, a massive holographic billboard on the opposite building flashed with glaring light, while rain washed the glass, blurring the bright colors into a haze. Su Chen took off his rain-soaked coat and casually tossed it onto the chair. He walked over to the table, picked up a kettle, and poured himself a cup of water. He took a sip and then sat down in the chair, staring at the disconnected terminal. He clicked on the icon for the Star Network form. The page took a long time to load, finally displaying a message: network service in this area is temporarily restricted. Please try again later. He opened several usually bustling game communities. It was equally silent. Under the pressure of the conglomerate's computational power, it felt as if an invisible hand was tightly covering everyone's mouths. Su Chen set down the cup and leaned back against the chair. Time passed slowly. The sound of rain outside gradually softened, but the glow of the neon lights still flickered tirelessly. It was probably late at night. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking suddenly echoed. In the quiet rental room, it felt particularly clear. Su Chen looked up at the old door panel. He waited a few seconds, then stood up and walked over to open the door. A few people were standing outside. They all wore dark trench coats, standing straight with an aura as sharp as a knife. At the forefront was an elderly man, probably around 60, with graying hair, but eyes as sharp as an eagle's. He was the one who had used the highest firewall of the federal military in the darkroom to protect the post titled, "Where Has Our History Gone?" The old man looked at Su Chen and nodded. Then he stepped directly into the rental room. The several attendants behind him stood guard at the door. As the old man entered, his gaze swept around the shabby room before finally landing on Su Chen's face. He stared at Su Chen, his eyes seemingly trying to see through him. Then he spoke. Su Chen, we only need to confirm one thing. The things you exhibited in the game. The Qin 3 Kingdoms and the most lovable person. Do you truly know about that erased history? Su Chen didn't answer directly, but said, I am more curious about another matter. Why does history have such a gap? For a civilization, no matter how developed, it shouldn't forget completely what it did. That is illogical. The old man fell silent for a few seconds. The sharp expression on his face gradually faded, replaced by a complex look filled with pain and heaviness. He sighed deeply. The sigh seemed to release the weight of hundreds of years. Because that history, the old man, was too bloody, too dark, and too hopeless. He walked to the window, gazing out at the false prosperity of the cyber neon. Then he raised his hand, and the personal terminal on his wrist projected a faint blue holographic light, unfolding in the cramped room. In the holographic projection, two massive opposing national flags appeared. One was the Stars and Stripes, and the other was the double-head eagle flag. Hundreds of years ago, The two most powerful countries on Blue Star, the Moldy Country and the Bear Country. Their military competition spiraled completely out of control. No one knows who pressed the button first. Perhaps both sides pressed it simultaneously. In any case, nuclear war broke out on a global scale. In the holographic image, blinding white light engulfed the continent, and mushroom clouds rose one after another. There were no winners. Blue Star fell into endless nuclear explosions and the ensuing nuclear winter. The sky was covered in dust, and sunlight could not penetrate. Global temperatures plummeted, plants died out, and animals perished. The scene shifted to a frozen wasteland where humans resembling ghosts fought each other for a few morsels of food. Radiation, famine, and decades, or even centuries of dark slaughter. Those days were not recalled by survivors, and no one could clearly say how long it lasted. All that is known is that when everything calmed down a little, the population on Blue Star had decreased to a mere 10%. Finally, the image froze on a desolate wasteland where the surviving humans struggled to build simple shelters. Later, the survivors gathered and established the current federal government. The old man turned off the holographic. The room fell back into darkness with only the neon lights outside still flickering. At the beginning of the federal establishment, those founders looked at the ravaged world, observing humanity's intrinsic war genes that could lead to mutual destruction over resources. They were afraid. They feared that Blue Star would repeat itself and everything would truly be lost. The old man's voice carried a deep fatigue and regret. So they made a decision that seemed very correct at the time, but now appears utterly foolish. Chen looked at him. What decision? Castration. The old man spat out two words. To use capital entertainment and all sensory stimulation from the virtual world to castrate humanity's bloodthirst and eradicate the roots of war. They allowed conglomerates to rise, granting them the greatest power and resources to create virtual idols, develop neurostimulating games, and fill the people's thoughts and leisure time with various nipple pleasures. They believed that as long as everyone indulged in virtual happiness, there would no longer be ambition, anger, or the impulse to win at all costs. The world would be at peace. But what was the result? The old man bitterly laughed. The world indeed did not have large-scale wars, but humanity has also withered. He pointed to the brilliant yet cold sea of neon outside. Look at the Blue Star people now. Selfish, unambitious, afraid of death, cowardly, drunkenly living in a dream, showing interest in nothing but the stimuli from the virtual world. The entire civilization is like a soulless zombie. If this continues without external enemies, we will quietly perish in the universe. At this point, the old man suddenly turned his head sharply, locking his gaze on Chen once more. But this time his eyes were no longer scrutinizing, but filled with an almost fervent excitement. Until you appeared. Until your Dachin three kingdoms, and the most lovable person appeared. The senior officials of the federal government, those old fellows who had not completely numbed themselves, were all shocked. We originally thought that the Huaxia will, which could disregard life and death for faith, family, and brotherhood, that national backbone, which would not bend, had long since died in 300 years of entertainment poison. But your game proved otherwise. It still exists. It's just hidden in everyone's DNA. Just asleep. The old man grew more excited as he stepped forward 2 paces. Those players, those young people who cursed the conglomerates for the ice sculpture team on the Star Network, those ordinary people who charged forward recklessly in the game following the battle call. Your game awakened them. You proved that humanity's bloodthirst is still there. They just need a spark, of ignited opportunity. The old man stood up straight at this point. He raised his right hand towards Chen, solemnly saluting him with a military salute. The action was standard and vigorous. Chen, the tumor of the conglomerates has grown to a point where the federal cannot remove it from the outside. Their roots have penetrated into the spirit of every person on Blue Star. We need you to use real history, to use the military spirit of Huaxia to awaken the consciousness of the masses from within. From today on, the federal government will be your strongest backing. Go ahead and do it. Let this world lost in intoxication see what true history is. The old man finished his salute, said nothing more, and turned to leave with his companions. Only Chen remained in the rental apartment along with the cold neon lights outside. He sat back down in the chair, gazing at the old terminal. About 5 minutes later, the terminal screen buzzed to life. The originally red exclamation mark indicating network connection interrupted vanished. The icon for the Star Network forum lit up again. Chen clicked on it. The page loaded swiftly. The homepage trending list refreshed instantly for the top 20 entries. The most lovable person is back online. Dachin and 3 kingdoms dominate the App Store. The account of Lao Pai has been unbanned. Federal Cultural Committee Special Authorization Announcement. Chen scrolled down. All previously deleted posts, banned videos, and blocked keywords had returned. It was as if nothing had ever happened. But Chen knew that beneath this calm, dark currents were already surging. He closed the forum and opened the backend data panel. The number of online users for the most lovable person surged from 0 to 9 figures in just a few seconds. The bullet comments and the comment section exploded. Holy crap, I'm back. I almost thought the account was gone. What about the financial group? Are they still banning? Why stop now? Can't they handle it? Chen looked at the rolling comments and smiled. However, it wasn't long before a massive flood of new posts, all highly repetitive in content, surged forth like a tide, each title more shocking than the last. Beware of historical nihilism. Su Chun is fabricating a violent historical perspective. The so-called ancestors of Huaxiao are merely barbaric butchers. Never play Daqin. That Ing Zheng is a bloodthirsty tyrant. We need healing and peace, not the bloody rule of feudal emperors. The posting times were alarmingly dense. The content was completely uniform, clearly the work of professional trolls. Underneath these posts, a crowd of Blue Planet passers-by who had not played the game or had only seen a few snippets quickly gathered. Is this for real? I think the visuals are quite stunning. A tyrant. Can you elaborate on that? I told you, how could anyone survive lying in the snow for so long without dying? It's clearly fabricated. Liana's elf mate is much better, at least she's not scary. The forum quickly descended into chaos. Players supporting Su Chun and passers-by who had just been caught in the rhythm fell into a heated argument over whether history was truly this cruel. The trolls hid in the back, frantically copying and pasting slanderous rhetoric. The situation seemed to have reached a stalemate. Just as the trolls were spamming the comments with fervor, a post suddenly appeared at the top of the Star Network's trending list. The title was absurd. While you all are fighting, I have been serving as a chronicle officer beside Jing for a month. Warning, many pictures, videos. The poster's ID was fishing officer. Upon clicking in, the first sentence immediately burned the CPUs of the Blue Planet netizens. The financial group's trolls say that Zheng is a cold-blooded machine that only knows how to kill. You guys have no idea how delicate and adorable my Zheng is. Okay. Following was a long string of complaints. I, a casual player, don't enjoy fighting. When I entered Daqin, I allocated all my skill points to documentation. It took me a while to get into the Xianyang Palace, and my job was to record the daily activities of His Majesty. For this month, I think I've understood Zheng well. What tyrant? That's all slander. Then he released 3 segments of a top-secret vlog recorded from the first-person perspective in the game. The first video. The scene is the back hall of the Xianyang Palace. It was said that the envoy from the Yin Kingdom, Jing Ku, was coming to present a map, and Ing Zheng did not have the gloomy expression of a killer as described by the trolls. He was standing in front of several bronze mirrors, surrounded by a few attendants holding different styles of Suenio black robes. Ing Zheng picked one up, posed in front of the mirror, frowned, and put it down. He picked up another one and turned to ask an attendant beside him, how about this one? Does it suit me? The attendant bowed his head and replied, Your Majesty looks majestic in anything. That's obvious. What I want is to completely dominate. I must overwhelm the envoy from the Yin Kingdom in terms of presence. Do you understand? Then he began adjusting the crown on his head in front of the mirror, making sure every tassel was perfectly aligned. Accompanying text for the video, do you see this? Zheng spent 2 whole hours just choosing clothes to meet foreign guests. The goal is to overpower everyone with his looks. Who would have thought that before the famous scene of Jing Ku assassinating the Qin King Zheng was actually just preening? This is a tyrant. This is clearly a male celebrity suffering from anxiety before walking the red carpet. The second video. Late at night in the study of the Xianyang Palace, Ing Zheng was reviewing a mountain of bamboo slips. As he looked, he suddenly frowned and set down his pen. Then, with an extremely serious demeanor, he pulled out a blank bamboo slip, picked up his brush, dipped it in ink, and wrote a line of text, as if issuing a supreme military order. The camera slowly zoomed in. The fishing officer claimed to be watching secretly. The bamboo slip read, Are there any little fish left in Dongting County? Quickly send some to me. Accompanying text for the video. At that moment, my heart nearly stopped. I thought His Majesty was going to mobilize troops to annihilate some country. But when I took a peek, oh my God, it was a request for more. I know it was a request for fish. Zheng is a heavy fish lover. For food, he can issue an emergency imperial decree. Authors note this is based on actual records from the Li Qin bamboo slips, slightly modified. The third video. Mount Tai, the site of the Fengshan ceremony. Suddenly a torrential rain fell, soaking Ing Zheng and a group of Confucian scholars. A few snickering Confucian scholars covered their mouths at the back. Ing Zheng was drenched, and in his anger ran to take cover under a large pine tree, pointing at that group of scholars while scolding, Laugh. Laugh some more. Let's see how long you can keep laughing. The rain stopped. Ing Zheng walked out from under the tree, his clothes still dripping. He ignored the Confucian scholars and turned around, pointing at the large pine tree that had shielded him from the rain, and seriously said to the officials accompanying him, This tree has contributed to protecting me. I hereby confer it the title of Wu Dafu. Wu Dafu, the 9th rank of nobility in the Qin dynasty. Accompanying text for the video, do you see this? Zheng's emotions are all written on his face. Upset with the scholars, he simply conferred a title on the tree. This is 1,000 times more genuine than those who always wear fake smiles and stab you in the back. What do we call this? This is called true sentiment. This is called Sundara. After the 3 videos finished, the post was still not over. The fishing officer released a final bombshell, a segment he claimed to have recorded at the risk of his career. In the video, the old General Wang Jian needed 600,000 troops to conquer Chu. Ing Zheng initially did not agree, but Wang Jian in frustration directly returned to his hometown in Pingyang. Later, Ing Zheng thought it over and realized he was wrong. Then, this eternal emperor who unified the world did something that left all Blue Planet inhabitants dumbfounded. He drove a horse-drawn carriage overnight, speeding all the way to Wang Jian's doorstep. In the video, Yingzheng jumped down from the carriage running so fast that his crown was askew and grabbed Wang Jian's sleeve just as he was about to close the door. The motion capture was incredibly detailed. The mighty first emperor tugging at the old general's sleeve, and his expression actually carried a hint of grievance and cuteness. "Oh dear General Wang, it was my fault. Is it impossible for me to listen to you? 600,000 it is. Whatever, don't be angry, please come back and help me fight." The voice came through the video. Clear. Sincere. It even carried a slight quiver of urgency. Underneath the post, silence lasted for about 3 seconds. Then the comments exploded. "Ha! I laughed so hard my neighbors called the police. What a bloodthirsty machine. This is clearly a living vein, food-loving, temperamental, and capable of admitting mistakes. Real person. He personally drove to coax an old colleague for forgiveness. Is this what you call a dictatorial tyrant? Financial groups, can't you find some logical trolls? I've broken my defense. I truly have. I thought our ancestors were all stern saints, but Zheng is so adorable. Compare that with the financial groups, elves who only say, master, you are amazing. The difference is incredibly clear. That kind of cuteness is just flattery, it's fake. Zheng's demeanor sweeping across the 6 states is explosive on stage, yet privately, he is so full of life. Ooh Ozzel, my charming ancestor. This post surged like a refreshing stream into the murky waters stirred by the trolls. Its popularity skyrocketed at a terrifying speed, directly overshadowing all the smear campaigns from the financial groups. Billions of Blue Planet netizens laughed, wildly shared, and spontaneously went to clarify the historical sources of those details in the videos. The Li Qin bamboo slips are real. There really are records of the urgent request for fish. The sealing of the tree on Mount Tai is also real. I saw records in the Three Kingdoms game. I've heard the story of Wang Jian's request for grain in the Three Kingdoms too. But who would have thought that Zheng's apology would be so adorable? The trolls who had spent billions to hire their army immediately crumbled in the face of the genuine, vivid, and interesting contrast cuteness. Their monotonous labels of violence, dictatorship, and bloodshed could no longer stick. Because everyone saw. The man labeled as a tyrant was in private just a beauty-loving, food-craving, temperamental, and capable of admitting his mistakes. Living person. Before long, all players who had previously downloaded Su Chen's game heard a ding from their helmets, and a massive holographic announcement in dark golden color popped up. The brand new mega historical expansion pack, The Great Han Dynasty, The Wolf's Lair, has been released. Loading expansion pack. Background: during the reign of Emperor Wu of Han, the Xiongnu repeatedly invaded the borders. The empire has decided to mobilize all its strength and launch a revenge war. You will personally experience rallying troops in Dingxiang, 100,000 iron cavalry marching beyond the frontier. New maps, new equipment, and new storylines await exploration. Would you like to enter immediately? Lao Pai had just finished eating and was slouched in his gaming chair browsing the forum, chuckling at posts about Zheng guest charm. Suddenly the helmet vibrated. He picked it up to take a look. What the hell? Lao Pai jumped up from his chair. New expansion pack. Great Han. The Wolf's Lair. Without a second thought, Lao Pai started a live stream, and within seconds hundreds of thousands of viewers flooded in. Pai Go. New expansion pack. Great Han. Is it that Great Han from the Three Kingdoms? What does the Wolf's Lair mean? Forget that, let's get into the game. Lao Pai hurriedly put on his helmet. While putting it on, he clasped his hands together in the live stream and muttered, "Brothers, the last time at Changjin Lake gave me psychological trauma. I wonder where we will fight this time. It better not be in the snow, it better not be without food. Amit Ba, God bless Zheng, Gu, show your power." The comments were amused. Pai Gu has PTSD, it seems. Minus 40 degrees lying in the snow gnawing on frozen potatoes, ID, have PTSD too. It shouldn't be winter this time, right? The Great Han Dynasty sounds warm just to hear. Lao Pai took a deep breath and clicked enter game. A flash of white light appeared before his eyes. A bright sun shone overhead, scorching his skin. Lao Pai instinctively squinted. He took a deep breath. The air was filled with a scent of horse manure, but more prominently there was a rich aroma. Roast meat. Lao Pai abruptly opened his eyes. He found himself standing in a massive military camp. All around him were people dressed in uniform, earthy, yellow military uniforms bustling about. Everyone was leading a horse. Magnificent steeds. Well-fed and strong, their coats glossy, snorting, their hooves restlessly pawing at the yellow earth. Lao Pai looked down at himself. He was not wearing a tattered cotton jacket. Instead, he was clad in an exquisitely crafted suit of iron armor. Iron plates were linked together with leather straps covering his chest, back, and shoulders, reflecting a cold light under the sun. A sword hung at his waist. Even more absurdly, he was holding onto a war horse. This horse was exceptionally tall, even more majestic than those around, with a mane trimmed neatly, and the saddle was adorned with soft padding. Lao Pai was stunned. He touched the iron armor on his body, then the sword at his waist, and looked at the horse in his hand. Then he raised his head and stared at the live stream camera, his mouth agape, as if he could fit an egg inside. Bro, brothers. We have transformed from beggars into top bosses directly. The comments were, after a brief moment of silence, the comments exploded. What the heck? This gear, this food, each person has a magnificent steed. I just saw a whole lamb being roasted over there. Is the great Han this wealthy? Are we going to war or going on a... Lao Pai was so excited that his hands were trembling. He led his horse following an NPC ahead into the depths of the military camp. The more they walked, the more people there were. The sounds of neighing horses, shouting men, and clashing metal mixed together, creating a cacophony that made his ears buzz. Then they exited the camp gates. Before him the view opened up. Lao Pai stood on a high slope looking down. After just one glance he froze. The viewers in the live stream also froze. Outside Dingshan camp, across the mountains and plains, a sea of black. All cavalry. 100,000 iron cavalry. Banners blotting out the sun's spears like a forest, the metallic glare merging into a silver ocean, dazzling under the blazing sun. The horses were stamping, nervously snorting, while the knights sat silently on their mounts, their gazes cold. An overwhelming and terrifying pressure emanated from this iron tide, making it hard to breathe. Lao Pai swallowed. This is the war machine of the great Han. He followed the NPC, leading his horse carefully through this sea of cavalry toward the central command tent. Before the main tent stood a middle-aged general with a steady demeanor commanding from the platform. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear and resonant. Li Guang, lead your troops to the left flank. Gong Sun, he lead your troops to the right flank. The central army follows me, directly storming the Xiongnu royal court. Lao Pai watched the general, his heart racing. This is the great general. This aura is too frightening. Lao Pai excitedly rubbed his hands, whispering in the live stream, brothers, did you see that? Fighting alongside such a big shot, 10,000 men will push through. This is definitely a smooth ride. Easy win. The troop assignment was quickly completed. Lao Pai perked up his ears, waiting to hear his name, so he could charge with the main force. However, the officer read the last name on the roster and closed the bamboo slip. Lao Pai was stunned. Not me. Just as he was puzzled, an officer approached and patted him on the shoulder. You and several others stepped forward. Lao Pai and several hundred cavalry were called out. He looked at the 800 men. Each one had a fierce look in their eyes, radiating bloodthirsty energy, clearly elite warriors, but their expressions were defiant, some even bore scars on their faces. 800 hot-headed individuals. Lao Pai's heart sank. What are they planning? To form a suicide squad. The viewers from Blue Star were guessing special forces. Reconnaissance unit. Suicide squad. That wouldn't be bad. Mixing with the elite will earn military merit. The 800 men were taken to the edge of the camp in front of a separate tent. Everyone stood straight, waiting to see which scar-faced, bloodthirsty old general would be their commander. The tent flaps were lifted. However, out walked a youth. A boy clad in an extravagant bright armor, draped in a crimson cape, riding a... The boy was at most 18, with sword-like brows and starry eyes, extraordinarily handsome. He wore a smirk of nonchalance as he leisurely approached the 800 men. The NPC beside Lao Pai, a burly man, muttered quietly, "That's the great general's nephew, a relative of the emperor, the renowned General Huatsubing. The great general fears for his safety, so he selected us 800 elites to accompany him to gain experience and military merit." Lao Pai. The comments exploded instantly. Damn. So it turns out he's a wealthy second generation with connections. Taking a pretty boy on a public-funded tour to boost the resume. It's over, Pai Gu, you've become cannon fodder accompanying the prince to school. This delicate little thing, can he fight? Don't let him fall off the horse and die. Huatsubing, sitting atop his horse, glanced at the 800 hotheads. Then he turned his gaze to the distance. There the 100,000 main forces were slowly packing up, preparing to depart with countless supplies. Smoke and dust rose, the line of troops stretched endlessly. Huatsubing looked at that army, and a hint of disdain flashed in his youthful eyes. He turned back to look at Lao Pai and the 800 men. His youthful voice rang out, filled with a fearless arrogance of youth along with a terrifying killing intent that made Lao Pai's scalp tingle. The army moves too slowly with supplies. The Xiongnu have already run deep into the desert. Seeing this formation, he paused suddenly, drawing the long sword at his waist. The blade glinted coldly in the sunlight. All troops, listen up. Abandon all heavy supplies. Only take dry food and water. Lao Pai was stunned. Not taking supplies. Huatsubing pointed his sword towards the vast and boundless yellow sand desert outside the camp. We will not follow the great general. We 800 will directly charge into the heart of the desert. His voice suddenly rose, filled with a frenzied excitement. Let's raid the lair of the Xiongnu chieftain. With that, Huatsubing squeezed his legs against the horse's belly. The fine steed let out a powerful neigh like a red flash of lightning, leading the charge into the swirling yellow sand. Lao Pai and the 800 light cavalry were caught off guard by this sudden command, but military orders are like mountains. They could only grit their teeth and follow that red figure racing into the desert. In the live stream, billions of viewers from Blue Star watched the young man in fine attire and furious steed receding into the distance, watching the 800 tiny black dots disappearing into the yellow sand. They went completely crazy. The comments flooded the screen like a tsunami. 800 men. Not bringing supplies. Straying from the 100,000 main forces to find the enemy's main camp in the vast desert. This isn't going to earn military merit. This is leading the charge to die. Is this young officer a madman? Pai Gu, run. It's still possible to get off the horse now. Lao Pai froze. What? Before he could react, several veteran NPCs with scarred faces beside him erupted in curses. Throw them away. Commander, these cold weather tents spare horses and heavy shields. What do we do if sandstorms strike the Gobi? What if we run out of supplies? A veteran's face flushed with urgency. Succubus didn't even glance at him. His voice was icy unyielding. I said, discard them. Can you even move swiftly with such dead weight? Can you overtake the Xiongnu? This is a military order. Lao Pai stared at the thick tent strapped to his saddle and the spare horse tethered nearby. His heart bled. The livestream chat exploded. No way, they're tossing everything. Is this smooth-skinned commander genuinely ignorant, or just pretending? Without tents we'll freeze to death tonight. Game over. This state-funded tour just became a desert survival. Gritting his teeth, Lao Pai joined the veterans in dragging the tents, shields, and piles of seemingly useful gear to the edge of a sandy pit, and with a final desperate heave, shoved them all in. The pit quickly filled. As one veteran tossed another bundle, he leaned close to Lao Pai and muttered, voice low and bitter, see that pampered second-generation brat? He doesn't know the first thing about warfare. No supplies in the Gobi means certain death when storms hit. He's gambling away our 800 lives, just to pad his own battlefield record. Lao Pai remained silent, but his pulse hammered wildly. In the live stream he wailed, brothers, I just crawled out of the frozen hell of Chosen Reservoir, and my PTSD isn't even healed yet. And now Su Shin dumps me straight into the Taklamakan desert, cut off from water and rations. Does he enjoy torturing players? The chat flooded with ha ha ha, and poor Lao Pai. Once the last item vanished into the sands, Succubus raised his hand. Forward. 800 men, stripped bare of encumbrance, plunged headlong into the endless yellow expanse. Time accelerated within the game. 2 days later, Lao Pai felt himself slipping toward death. The sun blazed with merciless fury, scorching iron armor until it seared his skin like a branding iron. Beneath his boots, the sand and shattered stones burned. Each hoofbeat kicked up choking dust that clawed at throats. In every direction, only dunes barren and unbroken, not a single blade of grass. At the edge of his vision, his hydration and stamina bars plummeted visibly. His warhorse wheezed heavily, foam already flecking its lips. The entire column moved in suffocating silence. Only the drumbeat of hooves and the whisper of wind. Suddenly, the Xiongnu guides leading the vanguard halted. They wheeled their mounts and galloped back to Succubus, faces pale with terror. Commander, disaster. The sandstorm has erased all our trail markers, and our path home. We're lost. One guide's voice trembled. Go deeper, and even dry riverbeds will vanish. No water left at all. Commander, we must turn back now. Those words detonated like a grenade into the already stifling ranks. All 800 men froze in place. Every gaze locked onto Succubus. The veterans who'd grumbled earlier slid hands silently toward sword hilts. One edged close to Lao Pai, eyes sharp with menace, voice a venomous whisper. We can't follow this madman to our graves. Find the moment, bind him, and retreat to the main camp. At least there we live. Lao Pai swallowed, his throat parched raw as cracked earth. He turned to Succubus. The livestream chat flared with panic. It's over. We're lost. A textbook theorist has led elite troops into a dead end. Knew that rich kid was unreliable. Lao Pai, talk some sense into him. Retreat now. All assumed the 18-year-old commander would falter, panic, order withdrawal. Succubus reined in his mount, gazed upon the trembling guides, and let out a light, clear laugh. Then he dismounted, swift and decisive. He reached for no map. The deep Gobi held none. Instead, he bent, scooped a handful of searing sand, and rubbed it slowly between his fingertips. Then he closed his eyes, and drew a long, deep breath of the Gobi wind, thick with grit and heat. Finally, he dropped to his knees, pressed his ear to the burning earth, and listened. Lao Pai and the guides stood dumbstruck. What on earth was he doing? Succubus rose, brushed sand from his palms, and vaulted back into the saddle. Not a trace of doubt crossed his face. Only absolute, unshakable certainty. With a casual flick of his riding crop, he pointed, unerringly, in one direction. To the guides, that direction was pure desolation, a path to annihilation. The wind carries the faintest scent of horse dung and game musk. Succubus' voice rang sharp, authoritative. Change course, northwest. Force march, 50 li. The guides. The live stream flooded with question marks. Sniff sand. Listen to wind. You think you're a living GPS with Beidou satellites built in? This is utterly insane. But Succubus granted them no time to protest. He spurred his blood-sweat steed, its shrill whinny splitting the air as it surged forward, arrow straight toward the chosen horizon. His back was fierce, untamed, regal. 800 men exchanged glances. The veterans cursed under their breath, then jaws clenched followed. Lao Pai urged his mount onward too. Desperate measures for desperate times. How long they rode no one knew. Lao Pai's throat had sealed shut, sand-lashed eyes burned like fire. His stamina bar flickered, near exhaustion. Just as he feared toppling from the saddle, a colossal dune rose before them, towering, ominous. Succubus didn't pause. He drove his horse upward. Lao Pai and the 800 followed, exhausted, stumbling up the scorching slope. Lao Pai swore inwardly if beyond that dune lay only more dunes. If nothing but yellow emptiness stretched ahead, he'd lead a mutiny on the spot. Find that lunatic commander, now? Their mounts crested the dune's summit. Lao Pai spurred forward, peering down, and froze. His pupils contracted violently. His breath ceased entirely. Below, no dunes. A vast hidden oasis shimmered, veiled by dunes radiant with liquid light. And encircling it, dense, endless, stretching beyond sight, stood hundreds, perhaps thousands of Xiongnu tents. White yurts bloomed across the valley like mushrooms. At the camp's heart, a massive wolf-head banner snapped, the royal standard of the Xiongnu Chanyu. By sheer estimation, this encampment housed thousands, perhaps 10,000 warriors. Lao Pai's limbs turned to ice. He swallowed. Nothing. Found it, yes. But how in heaven's name do we fight? Their numbers dwarf ours tenfold. 800 charging down. That wouldn't make a ripple. We'd drown before we struck land. Lao Pai whipped his head toward Huatsubing, expecting pallor panic flight. Golden sunset bathed the young commander's face. The 18-year-old commander gazed upon the sprawling Xiongnu royal encampment, and not a flicker of fear touched his eyes. Instead, his gaze ignited, fierce, ravenous, blazing with the ecstasy of a hunter who has just glimpsed ultimate prey. Ha ha ha. Huatsubing threw back his head and laughed, a sound both youthful and ferocious tearing through the desert wind. He ripped off his black iron faceguard, revealing eyes blazing like twin stars. His spear flashed upward, pointing straight down into the valley. Heaven blesses great Han. He turned, eyes like a wolf's, to Lao Pai and the 800 veterans, stunned into silence. His voice thrummed with intoxicating fervor and lethal intent. Brothers, do you see those Xiongnu nobles below? They are not men. They are military merit, the very path to marquisates and generalships. He paused, then grinned at the ashen-faced veterans, a grin wild, unhinged, electrifying, afraid. Then stay here and watch. Watch as I. He spun his mount, facing the enemy camp, spear thrust forward, voice erupting like thunder across the dune. Level this entire stronghold. Before the echo faded, he drove his spurs home. His blood-sweat steed shot forth, a crimson bolt, hurtling alone, defiant, straight toward the Xiongnu camp of thousands. The livestream fell utterly silent. 3 seconds passed, then chaos erupted. He's actually insane. 800 against thousands. He charged for real. Lao Pai, follow him. Record this. Huatsubing urged his steed forward with a sharp nudge of his knees. His blood-sweating horse surged like a crimson lightning bolt, plunging straight down from the crest of a towering sand dune, over 60 meters high, toward the vast Xiongnu encampment below. His scarlet cloak streamed behind him in a taut, unbroken line, a blazing flame against the setting sun. Atop the dune's crest, Lao Pai and the 800 veteran warriors stood utterly transfixed. Even the livestream's barrage of comments froze midair. All eyes locked onto the back of that 18-year-old youth. Was he truly charging, alone, against a camp of several thousand? A stunned silence. Why the hell? Lao Pai gaped, speechless. Beside him, a grizzled veteran bearing a jagged scar across his face stared wide-eyed, like twin bronze bells, and gripped his reins so tightly his knuckles blanched white. A brief, suffocating stillness, lasting barely 2 or 3 seconds. Then the scarred veteran drew in a ragged, wheezing breath, the sound of a broken bellows. With one swift motion, he yanked off his black iron faceguard. Damn it. A thunderous roar shattered the air, numbing Lao Pai's ears. If an 18-year-old boy fears nothing, then are Han men to cower like craven turtles. Draw your blades. Seize the glory. Shink, shink, shink. 800 forged steel ring pommel swords leapt from their scabbards as one. The grating shriek of metal on metal pierced the skull. 800 elite cavalrymen, clad in lamellar armor or half armor, sprang into motion almost simultaneously. They followed that crimson silhouette, harnessing the colossal height differential of the dunes, surging downward like a black avalanche, roaring, unstoppable, engulfing all in its path. Hooves kicked up billowing clouds of ochre sand. Lao Pai swept along in the center of the charge, felt his adrenaline surge to its zenith. His very blood seemed to ignite. That intoxicating rush, riding under a near-divine commander, free from logistical worries, untroubled by ambushes, simply hurling oneself forward without hesitation, was utterly euphoric. Brothers, charge! Lao Pai bellowed into the livestream. Only then did the comment barrage awaken, exploding in chaos. Holy, holy, holy hell! He's actually doing it. 800 against thousands. This commander is mad, but gods, he's magnificent. Lao Pai, keep up. Record it. I need the first-person view. Inside the Xiongnu camp, several nobles draped in sumptuous furs sat around a roaring fire, roasting lamb legs and sipping fermented mare's milk. Their laughter rang loud and carefree. In their minds, the Han army's main force, 10,000 strong, remained hundreds of li away near Dingxiang. This heartland of the desert was to them utterly secure. Until the ground began to tremble. Rumble, rumble. A noble's wine bowl jolted, liquor spilled. Frowning, he lifted his gaze and froze. A dense churning mass darkened the dune's summit. Like a black tidal wave, it bore down upon them. Enemy attack. A shrill cry tore through the camp. But it was already too late. Mid-charge at a distance of roughly 100 paces from the enemy lines. The 800 ironclad riders raised their heavy crossbows, slung across their backs, in flawless unison. Flip, 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 flip. A deluge of arrows, dense as locust swarms, rained down upon the camp. Xiongnu soldiers still scrambling for mounts or weapons fell in swathes, like wheat before the scythe. Screams. Chaos. Mount up. Engage. Form ranks. Meet the charge. And Xiongnu officer bellowed. Melee erupted. Lao Pai crashed into the camp and swung his blade at a Xiongnu warrior just mounting his horse. The warrior hastily raised his bronze sword to parry. Clang. A sharp ringing impact. Sparks Lao Pai felt only the faintest resistance. His ring-pommel sword halted for a heartbeat, then pressed onward, cleaving through the bronze blade and deep into the warrior's scapula. Man and weapon alike split cleanly in two. Hot blood sprayed across Lao Pai's face. He recoiled, stunned, glancing down at his own blade, then at the shattered bronze sword lying on the ground. Damn, this disparity in equipment. The comment stream erupted. Did you see that? Bronze versus forged steel. A dimensional collapse. Pure unadulterated dimensional collapse. 4 generations the Xiongnu raided our borders. Today the Han have come to your home for a zero-cost acquisition. Exhilarating. Lao Pai had no time to dwell. The swarm of Xiongnu warriors closed in. Yet he quickly realized their weapons striking his lamellar armor sparked, but left not even a scratch. Whereas a single stroke from his blade meant death, or crippling maiming. This battle was absurdly effortless. The camera held fast on Huatsubing. This 18-year-old was not waging war. He was selecting dishes. His long halberd twisted like a sinuous dragon, where it passed men and horses toppled in disarray. No Xiongnu warrior could withstand even a single exchange. A sweeping arc sent 3 or 4 flying through the air. A thrust pierced straight through a Xiongnu centurion clad in iron scale armor, impaling man and armor alike to the earth. Huatsubing's gaze remained clear and piercing, cutting through the chaos to fix upon the grandest yurt at the camp's heart. Their elders draped in opulent furs scrambled desperately onto horses shielded by elite guards. They sought escape. Huatsubing flashed a grin, youthful, arrogant, and fiercely bloodthirsty. He spurred his mount. The blood-sweating horse reared and screamed, then shot forward like a crimson lightning bolt, shattering the guard formation heat-in. With a sudden violent flick of his wrist, he hurled his halberd. Thwack! Its tip pierced a noble's chest with lethal precision, ripping him from his saddle and pinning him lifeless to the sands. The noble wore the finest white fox fur robe, his eyes bulged wide, dying in utter incomprehension. Ruo Ho-chan! Ruo Ho-chan! A nearby Xiongnu noble shrieked in horror. That was the Chanyu's own grandfather. Huatsubing didn't glance back. Ducking a stray arrow, he lunged forward with the reach of a simian arm and seized another fleeing noble by the nape of his robe. As if snatching a chick, he hauled the man bodily from his horse and flung him across his own saddle pommel. The noble thrashed wildly, paralyzed by terror. Huatsubing pinned him with one hand, then withdrew his halberd and deftly hooked Ruo Ho-chan's helmet onto its tip. Beneath the setting sun, the young Han colonel, bathed in blood, one hand gripping his captive halberd raised high with the helmet impaled upon it, laughed aloud, wild and unchained. Ha ha ha! What glorious triumph! The entire Xiongnu camp collapsed utterly. At the highest echelon of royal kinship, a Han youth had slaughtered and captured nobles as casually as butchering chickens or goats. How could such a battle continue? Thousands fled across the desert, hunted and slaughtered by 800 Han troops. Lao Pai, panting heavily after felling an enemy, looked up, and there he saw Huatsubing's defiant, radiant figure. He stood frozen. In the livestream, billions of viewers across Blue Planet stood equally transfixed. For 10 full seconds, the comment feed went utterly silent. Then, is this creature biologically possible? 18 years old. Single-handed capture. Decapitation amid 10,000 troops. I always imagined legendary generals calmly fanning themselves in the rear. Who told me Chinese commanders lead the charge themselves and treat enemy homelands like an Aleocaniate buffet? I hereby declare Huatsubing my soul's cyber. The battle concluded within less than an hour. The oasis turned crimson with blood. The Xiongnu's wolfhead banner lay trampled beneath Han hooves. Huatsubing dismounted. His armor, soaked in enemy blood, had darkened to a deep, lustrous maroon, gleaming blackly in the sunset. Yet his eyes remained bright, sharp, unwavering. He strode to the corpse of Ruo Ho-chan, pulled his halberd free, then glanced at the trembling captive slumped across his horse, Luo Gu by the Chanyu's uncle. Then he lifted his gaze eastward, toward Chang'an. A faint, knowing smile curved the young colonel's lips. Pride, triumph, and a quiet, burning anticipation shimmering within it. At the Dingxiang encampment, sand filled the sky and fierce winds tore at the Han banners until they snapped. Inside the main command tent, the air lay heavy with a palpable dread. Grand General Wei Qing furrowed his brow, staring intently at the sheepskin map on the table. Beside him, the flying General Li Guanggongsun, he and the Empire's other battle-hardened veterans, men who had spent their lives at war faces ashen with worry. The desert was vast beyond reckoning. 100,000 Han troops had poured beyond the border like a fist into cotton, The wily Xiongnu had long since broken into scattered bands and slipped into the boundless depths of the Gobi. 100,000 mouths, men and horses alike, consumed provisions by the day, supplies dwindling to astronomical sums, yet they had not even brushed the shadow of the enemy's main force. Grand General. An old commander could not help but speak, his voice threaded with unavoidable anxiety and reproach. That Captain Hua. He and 800 men have been separated from the main host for days now. No guide, no supply train, the desert sands and winds change on a whim, I fear. He did not finish the words. Little chance of survival, yet everyone in the tent understood the verdict perfectly. Li Guang sighed and shook his head. An 18-year-old with a head full of zeal is one thing, but war is no child. If he dies of thirst in some sandpit, or is cut off and slaughtered by the Xiongnu, how will we answer to his majesty? Wei Qing folded his hands behind his back and said nothing, but his clenched fists betrayed his worry. At that moment, an urgent cry rose outside the tent, its tone changing from alarm to astonishment. Enemy attack. No. Look, our men. Someone's returned. Wei Qing's pupils narrowed. He flung aside the tent curtain and dashed out. Li Guang and the other old commanders hurried after him. They all stood at the camp gate and stared toward the desert. The sunset bled like ink across the horizon, staining it a fierce red. Through the rolling sands, a troop of cavalry rode slowly homeward. Not more nor less than 800 riders. As they drew near, the vast encampment of 100,000 men fell into a deathly stunned silence. Every man drew breath sharply. The 800 cavalry, rider and horse alike, were drenched in blood so dark it had turned their forms a nauseating burgundy. Dried gore had crusted on their armor, flaking off with every step. They looked like fiends clawed out from some azure hell, exuding a murderous aura that chilled the marrow. Lao Pai rode amid them. Though nearly exhausted, he had several Xiongnu noble heads bound by hemp at his belt. He thrust out his chest proudly like a cock that had won a fight. At the vanguard sat the 18-year-old Xiao Wei, still astride his Hanshua Boma. His gleaming lamellar had been scored by deep cuts. The one-serge cloak had been stained to near black. Yet his expression was composed. Leisurely he wiped the spear's tip with a sumptuous silk torn from a Xiongnu tent, as if cleaning a hunting spear after sport. Huitzubing. Wei Qing strode forward. Huitzubing swung down from his mount and casually cast the blade. He approached Wei Qing and the staggered old commanders without haste, and instead of the formal salute, he merely beckoned to the veteran soldiers behind him. Bring the things up. With a series of thuds, a few old soldiers stepped forward, and as if dumping refuse, hurled several round objects at the feet of Li Guang and the others. They were heads crowned with Xiongnu royal golden diadems, eyes wide and unblinking in death. Then Lao Pai and two men together dragged a bound, opulently robed Xiongnu elder forward and kicked him before Wei Qing like a dead dog. The old general's eyes nearly popped from their sockets. Huitzubing dusted his hands and reported in an offhand tone, as if describing a hunting trip. Uncle, the desert is too vast. We did not find the Chinese main force. But fortune favored us. We happened upon a royal camp. He pointed at the golden-crowned heads and the trembling captive. We slew the Chinese grandfather Ruo Ho-chan and captured his uncle Luo Gubi. As for ministers and household officers, we cut down a few dozen on the way. He grinned broadly, dazzling and irreverent. Uncle, does this count as military merit? Silence fell over the camp. Only the flags whispered in the wind. Li Guang looked at those heads on the ground and felt bile rise in his throat. These veteran commanders had spent their lives fighting, marching in sand and wind, yet they had not managed to claim even a single Xiongnu rider. This boy had taken 800 men out for a few days, and not only had he not perished of thirst, he had casually wiped out the Chinese household. Where could anyone go to argue with that? In Lao Peace livestream, billions of launching viewers watching the old general's expressions erupted into hoarse laughter, and the comment stream exploded. At that moment, the Xingqian Qiongding arena and the screens of every player suddenly dimmed. Then with a thunder, an overwhelmingly brilliant, eye-searing dark gold beam descended from the heavens, its epic light bathing Huitzubing's arrogant silhouette. An exultant system chime voiced with unprecedented grandeur announced this illustrious feat to the billions on the launching server battle settlement. Piao Xiaowei, Huitzubing leading 800 light cavalry detached from the main force and raided the desert for hundreds of miles. Beheadings and captures 2028. Beheaded Chinese grandfather Ruo Ho-chan. Captured Chinese uncle Luo Gubi. Performance rating unprecedented. Bravest of the three armies. The gift effects in Lao Peace streams stuttered from the overload, the screen filled with a single sentiment, incredible. So exhilarating. This is true, overwhelming force. Li Guang's expression kills me. People are judged by others. The picture then cut to another scene. Far away in the imperial capital of Chang'an, within the stately Wei Yonggong, an 8 thunderedly urgent dispatch seemed to sprout wings and alight upon Emperor Lu Qi's desk. In the prime of his years, the Han Emperor Lu Qi leapt from the dragon throne in a burst of exhilaration. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Clutching the sand-stained report, he strode down the dais and slapped it upon the faces of the pedantic civil ministers who were forever chanting Hechin and decrying warmongering, and laughed aloud. Look, all of you, open your eyes and see. This is my Piao Xiaowei. This is my Han Iron Cavalry. 800 men a desert raid seized banners and cut down the foe. He turned the dragon robes sweeping as he issued his decree, proclaim my edict. Huo being bravest of the three armies incomparable. I hereby confer upon him the title, Guanjuan Ho, a fief of 2,500 households, a reward of 10,000 jin of gold, 100 vats of fine wine, 1,000 bolts of silk. Set aside the finest parcel in Chang'an, break ground at once, and build the Guanjuan Ho the most lavish manner. Await his triumphant return. In that instant, the Han Empire's lavishness and its absolute worship of heroism made billions of launching viewers watch with reddened eyes and trembling envy. In his livestream, Lao Pai saw the three characters Guanjuan Ho float across the system panel and overcome kicked over the nearby trash can. He shouted into his microphone to the billions of cyber spectators, "Do you see? This is a man's romance. This is the pride of our Huaxia. Those who offend the strong Han." In the livestream, billions of comments cascaded like an avalanche, uniformly typing the final four characters, Sui Yuan Bai Zhu. Though distant, they shall be punished. Chang'an, the vast and majestic square before the Weiyang Palace. Lao Pai and several hundred elite light cavalrymen, veterans of countless battles, stood tall and resolute at the foot of the white jade steps, their iron armor still dusted with Gobi desert sand and stained with dried blood. Upon the lofty dragon throne, Emperor Liu Che of the Great Han gazed down upon this band of warriors who had crawled forth from the sea of corpses in the northern deserts, his eyes brimming with unreserved admiration. Excellent. Every one of you is the pride of our Great Han. Liu Che's voice boomed like temple bells. With a sweeping gesture of his hand, he declared, reward shall be bestowed according to merit. In that very instant, Lao Pai's vision was utterly consumed by a blinding dark golden visual effect. Ding. Congratulations to player Lao Pai for full participation in the epic hidden campaign, First Southern Desert Campaign, the 800 Rider Raid. Personal battle records being calculated. Confirmed kills 5 enemy officers, 2 captives. Survived to campaign's conclusion. As you witnessed and participated in Hui Tsubing's divine ascension on the battlefield, you have triggered the server-wide exclusive permanently unobtainable reward. Lao Pai's breath nearly ceased. Tens of billions of eyes across the live streaming platform locked onto the screen. 2 golden beams shot downward. One striking Lao Pai's inventory, the other descending upon his head. Acquired limited title Champion Vanguard Exclusive Edition. Title attributes while equipped movement speed during charges increases by 20. Morale is permanently locked at maximum. Immunity granted against all fear and dominating pressure effects. Acquired limited divine weapon Zhan Lu. 100 forged ring pommel saber legendary tier. Weapon description: a peerless blade steeped in the blood of Xiongnu royal lineage. Special effect deals double damage to targets aligned with the Xiongnu faction. Additionally has a chance to trigger the awestruck effect, causing low-tier enemy troops to rout in terror. Lao Pai sat rigid in his esports chair, eyes bulging wide. With trembling hands, he affixed the title above his avatar. In the holographic projection, radiant dark gold characters blazed forth. Champion Vanguard, dazzling, defiant, and utterly iconic. Next, he drew the legendary ring pommel saber in one fluid motion. Its blade no longer gleamed with ordinary steel, but shimmered with a faint, haunting crimson luminescence, pulsing with quiet, terrible power. Brothers. Lao Pai swallowed hard, then suddenly erupted into wild, unrestrained laughter, grinning so broadly his molars flashed, while swinging the glowing saber through the air with thunderous force. See that? That's what happens when you follow your cyber patriarch. The server's only exclusive title, and a legendary weapon that doubles damage against the Xiongnu. The Han Imperial Court. Unbelievably generous. HA. At that moment, the entire stellar network detonated. Countless players feeding grapes to fox-eared maids in Liana's elven reverie, and countless others idly gazing at starfields in Kyle's interstellar mecca. All stared transfixed by Lao Pai's explosive visual effects and by those staggering reality-bending stat bonuses. Their eyes burned red with envy. In the virtual realm, what draws the soul most irresistibly? Radiant artifacts. Exclusive titles. Holy hell, I need that legendary saber. I need that exclusive title. Sweeping floors in an elven manner is pointless. I'm enlisting. Brothers, charge forward. Where's the recruitment office for prosperous Han Dynasty? Instantly, online player counts across Blue Planet's major virtual games exhibited bizarre, unprecedented fluctuations. Massive waves of players logged off en masse, like legions of ravenous revenants, and stampeded eyes blazing into prosperous Han Dynasty. Within minutes, the recruitment stations in Chang'an were choked beyond capacity. Voices roared in unison, I'll cut down the Chanyu himself. Let me join Colonel Hua's unit. Meanwhile, within the Weiyang Palace, the investiture ceremony continued. Lao Pai's rewards were merely the appetizer. The true centerpiece stood at the forefront, a youth of 18. Emperor Wu of Han gazed upon his protege, the boy he had personally raised, with unmistakable pride and tender affection. Tsubing, you've delivered me a marvel beyond measure. With a flick of his wrist, Liu Che signaled forward. Several eunuchs approached reverently, bearing lacquered rosewood trays. Upon each tray rested an exquisitely crafted parchment map. Smiling, Luce said, "I hereby infef you as Marquis of Champion. But even this is insufficient. I've commissioned the grandest residence in Chang'an's most prestigious district, built expressly for you. Within its walls I've selected dozens of peerless maidens from the Jiangnan region. Examine this blueprint carefully. If any detail displeases you, I'll order it rebuilt without delay." Across the stellar network, tens of billions of viewers, who moments earlier had been seething with envy over Lao Pai's spoils, now drooled openly. A palatial villa in Chang'an's innermost ring. Dozens of ethereal beauties. What did this signify? In the cyber age, such opulence was unattainable, even after 10,000 years of servitude to capital. All held their breath, awaiting the young Marquis's kowtow of gratitude, the first step toward ultimate glory. Yet, Huatsubing remained rooted where he stood, not glancing once at the scroll. He offered only a slight dignified bow, his posture unbent, straight as a spear piercing the heavens. Lifting his gaze to meet the emperor's, his eyes were clear, incisive, utterly free of greed for wealth or comfort. His voice, youthful, resonant, crystalline, rang out across the soaring halls of the Weiyang Palace, striking the minds of billions across Blue Planet like a celestial thunderclap. "Your Majesty, while the Xiongnu remain unvanquished, I shall have no home." Buzz. Every livestream comment vanished instantly. Tens of billions stared spellbound at the screen, upon which stood a brilliant, battle-stained youth clad in vibrant silks and war-worn armor. In the cyber age, humanity scrambled desperately for crumbs tossed by capital, trading dignity for fleeting sensory thrills. And yet, this 18-year-old son of China, faced with unimaginable fortune, with seductive ease and sensual grace, did he blink? Did he hesitate? Not for an instant. He cast it aside as lightly as dust. His heart held no mansion, no concubines. But the world, his nation, the unbroken spine of his people, this pure self-transcendent faith, this quintessential Chinese romanticism, struck like a sledgehammer, shattering the petty selfishness and timidity lodged deep within every Blue Planet soul. "While the Xiongnu remain unvanquished, I shall have no home." In the physical world, Lao Pai whispered the word softly, his eyes suddenly wet. He felt his very soul, cleansed, reborn, forged anew in fire. At the same moment, in the real world, a penthouse conference room atop a conglomerate headquarters. The air hung thick and suffocating. Several executives in tailored suits stared at plummeting data charts projected onto the main screen, their shirts soaked through with cold sweat. "It's collapsing. Everything's collapsing." A data analyst's voice trembled. "Our flagship virtual games, focused on suggestive content, therapeutic escapism, and mindless gratification, have suffered a 70% drop in concurrent users over the past 30 minutes. Where have they gone?" The conglomerate magnate slammed his fist onto the table. His roar echoed hollowly through the chamber. The Han. The analyst swallowed hard. The entire network, every player, is rushing to enlist in prosperous Han dynasty. The magnate slumped into his leather chair, face ashen, teeth clenched. "These rabble. Aren't fox-eared maidens enticing? Aren't mechas inspiring? Why abandon paradise? Why choose grit, blood, and sacrifice inside a game?" They watched in horror as the spiritual cage, a 3-century project of capital designed to castrate human vitality through entertainment and infantilizing distraction, shattered completely. Shattered, not by armies or algorithms, but by the words of an 18-year-old boy and by a few virtual ring-pommel sabers. Chen wasn't merely teaching history. He was arming Blue Planet souls with virtual merit and real, unyielding courage. Within the game, the investiture in the Weiyang Palace had just concluded. Huatsubing turned and strode purposefully from the hall. Standing atop the towering white marble steps, he ignored the bustling streets of Chang'an and instead fixed his gaze westward toward the distant horizon. Before Lao Pai's eyes, a colossal holographic war map unfurled. A system notification, resounding like war drums, thundered across every player's ears. Expansion Pack Phase 2 Preview: The Hushi Campaign. General of the Flying Cavalry Huaitsubing will lead 10,000 ironclad horsemen to sweep across the Hushi Corridor and strike directly at the Xiongnu's western heartland. The Han Legion is expanding. Brave hearts whose blood still burns, hasten now to assemble. Lao Pai stared upward at the map, its contours promising boundless glory and relentless combat, then raised high the ring-pommel saber, its blade pulsing with crimson light. To the live stream, he roared with every fiber of his being. "Brothers, did you hear that? The Hushi Corridor, sign up now. We ride again with the Marquis, to conquer, to claim, to triumph." In the great Han dynasty outside the Weiyang Palace in Chang'an City, the chief registrar of the Han army was clutching a brush utterly disheveled by the wind. Before him, the once spacious Zhuke Avenue was completely submerged by an endless sea of people. Moreover, these were a group of utterly incomprehensible madmen. "Commander, pick me. I can run like the wind. My stamina is off the charts. Commander, look at me. I can sing to the Xiongnu while taking hits. I can definitely scare them to death. Brothers, don't shove. Officer Hua. No, the champion's feathered army only has 10,000 slots. I want the legendary glowing ring blade." Countless internet users who had been oppressed by the financial conglomerates in the cyber era and were accustomed to virtual healing now surged forward like sharks smelling blood, their eyes red with excitement. The registrar swallowed hard, watching a player who was madly banging a brick against his forehead to prove he was fearless, his hands trembling so much he couldn't even write. Having been a soldier all his life, he had never seen such a reaction from the common folk when recruiting. This wasn't an enlistment, it was clearly a robbery. This group of people held a unified code in the cyber world. Fourth catastrophe. Meanwhile, on a high platform next to the recruitment point, Old Pie was lounging with his legs crossed, enjoying the top-tier treatment of a veteran. He wore the dark golden title of Champion Vanguard Limited Edition on his head, cradling a legendary glowing ring blade that exuded a faint blood-red light. Surrounding him were layers of eager new players, all salivating. Brother Pie, Master Pie, Brother Pie, when we get into the champions camp, can you look after my brothers? I repair mechs in real life, I'll fix your horseshoes when I get in. Old Pie proudly blew at the red light on his ring blade, speaking in a tone of mockery. Ahem, keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Our Lord whose troops emphasize being brave and unafraid of death. When we get to the battlefield, don't embarrass me. When you see the Xiongnu, treat them like walking loot machines and just pounce. Just as the square descended into chaos, a heavy sound of hooves echoed from the end of a long street. A squad of black-armored elite cavalry cut through the crowded sea like a black sword. Leading them was the glamorous 18-year-old dual talent of the Han Empire champion, Huitzubing, clad in resplendent armor and a grand red cloak. The Lord has arrived. Damn, so handsome. Adoptive father, take me to loot. The players waved their hands frantically, their eyes filled with fervor as if they had seen a descending deity. Huitzubing reined in his steed, looking down at the oddly dressed new recruits whose eyes shone with a pure madness. He frowned slightly. The deputy commander leaned over and whispered, "My lord, this batch of recruits looks not quite right in the head." They all looked like they hadn't eaten their fill, swallowing hard at the sight of the Xiongnu, showing no fear of death. Hearing this, Huitzubing didn't get angry. Instead, a wildly arrogant smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Not afraid of death. Huitzubing suddenly drew his long sword, pointing the blade towards the sky. His clear voice, amplified by his inner force, echoed throughout the recruitment square. This time, I shall venture into the hushy corridor. It is the heart of the Xiongnu's right territory. It is a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. I do not need bookish strategists or wooden men who can only form formations. I only need one kind of person who dares to follow me, turning the Xiongnu's nest upside down, smashing their idols, and hunting their royal family like mad dogs. Are you all up for it? The moment these words were uttered, the square fell silent for a second. Then a terrifying roar erupted, shaking the rooftops of Chang'an. We dare charge through Hushi. The players erupted into a frenzy. Huitzubing's combat style of unreasonable aggression perfectly matched the spirit of the fourth catastrophe. No complex formations, no suffocating defenses, it was all about a full frontal assault. Huitzubing looked at the new recruits whose morale had skyrocketed, even beginning to howl with excitement, and he was satisfied as he sheathed his sword. Good. All troops pack up. Target Hushi corridor. Huitzubing pointed his whip towards the west, a chilling, killing intent flashing in his eyes. In this battle, I will trample the territories of King Xiu and King Hengxi. Bring that so-called heavenly golden idol back to Chang'an as a trophy. Boom. 1,000-man strong Han Crazy Dog camp composed of the most fervent players and elite NPCs marched out of Chang'an City. At the same time, on the Star Network, the largest virtual game communication platform in Blue Star, the moment the expansion pack, Han Dynasty Glory Battle of Hushi, officially launched. An extremely abrupt post suddenly surged to the top of the trending topics, without any warning, even overshadowing discussions about the game itself. The title carried a strong tone of an official notice from the financial conglomerates, severe warning: the loveliest people and Han Dynasty Glory pose serious risks of mental addiction and gene mutation. The Federal Ministry of Internal Affairs has intervened and recommended all citizens disconnect immediately. The post not only listed various fabricated brainwave anomaly data, but also released a very blurry surveillance video. In the video, a player wearing a VR helmet was foaming at the mouth and convulsing. In the real world, in the financial conglomerate's control room. Have the trolls been deployed into the game? A grim-faced executive coldly inquired. Reports are 3,000 top hackers and trolls have been deployed disguised as players infiltrating Huitzubing's army. The subordinates wiped their cold sweat. They carry a special collapse code that, if triggered during the key battle in the Hushi corridor, could paralyze the Han army's formation, leading to Huitzubing's defeat and demise. Once the war god in the game loses, the player's faith will collapse immediately. The financial tycoon lifted his wine glass, his gaze as sinister as a venomous snake. Su Chen, you want to awaken Blue Star with the spirit of Huaxia? Then I will personally strangle your war god in front of billions. The wind of the Hushi corridor, mixed with coarse gravel, scraped against the faces of the Han army soldiers like a... Old Pie was almost sprawled on the horse's back, feeling that his thighs had completely lost all sensation. It wasn't numbness, rather the flesh had been worn away by the saddle, and a fiery pain surged through the nerve ending straight to his brain. The 100% pain feedback in the game was even more torturous than real-life punishments. Yet Old Pie gritted his teeth and remained silent. Not only him, but the surrounding players, blinded by the desire for limited edition titles and legendary weapons, clutched the reins like tireless machines. After Huoqingbing led this 1,000-strong cavalry out of Longxi, they plunged headlong into the vast Gobi Desert. The young lord's rules were brutally simple: only bring a killing knife and enough hard flatbreads and water to last a few days. No fire, no camping, traveling day and night. The horses never rested, and neither did the men. The main strategy was to be elusive, leaving the Xiongnu with no time to react. Ugh! A heart-wrenching dry heave came from the rear of the marching troops. Old Pai didn't even need to turn around to know that those connections were performing again. A few thousand strange new soldiers had mixed into the ranks. Although they wore Han Army leather armor, their demeanor was completely different from the battle-hardened veterans and the players eager for military achievements. These people were all soft-skinned and awkward in their riding posture. After less than 3 days of galloping, they were already close to vomiting their bile. Water. Give me water. I can't take it anymore, I want to log off. A pale-faced new soldier lay on the horse's neck, weakly moaning, with unclean sour water still at the corner of his mouth. The inside of his pants had long been soaked with blood, hardening into a stiff, dark red scab after drying. Each jolt of the warhorse twisted his features, and tears streamed down his face. Damn it, vomiting again. Can't you do better? An NPC veteran with a scar on his face turned back to curse, pinching his nose in disgust. Get away from me. Don't let your stench get on me. Old Pai chuckled and mercilessly mocked in the live stream. Brothers, did you see that? This is the elite water army that the tycoon father spent a fortune to bring in. Used to drinking synthetic nutrients in a constant temperature chamber, now they come to experience the harsh life in Great Han prosperity. With this physical condition, they are not even as good as frozen potatoes from Chongjin Lake. The bullet screen rolled wildly, all filled with laughter. I'm dying of laughter. Look at that guy, his pain mask is welded to his face. 100% pain feedback. How could these cyber young masters endure this kind of suffering? And they still want to mix in the Great Han for military merit. Hurry home and find your mama. Don't delay our lord's procurement in the hushy corridor. The scarred veteran rode closer to Old Pai, gesturing towards the miserable water army with his chin, and whispered, Pai Go, where did these guys come from? Their riding skills are worse than women's crying for their mothers all day. I'm really afraid they'll slow down the whole army. Old Pai proudly patted the Zhanlu 100 Refinements ring knife at his waist, snorted coldly. Who cares where they... The Lord has said if you can't keep up, just roll and die in the Gobi. Don't delay us from earning military merit. Following the Lord, we eat 9 meals in 3 days. Military merit titles, a big house in Chang'an. Do these softshell shrimp think they can compete with us? In the midst of this extreme oppression and exhaustion, the scouts in front suddenly ran back, like madmen, disregarding the horse's strength. Report. Lord, 30 miles ahead. The main camp of the Restorer King has been discovered. A dark mass stretches over 10 miles with no end in sight. Hiss. Huoqingbing abruptly reined in his magnificent steed, raising his right hand high. 10,000 Han cavalry running wildly came to a uniform halt, as if they had been paused like machines. The surroundings fell into a suffocating silence, with only the heavy breathing of horses and the whistling wind across the Gobi. Huoqingbing rode up a small mound, squinting his sharp, starry eyes towards the front. Old Pai quickly followed suit, and after just one glance, he couldn't help but gasp. On the distant horizon, there was a dense array of white Xiongnu yurts. Countless Xiongnu cavalry roamed outside the camp, with tall wolf-head banners thrashing in the wild wind. A rough estimate suggested that their numbers were at least 3 times that of the Han army, perhaps even 5 times or more. The terrifying sense of oppression, as if a black cloud was threatening to crush the city, penetrated through the holographic screen, making even the Blue Star audience feel a tightness in their chests. An extremely tense atmosphere instantly enveloped the troops. At this moment, the infiltrator leader, who had been the most sickened earlier and was planted by the tycoon, felt that the unseen-a-lifetime opportunity had finally come. He suddenly straightened up, raising his voice in an exaggerated player tone to shout within the military formation, "Bruh, it's over. All over. This is a plot kill set by the dog planners. It's a certain death situation. Look at the health bars and numbers on the opposite side. How can we fight this? Huoqingbing, this NPC has gone mad. He's leading us to our doom." While shouting, the infiltrator leader desperately yanked at the reins, frantically, conveying anxiety to the surrounding players. Brothers dying in battle is a 100% pain simulation. Run back with me. He thought that under such absolute numerical disadvantage and fear, this group of modern players, like scattered sand, would definitely flee like sheep, thereby disrupting the Han army's formation. The scene indeed fell silent for a full 3 seconds. Everyone turned their heads in unison, looking at the horse infiltrator leader with an extremely strange expression. In their gaze lay a pity and confusion akin to looking at an unparalleled fool. Soon Old Pai was the first to react, bursting into laughter. He wiped the corner of his mouth and realized he was drooling from sheer excitement. Pointing at the distant mass of dark Xiongnu camps, his eyes instantly bloodshot, glowing with an eerie green light, he let out a hoarse roar towards the live stream and the players around him. Brothers, open your eyes and take a good look. What's in front of us are monsters that will drop our gear. Those are mobile Chang'an City secondary flats. Those are world-level bosses with a 100% drop rate. They are shining golden tickets for rank exchange and mountains of shiny 5 coins. A woo. Old Peace roar completely ignited the fuse named greed and frenzy of the fourth calamity. 10,000 players' eyes turned red. The original fatigue was swept away, replaced by a wolf-like madness. Charge. Grab military merit. Drop gear. That guy in the sable coat, Restorer King, don't steal from me. That's the down payment for my wife's limited edition bag. Survival of the bold, death of the timid. Zero-cost purchase, brothers. The iron hooves thundered, and the 10,000 Han cavalry not only did not retreat a single step, but instead charged forward like a group of bandits that had just been released from an 800-year confinement, howling as they launched a desperate reverse charge towards the Restorer King's camp, which was several times larger. The infiltrator leader still maintained the pose of turning the horse around and raising his arm to shout, but the expression on his face instantly froze from smug triumph to sheer horror and collapse. You all have gone mad. This is a certain death situation. His terrified scream had not— Get out of the way. Don't block me from earning military merit. A heavy cavalry horse charging at high speed, annoyed at being obstructed, collided mercilessly into the back of his horse. Bang! Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, the infiltrator leader along with his horse was sent flying. Before he could land, he was completely overwhelmed by the surging tide of iron cavalry coming from behind like a black tsunami. The screams lasted only half a second before being trampled into a puddle of mud. Inside the Xiongnu camp at this moment, King Xiutu held a gem-encrusted golden cup, savoring the rich Mara's milk wine. He had just received urgent news that a small detachment of Han army had appeared nearby and was preparing to send men to annihilate them. Suddenly, a tremor rolled through the earth like muffled thunder. The wine cup on the table was knocked over, spilling liquid all over the ground. King Xiutu rushed out of the royal tent in terror, looking up. In that moment, this prairie overlord who had dominated the hushy corridor for many years felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, and his legs turned weak. On the horizon, a cavalry unit of Han soldiers, far fewer in number than his own, had no intention of probing or forming lines. Instead, they charged like a pack of rabid dogs, cackling maniacally, while drool dripped from their mouths, directly rushing towards his royal banner formation. Is this really the Han army? They're crazier than a pack of wolves that has starved for an entire winter. King Zayuda's voice cracked. Shoot arrows. Quick, shoot arrows. Stop these madmen. Countless bone arrows rained down like locusts, but what happened next plunged the Xiongnu into utter despair. The heavily armed industrial strength of the Han Empire manifested in a suffocating sense of physical dominance at this moment. The Han soldiers, clad in exquisite armor, resembled a series of swiftly moving iron walls. The light bone arrows and inferior iron-tipped arrows of the Xiongnu merely clinked against the armor and sparked without leaving even a mark. Thousands of galloping Han warhorses charged forward with an incredibly brutal and unreasonable demeanor, crashing through the Xiongnu's vanguard defenses like bulldozers. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of flesh tearing and bones shattering merged into one. In an instant of contact, the Xiongnu's defense was crushed into a blood-soaked mire. At the forefront was the Red Lightning, champion Ho Tsubing. Facing the elite Xiongnu warriors rushing from all directions, this 18-year-old prodigy exhibited a terrifying dominance that could only be described as the arrival of a war god. His target was strikingly clear, the towering wolf-head royal banner, symbolizing King Zayuda's supreme authority. Stop him! A Xiongnu warrior nearly 2 meters tall and as strong as a black bear roared as he swung a massive wolf-tooth club towards Ho Tsubing. Ho Tsubing sneered, a surge of killing intent radiating from his starry eyes. He did not even slow down, using the terrifying inertia of his charging horse. His steel spear became a gleaming flash. A muffled sound erupted. With a frightening force, the spear pierced through the thick leather armor and chest of the Xiongnu warrior, and its momentum did not wane as the spearhead drove deep into the stout wooden pillar supporting the royal banner behind the warrior. Ho Tsubing's arms bulged with veins as he exerted a tremendous force. Crack, boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, the wolf-head banner, which had stood in the hushy corridor for decades and instilled fear in countless small nations of the western regions, was shattered in two by this youth's spear, crashing down heavily into the blood-soaked ground. Blood splattered across the young man's cold, side-faced visage while the setting sun cast a dark golden outline around him. In that moment, Ho Tsubing resembled a Shura demon god emerging from the depths of hell. Players who were frantically slashing and killing paused in their charge upon witnessing this scene, unable to suppress a gasp. Wow, the Lord is just too damn cool. This aura, this combat power. Brothers, charge with the Lord. Let's uncover the secrets of King Xiutu. With the royal banner down, the psychological defense of the Xiongnu army crumbled entirely. The already bewildered Xiongnu soldiers began to flee in all directions like headless flies. Meanwhile, the players surged in like tigers among a flock of sheep, executing their three lights policy to the fullest. Ho Tsubing, a lone rider, dashed through the chaotic battlefield, reaching the innermost core of King Zayuda's camp. It was not an ordinary tent, but an enormous open altar made of blue stones. Surrounding the altar, bronze braziers blazed fiercely, while several Xiongnu shamans wearing fearsome masks knelt at the altar, fervently bowing to a 3-meter-tall pure gold statue that radiated an exceedingly dazzling light in the fire, praying for the blessings of the celestial beings. That was the supreme totem of the Xiongnu faith, the golden idol of heaven. Ho Tsubing suddenly pulled on the reins, and his steed let out a loud neigh, leaping directly onto the 3-meter-high altar. Bang! The hooves landed heavily, shattering one of the bronze braziers and scattering burning coals all over the... Ho Tsubing pointed his sword towards the enormous pure gold statue, coldly gazing at it with a hint of disdain at the corner of his mouth. What a ridiculous deity. Someone, find this golden lump for me and take it back to Chang'an as a decoration for his majesty. Right away, my lord. Just hold it steady. Old Pai, leading dozens of players who had just been caught up in the frenzy of battle, scrambled up the altar like a pack of mad dogs that had spotted a bone. Decoration. The Lord calls this a decoration. This is all pure gold, brothers. Old Pai's voice trembled. He pushed aside the Xiongnu shaman, who was still chanting spells, caressing the thigh of the golden idol as if it were a stunning beauty. Quick, quick, quick. Where's the hemp rope? Tie it up. The players surged forward, not only binding the golden idol of heaven with thick hemp ropes, but also unleashing their bandit attributes for an ultimate explosion at that very moment. Pai Gu, there are gems embedded under this idol, a player exclaimed, frantically prying at the base with a dagger. Pry it off. This is all real gold and silver as rewards. Old Pai shouted hoarsely, his eyes sweeping across the entire altar like a searchlight. The Lord has spoken, pack it all up. Hand-woven wool carpets on the ground. Roll them up. Pure gold bullhorn cups for sacrifices. Stuff them in your pockets. Don't overlook the gold dust on the ground, scrape it clean with your water pouches. As we, the fourth-day disaster, step out, we adhere to the principle of leaving no grass behind. Today we should even flip the blue stone slabs of the altar to see if there are any hidden savings underneath. In the midst of King Zayuda's desperate screams, the sacred altar that the Xiongnu had revered for generations instantly became a tragic scene of large-scale demolition. At the same time, in the real world, within the luxurious conference room on the top floor of the financial conglomerate's headquarters, the sound of shattering glass echoed. Snap! A priceless antique goblet worth hundreds of thousands was smashed to the ground, and the fine red wine splattered like blood on the pristine white carpet. The financial magnate's face turned ashen, his muscles twitching violently from extreme anger. He fixed a furious gaze on the dozens of holographic surveillance screens on the wall. In the footage, the elite water army he had hired at an exorbitant price not only failed to incite a rebellion among the players or paralyze the Han army's formation, but were trampled into a mixture of flesh and sand by the ordinary netizens, blinded by their desire to loot. Those bottom-tier cyber underclassmen, far from being intimidated by the so-called death penalty, erupted into a greed and fanaticism that even this capital tycoon found chilling. Useless. They're all a bunch of freeloaders. The magnate roared hysterically. Meanwhile, on the other side of the city, in a small shabby rental room, Su Chun sat quietly in front of the computer, watching the starkly contrasting data curves in the system background. Nipple Fun virtual industry online rate plummeted by 48, and the decline was accelerating. Awakening degree of Huaxia civilization martial progress index broke through the critical value, entering a frenzied state. Outside the window, the massive neon signs flashing with virtual idols and soft pornography advertisements continued to emit a mesmerizing glow. Yet in Su Chen's eyes, those once unbreakable tools of capital brainwashing now appeared weak and laughable. He lifted a glass of plain water, took a sip, and a cold, proud smile curved at the corners of his mouth. The financial tycoons simply did not understand. When a nation that had been suppressed for hundreds of years rekindled the iron-blooded military spirit of its ancestors in the virtual world with the ethos of if the enemy can advance, so can I, and carving out achievements with swords. The indomitable spirit of Huaxia etched into their DNA could no longer be suppressed. Meanwhile, within the Han army, a player with the ID Lei Yin was gripping the reins tightly, his palms drenched in sweat. In reality, he was an instructor of an elite special forces unit in the federal military. 3 days prior, he received a top-secret directive. Lei Yin, take a team disguised as ordinary players and infiltrate the game Great Han Prosperity. Your soul, with your most discerning eye, show me whether this game's virtual physics engine is reliable, and if those so-called ancient tactics are nothing but fabrications to deceive. Lei Yin stood at attention and saluted, though in his heart, he felt somewhat skeptical. It's just a game, how real can it possibly be? Could it outperform the military's top simulation training pod? He led dozens of elite troops, all disguised as average players, into the game. Initially, they indeed approached it with a mindset of finding faults. Until Hu Chu-bing charged into the hushy corridor with 10,000 men like a rabid dog. Until that 18-year-old lieutenant issued the absurd command to discard all supplies, take only rations and water, and directly penetrate the heart of the desert. Lei Yin nearly cursed aloud in the encrypted tactical channel nonsense. Has this commander lost his mind? No logistical support, no heavy weapons, entering the desert is a death sentence. Did the game designers forsake even basic logic for the sake of excitement? But what followed left Lei Yin, a modern special operations expert, nearly dropping his jaw. Hu Bing lost his way. He lay flat to listen to the wind smell the sand and pointed casually northwest 50 miles. And he truly found the lair of the Xiao Tu Wang. 800 charging into a camp of several thousand. Not only did they charge, but they also dispatched their enemies like chopping vegetables, raising the enemy's flag. During the fiercest part of the battle, Lei Yin charged alongside, shouting in the channel, his voice changing pitch, "Everyone pay attention." This kind of tactic, abandoning all logistics, directly inserting into the enemy's heart at the fastest speed, fighting to sustain the fight. Isn't this the very prototype of modern special airborne assault? The essence of blitzkrieg as written in textbooks was being played out by an NPC from 2,000 years ago, and his grasp of cavalry charge, timing, understanding of battlefield momentum. Damn the metrics, the instincts. The old professors at the Federal Military Academy would resign on the spot. His special forces were equally dumbfounded. They had undergone the strictest modern tactical training, emphasizing coordination, cover, and firepower suppression. But what about Hu Bing? There were no complex formations. He led his men to charge relentlessly, each charge's angle and timing so sharp it made one's scalp tingle. It was as if he was born knowing how to maximize the impact of cavalry. As the Xiao Tu Wang's court was trampled and the golden idol sent to heaven was carted away by Old Pai and his band of ruffians, the battlefield entered the mop-up phase. Lei Yin and his squad discovered a Hunnic tent still resisting. Judging by its size, at least dozens of remnants remained inside. What a great opportunity. Lei Yin's eyes brightened. Just the chance to test this game's indoor combat simulation. He quickly issued orders in the tactical channel group, A Group, B dismount. Prepare for CQB clearance. Standard procedures, crossover, prioritize control upon infiltration. He held up 3 fingers, taking a deep breath, and began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Infiltrate. Woo. Charge. There must be treasures inside. Don't try to grab from me. That gem-studded hilt is mine. Before Lei Yin could finish the word, in a cacophony of screams erupted from the side. There was Old Pai leading a dozen players with glowing green eyes who had not dismounted at all. Not only did they not dismount, but they also dug their heels into their horses' flanks, charging like a herd of uncontrollable dump trucks towards the Hunnic tent. Bang, crash. The sturdy tent was collapsed halfway. The Hunnic soldiers had just raised their swords and had not yet realized what was happening when they were cut down by the incoming players. What the hell? This centurion's helmet is golden. There are silver coins under the blanket. Quickly pick them up. This bronze pot is nice too, we can sell it. Players rushed like hungry ghosts into a buffet, disregarding any tactical formations, diving onto the corpses to frantically loot, insulting each other while doing so. Lei Yin and his dozen special forces, who had arranged themselves in a standard CQB formation, stood frozen in place. The wind blew, kicking up dust that hit their faces. A young special forces soldier swallowed hard and quietly asked in the channel, "Boss, should we still infiltrate?" Lei Yin opened his mouth but couldn't find his voice. He looked at the group of players recklessly charging and driven only by sheer greed, and then at his subordinates who had undergone years of rigorous training. A deep sense of absurdity surged in his heart. He muttered to himself, filled with existential doubt, no tactical coordination, no firepower cover, not even basic formations. All driven by a thirst for loot. Could this be a kind of extreme psychological warfare we have yet to fully comprehend, using greed to utterly overwhelm fear? Just then the horn of assembly sounded from the center. The sweep was over. Hu Bing sat in the recently cleared Xiao Tu Wang's tent, wiping the blood off his sword with a cloth. A scout burst in, rolling in with a pale face. "Report, my lord. Urgent message. The neighboring Han Xiaowang is terrified. He sent an envoy saying he wants to surrender." The tent fell silent, followed by a low cheer. Even Old Pai grinned. "Another head for us. Good news." But what the scout said next froze everyone's smiles. However, the envoy said, "Some of Han Xiaowang's generals are unwilling to surrender, and 40,000 Hunnic troops might revolt." Wow. The tent erupted in an uproar. Lei Yan's heart skipped a beat, and he instinctively began to run tactical simulations. The enemy has 40,000 troops with a high risk of internal revolt, extremely unstable. Our side has only 10,000, having just experienced a battle, exhausted and weary. According to modern tactical principles, the best choice is immediately retreat 30 miles, relying on favorable terrain to construct a temporary defensive line, while sending swift riders to General Wei Qing's main force for support, waiting for reinforcements to arrive before surrendering or taking further action. To actively enter a 40,000-strong enemy camp that could explode at any moment. That's suicide. Just as he thought this, Hu Bing on the main seat flung away the bloodstained cloth. The cloth floated lightly to the ground. The youth stood up, his dark iron shining armor making a cold scraping sound. A cold smile crept across his lips, devoid of warmth, filled only with a haughty disdain for everything revolt. Defection. I will personally go to meet his surrender, and that would be giving Han Xiaowang a tremendous honor. He scanned the generals in the tent, his voice suddenly rising clear as the clash of gold and iron. "Send orders to the entire army. Do not wait for the general's main force. Rest for half an hour, eat and drink enough." Then 10,000 men set off. Hu Bing unsheathed his long sword, pointing it directly at the direction of Han Xiaowang's camp. The youth's face illuminated by the flickering flames reflected a chilling spark of madness. Follow me, charge into his 40,000-strong army's camp to accept their surrender. The tent fell into a deathly silence. Old Pi and the players, after a brief moment of confusion, instantly turned ready. Charge. Following the Lord, 40,000 men. That's 40,000 merits. But Lei Yin only felt a chill rush from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. He gasped, his heart racing. 1,000 men actively charging into an enemy camp of 40,000 that could revolt at any moment. This was no longer just boldness, but insanity. In the gaps while marching, Lei Yin found an excuse to temporarily detach from the squad hiding behind a sand dune. He unhesitatingly activated the highest priority emergency communication channel. General, it's me, Lei Yin. On the other end of the channel came the steady voice of the old general speak. Lei Yin took a deep breath, striving to make his voice sound less agitated, but he couldn't suppress it. General, our previous assessment was completely wrong. Terribly wrong. This is no ordinary virtual game. This is a perfect historical tactical reproduction machine combined with a primal bloodlust activator. His tactics, especially the long-distance raids fighting to sustain the fight and directly attacking the heart, completely transcend the scope of modern military textbooks. That is a kind of miracle based on extreme battlefield intuition impossible to replicate. And even more terrifying are those ordinary players. Their spirits have been ignited by the game's merit and rank system, transforming them into an entirely different kind. They fear neither death nor pain, their eyes set solely on targets and loot. To grab a golden helmet, they dare to crash into tents. General, if our federal soldiers had even 1/10 of this bloodlust and execution. The other end of the channel fell silent for a few seconds. Then the old general's voice came through, firm and decisive. Report received. Transmit my highest military order. Immediately cancel all virtual shooting training programs for the Federal Army and Space Fleet's Marine Corps for the second half of the year. Notify all ground combat units in the 3 major fleets to roll into Great Han prosperity and the most lovable people starting tomorrow. I want them to experience firsthand what bone-chilling cold feels like, what a desperate charge entails, and what it means to fight 10 against 1 with mad dog ferocity. The old general slammed the table heavily, his voice booming through the channel, still deafening with the military spirit of the Han. Get the backbone of the Federal Army softened by capitalism back up. Transmission cut. Lei Yin stood in place, watching the Han Army and players in the distance gathering and clamoring to accept surrender, then glanced at the virtual Han Army leather armor he was wearing. He suddenly felt that the old general's command might be even crazier than Hui Chu Bing charging into 40,000 enemy troops. Yet for some reason he felt as if something within him had been ignited. In reality, in his rental apartment, Su Chun watched the back-end monitoring screen. A new set of data curves was displayed, separately labeled Special Observation Group, Federal Military Evaluation Unit. The activity level, tactical analysis records, and emotional fluctuation values of these accounts were all absurd, especially that account named Lei Yin, whose tactical debriefings and data records professionalism completely exceeded that of an ordinary player. Su Chun took a sip of water, watching the real-time footage of Hui Chu Bing leading the charge towards Han Xiaowang's camp, then glanced at the soaring shock value and recognition of the federal military account. He smiled faintly and said softly, "It seems the fish we've caught is bigger than we imagined. Let them in. Let's see whether your modern tactics or the mad dog style passed down from our ancestors excel." Lei Yin gripped the reins tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. Beside him, dozens of elite commandos, disguised as players, wore grim, nauseated expressions. Over the comms channel, a young team member's voice trembled. "Chief, is this surrender negotiation? Or is..." Lei Yin said nothing. He lifted his gaze forward. Below them sprawled the camp of Huni Wang's 40,000-strong army, yet it bore no semblance of order. It was a living hell. Flames roared skyward, thick black smoke choked the air. Countless Xiongnu warriors hacked at one another within the camp. Surrender. Huni Wang surrenders. Lies. Kill the Han dogs. Run. The Han army is here. Shouts, shrieks, the clash of steel, the crackle of burning tents. All merged into a deafening, scalp-crawling cacophony. Tens of thousands stampeded blindly, trampling each other underfoot. Lei Yin even watched as a Xiongnu soldier felled a fleeing comrade, only to be instantly pierced through the back by a blade thrust from behind. Blood sprayed in all directions. Holy hell! Lao Pai's voice crackled over the public player channel, excited yet edged with trepidation. Brothers, it looks like these 40,000 are tearing each other apart. Do we charge in? Charge? Are you insane? This is red name mobs brawling. We wait till they're spent, then swoop in for the loot. Loot? You're crazy. By the time they finish, all the good gear will be gone. Then what do we do? Players erupted into chaotic debate. Listening to their chatter, Lei Yin felt that absurdity rise again in his chest. These cyber mad dogs saw only gear and military merit, not the truth before them. They had no idea how perilous these 40,000 raving, unmoored soldiers truly were. Lei Yin drew a slow, steadying breath, forcing calm into his veins. Over the encrypted tactical channel, his voice emerged dry and taut. All personnel, listen carefully. Enemy strength, 40,000. Internal camp mutiny has shattered unified command. Precisely because of this, they are now dangerously volatile, like a panicked herd. Our strength 10,000. We have just completed a grueling forced march and fought a major engagement. Men and mounts alike are exhausted. By modern tactical doctrine, this situation is unwinnable. He paused, then continued. If we charge now, the moment those 40,000 disordered troops realize our numerical inferiority, fear will instantly curdle into fury. They will engulf us like a tsunami. If we withdraw, the Xiongnu may regroup after their self-inflicted carnage, and even counterattack. Our sole chance, Lei Yan clenched his jaw, is to immediately assemble an elite strike team, regardless of cost, to shield Hua Tsubing's breakout. Then the entire force falls back 30 li to establish defensive lines and await General Wei Qing's main army. Silence followed his words, a heavy hollow silence across the channel. After several seconds, a team member whispered, "Chief, what about the surrender mission?" Surrender? Lei Yan gave a bitter smile. In this chaos, that would be suicide. His eyes lifted to the high ground ahead, where a crimson figure sat astride a blood-sweat steed. Hua Tsubing, the 18-year-old champion marquis. Privately, Lei Yan felt a grudging admiration for this NPC. To achieve such a feat with 10,000 men was nothing short of miraculous in military history. But that miracle ended here. Modern warfare logic was cold absolute. 40,000 versus 10,000. 40,000 maddened, unchained soldiers. Not even a god could save them. At that very moment, above the central encampment, near the largest royal tent, a white banner suddenly rose. It flapped wildly in the firelight. Then a middle-aged Xiongnu noble clad in luxurious furs and drenched in blood burst to the camp's edge, flanked by his personal guard, screaming toward the Han high ground. The system translation streamed in real time. Champion Marquis, save me. I am Huni Wang. My own men have rebelled. They seek my death. Save me. I surrender. I surrender. A chill sank deep into Lei Yan's gut. It was over. Huni Wang's cry had irrevocably exposed the Han army's position. Indeed, the slaughter within the camp quieted slightly. Thousands upon thousands of bloodshot eyes snapped, simultaneously, toward the high ground. Those who had been hacking each other down slowed their movements. They had seen the 10,000 Han soldiers arrayed above, dense, dark, imposing. Yet only 10,000. A brief, suffocating hush fell, then someone roared. Han dogs. Only 10,000. Kill them. Seize their horses. Charge. As if finding a common enemy, the fractious Xiongnu mob turned as one, weapons now pointed toward the high ground. Though their formation was chaos itself, it was still 40,000. 40,000 men drunk on blood and rage. Lao Pai shrieked over comms. Oh hell, the aggros shifted. Brothers brace for impact. Players roared, drawing blades. Lei Yan went ice cold. The worst-case scenario had materialized. 10,000 versus 40,000. On open Gobi desert terrain. No topographic advantage. No fortifications. No cover. A certain death trap. An absolute death trap. He whipped his head toward Hua Tsubing. Ordering retreat, now might still salvage, yet on the high ground. Hua Tsubing raised his hand. Slow. Steady. Full army, stand fast. Through the howling wind, the youth's voice carried with crystalline clarity to every Han soldier. Hold position. Without explicit command from this marquis, no man shall move a single step. Lei Yan froze. So did Lao Pai, and every player. What? Hold position. Neither advance nor retreat. As stunned disbelief rippled through them. Hua Tsubing tore off the dark red cloak draped over his shoulders. It billowed away on the wind, like a drifting cloud of blood. Then he reached up and removed his black iron helmet. With a casual toss, it clanged into the arms of his deputy general, who stood dumbfounded. My lord. You. Hua Tsubing ignored him. With one hand, the youth lifted his steel halberd, still dripping crimson. He lowered his head, gently patting the neck of his blood-sweat steed. The horse snorted sharply. Then, Hua Tsubing nudged his mount's flank. Clop, clop, clop. Step by deliberate step, the blood-sweat steed descended the slope, bearing its rider clad only in gleaming armor, helm discarded. Alone, one horse, one halberd. He walked, straight toward the 400,000 surging below like a churning tide of Xiongnu chaos. Lei Yan's mouth fell open. His entire framework of modern tactical logic short-circuited, utterly paralyzed. Over comms, a team member stammered, "See, chief. What is he doing?" Lei Yan's throat tightened. No word escaped. He watched Hua Tsubing descend with serene composure, even a trace of leisure. Sunset gilded the youth's sharp profile, casting a molten halo around his stern features. Below, the vanguard Xiongnu warriors spotted the lone Han youth approaching. Their raised blades faltered midair, their advance slowed. Confusion, wariness, and, beneath it all, a flicker of incredulity. One man, just at 100 paces from the seething mass, Hua Tsubing reined in his mount. He lifted his gaze, sweeping it slowly across the vast dark sea of faces. Then, a faint, unmistakable smile curved his lips. It held no fear, no tension, only a near-delirious sovereign arrogance, scornful, unassailable. He spoke, his voice low and unhurried, carried with uncanny clarity across the entire battlefield. I am Hua Tsubing, Grand General of the Han Empire's Cavalry Champion Marquis. By imperial decree, I come to receive your surrender. Where is Huni Wang? A silence stretched, long, profound, absolute. 40,000 Xiongnu warriors stood frozen where they stood. They stared at the youth seated calmly atop his horse, weapon still sheathed. Stared into eyes as deep and fathomless as abyssal seas. Stared at the expression of a man who had not come to fight, but to absorb them. A nameless primal chill surged up from every Xiongnu warrior's souls, straight to the crown of the skull. Reality, back in a modest rented apartment. Su Chen watched the live feed on his monitoring screen. The frame froze precisely at the moment Hui Xubing stood alone before the 400,000 raging soldiers. Beside the image, statistics pulsed violently. Player Emotional Volatility Index peak exceeding 900 all-time record. Federal Military Evaluation Group Cognitive Impact Index 1000 system ceiling. Civilizational Awakening Metric Valor Intimidation Resonance 7. Su Chen lifted his water glass and took a slow sip. A quiet smile touched his lips as he murmured, "Did you see that? That is called dimensional dominance." The setting sun bathed Hui Xubing's face in amber light, while his Mingguang armor glinted with a dark golden sheen. On the high ground, Lei Yan's palms were slick with sweat. His modern tactical instincts screamed in alarm, "It's over. This is suicide." 40,000 men. A single spit from each would drown him. Just then, amid the chaos of battle, a burly Xiongnu turncoat general finally grasped the situation. This turncoat had just slaughtered several comrades who attempted to surrender, his body drenched in blood, even splattered with brain matter across his face. With eyes burning crimson, he locked on a Hui Xubing and suddenly let out a guttural bestial howl. Just one man. Only one. He's playing at gods and ghosts. Kill him. His heavenly blood horse is mine. Wielding a spiked wolf-tooth mace smeared with gray matter, the turncoat charged forward at Hui Xubing, spearheading the assault. His charge ignited a wave. Dozens of blood-maddened turncoats surged after him. Kill. Seize the horse. Lei Yan's heart leapt into his throat. His special forces instincts took over. He tightened his grip on the lance in his hand. Though here in this world it was no firearm, but a long spear. We're doomed, he cursed inwardly. Overconfidence. This charge will end in death. Already his mind raced ahead. Once Hui Xubing fell, the 40,000 rebels would descend into utter anarchy. How then could their own 10,000 troops break through and retreat? Yet Hui Xubing did not so much as lift his eyelids. He remained seated atop his steed, watching the turncoat hurtle toward him like a rabid hound. His halberd remained motionless, not even raised. The sensation was that of observing a reckless wild dog utterly unaware of its own mortality, a contempt so absolute it bordered on the sublime. Yet this very disdain coalesced upon the battlefield into a suffocating aura of terror. The leading turncoat closed to within 10 paces of Hui Xubing. 8 paces. 5 paces. The spiked mace rose high, poised to crush down. Lei Yan held his breath. In that suspended instant, Hui Xubing moved. No flourish. No wasted motion. Only speed, so blindingly swift that even Lei Yan, a special operations expert trained in dynamic visual tracking, failed to register it. All he saw was a streak of black lightning. Thud. A muffled visceral impact. The halberd pierced straight through the turncoat's chest, armor and flesh alike, transfixing him entirely. The turncoat's rictus grin froze in place. He looked down stunned at the blood-dripping tip of the halberd protruding from his breastplate. Hui Xubing flicked his wrist. Crack. The corpse flew backward like a discarded sack, crashing into a cluster of charging Xiongnu soldiers and toppling them all. Hui Xubing casually shook the blood from his halberd's tip. He lifted his gaze, sweeping it across the stunned ranks before him. His tone calm, detached, as if selecting cabbages at a bustling market. I have come to accept your surrender. Those who refuse shall die. Is there anyone else who wishes to test fate? Silence. Deeper, heavier, more absolute than before. The few rebels who had followed the charge dropped their swords with hollow clangs. They stared at their comrade, pierced clean through, lifeless beyond doubt, then at the blood-splattered youth seated serenely atop his horse. A chill erupted from their souls, surging upward until it pierced the crown of their skulls. That single strike had not merely slain a man. It had shattered utterly and irrevocably the fragile, hard-won ferocity that had coalesced among those 40,000 enraged soldiers. In that moment they grasped a terrible truth. To this Han Dynasty god of war, they were not men at all, merely sheep awaiting slaughter. Marquis, save me. A shrill, desperate cry pierced the din from behind the rebel ranks. Huni Wang burst forth, tumbling and scrambling through the crowd. His sumptuous fur robes torn, his face streaked with blood. He flung himself before Hui Xubing's mount, collapsing with a thud and pounding his forehead against the earth in frantic kowtows. Marquis, save me. This humble lord surrenders. I surrender. It was they who rebelled, not I. Hui Xubing gazed down at him, cold, unblinking, unmoved. He did not dismount. He did not offer aid. Instead, from his lofty vantage, he delivered a command as ruthless as it was historically precise. You shall now cut down those who rebelled. Should you fail to cut them all down. Hui Xubing paused, his voice devoid of warmth or inflection. Then I shall cut you down as well. Huni Wang shuddered violently. He jerked his head up, flickering malice flashing in his eyes. Yes, this humble lord understands. Fully. Springing to his feet, he snatched a blade from a nearby guard and plunged back into the rebel throng. All rebels, step forward now. If you do not, the Han army will act, and your entire families will perish. The rebel ranks dissolved into utter pandemonium. Those who had charged moments earlier now fled in blind panic. Yet Huni Wang, fighting for his life, had gone. With his personal guard, he hacked indiscriminately at anyone in reach. Kill. Slay every rebel. Hua Zubing sat motionless atop his horse, watching the carnage unfold, his expression unreadable. At last he raised his hand. From the high ground, the Han army erupted in a thunderous, earth-shaking roar. Kill. Before Lei Yin could react, Old Pai's voice, cracked with exhilaration, blared across the public player channel. Brothers. Dinner served. Coins lie scattered everywhere. Charge. Claim military merit. Seize gear. Don't touch that battalion commander. I've claimed him. Players surged downhill like a pack of starved wolves. The 8,000 Xiongnu soldiers who had joined the rebellion, now stripped of will, became mere experience parcels. Slaughtered without mercy. Cut by blades, pierced by spears, even beaten down with bare fists. As they killed, they shouted, "Mine. I spotted him first. Whoa, this belt buckle's pure silver. Riches at last. Chief, don't stand there. Loot the gear now. It'll respawn in moments." Lei Yin stood frozen amid the gore-strewn battlefield, staring at the Xiongnu. Moments ago, fearsome warriors, now crouching like trembling quails prostrate before him. His modern tactical theories lay in ruins, shattered, irreparable. At last he understood why Hua Zubing dared descend alone. This was no tactic. It was sure, the overwhelming momentum of authority and presence. In the age of cold steel, when a commander's sure and aura of slaughter reached inhuman zenith, then one man was an army. Beside him, Old Pai methodically looted the corpse of a Xiongnu battalion commander, muttering under his breath, "Fine boots. Genuine oxhide. Ooh, look at jade pendant." Glancing up, he caught Lei Yin still standing dumbstruck, and grinned. "Newcomer, don't just stand there. Get looting. In this game, it's all about plucking feathers from a passing goose. Swift hands win, slow ones lose." Lei Yin studied Old Pai's practiced, shameless bandit's grin. Then he turned his gaze toward the distant horseman, the young god of war, already wiping blood from his halberd. And suddenly it struck him, this unapologetically pragmatic, ruthlessly efficient law of survival. Perhaps it wasn't so unpalatable after all. A week later, Lao Pai lay on the horse's back, his lips cracked and bloodied, his face marred with frostbite. The other players were no different. Their previous fragility had long been ground away by the 2,000 miles of wind and sand. Now he had only one thought in his mind: don't fall behind, don't die. On Lao Pai's wrist, the legendary ring-headed knife he treasured was tightly bound with a rag. He feared his hands would freeze stiff, making it impossible to grip the blade. In the public channel, there was a deathly silence. No one was discussing drop rates, and no one was still thinking about the 83 kings. Even the most talkative players had now fallen silent. All around was the sound of the wind, the muffled thud of hooves on the gravel, and the heavy breathing of those nearby, as labored as a broken bellows. 50,000 people, over 100,000 horses, all trudging through the vast, desolate Black Gobi Desert like a group of undead who felt no pain or fatigue and had no need for words. Lei Yin rode on horseback, feeling the cold seeping from the gaps in his bones. He was a special forces instructor trained for extreme environments, but the game's 100% sensory feedback was still a bit overwhelming. He turned his head to look at a nearby player. He recognized that player whose ID was Keyboard Warrior, known for his foul mouth in the forums before entering the game. 3 days ago during the march, this guy fell off his horse and broke his leg, howling in the channel for half an hour. And now, Lei Yin witnessed with his own eyes as Keyboard Warrior stumbled again, this time falling harder with one arm bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Yet this guy didn't utter a single sound. He used his other unbroken hand along with his teeth to tear off his belt and tightly bind his broken arm to his body, then gritted his teeth, wedged his legs against the horse's belly, and slowly dragged himself back onto the saddle. Once steady, he continued to follow the group forward, his face devoid of any expression, as if it were not his own arm that had been severed. Watching this scene, Lei Yin felt as if something had struck him hard in the heart. He opened the built-in recording module and began to record. His fingers cold trembled slightly. "We have advanced 1,500 miles into the northern desert and are about to reach the court of the left virtue king. The focus of the record is not the terrain nor the enemy situation. It is the people. These ordinary netizens who once only knew how to bang on keyboards, watch live streams, and curse over virtual items. They have changed. Extreme environments, inhuman torment, endless marching have not broken them. On the contrary, in their eyes I see what I had only previously observed in the most elite veterans: numbness, resilience, and a fierce ferocity pushed to its limits. They no longer discuss rewards in the game. Now they only care about two things: following that young man riding the red horse ahead and surviving. They no longer resemble ordinary players. The 2,000 miles of wind and sand have stripped away the softness that had been soaked in by the wealthy from their bones. Now those riding on horseback are a silent, hungry, and eager to warm themselves with the blood of their enemies. This game, the one created by Su Chen, is using the path trodden by our ancestors to forge the backbone of our nation, which has been nearly lost inch by inch. Recording complete. Lei Yin turned off the recording module and exhaled a long plume of white vapor. As the breath exited, it froze into mist in the cold wind. He looked up towards the front of the line. The figure of a 21-year-old youth cloaked in a dark red cape, riding a steed of sweat and blood. Like a flag planted in this dead silence between heaven and earth. At the same time, deep in the northern desert in the lush court of the left Virtue King, inside a huge tent warm dung fires burned carrying the aroma of roasted whole lamb. The left Virtue King held a golden cup, his face glowing red with drink. He embraced a sighing new beauty and laughed heartily at a group of tribal leaders below. Han Army. What the hell is the Han Army? He waved his hand vigorously, spilling quite a bit of wine. The vast sea. That is the line drawn by the heavens of eternal life. Even the most familiar wolves of the grasslands cannot escape. These Han people riding horses and carrying so much baggage think they can cross 2,000 miles of Gobi to attack me. Dream on. By the time they reach halfway, they will all die of thirst, freeze to death, and starve in the sand. Then we will go pick up the ready-made armor and swords. Ha! A chorus of laughter filled the tent with flattery echoing loudly. Just then, the thick felt door of the tent was suddenly flung open. A bloodied scout tumbled in, kneeling on the ground with a thud, raising his head, his face filled with a horror akin to see. Mighty King. It's bad. The left Virtue King's good mood was interrupted, and he frowned. What's the panic? Has the Han Army attacked? Where are they? How many people? The scout's lips trembled, struggling to speak coherently in not attacking. It's gone. Gone. What do you mean? Speak clearly. The scout's voice cracked, filled with unsuppressible fear. The outskirts. Our tribes. Starting from the east, the Wulatu tribe, the Hassan tribe, the Bartle tribe. A total of over 300 tribes. All gone. The laughter in the tent came to an abrupt halt. The golden cup in the left Virtue King's hand clattered to the ground, spilling wine everywhere. Gone. What does that mean? Were they attacked by the Han Army? Where's the battle report? There's no battle report, no survivors found. The scout nearly shouted. People, cattle, sheep, horses. All gone. It's like they were swallowed by the sand. All that's left is a scene of devastation and blood. The tent fell into an instant silence. Only the dung fire crackled. The faces of several tribal leaders turned pale. They are not camping. The scout continued, shouting, his voice piercing. Our scouts reported that they couldn't find any traces of where they camped at night. They seem not to need sleep. They are like a group of ghosts. Mighty King. They are not an army. They are a group of man-eating demons that crawled over from the vast sea. An invisible fear instantly penetrated everyone's heart. The left Virtue King opened his mouth, wanting to curse, wanting to explode in anger. But looking at the scout's terrified expression, hearing the report of 300 tribes disappearing without a trace, a chill surged from his feet to the top of his head. This unknown silent terror was even more unsettling than the thunderous war drums. Gather. The left Virtue King suddenly stood up, his voice slightly wavering, call all able-bodied men to rise. Form ranks on the grassland outside the court. Quick. Outside the left Virtue King's court, the vast grassland. 70,000 Xiongnu cavalrymen were chaotically forming ranks. Although there were many people, their hearts were still unsettled. Rumors about the ghost army had spread like a plague. The left Virtue King, clad in the best armor, was surrounded by his guards standing at the forefront. He stared intently at the southern horizon. The sun rose to its zenith, then gradually slanted westward. Just as someone began to mutter, what if the scout saw it wrong? A thin black line appeared on the horizon. The black line slowly thickened and widened, like a black tide silently sweeping across the grassland's horizon. There were no shouts of battle or the sounds of drums. Even the sound of hooves was dull and muffled, wrapped in beasts. 50,000 black-armored Han troops, like a moving black iron wall, slowly advanced, eventually stopping just an arrow's distance from the Xiongnu army. The left Virtue King looked at the opposing army, his heart racing. These people. Their armor was covered in dust and grime, many with frostbite and exhaustion on their faces. But their eyes all stared this way, cold as if looking at corpses. In this dead silence in front of the Han army, the horse of sweat and blood took a few steps forward. On its back, Hui Tsubing removed his helmet. The 21-year-old youth had long shed the wild laughter of his 18 years. His gaze was like the eternal ice of the northern desert, unfathomable. He slowly drew the Han sword from his waist. The blade reflected a cold light in the evening sun. Then he spoke slowly, his voice not loud, yet clear in everyone's ears. Kill. In the next second, 50,000 black-armored Han troops moved. 50,000 people drew their blades simultaneously, spurred their horses, and accelerated, charging towards the 70,000 Xiongnu army, crashing into them. The sound of weapons slicing through flesh and bone, the dull thud of warhorses colliding instantly, became the only melody on this grassland. Lei Yin surged forward, his spear piercing the throat of a Xiongnu soldier. Warm blood sprayed across his face. He wiped his face and looked to the front. Hui Tsubing's red cape, like a flash of blood, tore a gap through the enemy ranks straight towards the left Virtue King's standard. And in the distant battlefield, under the afterglow of the setting sun, the outline of a majestic snow mountain stood silently on the horizon. Wolf Ju Su Mountain.